This is the life's final moments flashing before the young man's eyes. Although he was abandoned as a child, he met the old head of the Huashan sect when he was young. Seeing his loneliness and hardship, he brought the crying, snow-covered Kingling back to the sect. However, time passed, and 10 years had unknowingly gone by. The lonely young child had now become a teenager. His martial arts were the best among all the disciples. But he was also the little rascal that his uncles worried about the most. He slacked off in class and never changed his ways. He also often stole the treasures of his older brothers. He knew he was too naughty. It seemed none of the Hongmen younger disciples had not been taught a lesson by him, and he never listened to the elders' anger and lectures. The little guy didn't take in a single word. Only when he was about to fall did he realize his mistakes. If I hadn't been so arrogant and forgotten that everything I had was bestowed by the sect, and if my path of cultivation had followed the teachings, then maybe my older and younger brothers, you would all become the pride of our generation. The Plum Blossom Sword Master, one of the 3 great sword masters in the world, closed his eyes in regret. He slowly closed his eyes, and the leaders of the 9 sects in one gang, their battle against the greatest demon of all time, including Kingling, at the cost of all their lives, ended with him beheading the demon before his death. But it seemed that fate had its own plan. A dolut landed squarely on the young man's head. As if in a dream, it awakened the unconscious Kingling. In pain, he discovered that the demon that had been in front of him had turned into a small ghost. Though he didn't know how he had survived, the arrogant little beggar told him to get lost. The bewildered youth didn't have time to think. He tried to negotiate, but was met with ridicule. Another beating followed. Kingling lightly raised his hand, and found that his hands had become shorter. He was beaten up by the little ghost. He was stunned by the creak for a long time. He had never been beaten like this in his 20 years at Huashan. He felt extremely resentful. Just as he was planning to come back later to get revenge, he was dumbfounded when he looked down. The little ghost reflected in the water looked very unfamiliar. Indeed, I should have died. Could this be what Buddhism refers to as rebirth? At this moment, a little beggar came to Kingling's side with a worried expression. You were the one who just saw me get beaten up, right? Kingling took the chance to find out the current situation. But the information the other party gave him made it impossible for him to calm down. This body was not just a genuine beggar. It was also 100 years after the Great Demon Suppression War. So that means this isn't rebirth, but reincarnation after 100 years. But this kind of awakening made Kingling feel what true loneliness was like. It seemed that his connection with the whole world had been severed, and what shocked him even more was that the current 9 sects in one gang no longer included Huashan. Instead, there was Shaolin hidden, Kongtong Kunching Ime Hainan Kunlun Zongan, and their beggar clan. It seemed that people nowadays knew nothing about the Huashan sect. But luckily, the little beggar had heard of it. There was a small sect in Hashan Shanxi. The sect seemed to have already disappeared. This news was like a bolt from the blue. Kingling couldn't imagine, and couldn't believe, that Huashan, which was on par with Wuding and the Nanyang family, the 3 major sects, would have been destroyed in just 100 years. He let go of the little beggar's collar, and was in shock for a long time. After a while, the youth spoke trembling. I don't believe it. I'm gonna Hashan. I want to see it with my own eyes. The little beggar glanced at the unfamiliar, yet familiar youth. He sighed helplessly and asked how he planned to go to Shanxi. But the next second, Kingling had already disappeared before his eyes. Looking at the youth's appearance, it seemed he was planning to run all the way to Huashan. But his flushed face and weak body slapped him hard across the face. It seemed that running like this, he wouldn't even reach Huashan before he died again. Unable to think of a better way, he decided to first condense a cultivation method within his body. He found a secluded grove and began his first Kai cultivation in this life. With the memories of his past life, his mind was filled with an abundance of powerful techniques and secrets. But Kingling knew not to be greedy and bite off more than he could chew, so he chose a basic cultivation method called the 6 Harmonies technique as the starting point for this body, and this 6 Harmonies technique could be bought at a street stall for at most 5 coins. The reason he chose something so ordinary was because the 6 Harmonies technique was the oldest in history and a basic cultivation technique that had been improved by countless immortals. It could perfectly purify the body of the cultivator. It could be said that Kingling was laying the most solid foundation for himself in this life. As he absorbed the Kai of his flesh, filling his entire body, he also successfully purified the Kai within his body. Finally, he gathered the purified Ku to his Danshan, and this small Danshan would become his foundation for heading towards another world. But the little guy overlooked one very important thing. After this round of Kai cultivation, He had no strength left to move. He collapsed on the ground, barely able to raise a hand. It was clear that he still hadn't gotten used to this weak body. The next day at dawn, the town was bustling with people, as if nothing had changed, but a group of beggars were rushing towards an alleyway. It turned out that their day's earnings had all been robbed by a little beggar. They couldn't beat him, so they had found their boss to come forward. And when they found Kingling, the youth was already so hungry that his stomach was sticking to his back. He was gobbling down the leftovers he could find. The beggar boss didn't care that the other person was a child. He not only wanted to get back what his underlings had lost, but also figured a child could get more begging, so he intended to take it all for himself. But at this moment, Kung Ming was already full. Gradually, he adapted to this small body. Just these few people. He didn't take them seriously. With a few bangs and punches, the three were already beaten to submission by the young man. This continued for an unknown number of days. It was the time of the Qingming festival. An old man far away on Mount Hua feared mosquito bites after nightfall. Taking advantage of the twilight before nightfall, he opened the window in his room to let in some air. But suddenly, a voice outside reported, "Sect leader, a child requests a meeting." Looking at how dilapidated the sect leader's residence was, it was not difficult to see that this sect was like the twilight nearing its end. But on his face, he always carried a faint hint of composure, which was strange, and the person seeking an audience was none other than King Ming. This place was also the Mount Hua sect 100 years later. After several twists and turns, the young man finally returned to his former home. Disciple King Ming wishes to join the Mount Hua sect. The old man looked at the young man with a meaningful gaze. He turned his head and asked Yun Yan, "Did you tell this child that we no longer accept disciples?" After receiving an affirmative answer, the two of them stared at the young man again, with strange looks, but they would never have guessed that beneath the young man's happy exterior, his heart was already burning with anger. It turned out that when he came to Mount Hua with this body, he was quite happy. Even though the mountain path was like a perilous pass, he had already come this far. There was no way he would be afraid. However, when he actually arrived at the mountain gate, he discovered that the signboard of the old Mount Hua sect had disappeared. His sect leader brother used to clean it every morning. He would wipe it until it was spotless. And King Ming's shouting also disturbed the disciples within the gate. Only Ant, with a single glance, saw that it was actually a child. Although he confirmed the young man's question, indicating that this was indeed the Mount Hua sect, they no longer accepted outsiders. Seeing that it was late, he couldn't bear to let the child go down the mountain alone, so he felt sorry for him. That's why he brought the young man into the sect. But the entrance, which should have been a grand and imposing martial arts field, now even the floor tiles had been pried away, and the golden sky palace, which originally stood on the left side of the mountain gate, vanished as if by magic, leaving only an empty space. Yun Yan knew the original state of things, but he really didn't have the face to explain it to the young man. Dao Ming could only say that the golden sky palace was a glorious scar of Mount Hua. It was then that Kyung Ming sighed in his heart, to have preserved the sect, which was on the verge of extinction to this day. How could I blame you for your hard work? When the two arrived at the Imperial Spring courtyard used for receiving guests, it was made clear that Mount Hua belonged to the Taoist sect. Since its establishment, there was a way for guests, and here one could first pay respects to the founder. But when King Ling entered the hall, he was completely dumbfounded. The golden candlesticks that were originally here, the scrolls left by the founder, and the paintings all over the hall, not a single one of them was left. Most importantly, the dark fragrance white plum blossom and the purple god sword, which were originally next to the memorial tablet, although not as ostentatious as gold, looked very simple and unadorned, but they were divine objects containing the essence of Mount Hua, and they were all gone too. Yun Yan then said that a merchant had taken a liking to them, so they had just sold them off. Hearing a thud, the young man knelt weakly on the ground. Yun Yan thought that the little guy was very strange, and kindly went to check on him. But before he could get close, Kung Ming snapped back to his senses. He kowtowed hard on the ground. "I want to join the Mount Hua sect. Please let me see the sect leader." And so, time returns to the present. Along the way, Kung Ming had already thought of his apprenticeship script. Borrowing the story of his junior brother, Kyung Jin, who went missing in a great battle, he would say King Jin fell off a cliff and was rescued by a passing woodcutter. Because of his serious injuries, he could not get up. To thank the woodcutter, he taught him the martial arts of Mount Hua and accepted him as a disciple. And he, Kung Ming, was the descendant of that woodcutter. In this way, he would be in the same generation as the current sect leader. Just as he was waiting for the sect leader to ask him for the reason, He heard the old man say indifferently, "I agree to your joining." Seeing the young man's astonished look, the sect leader added, "Since you want to join, I will grant your wish. I've also figured it out. So-called fate is all about cause and effect. People don't chase away birds that come under the eaves to shelter from the rain, so what reason is there to refuse a child who comes into our embrace?" And so, the sect leader asked Yun Yan to go and arrange for the little guy's accommodation, as well as the entry ceremony. But only in King Ming's heart were 1,000 horses galloping at this moment. This can't be. Wouldn't my seniority be I'm actually wearing third-generation disciple robes? Helplessly, Kung Ming could only comfort himself. At least I'm back in the sect. But in 100 years, the Mount Hua sect's structure seemed to have undergone a huge change. Back then, there was no concept of unified dormitories for disciples. Newcomers would live in their master's residence. But no matter what, this meant that someone did live in this kind of guest room. But before he could look around, a loud voice from behind startled him. "Who's peeking into other people's rooms? Are you a thief?" And his voice also attracted many third-generation disciples to come and watch. Kung Ming was like an ant on a hot pot, surrounded by a group of children taller than him. Luckily, a shout interrupted the commotion here. From the disciples' words, he learned that the man was Shi Shuzu, who was in charge of their cultivation here. He wasn't surprised to see King Ming for the first time, as he had heard about it earlier, that a new person would be assigned to the White Eyebrow Hall today, so he told him to rest tonight and start participating in cultivation tomorrow. After speaking, he took the disciples to the online class. Only that young man named Xiaoji. Before leaving, he glanced back at himself. He seemed to be convinced that King Ling was light-fingered. He told him fiercely to wait. He'd fix his bad habit sooner or later. Kung Ling stayed in place, suddenly realizing at this moment, the revival of our Hoshin sect must start with children. But the method might be a little different. The moon and stars were sparse at night. It was a clear night. Xiaojie, returning from evening class, after confirming that Marshal Uncle Yun Jian wouldn't be back at this time, led a group of fellow disciples to find Kung Ming. Their intention was to have him obediently take a beating from everyone. But the unaware youth didn't notice the other party's secret joy. "Senior brother, put a little force on your neck." In the next second, Xiao Ji's face didn't even react, and he was punched down. Then they heard a loud bang from the roof of the White Eyebrow Hall, and the fellow disciples present were all dumbfounded at this moment. King Ling slowly withdrew his smoking little fist, looking even more pleased. "Senior brothers, let's have a beating first." Accompanied by screams and whimpers, even the birds perched on the roof scattered in all directions. Then, seeing the disciples of the main hall with bumps all over their heads, they knelt in a row before King Ling. Ang Xiaoji was even prostrate on the ground, not daring to move. King Ling called over this troublemaker, and then began to inquire about the whereabouts of the Sky Shock Palace, and why Huashan had fallen to this state. It turned out that 100 years ago, Huashan produced a plum blossom sword saint, who was King Ling himself. After he personally beheaded the demon lord, Huashan's top combat power at the time had already all fallen in the campaign against the demon lord, and then the demonic sect retaliated in a vengeful fury, and finally the entire Huashan suffered 2 heavy losses, so much so that they still haven't recovered. Wait, so that means the reason for Huashan's decline was me? The next morning, King Ling, who was preoccupied, hadn't slept soundly. Then a senior brother called out carefully, and the junior brother opened his eyes. It turned out it was the Yun Jian Hall master, summoning everyone to gather at the 3rd practice field. And when he arrived at the scene, seeing these senior brothers practicing swordsmanship in an orderly manner, Kung Ming was speechless again. Last night, he knew that these children's foundations were weak. Learning swordsmanship so early was like reciting scriptures without knowing how to read. Although it seemed like they were ahead of others, it was just a flash in the pan. And at this time, he also fell into confusion. Huashan's decline can be described as devastating. In just 100 years, even the training system has become so broken. Then he asked the senior brother next to him, "Besides this set of swordsmanship, what else do they learn?" It would have been better not to ask. Learning that the most exquisite swordsmanship of the current Huashan sect is called the Taimala sword, Kung Ling even suspected he was hallucinating. His former sect leader brother had talked to him about it, saying that the Taimel Li sword was no longer like a Taoist martial art and its power was too weak. He also felt the same way, and suggested that his brother should directly eliminate this technique, but they had clearly agreed on it, yet they still learned the 24 plum blossom sword techniques. Was it lost? At night, Kung Ling stopped the tiger like Xiaoji. He mysteriously asked him to help him prepare some things and to ensure that by my hour tomorrow morning, the 3rd generation disciples gathered in front of the White Eyebrow Hall, and Xiaoji, due to the demon's power, had no choice but to reluctantly agree. After explaining everything, Kunling's eyes gradually became solemn. The current Hoshin has no money, martial arts, or talent. And the only thing I can change now is talent. Just no matter how you look at it, these third-generation disciples don't look like they'll have any prospects. But a journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. I'll let these senior brothers become that first step. Before dawn, the young men had already gathered in front of the dormitory in a hubbub. A group of senior brothers who had not interacted with King Ling made no attempt to hide the fatigue and dissatisfaction on their faces. And although King Ling had expected this, the young men's morning grumpiness still had to be extinguished. So he put on a harmless-looking smile and invited all those senior brothers who hadn't been beaten by him into the White Eyebrow Hall. With a bang, the door seemed to have been locked by that guy. The group outside suddenly felt a bit fortunate. After all, they didn't want to experience the thing about early birds being eaten by worms. They didn't want to experience it at all. After a brief shaking of the dormitory, the children who had just gone in were all released by King Ling. Each one of them looked like they'd just been through military training. They stood straight in front of him. Seeing that they were all listening obediently, King Ming clasped his fist and said, "Senior brothers, let's work out together every morning." As the sun rose slightly, Marshal Uncle Yunjian was wondering why the little guys hadn't come to pay their respects today. Could it be that because a new disciple had arrived, those little brats were doing some strange ritual and overslept? He was thinking of giving them a good scolding this time. But when he arrived at the practice field, this 30-year-old plus man was dumbfounded. He didn't understand how his lovely disciples had each become like little beggars. He grabbed one who hadn't collapsed yet, wanting to know what had happened here. But the disciples were looking at each other at this time. Not one of them dared to tell the truth. This made Yunjian's heart sink. What was it? What could make this group of children so cautious? Even in front of him, their martial uncle. Glancing over, it didn't seem to be Xiao Ji, but following the gaze towards the platform, a young man was carrying a wooden sword with huge stones tied to both ends that seemed heavier than him. Then he heard King Ling's swollen face, let out a long breath. 10,065. At first, seeing King Ling's shocking training intensity, he was afraid that the new kid would suddenly collapse. He quickly called for some water to let Kung Ling rest, and then asked about the reason for all this mess. All these reasons, but it would have been better not to ask. This question made Yunjian realize that things were serious. He said the senior brothers were very energetic, but maybe because it was the first day, it was a bit excessive. But those disciples were anxiously winking at him, and the way they panicked when they saw this kid made Yunjian understand everything. At first, he was worried that the young man would bully the weak, which was not in line with the Taoist tradition. He was planning to give a warning when he realized that the young man not only understood the order of seniority and expressed that he would follow the eldest brother's instructions, but also suppressed all the third-generation disciples by himself, yet only used it to urge them to practice. Thinking of this, Yunjian grinned. This kid is not simple. So with the disciples' pleading gazes, Yunjian strode out of the Baimei Hall. Thus, Kung Ming's devilish plan was officially launched. The night wind was clear. Yet, the disciples' dining hall had an uncommon scene. The children having their meals were all wearing practice clothes and were so weak that they couldn't even flick a piece of vegetable. The less disciplined children had already abandoned etiquette and started using their hands. On the contrary, the former school bully Xiao Ji was oblivious to the noise and complaints in the room. Even though he also looked disheveled, there wasn't a trace of dissatisfaction in his eyes. This included their eldest senior brother as well. He supported his tired body and called out to the senior brother who was eating alone. The two of them, with the summer evening breeze, left the Sect's dining hall. After a while, Zhaoji suddenly asked, "Senior brother, how do you view Mount Hua?" But the other party didn't know how to answer. It turned out that in Xiaoji's eyes, the Hua mountain sect was already beyond saving, but he could at least go back home. But not senior brother. He knew that his eldest senior brother had no way out, and was already prepared to dedicate his life to Hua mountain. But now he had changed his mind. Ever since King Ming came, Xiaoji had started to waver, although he was forced by the other party. But after this ordeal, he realized he had never been pushed to his limits like this before, and that King Ming was handling several times more training than them, yet he didn't seem tired. Looking at that guy, Xiaoji also gradually developed the idea of giving it his all. He slowly turned around, his face showing the unique determination and anticipation of a youth. He said he also hoped to become like that kid, a master who would be able to command the world in the future. Seeing this, the senior brother also smiled happily. because he actually had the same thoughts as Xiaoji. Watching the two young men submit to his King Ming within a few days, he actually felt quite gratified in his heart. However, the road was long. Just as he was thinking, a furious roar suddenly came from outside the mountain gate. A bad premonition actually surged between King Ming's brows. There seemed to be a lot of people outside. They broke open the Hoa Mountain Sect's gate without explanation. One by one, they were shouting that they wanted to see the Hoa Mountain Sect leader, and Yunjian and Yunyan seemed to be worried about something. They dared not attack, nor could they stop them. In the commotion, they finally heard clearly that Hoa Mountain in its current predicament even had external debts, and so a group of people marched menacingly to the room where the sect leader was located. At first, the sect leader still had a kind expression, but he looked embarrassed when he saw who had come, and the leader was Gong Welian, the manager of Taihe Pavilion. Although he had a kind face, his words were heart-piercing. This dignified Hoa Mountain sect had been in arrears for quite some time. If they couldn't repay the money within 7 days, we'll confiscate Hoa Mountain's buildings. This night was dark and gloomy. Not even a single star could be seen, reflecting King Ming's gloomy mood. The third-generation disciples had long known the cause, but they were still young and couldn't handle these kinds of matters for the sect. However, when Taihe Pavilion was mentioned, King Ming's agitation clearly paused, as if he had heard something incredible. After confirming repeatedly, he could no longer hold back. Taihe Pavilion was clearly Hoa Mountain's property. Who gave them the audacity to come to Hoa Mountain to collect debts and to shamelessly want to confiscate Hoa Mountain's halls? But this didn't make sense. If Taihe Pavilion already belonged to Hoa Mountain, why would they borrow money from Taihe Pavilion? King Ming's eyes glanced towards Xiaoji, signaling him to bring the things he had prepared. In a blink of an eye, he had changed into an assassin's attire. It's hard to believe that this was the same handsome young man. And so, with his two senior brothers' helpless gazes, King Ming took advantage of the dark night and slipped out of Hua Mountain. And Huiyin County wasn't far away. This small county at the foot of the mountain had been thriving for hundreds of years thanks to Hua Mountain. But now it was peaceful and prosperous. Looking at it now, no one would associate this with the impoverished Hua Mountain sect. Connect the two together, and each of the old managers present, tracing back to their roots, actually had some connection to Hua Mountain. But if you listen, you'll realize the ruthlessness in their words. The entire Hua Mountain now looked like a fish on a chopping block, and this manager Gong seemed to know more secrets than the others present. He insisted on confiscating the seemingly worthless halls and had his eye on Hua Mountain's terrifying history. And this was worth far more than the remaining wealth in the mountains, a value thousands of times greater. After a few cups of wine, they all seemed to be drunk on the fat sheep about to fall into their hands, drunk on the wealth that would last them a lifetime. And manager Liu of the cloth shop was still humming a little tune on his way out. His staggering steps were filled with excitement, but in his blurry vision a person appeared. Under slight resistance, he became a little more awake. I seem to have encountered a robber, but why is it a kid? And King Ming was confident. He said he wasn't a robber, but he hoped the other party could honestly answer a few questions. Hearing this, Manager Liu instead laughed. Do you know how many people rely on me for their livelihood? Even if I wanted to go out alone, I couldn't do it. Having said that, as if unable to bear the sight of the little one's miserable state, he turned his back. He said he had questions. You can do whatever you want to this kid. Just don't affect his speech. And so, Manager Liu, with his back turned, was lamenting how kind he still was, while pondering which opponent sent this kid. A moment later, a voice suddenly came from behind, saying you went a bit too far. Hearing this, Manager Liu was shocked, and immediately looked back. He saw that this little one had actually knocked out all his guards. He then heard the other party casually beckon him over. Kung Ling's voice deepened slightly. I said, as long as you obediently answer my questions, I won't hurt you. But it would have been fine if you had been obedient from the start. Since you chose to resist, you have to take a beating. But don't worry, I'll make sure you can still speak. After some investigation, he found out that these properties originally belonging to Mount Hua were not only denied because Mount Hua couldn't produce proof, but they were also charging several or even dozens of times the overdue interest to Mount Hua in its time of crisis, lending out a small pittance. They were certain that the sect was now unable to repay the debt, which led to the current situation. However, even knowing all this, Kung Ming seemed powerless to change anything. This caused the dignified Plum Blossom Sword Master to lie on his dormitory bed, scratching his head in frustration. He recalled his sect leader's senior brother of 100 years ago, who whenever he went to find him, always looked like he was doing something wrong, treating those few ledgers as if they were treasures. But suddenly he realized something strange. When Mount Hua was at its peak 100 years ago, its properties were more than just one or two restaurants. How could a mere one or two ledgers possibly record everything? The truth is, there is only one answer. That cunning sect leader senior brother had hidden most of the ledgers, and he knew back then that Mount Hua sect had a secret vault accessible only by the sect leader. If things were as he suspected, then this vault would become the key to resolving the current predicament. Just thinking about this, Ming was hit by a headache again, because he had only heard about that vault, but never seen it. In this critical moment, the only thing to do was to start searching from the place he thought most likely. And so he began. And so the young man, accompanied by the knight, jumped out of his room again. His small frame carried an iron pickaxe that was bigger than himself, and he sneaked into the back mountain of the sect leader's residence. However, he still underestimated the difficulty of exploring a mountain top. The current King Ming didn't have much inner power and was completely relying on his hard-earned experience to channel out a small amount of true energy and condense it to probe deep into the ground. This method, although eliminating the vast workload of finding dragon veins and cave locations with only him alone, was not suitable to explore. It also made him nearly collapse from exhaustion. By now, Ling had already exhausted a great deal of energy, but he dared not stop. No matter what, this would be Mount Hua's last chance. Finally, before dawn, he found a trace of something unusual with the earth. Without another word, he picked up the iron pickaxe and started digging. But when he dug a big pit and saw the exposed bricks, he couldn't help but doubt. If this was the secret vault of Mount Hua, how could it be built with such broken bricks? Filled with suspicion, Ling pried up a brick and looked inside. It turned out that he had only dug into a passage leading to a warehouse. By coincidence, a person slowly walked out from the darkness. Gradually, Ming could see that it was the sect leader of this area. He saw him standing in front of the secret vault door, his hand caressing the seemingly thick door panel. Then he lowered his head, without making any move. After a long while, Ming seemed to realize the sect leader wasn't not doing anything, but was unable to do anything. He was the pillar for all the members, and because of that, he could only be here, enduring the pain and powerlessness alone. In the distance, at the edge of the sky, a ray of morning light gradually shone in. The sect leader had already left on his own. Ming also silently jumped down, looking in the direction where the sect leader left. He was silent. He turned his head and looked at the locked door. He didn't know if there was hope for the sect's survival behind that door. But now, he and the entire Mount Hua sect had no way out. However, when the young man used his compressed inner power, intending to blast open the door didn't budge an inch, and instead rebounded his condensed true energy. A bad feeling suddenly welled up in his heart. Are you kidding me? Is this 10,000-year cold iron? And from the rebounding force just now, the thickness is at least a span. Even if the number one master in the world came, they would only be able to barely break it open. At this point, he finally understood that this was why the sect leader hadn't even mentioned the idea of opening the door. But upon second thought, the sect leader's senior brother of back then was also unable to break this cold iron door. There should be another method. So Ling carefully felt around and came to a shocking conclusion. The dense patterns on the door actually contained 24 forms of plum blossom sword technique, bamboo leaf hand, 6 harmony fist, and even the purple Miss Kai art. It seems this is the way to open this door. But if it were the old days, there wouldn't be a problem. But now he is purely a max-level beginner account. To make him use so many Hoshan essence martial arts in one go, there's only one worst possible way left. Then, Ling seemed to be talking to himself, touching his abdomen. Let's just say it's for a month of recuperation. I'll only use a little, just a tiny bit. Innate true. This is something everyone has from birth, the power to maintain life. The boy, his eyes were bloodshot, and as soon as he lifted the wooden sword, blood couldn't stop seeping from the corners of his mouth. As the sword techniques gradually unfolded, his body and internal force also reached their limit. This caused his movements to gradually become very slow, with the sound of the sword hilt being crushed. But he absolutely cannot stop. I am the Plum Blossom Sword Master. Just like that, Ling barely completed the practice of all the moves. He also fell headfirst and knelt on the ground. And the gate then emitted a violent humming sound, and it unfolded right before Ling's eyes. But before the boy could even be happy for 2 seconds, blood spurted from his throat again. Panting, he finally understood that those few moves just now would require at least 2 months of recuperation. But Ming can't care about that anymore. Let me see. How many treasures did senior apprentice brother sect leader actually hide here? This child must be the most mischievous sword master in Huashan's history. Bearing the identity of a third-generation disciple, he didn't hesitate to mobilize the source of his life, just to break into the secret vault of past sect leaders. The result was that the door opened, but he had a mouthful of old blood. However, this time, what he did was just to help this sect that is about to be buried in the history books overcome its difficulties. Picking up the wooden sword, the boy grinned. This time, it's my turn to protect the Huashan sect, right? Kunming entered the secret vault, only to find that it was just a small place the size of a palm. There were neither divine weapons nor treasures. The three thin bookcases reflected the current state of Huashan, appearing extremely weak. However, when he pulled out a handwritten note, he suddenly realized that this cabinet of junk were all the account books of Huashan 100 years ago. The little guy's eyes glowed red, and he stuffed his tiny Taoist robe until it was bulging. But could the sect leader's vault really just contain these papers? Kingling scratched his head and looked towards another bookcase. He pulled out another handwritten note and discovered that this full pile were all martial arts that his senior brother had secretly stored. It seems that the old man was quite nostalgic. If the left side represents the duties of the Huashan sect leader, then the middle is filled with his worries and affection for Huashan. Then this last one, Kingling slowly unfolded, the only scroll on the third bookcase. On it, besides the rules for acting as sect leader, were densely written nearly 1,000 words of instructions. The main message being to convey the Huashan doctrine. As sect leader, it's not about leading the entire Huashan sect, but rather to provide the disciples with sufficient nourishment. Never try to restrain their souls and spirits, whether it's a decline in its momentum or becoming the most prosperous place under the heavens. Huashan is still just Huashan. I hope that the intentions of our ancestors will also be inherited by future generations. Personal note of the 21st sect leader. Looking at the densely packed long paragraph, he rarely looked closely, because this scroll to him is like his senior brother's will. Although he didn't find any treasures, this harvest is enough for the current sect to turn the tables. But just as he was about to leave, something suddenly stunned him. Looking back, the layout of this room was so unbalanced. His senior brother's habit has always been late-stage acid. This last suspicion made Kinming decisively use both hands forcefully, brutally knocking it over. Beneath it, a secret compartment flashing golden light was revealed. The little guy opened his mouth wide. What a sly old fox. The secret compartment wasn't big, and even the boy couldn't stand up straight in it. But at this moment, his eyes were already sparkling. There were mountains of gold bricks, all kinds of precious swords, as well as a pile of secret manuals and gems he had never seen before. This feeling of getting rich instantly is really wonderful. The morning is clear today, without a cloud in sight, but the sect leader's heart is filled with gloom. There are only 5 days left until the deadline they set. Before he could think further, he heard Yunjian outside shouting, "Sect leader!" Pushing open the door, he became hesitant again, insisting that he should go and see it himself. Yunjian is usually calm. Seeing him like this now, the sect leader had no choice but to first put aside his messy emotions and accompany him to the peak where the third-generation disciples were. But along the way, he saw these children who were nearly exhausted. That could be described as a battlefield littered with corpses. His heart started to feel uneasy. Even though Yunjian explained that they were just overtrained, the sect leader couldn't immediately accept this new setting. However, when they found Kingling, the sect leader was even more surprised. The boy was already weakened due to the loss of his innate ki, as weak as a little zombie. Without waiting for him to ask, Kingming took the initiative to show the sect leader what he had just discovered. Following the boy's direction, suddenly a golden aura, like a holy spirit from the heavens, rushed towards them. This vast and mighty sense of power, in this scene, was terrifying. Looking at it, a full bag of gold bricks and a pile of brand new swords, for the sect leader, it couldn't be described as timely anymore. It wouldn't be wrong to say that it was like being reborn. Moreover, he had also keenly spotted the hand scrolls in the box. If all of this were true, it would be more important than that gold. The sect leader just wanted to pick up a book and take a closer look, but then suddenly became as cautious as a kitten. If he rashly opened these hand cranks, causing damage, he wouldn't be able to die in peace. Although he thought so, his hand unconsciously touched that bright, shiny gap. With his knowledge, he understood it immediately at a glance. This is a genuine masterpiece, and a masterpiece that has been lost from the Huashan sect for 100 years. However, he was too excited and couldn't recover for a moment. He fainted with a thud. He opened his eyes again in a daze. Sime saw dear. Covered in sweat, he was afraid it was all just a dream. He hurriedly found those handwritten notes again, and also invited the official in charge of finance near Huashan. He had him verify the authenticity of the accounts of Huayan County. Only after receiving an affirmative answer from the other party, this old sect leader, over 60 years old, almost burst into tears on the spot. Heaven knows how long he had carried such a heavy burden. That child is simply the lucky koi sent by heaven to our Huashan sect. But the most important thing now, as the sect leader waved his hand, he ordered his disciples to go to Huayan County and quickly bring those shopkeepers to Huashan for a discussion. Several days later, all the shopkeepers from Huayan County came to Huashan one after another. As businessmen, their minds were different, and their greatest guess was that the Huashan sect was planning to offer some conditions, to beg them for a little more time. The crowd came again to the gate they had destroyed, thinking that they were about to personally destroy the Huashan sect that had protected them for hundreds of years. Many people felt a mix of emotions in their hearts, but in the eyes of this manager Gong, there was only ruthlessness. Yunyan led them to the sect leader's residence. The sect leader had a kind face. He said everyone had worked hard on the way, and invited them to come in and have a cup of hot tea. However, manager Gong did not appreciate it. He said they were just lowly merchants, but his meaning was to have Xuan Kong directly discuss the debt. Seeing this, he no longer gave in. He said that they had been trying their best to inquire recently, but had not been able to find anyone willing to lend money to Hoshan. It was impossible to raise these 100,000 taels within the deadline. That was already impossible. But I can return part of the money to everyone first. I wonder if anyone here can delay the repayment date. The sect leader bowed and said, "Please help Huashan." In the distance, Kyung Ling looked at the current sect leader putting on this act. Although he was still extremely weak at the moment, his eyes were full of amusement. He couldn't figure out now, the sect leader's actions, were they a trap to push them into hell, or were they an act of charity? As a sect leader, did he possess necessary mindset? The only thing that was certain now was that Xuansong was not as simple as he appeared on the surface. Facing manager Gong's continued questioning, the sect leader interrupted him without being polite, saying that his request was not just for manager Gong to hear, but for everyone present. Although my Huashan sect is not as great as before, it doesn't mean that no one is willing to help us. Now I only have the ability to repay part of the debt, so I beg you, today if anyone is willing to help my Huashan sect through this difficult time, they will surely be repaid in the name of Huashan in the future. However, at this moment, manager Li inappropriately jumped out. The excitement on his face was long gone. He even used honorifics in his speech. He asked the sect leader, the current Hoshan, it would not be surprising if it were to disappear like the moon. How do you expect us to believe your promises? The sect leader sighed softly, and then said resolutely, just by the name of Huashan. Huashan's history, for thousands of years, inheriting the soul and spirit of Huashan, is that not enough as a token of trust? In fact, the current manager Liu had already agreed to the sect leader's request in his heart, but faced with huge benefits, his heart was also very conflicted. Manager Gong, seeing that the situation was not ideal, took a deep breath and was about to interrupt the atmosphere. He told the people who agreed to let the Huashan sect extend the deadline to stand aside. But at the same time, the guys who made this decision, their merchant group would no longer pursue their debts. Even if they were scammed in the end, the merchant group would no longer pay attention. Seeing the group of people looking at each other in dismay, Manager Gong was already overjoyed. As a result, before he could announce the sect leader's mistake, Manager Liu had already silently left the crowd. This scene made Xuan Kong's eyes reveal a hint of gentleness, but the others were in an uproar. They didn't understand why he, as one of the major shopkeepers of Huayan County, would make such an irrational choice. He said, "Don't look at me like that. I also know that I am doing a very foolish thing. But Manager Gong, you are just a son-in-law in Huayan County. You will never understand what kind of existence Huashan is to Huayan County." He said, "As long as you are a person in Huayan County, you grew up listening to the stories of Huashan. Every elder will tell you, when you grow up, you must also join Huashan and become a world-renowned expert. Even if you later realize that you don't have the ability to learn martial arts and can't join Huashan, you will still hear stories about how Huashan protects the world and how it protects Shaanxi. You'll hear these stories until you're sick of them. And it's not just me. My father, my grandfather, and my ancestors all grew up in this environment. Huashan has long been the pride of Shaanxi, the pride of Huayan County, and even if I get the money, my roots are also in Huayan County. My life is pretty good right now, but if I personally force Huashan to collapse today, I don't think I'll be able to live in peace for the rest of my life. Manager Gong, after hearing his words, indeed could not understand. Anyway, it was just one person less. So he waved his hand. He indicated as you wish. But what he didn't expect was that, after Manager Lee's words, those managers who were rooted in Huayin County stepped out of the ranks one by one. This scene made the sect leader unable to help but smile, because the reason he went to so much trouble to put on this act was to confirm if there were still people devoted to Mount Hua. He told Yan Yan to bring the things over. Although the managers didn't understand what he was going to do, when they saw a full box of ledgers from Huayin County and the financial regulations, Manager Gong already had a bad feeling. It turned out that the sect leader had already handed over the ledgers to the government to verify their authenticity. The purpose of calling all their managers to Mount Hua was to make it easier for the soldiers to confiscate their shops, and the time they spent on the mountain would be enough for them turn to find themselves with nothing left. Then they heard the sect leader say, Mount Hua has bestowed blessings upon you generation after generation, and yet you repay kindness with enmity. Therefore, based on these accounts, Mount Hua will confiscate all the property you have accumulated through them. At this moment, Gong Welian was already gnashing his teeth in anger. Xuan Kong told him to go back now. Considering the difficulty in managing Mount Hua's property for so many years, he permitted them to prepare a cart of their own belongings and leave Huayin County immediately. As for the few managers who had ultimately not chosen to anger Mount Hua, although their properties had returned to Mount Hua, they could continue to operate them and still receive the corresponding returns. How about we go inside and discuss the specifics? The next day, Kunming learned that that old fellow Xuan Kong was going to give each of those guys a cart of belongings, fearing they would run too far, and didn't even have time for breakfast, and rushed down the mountain in a hurry. Fortunately, because those guys had their homes raided, their faces were dark, and the officials checked them particularly carefully, so the group wasn't able to get far. That's how he stopped them. However, Gong Welian didn't seem as simple as he appeared. He was determined to prevent Mount Hua from ever rising again. As soon as King Ming arrived, he heard him say he was going to Luoyang to find a more powerful authority to claim that what Mount Hua possessed was all fake. These words made the young man, who had originally just come to rob them, become more cautious. Manager Gong thought it was funny. In broad daylight, on the clear sky, with his back hunched over, and wearing a bandit outfit, he was too lazy to think carefully, so he waved his hand, telling him not to try and steal their belongings, or he would be throwing his life away. Kunming was straightforward and told him, these belongings are not yours, but ours. You're from the Mount Hua sect. That's perfect. I haven't been able to let go of my anger. Since you've delivered yourself here, I'll kill you. He saw the numerous thugs charging at him with swords. They approached the youth with great speed. Kingling glanced at them lazily, and then instantly leaped into the air, meeting the person at the very front head-on. A series of clashing sounds were heard in the air. The screams of the crowd were heard as the youth landed on the ground. They came together. Kid, you probably don't know that no one who has ever disregarded me has remained, with all four limbs intact. Kunming did not draw his sword. He also didn't need to deliberately kill them. But this scene filled Manager Gong's eyes with vigilance. He told his thugs to back down, and he himself slowly moved forward. With each step he took, Gong Welian's body suddenly erupted with bursts of purple light. I never thought that Mount Hua would have someone like you. I knew there was something wrong with you, kid. A manager from a county wouldn't have this kind of aura. But don't worry, I'll make sure you can still talk. With a loud bang in the woods, the imposing Gong Welian missed his target. He was a martial artist in the first place, and knew that even when facing a rabbit, a lion must go all out. Moreover, being able to defeat those guards in an instant. He was even more careful and spared no effort. But why couldn't he touch his opponent at all? And as for King Ming, facing an opponent like a storm, he just used the hilt of his sword to perfectly block the punch filled with internal energy. At the moment it was about to be unleashed, Gong Wenlian's right hand was suddenly blocked by the internal force, and it backfired completely. Kingling said lazily, "You're too slow. You'd better give up." This made Gong Zhangai gnash his teeth in anger again. Secretly, he channeled a surge of internal force into his foot, and the resulting impact went towards Kingling. However, this force seemed to pass through the air, penetrating the youth's figure. It wasn't until an explosion sounded in the distance that he realized the other person had already disappeared. This made Manager Gong even more confused. Having personally experienced it, he knew this person was not strong, and not fast either. If he was judged only on strength, even if there were 10 of him, he wouldn't be his match. But he was always able to change the entire battle at the most opportune moment, with the most appropriate amount of force. It was as if he had predicted his moves, making it impossible for him to even discover how strong he really was. This guy is definitely a monster. Then he heard King Ning crack his neck and say, I was still planning to play with you a little longer, but I'm tired. Saying that, Kun Ning strode towards him. Seeing that Zuoxai was about to be hit, Gong Wenlian immediately dropped his stance to block, but unexpectedly, it was his own shoulder that was injured. Before he could figure out what was going on, this time it was his head. He instinctively raised his arm to block. The move that was clearly a chop turned into a stab. The stinging pain in his throat made his entire face twist. He staggered back dozens of steps. Why, even though I clearly saw his movements, why can't I evade a single one? With the continuous barrage of attacks, he was scared. If this continues, I really will lose my life. And that guy's eyes? Why do they have that kind of look that has seen countless deaths? A crisp sound of a sword being drawn rang out. The youth once again raised his sword and chopped down. Gong Wenlian panicked. In an instant, a blue palm print shot into the sky from the forest. After a while in the dust, electric arcs still lingered on the man's palm. He finally couldn't hold back and used his ultimate move, the Tei Divine Palm. So, you're a member of the Zongan Sect. Seeing the shopkeeper Gong's face flushed with frustration, he knew he had been careless. The other party was from the Hoshin Sect. Then even if he were to die, he shouldn't have used his sect's martial arts. But Kingling grinned. As long as he knew that this matter was related to the Zongan Sect, that was enough. But what he didn't expect was that, although the martial world was once a place where the strong preyed on the weak, it had never been this shameless before. The big sects like the 9 sects in one gang were not relying on force, but on money to destroy other sects. Gong Wenlian was silent for a long time, then suddenly blurted out, This isn't a bad thing for the Hoshin Sect, is it? Having lost their martial arts heritage, the Huashin Sect could never return to its former peak. Extinction is only a matter of time. I just want to put an end to this dying sect as soon as possible. Kingling stared at him with the eyes of someone looking at a dead man. Who told you that the Hoshin Sect had lost its martial arts heritage? Rather than using words to justify your actions, you might as well say that you don't like the Huashin Sect and want to eliminate it. But no matter what, as a reward for showing me the Tei Divine Palm, I'll also show you something interesting. If, and I mean if, you can see what it is, it will be very interesting. Tell the guys who sent you. As King Ming's sword lightly trembled, Gong Wenlian didn't even dare to breathe. The sword in the young man's hand stabbed out as if it had a life of its own. Although it didn't hit his body, it caused shopkeeper Gong's clothes to be like tofu, ripped by wind blades. But he didn't understand what this man was trying to do. He vaguely heard King Ming's voice in the wind. Only plum blossoms blooming in the snow can release their most intense fragrance. Although Haoshin is in the cold winter, the spirit of Huashin will not be extinguished. When the spring flowers bloom, the mountains will be covered with blooming plum blossoms. What is he talking about? I don't understand a single word. Gong Wenlian slowly raised his head and was horrified to discover plum blossom petals falling all over the mountains. He couldn't believe his eyes. The falling petals gradually gathered towards him. This was the 24 stances of the plum blossom sword style. The falling plums formed a rain as King Ming sheathed his sword. Shopkeeper Gong fell to the ground with a groan. He pulled off his mask and spat out a mouthful of blood. Actually, his internal power was far from enough to perform the plum blossom sword style. But he had to give the Zongan Sect a warning. Turning his head, You guys come here. Now you have 2 choices. Either leave, or get beaten up by me and then leave. Choose. The remaining 4 had no intention of resisting, and they were about to run away without hesitation. But the young man called them back. Do you guys have any brains? Are you going to make me pull these 5 carts back myself? I want you to convert all of these goods into cash and turn all the money into unmarked silver notes. If I find any marks on the silver notes, you will bear the consequences. If you report it to the authorities, Kingling's eyes suddenly turned cold, and he lifted one foot and stomped it hard on the ground. He said, You can try it, but remember not to come back and flee to the ends of the earth, because I won't be merciful. The 4 were on the verge of tears now. They couldn't think of a way to escape his grasp. So in less than half an hour, Kingling Shuzhua returned to Hoshin with a bundle of shiny notes in his hand, finally satisfied. And it was still morning. The children had just finished their morning training. Xiao Jie, the original school bully, looked at Dahu, who was full of complaints. He felt the joy of cultivation for the first time. And the eldest brother had already finished washing up. Xiaoji, what are you smiling at? Oh, I just feel that everyone finally looks like martial arts students. Although this is a martial arts school, this thought is a bit strange. But the eldest brother gave his affirmation. Because he had the same thought. Junior brothers, let's go back. On the way back, Xiaoji's heart was still full of gratitude towards King Ming. Because of his appearance, Hushan had changed, and when they returned to the mountain gate, they found a lot of strangers suddenly appearing, carrying large bags and small packages, as if they were doing construction. Arriving at the inner courtyard, they saw their uncle Yunyan working as a supervisor, yelling at everyone to be careful here and slow down there. Only after asking did they learn that the sect leader had used this opportunity to choose to renovate every hall of Hashan. It was also a coincidence that the third-generation disciples had returned. Yunyan happened to have these little guys go help the carpenters. He believed that many years later, every brick and tile here would hold a greater meaning for the little guys, wouldn't it? At night, the young men stared in shock at the roast chicken that appeared on the table. This was the first time they had seen meat appear in the dining hall since they had come up the mountain, and a whole table full of it. They had almost forgotten what meat was like. Had Haoshan struck it rich? Although they didn't know the truth, it could be seen that the little guys were truly happy. Not only were they carrying out major construction, the dining hall had also added meat dishes. They had even given everyone 2 new sets of robes. Xiaoji looked at the dazed Ying Zong, senior brother, eldest brother. What's wrong? Hearing Xiaoji's voice, he smiled slightly. It's nothing, I just suddenly feel that money is a good thing. I just didn't expect that with money, the elders would make changes so quickly. This is the first time I've seen Uncle Yunyan smile so happily. But although Mount Hua is changing at a very fast pace, we must also prepare as soon as possible. Although I don't know why that guy used such clumsy excuses to conceal the things he brought, one thing is certain. If we cannot cut through the winds of change that are upon us, we may very well be swept away by the great wind that kid brought. Xiao Jie smiled and said, Don't worry, senior brother. I am Ze. And so the entire Mount Hua, from the inside out, in various senses, stirred up a wind of revival. And King Ming was also called to see the sect leader. Because they were indebted to the youth, they intended to give him a portion of the money as a reward. But King Ming acted as if he viewed money like dirt. This made the sect leader's eyes sparkle when he looked at the little guy. What he didn't know was that there was still plenty of wealth in the sect leader's treasury. Even if the sect leader could give it to him, it wouldn't be much. Then what reward do you want? Would it be possible to learn martial arts that third-generation disciples can't? However, Kunming rejected this proposal as well. He gave a plausible reason, saying that he should follow the proper order, step by step, but he was even more troubled now. There were still many martial arts books that needed to be moved out from the treasury. How should he do it so that he could transfer those to them as naturally as possible? That was a big problem. To avoid mentioning any more strange rewards, Kunming took the initiative and asked if the sect could grant him the special privilege to freely enter and exit Huane County. This would be a way to expand his area of activity, making it easier for him to use his abilities in the future. But this proposal, Xuan Kong thought about it for a long time to find a way, and ultimately rejected it. The main reason was that he didn't want to break the rules. He was afraid that dissatisfaction would grow in people's hearts. The sect leader was very proper and conventional. This made it hard for King Ming to think of anything that the current strapped-for-cash Mount Hua could give him. But suddenly, the little guy had a flash of inspiration. Sect leader, you've seen it too. My body hasn't been feeling well lately. The medicine hall said that my vital energy has been damaged. So can you give me a few spirit pills? You know, the kind that can replenish vital energy. Everyone was speechless for a moment. Xuan Kong took a sip from his cup of non-night howls. Everyone, listen. In the name of the Mount Hua sect leader, I allow the Mount Hua disciple, King Ming, to freely enter and exit Huane County from this day on. Ignoring the stunned look of the young man, he was about to send King Ming back to rest and recover. Sect leader, no wait, I want spirit pills. The sect leader was very clear. Xuan Kong's attitude clearly stated, you would still look like this even if you ate my spirit pills. Closing the door, he asked, so what do you think of this child? Ling Yan's view was relatively simple. In King, he could not feel any of the ambition of a young man. He even a Taoist. It seemed that only natural Taoist could explain all of this. Xuansheng saw it in more detail. Because even if he were a child who had been alone since childhood, he would not be so mature. But it wasn't to say that he was too cunning. But at this point, Xuansheng didn't dare continue. Because the martial arts manuals that King Ling had brought back were said to have been preserved for over 100 years, but it seemed that even the ink was not dry. If it was someone's conspiracy, the content was indeed full of righteous QI. It was more likely that someone wanted to hide their identity to help Mount Ho. But who would it be? At this time, the young man who had already gone far away was walking with puffed-up cheeks. He had worked himself to death to personally write the manuals, but couldn't even get a single spirit pill in return. Just by looking at Xuan Kong's expression, he knew that these people had also lost the art of alchemy. But now the problem was big. Although he knew that mobilizing innate Kai would have some side effects, he didn't expect it to be so serious. Saying he needed 6 months of rest, this body would inevitably miss its prime cultivation period. He had to find a way. According to King Ming's knowledge, there were only 2 ways to quickly recover innate true Ki. Either eat precious spirit pills, or find someone with similar inner strength to transfer it to him. The latter was now a fantasy. He remembered that in the past, in Mount Hua, there were so many spirit pills that they could be eaten as candy. Most of the time, he would use them as hangover cures. They tasted so amazing. Back then, he would secretly drink heartily, hiding it from his sect leader brother, and using the pills as a hangover cure. He saw him running wildly towards the back mountain. Rarely, he didn't forget to curse himself for being so stupid. This is Broken Heart Cliff, the highest and most dangerous cliff among the 5 sacred mountains. It's here, where there is the entire Mount Hua, a secret base only known to King Ming. Back then, to avoid the surveillance of his sect leader brother, he hid quite a few spirit pills and good wine here. It was strange to think about it. Why didn't his sect leader brother kill him to silence him? If it were me, I would definitely beat a guy like me to death. But anyway, there must be some spirit pills I hid there. Although he couldn't fly up there now, if he were to go down from the top. Although the danger would increase tenfold. Never mind, let's do it. The young man tried to climb down from the high cliff of Broken Heart Cliff, but what he didn't know was that the reason why Broken Heart Cliff is called Broken Heart was that there was almost no place to put one's feet on the entire cliff face. That is to say, it was an extremely smooth cliff. The young man accidentally fell off the cliff. Luckily, the rope was tied to a tree, so he didn't fall to his death immediately. But the cliff face of Broken Heart Cliff was one where the top part sticks out and the bottom part curves in, which caused people to swing in the air and unable to return. It has to be said that King Ming was fortunate to be experienced. He consciously wrapped the rope around his hand and barely managed to attach himself to the cliff face. However, the impact was too great. The sound of his bones cracking immediately caused him to almost lose his balance. This body was still too fragile. Fortunately, his hiding place was very close. He estimated that he could swing across, right? But he forgot that this was not a dream. During the time he took to regain his balance in the air, the rope had already lost its patience with him. Just then he heard a snap. The youth flew out with the momentum. He wanted to rely on the Xi character technique to save his life, but the moment his fingers grabbed a crack, a few more bones were broken. Although the bones did not stop him, the inertia of flying away was mostly cancelled out. And that was how he landed right at the entrance of the cave. Already dizzy, he almost fell off the cliff again. In the end, it was just luck. The broken rope happened to wedge itself in a crack in the rocks. The youth did not die again. He climbed up to the cave entrance, covered in wounds. At this point, he felt a deep resentment towards the Plum Blossom Sword Master, who had hidden the treasure here. This was definitely something only someone whose brain had been damaged by martial arts training would think of, hiding spirit pills in such a place. However, in his confusion, he seemed to have forgotten that he was the very Plum Blossom Sword Master he was cursing. The cave was very simple. The bright luminous pearl also highlighted the prosperity of the Mount Hua sect 100 years ago. The treasures he had left here were also simple. 2 jars of fine wine from 100 years ago, and an entire box of spirit pills that were used to sober up back then. King Ling slowly opened this familiar wooden box. A medicinal fragrance wafted out. That's when he was pleasantly surprised to find that there were also 5 more precious snow plum pills hidden in the box. Perhaps because of these days, he had grown accustomed to the poverty of the dilapidated Mount Hua sect. He stared at the things he used to eat like candy, and his mouth watered. He shakily picked up one. He swallowed it without hesitation. A spirit melted the moment it entered his throat. A clear, elegant fragrance immediately spread to every inch of his skin. Although it smelled good, he didn't have time to waste at this moment. If the medicinal power wasn't guided, it would soon dissipate. However, although the snow plum pill was precious now, it was only considered a medium-grade spirit pill back then. To use it to replenish his innate true Kuai, he still needed to continuously purify it within his body to do so. This was also to prevent any impurities from destroying the perfect foundation he had laid. An hour later, he had finally refined 2 pieces of pure medicinal power. Qin Ming carefully pushed them into his dantian. The medicinal power immediately became as lively as a rabbit, rushing straight towards his innate true Kuai, continuously repairing every flaw. After a while, a roar came from the cave. Kingling was lifted into the air by a force. But the little guy's face was not relaxed at this moment. The replenishment of his innate ki caused a terrifying, true ki to burst forth from his body in an instant. Although this power didn't belong to him, the broken bones and wounds in his body were being repaired at a visible speed at this moment. Even more, they were stronger than before. His still immature body could indeed absorb the medicinal effects more perfectly. Even the impurities in his body were being forced out by the effect of the medicinal power. Up to this point, the purpose of his adventure had been achieved. But the power of the spirit pills didn't seem to be over yet. His dantian was forcibly broken through by this power, leaving a gap. He knew that if this continued, he would enter a state that was no different from going into demonic cultivation. Weak and unable to stop it, he was afraid. His mind was in a panic as he suppressed the violent power within him. Suddenly, he recalled what his sect leader brother had said. The Mount Hua sect enters the way through martial arts. Man follows earth, earth follows heaven. Heaven follows the Tao, and the Tao follows nature. Merely suppressing it won't solve any problems. So Kingling slowly released the hand that was suppressing his inner power. At that moment, he knew it was absurd, but he chose to believe his sect leader brother. Looking at his upper dantian, which was about to burst, he didn't dare think about how much damage his body would sustain if this power burst through. But now, this power was like a wild beast, and there was no way his small dantian could withstand it. Brother, I always thought you were just nagging, but perhaps after 100 years, I seem to finally understand a bit. As the youth actively opened his upper dantian, the power accumulated in his body completely gushed out, rushing towards his limbs. Until the morning, when the sky was still hazy, Kingling slowly opened his eyes. Why am I floating? He was still confused. Still hazy. The youth immediately plopped down on the mat, feeling the changes in his body. It seemed that all of his meridians had become much smoother, and the strength he could exert was several times greater than before. It seems that this young body ultimately managed to withstand it, and now he was even more grateful to his sect leader brother. Kingling had always thought of himself as not a Taoist, but just a pure swordsman. But the essence of Mount Hua was swordplay, not divided. The youth scratched his head. Can a disciple with such low comprehension really lead Mount Hua to rise again? He glanced at the spirit pills that were already useless to him now, and then collected his thoughts. Let's try it and see if it's possible. So he tidied up and planned to head back first. Of course, he would not miss the century-old fine wine. And now that he had greater strength, using the star-stepping technique was no longer so difficult. This time, he didn't use any tools at all. He only took 5 steps to reach the top of the mountain. The air on the mountaintop was originally fresh in the morning, but the stench from his impurities still made him throw up. On the other side, at the White Eyebrow Hall, the children were once again dragging their still sleepy bodies and were preparing to greet Kingling. His recent weak appearance had long since spread among the disciples. Some of the kids even spread rumors that he had gone mad. How else could he look more and more haggard every day? Although they were still afraid of his power, if the rumors were true, if they all attacked together, they should be able to beat him, right? Xiao Ji was worried these idiots would go and get beaten up again. Just as he was about to persuade them, the eldest brother told him not to bother. He said people, when their skin is itching, they need to relieve the feeling of pain. When the door opened again, everyone turned around to look, radiant and full of vigor. Kunming looked nothing like he was haggard at all. The children were shocked. If they went up, they would definitely get beaten up again. It was obvious that the young man had heard their whispers. They heard Kingling say before, I was unable to take care of everyone's cultivation, which has made me feel deeply remorseful. The children clearly felt that something was amiss. They quickly said that it was okay, but Kingling continued to act on his own. Although we can't go back to the past, we can try to make up for it as much as possible. If your cultivation is not enough, we can double your training. Do you see the Lotus Peak in Guanhao? Finally, those who reached the halfway point of the summit do it again. The young men were still in shock, but the eldest brother had already moved. Following close behind was Xiaojia. Seeing this, they realized that what the demon Ming had said was not a joke. Seeing that there were still people who were stunned, Kunming added, the last one gets no dinner. That was when they suddenly woke up. They rushed towards the mountain in a hurry. It wasn't that he wanted to punish these children. On the contrary, Kunming rather liked their rebellious nature, but rebellion alone would only make them a joke. Those who practiced martial arts to express their dissatisfaction could only rely on their strength, and that strength was what King Ming hoped to cultivate in them. In the thousands of years of martial arts history, there have been countless people who relied on their strength to win the title of number one in the world. But a sect that only had one powerful disciple would never be able to become a truly everlasting tree. These children were the most important treasure for King Ming to revive the sect. But the training intensity, which was already close to the limit, was now being increased by several times for them. Even Xiao Ji, who originally had the best foundation, was too tired to move. He looked up and was surprised to find that his senior brother could still stand. Their strength was about the same, but senior brother Yan's willpower seemed to be at a height that he could not reach. However, although King Ming knew that these little devils had probably reached their limit a long time ago, he didn't seem to have any intention of letting them stop. He even ordered them to continue after lunch. If they dared to run away, their training would be increased by 10 times. And so, a few days passed in the blink of an eye. Although the food in the cafeteria was very plentiful now, with almost meat in every meal, the children didn't even have the strength to eat. Their bodies were telling them that if they ate anything now, they would probably throw it up the next second. The children were complaining. They all pleaded with the eldest brother. Could he talk to the demon Ming? If they kept training like this, they would definitely die. The noise continued. Yin Xiaoxiang understood in his heart. Looking at his trembling hands, how could he not know that going on like this would definitely break them? So he looked towards Xiao Ji to see what he thought. Xiao Ji thought for a moment, and his suggestion was to hope that everyone could persevere for a few more days. Although that guy was strict, he could not understand that you couldn't break a person's body. If after a while there was still no change, then it wouldn't be too late for the eldest brother to talk to him. Back at the dormitory, although he had comforted everyone, he himself didn't know how long he could keep going. Due to being too tired, he quickly fell asleep. He was woken up by a voice in a daze. It was King Ling. That was when he tiredly sat up. He didn't even hear clearly what he had said. He just saw the young man's outstretched palm. A shimmering spiritual pill appeared in front of him. That was when he completely woke up. Why would you give me something so precious? He saw King Ling say with his clear eyes. Because senior brother needs this more than I do. But you must help me keep this a secret, okay? And so Ao Ji was completely bought over by him. He even felt ashamed of his previous thought that King Ming was a demon. He felt ashamed. However, what he didn't know was that the young man had deliberately exhausted them to the point of near collapse for this moment. In this way, their future training would not only not decrease, but they would also listen to him obediently. And so the young men improved by leaps and bounds every day. Whether it was their upper bodies or lower bodies, they had all become extremely solid. Yunjian wasn't blind. In this short period of time, there was actually a bit of sword energy in the children's swords. They were well balanced. This wasn't the kind of strength that they could have had half a month ago. What was even more valuable was the children's gaze was firm, reckless, and clear. How did that kid do it? But no matter what, the head of the White Eyebrow Hall was in a very good mood now. So he said that the disciples had made great progress and could start learning the Tei Mailai sword technique early. Immediately, the children were ecstatic. Every face was filled with the joy of reaping what they had sown. However, the sect leader suddenly came to the White Eyebrow Hall. He called Yunjian to the side, looking unusually like a child who had made a mistake. He slowly took out the Mount Hua basic sword technique that King Ming had brought back and asked Yunjian to turn to the last page. With just one glance, Yunjian felt like a bolt of lightning had struck him. It was transmitted to the later generations. It is understandable that the younger generations develop martial arts, but the Six Harmonies sword is a foundational sword technique that allows disciples to progress endlessly on the path of swordsmanship. It is close to perfection. If improvements are to be made, remember not to put the cart before the horse, because the Six Harmonies is the soul that has supported Mount Hua for thousands of years. The sect leader was also confused now. Since Yunjian was the teacher responsible for guiding the disciples, that was why he came to ask whether the children should abandon the new Six Harmonies sword technique. This sword technique focuses on quick results, but it is ultimately a low-grade technique. If it weren't for Mount Hua's demonstration of power, they probably wouldn't have messed around like this. Yunjian also understood, but the Six Harmonies sword requires a solid foundation and a strong body. These things require long-term training for the disciples to obtain. Wait, Yunjian, realizing something was wrong, immediately turned back. Haven't these children already achieved that? He looked at King Ling, immediately stopping the boy who was picking his nose. After all this time, they actually wanted to ask for King Ling's opinion. But what surprised them was, the little guy didn't hesitate, and chose the Six Harmonies sword that could climb higher. The reason was only a few simple words, because we are Mount Hua. He intentionally or unintentionally pointed out the other layer of the two's worries. If Mount Hua wants to regain its past glory, it absolutely cannot compromise with reality. Xuan Kong immediately understood. The little guy meant that, no matter how urgently the sect needs to persevere now, it was just a difficulty that needed to be overcome. Watching the young man leave, Yunjian was quite proud. While Xuanzong revealed a hint of shame, he hadn't expected to hear such words from a child. Yunjian listened to my order. From now on, Mount Hua's basic cultivation method will be changed back to the Six Harmonies sword. Not only that, all martial arts need to be rearranged and thought about carefully. This is your most important responsibility as the head of the White Eyebrow Hall. We must not let Mount Hua continue to be mediocre. Perhaps we of this generation cannot achieve it, but these children will surely make Mount Hua famous again. Just as the two were filled with righteous indignation, King Ming could no longer contain the anger in his heart. This is outrageous. The food is already at their mouths, and they're still asking me how to eat it. Not a single one of them is useful. With this kind of attitude, I'm afraid Huayan County won't be able to recover. No, I have to go and take a look quickly. How does it feel like without me? The sect can't even function normally. They solved the money problem and brought back the martial arts problem. It should have become better, right? But look at his little expression. Huayan County is now a ghost town. In less than a month's time, it has already lost its former prosperity and order. Xiaoji was originally the young master of a merchant family, so he understood a bit more. That's how he learned that the commercial interests in Huayan County had been complex for many years. Ever since the people who were originally in charge here left, the employees here also left one after another. It's like a weird big king, but the loss of manpower was only one factor. More importantly, the elders had no experience or ability to manage these things, and this matter was not as simple as it seemed. The choice of materials, the balance of income and expenditure were all very deep subjects. Even if they were to learn now, at their age, by the time they learned it, Huayan County would probably be completely finished. If we went to buy goods at that time, we would most likely be taken advantage of. Before long, we might be completely taken advantage of by those foxes. This won't do either. That's not right either. A deep sense of powerlessness then welled up between King Ming's brows. Sect leader brother, your junior brother finally understands your greatness. At this time, the young man's stubborn temper flared up again. So, is there a solution to this matter? But the matter was much more complicated than King Ming thought. Although Xiaoji's family was also in business, even if his father came, he wouldn't be able to solve the problems of the entire Huayan County, unless a wealthy merchant with a certain amount of capital could probably save Huayan County now. It is said that a few years ago, Lord Huang had always supported Mount Hua. He was one of the most famous wealthy merchants in Shaanxi. That was why Mount Hua hadn't completely declined at that time. But he has been lying in bed for a year now. It was even rumored that he had long been unconscious. So the current situation should be hopeless. Just as King Ling sat down dejectedly, Yunyan came looking for him. He had just received a letter that needed to be given to the sect leader. But at the moment, they were taking a few of them to do volunteer work in Huayan County. Only King Ling seemed relatively free, so he asked him to return to the mountain. At first he refused, but when he heard that the letter was from Lord Huang's Yaini merchant group, King Ling decisively accepted this arduous task of running his legs off. But obviously, he had no intention of sending it back to the sect. Just as the young man left the county, he began to examine the letter in his hand. Although it was sealed with mud, it couldn't stop King Ming, who could control his inner strength to the extreme, so he opened the letter and began to read it. He skipped the greetings and realized that the letter was written by Lord Huang's son. It turned out that his father's strange illness was too difficult to deal with. Famous doctors were helpless, so he had to ask Mount Hua for help. If they had the ability, they were urged to offer assistance. However, when he saw Master Huang's body gradually turning red and his limbs becoming stiff, as well as the black aura between his brows, Kuning instantly recalled that man, the damn doctor. Of course, he couldn't cure this disease. This was the flower of the devil, a unique poison of the demonic sect, because it's not a plant, but a technique of the demonic sect. Those bastards of the demonic sect, I thought they had all died in the 100,000 mountains. I didn't expect their lineage to still be continuing. More importantly, they are clearly plotting something in the Central Plains. And what makes your dad the most upset is, in such a big Central Plains, they keep messing with people related to Huashan. This can't go on like this. I have to go to Xai myself. Plus there's also a hefty reward. From a merchant's perspective, just how much money is a hefty reward, so King Ming took the letter from Xin Feng, afraid that someone else would find out Zheng Ji's location first. He immediately ran towards the mountains as if flying. Damn, who dares to intercept my patient? He's stealing my money. Even if it's for justice, this matter must be resolved by me, Kung Ming. At night, the eldest brother brought the disciples back to the mountain, but he bumped into Xiao Ji, who was rushing up to him anxiously. He then vaguely sensed that something was about to happen again. Hearing Shigun King Ming, Yin Shixing also became anxious. Their running posture could actually be a bit more exaggerated. They didn't even have time to put down their bags. They came to King Ming's dorm room. A bright piece of rice paper on the bed made the two feel like they were facing a great enemy. Opening it up, it said, "I have some business. I'll be out for a few days. Help me find a reason to cover it up. If you dare to be lazy and not cultivate, I'll break your waists." Kung Ming's few short words actually broke down the elder brother. Xiao Jie asked what they should do next. Yin Shixing finally calmed down. "Let's keep it a secret for him first. If this matter is discovered, or if we tell it now, we'll be in big trouble. I just hope he comes back quickly these few days." But what's most worrying isn't this, Xiao Ji. Think about it, with his temper, what kind of trouble he can cause. In these few days he's gone. On the other side, Kung Ming had already run over 300 kilometers from Mount Hua in one go. Right now, he felt like his throat was being burned. Seriously, back then I could leap over a mountain peak in one step. I was the kind of person who could cross rivers and seas in 2 steps. Now this distance, even if I walked slowly, I wouldn't need an hour. The road ahead is truly long. Over the past century, this place has changed a lot. Back then here, some pleasant things also happened. At that time, I was still a second-generation disciple. This place allowed me to avoid my brothers. I could eat well and drink well. And the most crucial thing is, this place is the territory of those dumb dogs from the Zongan sect. They would always unintentionally have a group of Zongan disciples come knocking on your door. I remember back then I was having so much fun. They say that the eldest brother is like a father, but look at him. To avoid his brother's supervision, he would often hide in exile not too far away, but out of reach of the sect. He couldn't stand the rules of the Taoist sect. Every time he came here, he would eat and drink to his heart's content. However, this place was the base of their old rival from Mount Hua. Their Tao traditions were similar. Their martial arts were similar. The bad thing was they were both stationed in Shaanxi. So the disciples of the two families were like enemies. There was no peace when they met. But King Ming, relying on his martial arts, which had long reached the painting realm, though he wouldn't cause trouble in Xian, the Zongnan disciples would always come looking for trouble. The name of the Plum Blossom Sword Master was also at that time punched out one punch after another by King Ming, but he was also a bit exasperated by the perseverance of these kids. That's why he gradually changed his usual place of slacking off. Today, 100 years later, the young man stepped into this place full of memories once again. With his current strength, beating up a few is not a problem. But if he was unlucky, Kunning smiled gently. On the other side, inside the Yini merchant group, the young group leader was urgently asking the old man from the Tang family about his father's condition. But the answer he received was still helpless. He had visited famous doctors from all over the world, but to no avail. That's why he guessed that his father might have been poisoned by some strange toxin. But the top poison master in the world said that it was not caused by any poison. This made the worried young group leader like an ant on a hot pot. My Yini merchant group holds vast wealth, and my father has spent his life helping the poor. Isn't such an ending too cruel? While he was grieving, a Zongnan sect elder barged in from outside. This rudeness did not anger the young group leader, but his proposal to hold a ritual was absurd, and a ritual from Zongnan would cost them thousands of gold. It wasn't that he was unwilling to spend this money, but it was obvious that, with the strength and reputation of the merchant group, they could wait until his father was cured before asking for money. It seemed that these people were up to something else. Coincidentally, a servant came to report that the representative of Mount Hua had arrived at the door, so he hurriedly ran to ask the young group leader for instructions, but Elder Ji's face immediately fell. Isn't Mount Hua about to disappear? A matter that famous doctors and heroes in the world can't solve? They don't have that ability. Young group leader, don't waste any more time. He was actually clear about the situation of Mount Hua. As the top merchant group in Shaanxi, how could they be completely without news? But the letter that was sent out last, judging by the time, should have just reached Mount Hua. But since they value it so much, as the host, naturally they cannot be disrespectful. Seeing this, Elder Ji didn't say much more. So, the master and servant leisurely headed to the main gate. The young master of the group cupped his fist, politely said that he hoped the esteemed guests of Huashen would not blame him. He said that he had failed to discipline his servants, which caused some neglect. But looking up, there was only one young man wearing a Huashen Taoist robe. There were no accompanying elders. He still looked like a slacker. No matter where you put him, people would question, is this kid a scammer? Kunming looked very casual. He said that he came with a method to cure Lord Huang, but he wanted to figure out first what the generous rewards mentioned in the letter were. This stumped the young master, who was experienced in business. Knowing that the letter should be from Huashen, there was no doubt. They had arrived so quickly. He wasn't sure whether Huashen valued their Yaina merchant group or looked down on them. Accompanying a roar, Elder Ji, who had been listening for a long time, said with a hint of sarcasm that Huashen really wanted to get involved in the muddy waters, but were afraid of losing face. Sending a kid over, what a good strategy. Kunming saw that the mortal Zongan sect was here, and put aside his cynical appearance. He respectfully stated, I am a third-generation disciple of Hoshan. We have received the letter from young Master King, and I have some clues regarding the symptoms recorded in the letter, so I came to pay a visit. What, you said that you have some clues about my father's illness? After receiving King Ming's affirmative answer, the young master's excitement at this moment was almost uncontrollable. It was the first time someone had said that. He gritted his teeth. The fire of hope in his heart was ignited again. However, Elder Ji skipped over him again and targeted King Ming, saying he was a con man, but he would never have imagined that a kid who hasn't even grown all his hair would ask him right in his face, you are not the head of this place. 2, it's not your dad who is sick. 3, you can't cure the master. So what are you doing here jumping around? Elder Ji, how many years has it been since he was so angry that he gritted his teeth? But he was mindful that this was still the Yaini merchant group, so he clearly stated that Lord Hon had angered the heavens and could only be cured by performing a ritual. Is that so? Then why not look for the more professional Kunlun sect or a witch? And as everyone knows, when it comes to performing rituals, Haoshan and Zhongnan are about the same. If you really want to draw water nearby, naturally you'd look for one with a better value for money. Young master, don't you think so? Seeing the two men as if they were enemies, the young master could only sigh lightly. He looked at Elder Ji and said, this is still my Yaina merchant group. How I treat my guests is up to me to decide. Then he looked at King Ming again. He wanted to know what the clues that young man mentioned were. King Ming held back a little and asked back before Lord Huang fell ill. He should have been to the vicinity of the Shiwan Mountains, right? The young master was stumped. He said his father had never been to that area. This surprised the little guy as well. He asked if Lord Huang had at least been attacked before. However, the answer he got was still negative. The young master said his father hadn't encountered an attack in 5 years. Looking at the young man's nonsense, the last bit of hope in his heart was extinguished just like that. Although he suppressed the emotions of being played by the young man, he did not stop Elder Ji's slander. He just thought about the connection between Huashan and his father. That's why he let it go. He let out a sigh. Looking at the slowly closing gate, Kunming was at his wit's end. Although he hadn't figured out why Lord Hong had been poisoned by that demonic flower out of nowhere, he didn't have much time to think now. Propping up the gate that was about to completely close, he said that the body was red, but the whole body was cold. If you press it with your hand, the red will fade slightly and turn white, but then it will immediately turn red again. Before losing consciousness, people will feel a bone-chilling cold as if they were entering an ice cellar, and not only will their eyebrows turn black, there would also be black kai on their neck and head. He heard a thud, and the young master excitedly yanked the door open. How did you know? Seeing his appearance, Kunming finally relaxed. The young master now could no longer care about Elder Ji's instigation. He blatantly said that he hoped Zongnan would not interfere too much in the merchant group's affairs. Only then did he respectfully welcome the young man in. After a while, Kunming lifted Lord Huang's quilt. After this one glance, he could basically confirm that Lord Hong was indeed poisoned by that demonic flower. But it didn't seem to be a normal demonic flower, because back then, his sect leader brother and junior brothers, despite their superb inner strength, had died on the spot under the influence of the demon palace. He raised his hand, and inner force slowly flowed into the poison. Sensing King Ling's inner force, it seemed to become extremely afraid. Only then did he confirm that the one who poisoned him must be very unfamiliar with the demon palace. That's why the demonic flower poison didn't kill Lord Huang immediately. The young master was worried and asked if the situation was not optimistic. But the young man said that the treatment should not be difficult. Surprise and confusion were written all over his face. He felt that the other party was silly. Kunling spoke again. I said it's not very difficult. I just used a special method to save Lord Huang's life. The black eye between his eyebrows has also dispersed. But if you want a full recovery, you do need a little preparation. At this time, the young master had lost his previous composure. He stuttered and asked what he needed to prepare. Kunling thought for a moment. First of all, I'm hungry. Let's talk after breakfast. After a while, looking at the young man devouring his food, the young master was anxious. So, what exactly does the little Taoist priest need to prepare? Kunling was full and stopped being mysterious. He said that the treatment method is very physically demanding, so he needs to eat a lot to be full. Is that the preparation? But the most important thing now is not to treat your father, but to first find the source of why your father fell ill. So I asked, who are your father's closest people? He was confused by the question, not understanding the young man's intentions. But he honestly replied, besides me, there are at least 5 people who fit the Taoist priest description. But what exactly are you looking for? Seeing that this kid still couldn't understand, Kunming simply stated it clearly. Lord Huang's injuries do not seem to have been sustained outside. So it's only possible that someone within your group wants to harm him. Don't worry. I know that the Yaina merchant group is very united and harmonious, but we always need to have a sense of suspicion first. If it's a misunderstanding, then that would be for the best, of course. And this matter will be known with one investigation. The young group leader was confused, wondering how this young man was going to investigate. But King Ming was being mysterious again. He also asked him to get another bottle of sorghum liquor. At the same time, on the other side, Zongnan's hostility towards Huashan had already deepened, and the name King Ling was actually the same as that most hateful guy from 100 years ago. Plumblossom Da. The accompanying disciple Li Songbai had heard of him, but this generation of disciples no longer had any regard for Hoshan. It was just the elder's absolute sensitivity to Huashan that had given the younger generation some legendary ideas about the characters from 100 years ago. But that small child shouldn't be able to cure Lord Huang, right? He tried to appease Elder Ji's emotions, but learned that Lord Huang's condition had improved after his consultation. Lai Songbai also frowned. Lord Huang is a person who clearly distinguishes between gratitude and grudges. If he was really cured by Hoshan, then with his full support, I'm afraid that thinking of this, Lai Songbai spoke up. He hoped to challenge that kid as a second-generation disciple and use the opportunity to make him back down, and the elder could pretend to know nothing about it, and then punish him in front of everyone afterwards. This matter could be passed for now. That could be dealt with later. Elder J chuckled in amusement. He didn't expect this kid to be so naive. After giving some instructions, Lai Songbai left the room with his junior brother. As for Elder J, he understood that the little devils didn't take Huashan seriously. But in his childhood, Hoshan was not an existence that Zongnan could easily provoke. If it wasn't for the large-scale attack by the remnants of the demonic sect that caused Huashan to lose its lineage inheritance, perhaps seeing that little ghost appear, it meant that Huashan was beginning to become active again. It seems this matter has to be discussed with the sect leader when I get back. After a while, his junior brother Gaho was actually very worried. As a second-generation disciple, bullying a child would also be frowned upon by the people of the martial world, and he was very curious. How would his senior brother avoid the eyes of the merchant group? Li Songbai was very smart, but their primary task was still to assist Elder Ji properly, and he was very confident that if they fought, he would definitely be able to teach the little ghost a lesson. Before the young group leader arrived, as they were talking, he suddenly stopped. It seems we don't need to go look for him. They saw the young man wandering not far away. The two of them quickly and quietly stepped forward to meet King Ming. Li Songbai, a junior disciple of Zongnan. It's an honor to meet a Huashan disciple. It is a great honor. However, the young man's perfunctory attitude made him feel both embarrassed and helpless. He could only force a smile, and shamelessly said, Zongnan and Hoshan have always exchanged sword techniques since ancient times. Even now, we regularly hold the Central China gathering for disciples to learn from each other. Oh, is that so? I just joined not too long ago. I didn't know that. So if I could learn some of Huashan's sword techniques, it would be very beneficial to my cultivation. I wonder if you would be willing to give me some pointers. Lai Songbai thought he would definitely refuse, but he had already thought of many ways to do it. Kunling instead yawned. So after going around in circles, you mean you want to have a fight with me? Li Songbai still wanted to cover it up. When he heard the young man say, I'm ready for a fight anytime, but you better not regret it. And so the two of them used a stone slab as a ring. But for Lai Songbai, teaching a little ghost a lesson was secondary. The most important thing was to make him leave quickly. It was King Ling who couldn't stand this. He didn't like this kind of guy who wanted a beating and was also talkative. It seems like you Zongnan people fight with your mouths. Gao lost his cool first. He wanted to go up and beat him up, but was stopped. Actually, Lei Songbai was also itching to get at Kingling, but business was more important. Watch me kill you later. So he made a symbolic fist and palm salute. I will learn the sword techniques of the Hashan disciple, Qu Ming. After speaking, he was just about to charge forward, but was stopped again. Qing Ming pointed at Gao Hui and said, "Hey, uncle over there, lend me your sword for a moment." The atmosphere here was instantly silent. As a sword sect disciple, he didn't even carry a sword. How bizarre! But Qing Ming hadn't expected this kind of ridiculous situation. If you don't want to lend it, then fine. I'll just go find anything I can swing around, that'll do. Give it to him. Otherwise, bullying a Hoshin disciple without a sword will only make things worse if it gets out. Then, the young man looked up. A long sword was thrown over. He caught the long sword. At this moment, a wonderful idea had already formed in his mind. Then let's begin. Lai Songbai asked him why he didn't draw his sword. The young man said he could do whatever he wanted. It was just a friendly spar, so he didn't need to draw his sword. The man exhaled a breath of turbid air. Inner demon, oh inner demon. It feels like talking to this guy. All my years of self-cultivation have instantly disappeared. I originally just wanted to scare him a bit. If he left, everything would be fine. Now it seems that won't work. Thinking this, he first picked up the ground. The stone bricks shattered inch by inch. With the force of breaking wind, he attacked Kingling. Before the person arrived, the oppressive force had already engulfed the young man. A sword came slashing, but it was blocked by a kai that stopped his explosive power. Even Kingling was surprised. However, Lai Songbo did not stop. The next second, he slashed with his sword horizontally at extremely fast speed, but it was blocked by Kingling again. Instantly, dust rose everywhere. Within a few breaths, the two had already engaged in close combat dozens of times. Qing Ming didn't look good. From start to finish, he seemed to be only able to defend, and Li Songbo was more and more alarmed as he fought. The opponent's speed was clearly not fast, even could be described as slow, but why did he block everything? Fool. Thinking carefully, it was as if he knew in advance where I was going to strike. Surely a little ghost at this age can see through my sword path, even if his talent is outstanding. He looks the same age as our youngest disciple. Just a child like that. Try this again. Block this move. The moment he rushed over, Kingling's body suddenly took a step back. He had once again predicted his move. At this point, Li Songbo no longer doubted it. This little ghost had really seen through all of his sword skills long ago. But among the entire second-generation disciples, he was one of the most outstanding prodigies. He simply couldn't accept this fact for a moment. In his rage, he activated his inner force. He wanted to cut down the young man in front of him like inner demon. Otherwise, his path of swordsmanship would probably never improve for the rest of his life. His eyes became fierce. This was a high-level sword skill of Zongnan. The 36 swords of the world, one segment of the world. The moment he approached Kingling, Gao Hui felt that something was wrong. He shouted, "Senior brother, don't be impulsive." Li Songbo was startled, and he retracted his inner force just before his sword struck the young man. Then he heard a bang sound. This strike landed on Kingling's sword like cotton. At this time, he was already covered in cold sweat. A little slower, and I would have caused trouble. It was the young man who suddenly broke out. Under Li Songbo's confused gaze, he flew backward. His entire body smashed into the wooden door, and he spat out a large amount of blood from his mouth. He just fell to the ground like this, unconscious. At this moment, the shock in his heart was beyond words. He was clearly the one who had retracted his inner force just now, so why was it that Gao Hui had rushed up? He hurriedly ran to Kim Ming, blaming his senior brother. How could you use such a heavy hand on a child? Gao Hui picked up the young man and checked his injuries, but unexpectedly, blood poured out like a spring from King Ming's mouth. Gao Hui was so frightened that his whole body shivered. What to do? Senior brother, and at this moment, Lai Songbo seemed to understand that he couldn't absolve himself from this matter. Anyone who saw it would think that this was his fault. At this moment, he felt dizzy. However, the voice that suddenly came from behind immediately made him shudder. Gao turned to look and felt that his heart was about to jump out of his throat. The young head of the company roared with a murderous expression. What exactly did you do? He quickly called for a doctor. The news he received was that King Ming's internal organs were damaged and that he needed to be rescued immediately. And Li Songbo, looking at the blood stain on the ground, knew that even if Zhuge Liang's grandfather came, he probably wouldn't be able to explain it. He heard the young head of the company suppressing his anger. You who call yourselves righteous sects actually use such a killing move on a child. You will never be known for your chivalry. How am I supposed to understand? This kind of despicable behavior of yours. Then his eyes gradually became fierce. Please leave the merchant group immediately. At this moment, Elder G arrived with a look of not knowing anything. When he saw the blood stain on the ground and the traces of the damaged door, he immediately understood. While cursing the idiots in his heart, he also tried to explain to the young head of the company that this might just be an accident. However, the man now couldn't listen to any explanation. His father's life was in King Ming's hands. How could he let it pass with just a word of accident? Lesongbo was also anxious. He kept explaining that they were just sparing and that he hadn't used such a heavy hand. However, the more he explained, the worse it got. The young head of the company was not a fool. He said, "You, as second-generation disciples of Zongan, unsheathed your swords against a child from Mount Hua, and in my merchant group. I ask you, which of these points is in accordance with the rules of the martial world? I don't want to say any more. Please leave with your disciples today." Elder Jai, seeing that he had completely offended the Aini merchant group, he had no choice but to say goodbye. The remaining words of concern received only the young head of the company's almost ice-cold reply, "I know." However, before leaving, he still ordered Lisombo to secretly stay in the merchant group. No matter what method he used to appease, the relationship with the merchant group had to be salvaged. He couldn't disobey, so he had no choice but to crush all his grievances and swallow them. After a while, he just told the young head of the company, who had just arrived, that the doctor said the child's inner Kai was chaotic. Although they had stabilized his QI in blood, they couldn't guarantee a full recovery. He would probably wake up in 2 or 3 days. Hearing that King Ming's life was not in danger, the man also breathed a sigh of relief. "I hope my father's condition won't worsen in these 2 days. Lai Shiban asked directly, "Young head, can this child really cure the head of the group?" He said that he couldn't be sure either, but only this child can clearly state my father's symptoms. Moreover, he did indeed improve my father's condition. Right now, I can only fully trust him. So I must heal him at all costs. At night, under the dark of the moon, a figure gradually approached. He was wearing a cloak, and stealthily came to the room where King Ming was resting. Although we have no grudges, take this as the price for hindering me. The man didn't waste any words. He just slightly raised his arm, immediately aiming to strike the young man's neck, but unexpectedly he missed, and Kingling was staring at him with eyes that could kill. Then he chuckled, and immediately grabbed the other's wrist. The young man stood up, grinning like a Cheshire cat, and said, "Got you." The man felt a sense of unease. He unleashed a palm strike, but hit nothing. The young man stepped on the back of his neck, and lightly leaped down. When the other turned around, and attacked King Ming again, he leaped up again, thinking that the opponent couldn't dodge in mid-air, right? But he was kicked mid-air, and was actually sent flying by his own internal force. The man under the cloak was shocked. This is not ordinary. This kind of technique requires internal force, and the control over it must be refined through rigorous practice. Uncle, it seems you haven't figured it out. It's not me who got caught. It's you, Uncle. Do you understand? The young head of the merchant group, who had been waiting nearby with guards, recognized the man at a glance. He was the member of the merchant group, Fuban, the assistant manager, Kungling. He slowly picked up his headband. "What did I tell you? He would definitely show himself, right?" Ban, the assistant manager, didn't understand why they suspected him. But what he didn't know was, they had never suspected anyone. They had just given the murderer a golden opportunity. The murderer wanted Lord Huang to die in an accident, while I could heal him, and then pretend to be injured. Moreover, my death could just be pinned on the Zongan sect. Even if I wouldn't miss this opportunity, right? Banji was still unwilling. He didn't understand how the kid, with such severe internal injuries that even doctors had diagnosed, could still be chuckling. If I couldn't even deceive ordinary doctors, I wouldn't have chosen this method in the first place. Uncle, you seem quite puzzled. But the most important thing now is not to answer your questions, but that you've fallen into our trap. In other words, you are the murderer who tried to kill Lord Huang. But Assistant Manager Ban was still trying to argue. They had no evidence that he had tried to murder the head of the family. Besides, as an assistant manager of the merchant group, the head of the family's death would not benefit him at all. The reason he wanted to kill the kid was because he thought the other party had bewitched the young head of the merchant group, a disease that so many famous doctors in the world couldn't cure. How could a young kid have a solution? I only saw that you trusted him so much. That's why I resorted to this. It was all to prevent this kid from worsening the head of the family's condition. King Ming's ears were starting to hurt listening to the old guy's rambling. They were starting to get kalaused. He took a slow step forward, gradually gathering his internal force into his fist. I say, wouldn't it be clear after just a good beating? He said. Banji was shocked. Kingling's fist was instantly bounced away by Kalai, and this happened to be on his wrist, leaving a patch of demon flower poison. The young man raised his injured palm to let the young head of the merchant group see it clearly. This is called the single demon hand. If you are hit by a practitioner who has completed this move, under normal circumstances, you wouldn't even last the time of a meal before dying from the poison. Of course, it's far from that level now, but it can still kill people, especially an old man like Huang who doesn't know martial arts. And uncle, if you can tell me who else, other than yourself, could constantly inject the single demon hand into Long without being suspected, then we'll believe the culprit isn't you. Hearing this, the young head of the merchant group had no more doubts. He immediately ordered the arrest of Ban Fu. If he resists, kill him on the spot, but that was a member of the demonic sect. How could the guards capture him so easily? Lai Songbai, who was far away full of grievance, recalled the words of Elder Ji. He understood that being kept here was seemingly a mission, but in reality it was punishment. A sudden loud noise pulled him out of his thoughts. What happened? And Banji unleashed the full power of his single demon hand. The guards were all blown unconscious. Only King Ming stood in front of the young head of the merchant group. He told the old man to just go to the Yamen with them, or he wouldn't be responsible if he got killed. But though Banji wasn't strong, the current King Ming didn't plan to expose his strength. He turned his head and looked around. It just so happens that our Zongnan hero came here to suppress the demon. Lai Songbai wasn't stupid. On the contrary, he was quite clever. Although he had been set up by that guy, with the young man's simple pointer, and looking at the young head of the merchant group's unfriendly face, he realized maybe this was the perfect opportunity for him to clean up the mess. They say a pure heart is like a mirror, but that definitely didn't include him. King Ming, after 100 years, the young man finally, once again tore apart a problem that the #1 merchant group in Shaanxi had failed to discover for a year. He came here less than 3 days and rooted out the traitor, and even used the Zongnan disciples to severely injure him. The young head of the merchant group, with his experience in the business world, seeing the current situation, could not help but wonder if every step so far was orchestrated by this seemingly 10-year-old boy. It wasn't until Li Songbai's tribulation that he was pulled back from those seemingly absurd thoughts. Kingling was certain that this kid would do everything he could to restore the relationship between the merchant group and the sect, but the two of them had been fighting for over an hour, which surprised Kingling a bit. Little Daoist, do you know why the Banzi character is plotting against the Yu family? Since Kingling still had many doubts, he naturally wouldn't easily reveal the demonic teachings. Not to mention, the matter of the demonic palace would cause panic, and he wouldn't be able to explain it well. So what I need to do is just solve the problem, and then take the money and leave. Hearing this, the young head of the merchant group was also speechless. As long as the young man could get his father out of bed and make him stand up again, he could promise on behalf of his father to gather the strength of the merchant group to support Ho Shan. What? Kingling grabbed his hand hard. He hadn't expected the young man to be so excited. But then he heard him say that they were playing him like a fool. Where is it that I do the work, but the benefits go to Hashin? Are you playing the game where the ox does the work and the horse gets to sit on the pad? Good heavens, at this moment the young head Sipu must be fried. After a while, Kungling returned to the head's bedroom. Although he hadn't encountered any difficulties so far, and even made the Zongnan sect suffer a loss, the biggest problem was still this. He wasn't actually confident in using his current internal energy to treat Lord Huang's demonic flower poison. If he acted rashly and let the demonic energy erupt, then even the great immortal Luo wouldn't be able to save him. But in today's Jiangyu, finding someone who understands demonic energy is as hard as ascending to heaven. At this moment, he could only choose to take a gamble. He saw King Ming cautiously lift Lord Huang's hand, carefully controlling his true energy as it flowed into his meridians. In an instant, a manifestation formed from internal energy entered Lord Huang's body. Looking up, he then discovered that dense demonic energy was entrenched in his body, almost fully, and they were shaped like vicious snakes. They seemed to have also discovered Kingling. At this time, the young man's scalp was already tingling. He had never expected that Banzi Fu's half-baked demonic energy would be this difficult to deal with. Retreating was not an option, so Kingling charged forward without saying a word. And outside, the redness on Lord Huang's arm was receding at a speed visible to the naked eye. Even King Ming was surprised by the effect that he was able to achieve. Under the power of his sword, this demonic energy was being cleared away as if it were made of paper. Fool. Thinking carefully, perhaps this was also due to his complete dedication to the purification of his internal energy all this time. Otherwise, relying solely on the power of the snow plum pill, Kunming's internal energy should be more than 10 times higher than what it is now. Taoist disciples of Hoshin and demons were irreconcilable enemies. So next, it would entirely depend on whether Lord Huang's body could endure it. Having tasted success, Kunming also let loose. Every second that passed, Lord Huang was in more danger. He had to remove the demonic energy completely as fast as possible. But these things seemed to have some awareness. After being cut down like vegetables by him, they all retreated far away on their own accord. Kingling opened his eyes in surprise, turning his head to look. Those damn things had all run to Lord Huang's head. Now things had really become tricky. If he advanced recklessly, Lord Huang would surely die. But if he stopped now, Lord Huang would also die on the spot due to the demonic energy's rampage. The little devil Kingming was in a state of urgency. Although he was naughty, he also knew that Lord Huang definitely couldn't have an accident. So he controlled a wisp of internal energy and cautiously made his way to the center of his eyebrows. While the demonic energy had not yet gone berserk, he actually chose to drive them into his own body. In an instant, the demonic energy had already covered most of Kingling's body. Immediately, cracking sounds came from all over his body. The berserk force exploded within him, instantly suppressing almost all of his resistance. At this time, Kingling was already being tormented to the point of near fainting. But he was once the Plum Blossom Sword Master, who was admired by countless people. At this time, even his temper wouldn't allow him to fall. If he were to faint, then it would be completely over. At this moment, the young man had already burned his bridges. He had to fight a quick battle, however, facing the demonic energy that filled his body. Even though he had the means to suppress it, these things seemed to be endless, attacking him. But bad things come in pairs, misfortunes never come alone. The vicious snakes that had transformed from the demonic energy, knowing that they had no way to retreat, became even more crazed. Combined with the simultaneous resistance of his own body and internal energy, his spirit was already exhausted. If he continued to drag it out, I'm afraid it would be over. Under double the consumption, he still revealed a flaw. The vicious snake's fangs pierced deeply into Kingling's body. 1, 2 countless vicious snakes' mouths gradually submerged him. At this time, he had once again fallen into a dead end. And the current situation gave him one last choice. He could completely introduce the internal energy of his Danshin into his entire body, and then explode at the same time. Although this would be able to instantly disintegrate the demonic energy, the human body's 8 extraordinary meridians and the amount of ki meant that if there was the slightest deviation during this process, he would also die on the spot. Kunming had no choice. With a furious roar, his entire body, every meridian simultaneously let out a booming sound. The pain was far more unbearable than having cramps. As the demonic energy completely dissipated from his body, the young man also fell down. His body, due to the rampage just now, was releasing large amounts of excess true energy. After a while, he dazedly opened his eyes. Then he suddenly realized, and quickly got up. He was familiar with going through near-death experiences, but such reckless actions still made him feel a chill in his heart. Clearly, Kunming now could not deal with demonic energy. Today was really just luck. It was just a fluke. He noticed that Huang Darren had also awakened. Then he smiled. The old man was still very weak. The first thing he saw was the young man's appearance. Then he asked weakly, "Who are you?" Looking at the person he had risked his life to save, Kunming did not hold back. He said, "Who else could I be? Of course, I'm the immortal who came to save you." After Huang Wenru woke up, he quickly investigated and found out the truth. Ban Zifu's original plan was to exterminate the entire imperial family. Because he had deliberately erased the Galaxy Merchant Group, they hadn't discovered that he was the head of the merchant group that had once competed with the imperial family. As for the source of the single demon hand, he said he found it on a corpse he encountered while traveling as a merchant. That was great. It was all a waste of time, but this explained why the demonic sex people were so low-key. In short, the matter was settled. It could be said that everyone was happy. Kunming, as a guest of the Galaxy Merchant Group, was fattened up into a chubby kid in less than 3 days. Huang Darren, having recovered somewhat, came to look for him. He almost didn't recognize that this was the little Taoist priest who had saved him before. The old man was not pretentious. He said, "I owe you a debt of life and I don't know how to repay you." But this was not what Kingling wanted. He hurriedly told him to get up while holding a chicken leg. It had to be said that the young man had a lot of tricks up his sleeve. On the surface, he said that people of the Taoist sect did not dare to seek favors in return, but then he inadvertently pointed out that his rescue mission down the mountain was extremely urgent and had not been approved by the sect. The old man was old and could not bear this kind of favor even more. He insisted on repaying him properly. Seeing that the time was right, Kung Ming did not hold back and took out the booklet, a thick one. It was full of things he had thought of beforehand that he wanted to ask Huang Lo Yi for. The old man didn't know what was going on. He just heard the chubby kid smile brightly. Then let's begin. The day was already dusk. Huang Loye had returned to his study. Speaking of which, he had been saved by the little Taoist priest from such a serious illness, but it left no lingering effects. He felt as if he had become 10 years younger. He glanced at his son. You don't understand why I would reduce Zongnan's share and promise to give Mount Hua a large reward, right? His father's words had hit the nail on the head. The young head of the merchant group didn't panic. The rewards they are giving to Mount Hua are already very generous. And Axine is originally Zongnan's territory. What father is doing is not only risky, but also ignoring a very mature business. It was truly incomprehensible to him. However, Huang Loi just looked the famous calligraphy behind him and said, Young head, do you know what a merchant's duty is? Perhaps because he was too nervous in front of his father. His answer was stiff and high-sounding. This made Huang Loi laugh. Looking at his son, who knew what was going on but pretended not to, Huang Loi was actually very satisfied. But young head, you should know, a merchant's duty is to make money, and making money in business has nothing to do with politics. What is needed is only efficiency. The reason why my Galaxy Merchant Group has its current status is because of our vision and decisiveness. You also saw Mount Hua's current potential. Now it cannot be compared to Zongnan. That's right, but if we can establish a connection with them at this time and help them grow stronger, the benefits we will reap in the future will be maximized. In order to find a giant python, I could be said to have scattered money all over the world, but I never expected that this Qianlong, who was about to ascend to the heavens, would actually come to our door on his own. Moreover, as long as the promised wealth is accumulated, it will become an indelible burden in that child's heart. The basic interests of the merchant group will not be harmed in the future. It can be said that this deal is already a sure profit without any loss. But the final cost is 5 times more than I expected. This is something I never expected. On the other side, the young man was enjoying the evening glow, but was thinking in his mind, how could this Huang Darren be so generous? If he didn't have an ulterior motive, I certainly wouldn't believe it. Anyway, I won't be silly enough to help with everything. Noticing the movement beside him, Kungling looked up. Lai Songbai seemed to be coming with a persistent idea. He saw him handing over a wooden sword. He said, I have no ill intentions, and I've also figured it out. You deliberately tricked me in order to solve the merchant group's problem. But it was also me who plotted against you first. The thing that really troubles me is the spar before that. I still don't understand what I experienced at that time. I know that little Taoist priest's martial arts are probably much stronger than mine, but I still want to understand what exactly happened before. At first, Kingling was just surprised. Gradually, he also developed a little bit of greed for money. After all, it was indeed rare for this kind of arrogant Zhongnan, who thought their noses were higher than their eyes, to bend down for martial arts. He smiled kindly. You might regret it. Oh, just like that, the two came to the martial arts field where the merchant group trained its guards. Li Songbai still felt it was absurd. Kung Ming's age was considered especially young among the third-generation disciples, but he could feel an incomparably huge gap from the other party. This kind of pressure, even when facing the elders, had never been so exaggerated. Is this really being released by that kid? And King Ming also noticed the young man's keenness. This kind of excellent perception, though not a disadvantage for learning martial arts initially, the further it progresses, the more it can demonstrate an advantage that almost sways the tide of battle. Perhaps I am currently guiding a future #1 archer of Zongnan. The young man extended a hand, simply gesturing, indicating that Li Songbai could take the first move. He didn't waste any words, but his gesture unexpectedly brought out afterimages. He understood Zongnan's swordsmanship. It was always extremely domineering, and the techniques for changing swords, it could be said they were never a fit for them. This suddenly made Kingling feel a little confused. He then heard the other party say, this is Zongnan's latest martial art, Snowflake 12 forms, while wielding his sword. Finally, Kingling also saw the clue. This move of yours as Li Songbai rushed toward him. A strange killing intent appeared in the young man's eyes. In just an instant, with the breaking of the wooden sword, Li Songbai was also sent flying. At the moment he was about to land, Kingling instantly appeared in front of him, grabbing his collar and pulling him up. The force was too strong, and the blood in the young man's mouth couldn't stop coughing out. What bullshit, Snowflake 12 forms? You're deceiving my Hoshan after the lineage was cut off. This is one of the 24 Plum Blossom swordsmanship moves, condensing the essence of Hoshan, Plum Blossoms descending. But now that Hoshan swordsmanship is lost, it has appeared in your hands. However, these words, Songbai didn't hear a single word. His five senses had just been deprived by Kingling's sword. Now he finally understood what he was facing. This was definitely a power of gods. Am I gonna die? After an unknown amount of time, Songbai opened his eyes again. The first thing he realized was what he had gone through. He slowly got up, looking at the wounds all over his body. When he finally heard Kingling's voice from the side, I've put your organs back in place. The rest are just superficial wounds, and they'll heal soon. But that move of yours is Zongnan's new martial art? What do you call it? Snowflake 12 forms. After getting a confirmation, Kingling was even more furious, gritting his teeth. Are they really making fun of the fact that no one is left in my Hushin? Then Kingling learned that the elders didn't continue with this set of swordsmanship. Currently, those who are qualified to learn it are only the first generation and second generation disciples. In other words, the guy who ultimately packaged this set of swordsmanship is still in the Zongan sect. During the siege of the heavenly demon, those who stayed in Huashan were just some second generation disciples and children. The counterattack of the demon cult remnants, the entire mountain gate was inevitably powerless to resist. And Zongnan, because it was almost adjacent to Huashan, even if the two sects disliked each other, because of what others would say, they couldn't watch the fire from across the river. Thinking about it now, it is very likely that some of those people were pretending to support Hoshan, but in reality, they were taking away the martial arts heritage of Hushan. There is another possibility that the group that took advantage of the chaos back then were not remnants of the demon cult at all. They were truly a bunch of righteous people who repaid kindness with enmity. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, but he didn't vent his anger on Li Songbai again. He suggested that he should not practice this move anymore because Zongnan's foundation was essentially hard Kaigong. Using Zongnan's cultivation method to practice illusion-type martial arts would only be awkward and out of place, forsaking the near for the far and falling behind. However, Li Songbai didn't understand, which made Kingling speechless. On second thought, as a disciple of Zongnan, if he couldn't understand their sword path, what right did Kingling have to help him on the right path? But could such a thing really happen in a long-established sect like this? Wait, could it be because of me again? The Zongnan disciples 100 years ago, their hearts were firm in the Tao. Naturally, this kind of situation wouldn't have occurred. But the me of that time relied on the 24 Plum Blossom swordsmanship moves and almost beat up everyone in their entire sect. Was it possible that even their pride was beaten away? This is also losing the essence of their pride. What a bunch of idiots. If I had been born in Zongnan, the descendants would have also called me Zongnan's sword master. This isn't a problem of inheritance. Kunming glanced at Li Songbai. He thought that even if he told him, it wouldn't change anything. After all, he wasn't the culprit. The young man didn't say much more and was about to leave. Li Songbai wanted to ask something more, but Kinming didn't turn his head back. Forget what I just said. You should decide on your own path. Any teachings anyone gives you should only be used as a reference. Good talent must be accompanied by a matching spirit in order to grow. Although he was still confused, Li Songbai understood that this was sincere advice from the other party. So he immediately got out of bed and earnestly clasped his hands, saying thank you very much for your teachings. Seeing this, Kunming finally smiled gently, waved his hand, indicating that he didn't have to mind it, and then he left. After a while, Kunming still couldn't let go of the anger in his heart. If it had been before, he would have charged into Zongnan and smashed them to bits. But his current strength doesn't allow it. Moreover, the martial arts world is still a place where the strong prey on the weak. Senior brother, I must become stronger as soon as possible. Zongnan sect, you have provoked someone you shouldn't have. And on the Huashan side, some people are already so anxious that they are jumping up and down. Xiaoji was biting his fingernails. He and senior brother Yin were already covered in sweat. It had been 7 days. Had that kid run into some kind of big trouble? But for a third-generation disciple to go down the mountain without authorization, if they didn't have a reasonable explanation. As expected, in the council hall, Yun Jian was like a child who had made a mistake. The head of the finance pavilion was even more furious, his beard bristling. He insisted that King Ming should be severely punished. Mount Hua had finally managed to recover a bit of its former glory, and the rules couldn't be broken like this. If the sect leader didn't handle this matter, it would be enough to shake the very foundations of Mount Hua. As for the fifth pavilion head, Xuan Shang, in his heart, he always felt that a master was using King Ming's hands to provide assistance to Mount Hua. Therefore, his words were still somewhat biased. No matter what, he hoped to wait for him to return first, and then make a decision after understanding the situation clearly. The two couldn't agree, and the sect leader, who had been silent all along, sighed softly. His eyes showed a hint of miserliness, telling them both to shut up. He didn't know if he had misjudged that child. Seeing that the room had become quiet, Yunjian hurriedly requested to organize a search party to search the entire Mount Hua and Huayan County until he was brought back. The sound outside immediately caught the attention of the four people. The sect leader was the first to burst out of the door. His eyes were visibly filled with joy. Because King Ming was walking with an arrogant gait, returning to the sect, Yunyan looked at this scene, and it was the first time he felt that when he spoke, the elders were listening so carefully. However, the sect leader was just about to go and check if the kid was okay when the head of the finance pavilion stopped him. This old treasurer was really scared. He earnestly reminded his senior brother that they must not choose unconditional tolerance because it would only destroy the child's goodness. Xuan Kong was speechless. He had never really interacted with King Ming, so naturally he didn't understand. But in order not to worry his junior brother, he agreed that if King Ming was safe and sound, he would first confine him for half a month. And Yunjian, that kid, was always rigid and old-fashioned. He said that violating the master's orders was a major offense, and according to the rules, he should at least be facing a wall and meditating for another half a year. If the sect leader didn't agree, then he, as the teacher, would also meditate in his place. Xuan Kong swept his eyes around and found that the others also felt that it would be more appropriate. He then frowned slightly and opened his eyes again. He accepted everyone's proposal and led a few people to the mountain gate. And when King Ming came back and saw Xuan Kong, he didn't seem to be even slightly happy. After respectfully greeting the sect leader, he waited quietly. Xuan Zhang looked at the young man deeply. He said, "Was your departure from the mountain gate unavoidable?" King Ming nodded. The head of the finance pavilion was about to explode with anger. In front of so many third-generation disciples, he said, "If you can't give a sufficient reason, this will directly affect the credibility of the sect rules." And Xuanzong just stared at him, telling him to explain the specifics of why this had happened. King Ming then pretended to be intimidated by the elders. At the same time, a soft cough was heard. Old man Huang, in order to help the young man out and to discuss cooperation, actually chose to make a trip to Mount Hua himself. Xuan Zong saw and immediately went to greet him. But it was strange. "I just received a letter from you 7 days ago, old man Huang. The letter said that you were feeling unwell. How come today I suddenly see?" Old man Huang smiled and said, "I have to thank little Taoist King Ming for saving me. I was able to get my life back. So please, sect leader, calm your anger and don't blame him." At this point, King Ming shrugged, looking a bit cheeky. But he didn't get off the hook as he wished. Inside the council hall, the young man was kneeling on the ground, making up nonsense with a straight face. He said that old man Hong's illness was caused by the 5-yin grass, a poisonous herb that beggars often encountered. The symptoms were quite strange and difficult to determine, but the antidote was not difficult. He happened to be a little beggar before he came to the mountain, so he knew how to treat it. But these words, he had already coordinated with old man Huang beforehand. And the 5-yin grass did indeed exist. Surely this would be enough to fool them, right? And when Yun Jian heard this, he was just about to say that it was understandable. Xuan Kong was also happy to go along with it. But Yun Yan felt that this was inappropriate. He felt that if the rules were broken, they must be punished, even if the reason was to do good. But before he could even finish speaking, he saw Xuan Kong's eyebrows twitch. He quickly understood his disciple's intention. So his tone became stern and he said, "Yun Yan, do you think the sect rules are more important than human life? Should I praise a person who disregards human life just for returning to the sect without permission? Moreover, Mount Hua is a sect that pursues the righteous path. What could be more important than chivalry?" Hearing this, Yun Yan said that he had been lacking in thought, but then he breathed a sigh of relief. He had brought up this opposing view so that the sect leader could express his anger. This way, the other elders shouldn't punish King Ming anymore. Xu Zhang slowly rose and came to the young man. He said, "King Ming, you must have worked hard this time." It was well-intentioned, but King Ming's seniority was so much higher than his that he could only suppress his displeasure. He said that it was nothing. Only then did old man Huang the Fool reveal another purpose for his visit to Mount Hua. He said, "Little Taoist King Ming attributed all the credit to Mount Hua. Therefore, in order to repay the life-saving grace, I plan to fully support Mount Hua." And Xuan Zhang immediately understood the meaning of his words. Old man Huang said support, not investment, which was almost the same as saying, if we lose, it's on me. Moreover, this visit, the Silver River Merchant Group had mobilized almost all its personnel. They could analyze it in the coming days and determine what Mount Hua needed them to do. Happiness came too suddenly. The sect leader almost couldn't catch such a great gift. He looked back at the young man, his eyes almost sparkling with delight, so he left the head of the finance pavilion, Yu Yunyan, to immediately begin planning the next steps with Lord Huang. On the way back, the fifth pavilion master was in high spirits. Kunming's small body, how could it withstand such a big joke? He was laughing as he said, just saving a person is already amazing enough, let alone that you saved Lord Huang. After the fifth pavilion master walked away, Yun Jian also called out to King Ming. He sternly warned the young man, don't be so rash in the future. So Kung Ming was respectfully obedient on the surface, but secretly cursed this guy for being too rigid. He was surprised to discover that the middle-aged man had a wide range of expressions. Happiness and worry were all written on his face. Yun Jian was also afraid that he couldn't control himself, so he strode away first. He really goes to great lengths, but King Ling was a little pleased at this time, because although the current Mount Hua was still in decline, every single person, their hearts were deeply entwined with Mount Hua. The young man smiled slightly and said, Senior brother, my back hurts now too. Do you know what the real nature of the martial world is? When you protect them like a god of war, they will crowd around you, approach you, and even try every means to tie you to them. Your sacrifice, there will be countless people weeping for it. But the people who are truly willing to repay this kindness are few and far between. So when the head of the merchant group, Lord Huang, said to the young man, we are all people on the same boat, Kung Ming felt resistance in his heart. Seeing this, Lord Huang also chose to be honest. He said that for ship merchants, ships are indeed just tools. They can go up or down. But if the destination is the same, he naturally has no need to disembark midway. After all, two people rowing together, the speed will be faster, won't it? But King Ming's eyes were fixed on the mountain gate. Non-committal. Lord Huang, the head of the largest merchant group in Shaanxi, looked at the young man and finally looked somewhat serious. Perhaps in the eyes of this child in front of him, as long as he was there, the revitalization of Mount Hua was inevitable. Thus, their game of wits, old and young, was actually very intriguing. Lord Huang made a point, saying he would fully support Mount Hua. Kung Ming understood instantly. Are you going to be enemies with Zongan? After getting an affirmative answer, the young man started acting like a rascal again. We didn't ask you to do that. I know, but I just wanted the little Taoist priest to know about it. The two laughed like a grandfather and grandson, while secretly disliking each other. And Lord Huang truly admired the young man from the bottom of his heart. But what he didn't know was, Kung Ming's age combined from his two lives was not any younger than his. So when he told him that the martial world is vast, and that it's better for a young person to know how to be patient, Kung Ling couldn't help but chuckle. He was smart. He did not flatter Lord Huang, because those words were indeed sensible. After the two said goodbye, Lord Huang looked up. He who had been in business for so long, his eyes shifted. Looking at the familiar Mount Hua sect again, he murmured it might be more appropriate to call this place Dragon Abyss. The young head of the group didn't hear his father's mutter, but he could feel the joy in his father's expression. He understood that the Raini merchant group would be inseparable from Mount Hua from now on, and King Ming finally breathed a sigh of relief at this time. The visible obstacles for Mount Hua were finally all resolved. From now on, he had to focus wholeheartedly on martial arts. In fact, it was just as he had expected. The strength of the Yaini merchant group quickly brought vibrancy to the almost collapsing Huayan County. Also, thanks to the expressions on the face of the head of Keijin Pavilion, he was completely out of control these days. Only when the sect leader discussed what reward to give King Ling did he finally get angry, because the current Mount Hua had almost nothing to give the young man. The pavilion master Xuan suggested giving the secret manual they had recently found to him for cultivation after they had finished studying it. But the head of the finance pavilion disliked it immensely. He was caught up in the meaning of the two words, reward. He criticized the sect leader, saying that King Ming cultivated diligently every day at the White Eyebrow Hall. Giving it to him now would only increase the burden on the child. Also, if they are giving a reward, they should give something that they would all be reluctant to give up. That would be enough to show sincerity. The more he spoke, the more agitated he became. The sect leader had been confused by his reasoning, but on second thought, it was actually quite reasonable. For the past few decades, this junior brother had been in charge of Mount Hua's livelihood. To manage a declining sect, just how terrible must it be? It seemed that only he could understand. His junior had brought about this situation, so one could imagine how much his junior brother liked him. But this kid was so agitated, he didn't seem to be in the state to discuss matters. Xuansheng also noticed this point, so he just smiled and dragged this bewitched junior brother outside. He hoped that everyone would understand that there was too much suppressed in his heart, and so the days at Mount Hua passed by. Although the third-generation disciples' days of cultivation were hard, it was clear that King Ling didn't tend to lessen their burden before someone was killed. Among them, Jay, who had the best natural talent, was a source of great comfort to King Ling. And although the senior brother didn't have talent like Cao Ji, he was becoming more and more at ease with the demonic training. He had indeed worried before, because Mount Hua's swordplay was a fast sword that focused on change, so they always thought that training strength would hinder the development of their swordplay. But for some reason, when he really built up his body, the speed and sharpness of his sword strikes were increasing exponentially. This visible change, not just for him, but everyone was actively striving for better results. As the senior brother, he was clear that they had changed. Just the changes in everyone's appearance still made him feel that the Mount Hua sect was becoming more like a bandit den, and King Ming, since the children began to cultivate on their own, had never come to supervise. Xiaojie said he seemed to always be the first to wake up, but where he went exactly, no one knew. The two talked about the changes in their bodies. Although everyone was getting stronger, they had fewer references, but they always felt that, if it had been the old them, they should have been able to easily handle 2 or 3 of them. But Xiaoji wasn't satisfied, because that competition was about to take place again. He hoped that he could become stronger. So the two little beasts decided, without prior agreement, that when King Ling returned, they would let him torture them again. But what they didn't know was, Kunming got up every day at the hour of Chow. It wasn't to add cultivation tasks for himself. The number of sword techniques he had mastered was countless. It would take some time to completely adapt to this small body. For now, besides the lack of internal strength, he always felt a little powerless with his moves. But if he practiced swordsmanship in front of the children, he feared that Mount Ho would be in chaos again. That's why he secretly came to Falling Flower Peak at this time every day. However, today King Ming discovered another figure, graceful and agile. Her sword dance was like fluttering flowers, both elegant and dignified. Although still inexperienced, her movements were the most similar to the Huashan sword techniques that King Ming had seen so far. But while he was still rejoicing, he didn't know that the girl's eyes had already changed. He heard the cold glint of steel, and the girl stared down at the young man. "Who are you? I don't think I've ever seen you before." And King Ming, having been discovered by the little girl, was actually quite annoyed. Besides, wasn't that question supposed to be asked by him? But by the moonlight, King Ming took a good look. This woman was truly a rare beauty in the nearly 100 years he had wandered the martial world. However, the coldness on his neck made him feel helpless, so he pointed at the plum blossom on his chest. "Are you blind? Can't you see the Taoist symbol of Mount Hua?" Upon learning that King Ming was a third-generation disciple, and that he had the sect leader's special permission to leave the mountain gate after sunset, she said she didn't believe it no matter what. She said that peeking into others' cultivation was a big taboo, and since he had seen it, he should leave quickly. But what kind of person was King Ming? He didn't care if you were a pretty girl or the heavenly king himself, he would still retort. "First of all, until yesterday, this was my place of cultivation. Then, at night, an unfamiliar person was wandering around Mount Hoa. Shouldn't I confirm what they were doing?" With that, the girl frowned, her red lips pressed tightly together by his words. It was unexpectedly adorable. This also surprised Kunming. It seemed that this girl was not good at arguing with others. The silly girl calmed herself slightly, and then asked for the young man's name. When she heard it was King Ming, he was quite surprised. It turned out that the Mount Hua seniority was a 5-character cycle. King Ming Xuan Yunbei, and this generation's third-generation disciples happened to be of the king character generation. His first reaction was that this little guy had already been given his Taoist name upon joining the sect, but he was overthinking things. But what surprised King Ming the most was that this girl was a second-generation disciple of the Bei character generation. Since he came to Mount Hoa, he hadn't seen anyone of the Bei character generation. He had thought that the situation of Mount Hoa had led to skipping a generation, but now suddenly a corpse popped up. This made him feel as if he had just eaten shit. He gave a perfunctory salute, and then sent her away. However, in the dining hall in the morning, the children were sighing and groaning. This made King Ming feel like he had returned to the time when he had just arrived at the White Eyebrow Hall. Back then, after he taught them a lesson, they would all look as if they were dying. His senior brother said that it was because their martial uncles were returning. They had left Mount Hua for closed-door cultivation, choosing to cultivate assiduously. But King Ming still didn't understand. Were these people wolves and tigers? Would they eat people or something? Xiaojie told him that this meant that the China conference was about to begin. It was a martial arts competition between Mount Hua and Zongan, held every 2 years. King Ming seemed to have heard about it somewhere, but he couldn't remember it for a while. Senior brother Yin looked pale. He said that rather than calling it a martial arts competition, it was actually a one-sided beating. If this time it was their martial uncles' faces that were being used, they would probably turn as black as a pot bottom. Kunming understood. In other words, this was a martial arts competition between second-generation disciples and third-generation disciples, and all along they had been the ones taking a one-sided beating. Right, senior brother Yin nodded, his face looking even more miserable. In other words, the Huazong conference was just around the corner, and the one we were fighting was the Zongan sect. Right, recalling 100 years ago, Zongan didn't have the guts to have any conference with them. They must have taken advantage of Mount Hua's weakness and come up with this so they could ride on their heads and play around. Upon learning that those martial uncles had gone into closed-door cultivation because they had lost last time, so even if they had achieved something this time, it was still hard to guarantee that they would win. Kingling stood up excitedly. He said, "Senior brothers, don't worry. I'll make sure you win, no matter what. As long as we can defeat those guys from the Zongan sect, the name of Mount Hua will spread far and wide. So all of you get ready and have the resolve to not hesitate to die." The children, at this moment, did not yet know what they were about to face. And at this moment, in the council hall, Yunyan didn't understand why the Zongan conference had suddenly been advanced by a full half year. Xuankong was even more helpless. Our Haoshan is already in a weak position. To ask them to be harsh to outsiders will only spread the word that we Huashan are afraid of fighting. These words don't mean much to us old guys, but I fear the children might misunderstand that the elders don't have confidence in them. If the children become dejected because of this, it would be worse than losing. Although this is what he said, after Yunyan left, Xuankong looked at the plum blossoms outside the house and still felt as uncomfortable as if a thorn had been stuck in his heart. Maybe one day it will pierce even deeper, until it takes my life, perhaps. The sect leader sighed softly. In the Lai clan's wide eyebrow hall, Sai was curious. Could they really win against Zongan? But unfortunately, the answer he got was negative. Immediately, Kingling gestured, showing their current strength. It's probably about this much. Being disliked this, new young man would accept it. He patted his chest, saying that he could feel he had become several times stronger. But Kingling wasn't optimistic. The current third-generation disciples are indeed growing at a terrifying rate, but compared with the third-generation disciples of Hoshan in the past, they are still far behind. Judging by the strength of the previous 9 sects and 1 gang, among the third-generation disciples, only Z might have a chance of winning against a slightly weaker opponent. As for Yinzhong, he would need to encounter an even weaker one to win. Fortunately, Xiaoji was not discouraged. He was more eager to know how he could win. Qiming then told them, not entirely seriously, "In 15 days be prepared to die, and I will make you stronger." And so this time, Qiming called everyone up earlier. The children were chattering, discussing, until the young man appeared. Then they became quiet. Their eyes were on Qingming, and this time he brought a wooden sword and a real sword. This scene did startle the children. The noise gradually rose, as they all speculated about the content of this devilish training. But Qingming couldn't show his happiness or anger at this time. He said, "To help you all get stronger faster, we need to change our training methods." But there was nothing special about it. Everyone just has to die once. Because even if I die, I don't want to see you defeated by those guys from Zongan, but I will make you win. Looking at Qingming, who seemed like a devil, Shai panicked too. He said, "As long as we can win, everyone will do whatever training is required." But what does die once mean? Sounds so scary. Kingling glanced at Xiaoji and told him to go first. At this time, he wanted to find someone to take the blame, only to realize that brotherhood was so precious. And so Xiaoji braced himself and came to face the devil. Kingling said, "Although this may sound a bit strange, our brothers are already very strong now. Your previous training wasn't in vain. It's just that I'm trying to assess. If Li Songbai was a strong second-generation disciple of Zongan, then their current strength should be about the same as before, and that the current situation is not optimistic." So, Kingling began to impart his rebellious, unorthodox ideas. "You have built your bodies, But your swordsmanship is too weak. The purpose of the demonic sword is victory, and for victory, you must be unscrupulous. He then threw the wooden sword out. From now on, we'll spar and compete. You can use any method you want, and I'll only use this one sword strike. Xiaoji lowered his head. He knew that there was no way he could beat Qingming, but if the other party was only using one move, then maybe he had a chance. Speaking of which, Kunming, you're using a real sword to spar. You wouldn't really cut, would you? Seeing the look on his face that seemed to say, guess if I will cut or not, Xiaoji felt a burning sensation in his throat. But he immediately steadied his mind. So can we start now? These words surprised Qingling. He glanced at Xiaoji's uncontrollable trembling. Qingling smiled. Is this the confidence that you think you might win against me? Ang Xiaoji launched his attack first. This sword is without any emotion. Falling Blossom Sword, Qingling. No matter how one looked at it, it seemed like this guy was filled with emotion. He didn't know what he had done to offend him. However, with a scarlet glint in his eyes, and using the 7-star step, he heard continuous stumping sounds. He approached Qingling at an extremely fast speed. Then another strike. Although the Falling Blossom Sword movements were unrefined, he had excellent fighting talent. Just considering his potential, it was clear Songbai indeed had the right to be confident. But the children were stunned by the two people's battle. On the surface, it looked like senior brother Xiaoji was unilaterally suppressing King, but how could that be? However, Yingzhong was watching closely. Although Xiaoji was ferocious, he had never managed to touch Qingling. That wasn't any special movement technique. It was just a well-timed step back, perfectly dodging Xiaoji's sword. Looking from another angle, it was like Qingling had choreographed the moves, deliberately making Xiaoji miss. Could I understand it as, that Qingling knows every one of Xiaoji's moves? How much of what that kid is doing can I really understand now? As Xiaoji missed again, he also realized something was wrong. Every time he landed, the distance between him and Qingming would always remain about an inch away. He finally realized that his hopes were slim, and his body couldn't help but tremble. He had clearly tried his best. That's why he thought he had become much stronger. But why was the gap between him and Qingming still like a chasm? That can't be, Xiaoji roared. Almost simultaneously, Qingming discovered that he had already cultivated Sword Kai. Xiaoji almost instantly shot out, swinging his sword at Qingling again. The impact of the Sword Kai created a deep gully in the original floor tiles. Gully, and a huge crater appeared in the wall of the training ground. But unfortunately, he still didn't hit him. Qingming looked up and saw that the other party was staring at him with a dead man's gaze. Senior brother, it's over, accompanied by a sword whine. Xiaoji's eyes were almost completely consumed by the long sword. Just when the blade was less than a finger's width from his forehead, it stopped suddenly. The children present were all silent. When Xiaoji reacted, he collapsed onto the ground. He really thought he was going to die just now. Now, he couldn't feel the heat from the battle just now. Only the icy coldness permeated his trembling body. But Qingming was satisfied. Not everyone has the opportunity to die once. Then, this devil turned his head to look at the others, and shouted next. But after witnessing this scene, no child dared to go up and be a punching bag. Qingming didn't mind. Senior brothers, think about it carefully. Can you really avoid it by hiding like this? If you don't come, then I'll go over there. Yubi's heart was inexplicably filled with excitement. He rushed towards the group of inexperienced children. This bright moonlit night would probably be for the third-generation disciples an unforgettable night. After he had beaten everyone, he explained, I already told you, I will swing my sword downwards, but you couldn't avoid such an obvious attack. Do you know why? Why? Xiaoji felt that both his body and his ik had been insulted. He said, of course, it's because it was too fast to think. Even a 3-year-old child would know the reason. Since senior brothers all know, why don't you do anything about it? The sword that falls on your own head is completely different from the sword that others observe. As long as you train your body, anyone can swing that sword I did just now, a solid and stable lower body, and then transfer the power to your hand and integrate it with internal energy. That is how to swing a sword. Xiaoji hadn't come out of the shock when Yinzhong spoke up first. Are you saying that rather than chasing flashy but unfamiliar sword techniques, it's better to swing a sword relying on the body you've already trained? Is that right? Qingling turned his head and looked at him. He added, you also need the determination to kill with one blow. Each of you must have the awareness of not swinging a second sword. If you can't kill with one blow, you will die. Now, the eldest senior brother finally understood why Qingling wanted to let everyone die once. Unless you experience it yourself, the feeling of Qingling's sword falling on your head, I'm afraid most people wouldn't be able to understand what it means to kill with one blow. But King Ling, we are Mount Hua disciples. Even if it's a martial arts competition, shouldn't we use the sword techniques of Mount Hua to defeat our opponents? Senior brother, what is the first form of the Six Harmonies sword? Isn't the Six Harmonies a Mount Hua sword technique? It's not only the basic sword technique of Mount Hua, it's also the cornerstone of Mount Hua. All the sword techniques of our Mount Hua originate from the Six Harmonies, and they are also loyal to the Six Harmonies. But for you guys who can't even use this set of sword techniques well, you're actually starting to learn the superficial falling flower sword, the 7-star steps. You guys remember this? If you can't skillfully use the Six Harmonies sword, even if you learn other sword techniques, it's useless. It's like building a sword. If you don't even build a solid foundation, a small gust of wind can knock it down. So everyone, go and get your wooden swords. First practice swinging downward 10,000 times. Listen carefully. There is no such thing as glorious defeat. I want you to do whatever it takes to achieve victory for me. After a while, King Ming, having arranged his homework, returned to Falling Flower Peak. To be honest, I'm also quite tired, especially when I remember back then, when my junior brothers were worried that my sword techniques would die out, so they found my sect leader senior brother and said I should take on disciples. But what did that stinky senior brother say? He said he couldn't bear to hand over disciples to me, and that I believe that talent comes from under the rod. But in general, no person would do something so violent. The most important thing was that bastard senior brother said these words right in front of me. Just thinking about it makes me very upset. I also don't know why I was reincarnated. It would have been better if I had just died then. I don't need wealth and glory, nor do I want to be famous in history, but I want to build a sect that even if I'm gone, can still pass on the spirit of Mount Hua. Although I already knew that this wouldn't be easy. But speaking of which, that woman shouldn't come again, right? No matter how obsessed with cultivation, she wouldn't come up the mountain before dawn. Kunming drew his long sword, and the exhaustion in his eyes was swept away. Now he must become stronger as soon as possible. It's not to find the former self. It was clear that the former self was not strong enough. If it weren't for the masters of the 9 sects and 1 gang attacking and exhausting that guy's stamina, I would definitely not have been a match for that guy. Although everyone said I was once the #1 sword in the world, but in reality, was just loser who couldn't defeat the heavenly demon alone. As long as I am strong enough, those things won't happen again. And no one can guarantee that someone like the heavenly demon won't appear again, or even someone stronger than him. To protect Mount Hua in so many dangers, I must become stronger than anyone in this world, even stronger than the heavenly demon. The appearance of that guy shattered everything I once believed in. It's as if it's mocking us, those who firmly believe that as long as they follow the path opened by the sages, they will be able to achieve it. I must break through what I consider my limits. However, what King Ling didn't know was that his cultivation efforts were still being clearly observed by that Shigu named Liu Yixu. She saw it all. She could see that the young man was very anxious, hoping to comprehend something. But this was still very far away for him at the moment. Slowly opening his eyes, he immediately saw this Liu Shigu had scared King Ling so much that he retreated a long way. He couldn't understand how this woman was like a ghost, being able to avoid his line of sight and even appear in front of him. She didn't seem strong, but her presence was extremely low. It was as if she had specifically trained in assassination techniques. But the problem now was, how much did this woman see? And Liu Yixu also didn't seem to know how to start blurting out the word plum blossom. This made King Ling feel like his head was about to explode countless times over. He had intended to pretend nothing was wrong, but this scene made the young lady think he was going to kill her to silence her. Her nervous look made King Ling not know what he should do next. After thinking for a long time without result, there was only one way now. So he put away his long sword and clasped his hands together. Shigu, then I'll take my leave. Without waiting for the young lady to stop him, King Ling leaped backwards. In this way, he kept his respectful demeanor and disappeared from Liu Yixu's sight. He left behind the young lady who was muttering plum blossom. King Ling ran and muttered in frustration. Luckily, there was only one witness this time. As long as I deny it to the death, no one should take it seriously. It seems that after the Bei generation comes back, I need to be even more careful. Wait, before they come back, I seem to have forgotten something very important. The town of Huan in the early morning was bustling with people, already a hive of activity. A young man's figure was sitting in front of a table, making a slurping sound as he held a cup. He couldn't waste the fine wine he had stored for 100 years. Since it was a privilege given by the sect leader, naturally he should use it flexibly, right? He should naturally use it flexibly. It was still the wine from 100 years ago, but the taste had changed. The young man sighed. The taste of stealing sips from my older brother was still the best. Thinking of King Ming, he laughed self-deprecatingly. What's the point of thinking about someone I never thought about for a lifetime now? The place where my older brother is now shouldn't have these things, right? Just as the young man was drinking, a group of people dressed in black walked into the courtyard. They looked to be around their 30s and had plum blossom patterns on their chests. It seemed he was unlucky. He had bumped into people from the Bai generation. King Ming didn't want to get involved with them. He'd better finish his drink and leave quickly. But as they were calling the waiter to bring some good dishes and a pot of wine, King Ming felt a bit uncomfortable. Drinking wine was something he only dared to do after he became the sect leader's junior brother. If he were still a second-generation disciple, openly doing this in Huayan town, he would be locked up in the Siguo Yamen for half a month. Kids nowadays, however, with some attention, Kunming also noticed that the man leading them was exceptionally handsome. Even he, a man, felt that this guy was very good-looking. How should he put it? He looked like a great swordsman who walked out of a story. But then you listen to what he was saying. Facing the Zonghua tournament, he was confident enough to compete with the Zongnan sect. As long as they kept improving, they might be able to surpass Zongnan. Looking at the world from the perspective of the Teifu, Paft, Kunming really couldn't help it. Realizing that he had lost his composure, he pretended to say, "Are there bugs in the food?" But obviously, their senior brother didn't believe it, and this person seemed to be a bit serious. He took the initiative to say, "May I ask, little brother, who are you? I don't think I've ever seen you in Huayan town before. May I ask for the little brother's family name and given name?" He glanced at the food on King Ming's table. None of them were cheap. In all of Huayan town, according to his memory, there wasn't a young master from a wealthy family like this. The young man didn't want to get involved with him and insisted that he not pay attention to him. But he didn't give up. He picked up his chair and slowly walked to King Ming. He looked very amiable. He said he was Bai, a second-generation disciple of Hua Shan, and hoped to get to know the young man. Looking at King Ming, the disdain in his eyes was practically overflowing. He didn't understand why this guy was so persistent, and he couldn't hit him either. He was really a big nuisance. Helplessly, Kunming had no choice but to be coy, and awkwardly said, "I have something to do. I'll take my leave now." However, Baichen didn't seem stupid. It was obvious he wasn't going to let Kunming leave just like that, but a capture technique from behind was dodged by the young man without even looking. And this scene, from the perspective of the junior brothers next to him, looked like their senior brother had already caught the young man, but then inexplicably let him go. Men are vain, so he had to pretend that he didn't think he should bully a child. On the way back, Kingling was still complaining that he had drunk the wine too fast, and it was a pity for all the good dishes. But what that Baichen had said was really too absurd. A group of guys who weren't even as good as Zhao Ji were just showing off their power with words. And that capture technique, this blow was even bigger than when he first saw the third-generation disciples. Even bigger, but come to think of it, the third-generation disciples are just beginning to learn martial arts, but the second-generation disciples have already passed the foundation stage. They're currently in a period of rapid growth. He didn't know how long it would take to train them into useful individuals. With this displeasure, King Ling returned to his room and immediately fell into a deep sleep. Xiaoji came to call him, but found the room filled with the smell of alcohol. He tried shaking him, but couldn't wake him up. Then Xiaoji's eyes lit up. He yelled, "Bastard, wake up," and then immediately pretended it wasn't him. Fortunately, this guy couldn't hear clearly, so he immediately changed the subject and said, "The uncles are back. They told us to gather at the training grounds. And you smell way too much of alcohol." But before he could finish speaking, he saw King Ling pinch his nose and let out a long phew. Xiaoji was surprised to discover that whether in the room or on King Ling's body, the original smell of alcohol had completely disappeared. And looking again, King Ling had already changed into his Taoist robes. He said, "Senior brother, this is a place of peace and quiet. What smell of alcohol? Don't you talk nonsense." He led the two to the training grounds. King Ling still found it very amusing. It was just tearing open a few pills of Bigu, and it created the illusion that he was in arduous cultivation. As soon as they came back, he acted like he had worked hard, drinking and bragging, and he still felt good about himself. The gate gradually opened. The sect leader personally welcomed them. The third-generation disciples had long admired them. They couldn't help but applaud their perseverance. And King Ming, when looking at Baiqian, he was indeed quite handsome. But why did he feel that he was even more handsome? He just felt that senior brother should question him. Where's your conscience? It seemed like he had revealed something. As luck would have it, Baiqian also discovered King Ming. He didn't know if it was his imagination, but he was inexplicably drawn to turn back. He stood right in front of King Ling. With a whoosh, he raised his arm to block half of the young man's face. Now he could see Baiqian grinning. Perhaps do we know each other? Little brother. However, such a persistent person was also rare for King Ling. Although he didn't know what this guy wanted, shouldn't he beat him up first? Then talk. If it was the adults who were picking on you, then most of the time, we might just have to endure it. Especially in the Taoist Mount Hua, which emphasizes etiquette and tradition, seniority was a clear divide. The problem arose because this generation of Mount Hua was too special. In the early years, in order to repay the debt of Huayan County, they chose to open the new generation disciples recruitment ceremony early. This also led to the youngest of the second generation disciples being the same age as the oldest of the third generation disciples. As a result, the two generations of disciples unconsciously began to pay attention to each other. And the senior brother of the second generation disciples, Baiqian, was already renowned throughout Mount Hua for his empty reputation as the #1 genius. King Ming had also had something like this, but it quickly turned into being the #1 little demon of Mount Hua. But even if it was an empty reputation, in his opinion, it should belong to Xiao Ji. Don't say that. Senior Uncle Baiqian is a person that I will never be able to reach. King Ming, the bastard, was still trying to beat me yesterday. Today he's so humble. That's not easy. He glanced over. Only then did the young man understand why the other was so serious. A crane among chickens, making him stand with these weak contemporaries, was completely unnatural. And because of this, it caused him to develop a flaw that he himself couldn't perceive. That's why he came to acknowledge him just now, which made sense. As King Ming was thinking this, a young woman quickly arrived at the ranks. She stood naturally in the lead, second only to Baiqian. This person was also of the Bei generation. What was her name again? He shouldn't have spilled the beans about me yet, right? Xiaoji suddenly nudged King Ming. With a worldly look he smiled. I know. The senior aunt is the #1 beauty in Shaanxi. When you see her for the first time, you definitely can't take your eyes off her. But don't you dream, kid. Senior Aunt Liu has long been in love with Baidian, the scholar. Looking at King Ming, he and senior brother Yin felt that this guy's flaunting was too strong. They completely didn't want to deal with him. One moment a #1 genius of Mount Hua, the next a #1 beauty of Shaanxi. If you didn't know better, you'd think Mount Hua could represent the entire Shaanxi. If you have this free time, you should use it to swing your sword a few more times. Maybe you would have become famous throughout the world long ago. With Baiqian taking the lead, the second generation disciples paid their respects. Sect leader Xuanzong understood that their cultivation was not easy, so after a few polite words, he asked his junior brother to arrange a banquet. Kai Jinjiju was unwilling, but he did not object to the sect leader's arrangement. Only he mumbled unreservedly as he left. Senior brother is so extravagant. Xuankong was also helpless. Ever since the Yaini Merchant Guild incident, this junior brother has always been saying strange things. Seeing that there was nothing else, he asked Yun Yan to catch up with the disciples, and then called Kung Ming aside. He said he had something he wanted to discuss with him. Everything was normal at first, but the sensitive Baiqian quickly picked up on the word pomelo from the young man's mouth. He perked up his ears to listen, and found that the sect leader was actually speaking like he was coaxing a child. I've prepared candy for you. Are you coming or not? Looking at King Ming and the sect leader's backs, Baiqian still couldn't help it. He asked senior uncle Yun Jun, what exactly is the situation with that child? However, Yun Jian was still careless. With good intentions, he advised him that it was best not to get involved with King Ming. It would be good for their physical and mental health. But to Baiqian's ears, the meaning completely changed. The sun set in the west. Looking at the table full of meat in the dining hall, Baiqian still couldn't believe his eyes. A sharp-eyed junior brother couldn't help but joke. Look at those third-generation disciples. They look like they are tired of eating meat. It seems that in this year they were away, the sect has undergone quite a few changes. It was clear that his junior brothers did not mind this change, but the sense of unfamiliarity he felt during the day made it impossible for him to eat. In his memories, Mount Ho was almost as poor as a beggar. Even the beggar clan just looked like they had no money. But what exactly happened here? Yun Jian also noticed Baiqian's strangeness at this time. He realized that the child was confused by the changes in the sect and was startled. But it's a long story. Our Mount Hoa has gained a lucky star. You'll naturally know about it in the future. The more Baiqian listened, the more confused he became. But then the dining hall door was suddenly kicked open. Everyone looked towards the guy, Who had caused such a commotion? They saw a young man walking in, fuming with anger, as if someone owed him millions. He sat down at the dining table without saying a word. Senior brother Yin said very naturally, "Why are you so angry again?" They realized that the sect leader had once again sent him to the Yanhe merchant group. They all understood. He had gone there 4 or 5 times this week, though it was just the Huaying County branch. Like a carrier pigeon, it was always hard to accept. However, Beichin was staring at King Yun at this time, and found that none of his senior brothers were criticizing him. Even Uncle Yun Jan, who usually paid the most attention to etiquette, remained silent. It was as if all of this was a matter of course. At this point, his mind had already imagined a series of large-scale power struggles. Looking closely, the kid was even sitting in the position that originally belonged to their senior brother, Ying Zhong. This meant that this kid not only had a title, but also held real power. Bai Qian's brows were furrowed like a rattle drum. He had not realized that he had already been completely drawn in. I don't know what methods you used, but it's a fact that you've controlled the 3rd-generation disciples. Looks like it might be necessary to have a showdown with you one day. A junior brother noticed that he had hardly touched his food and asked curiously. Only then did Beichin react. Just as he was about to eat, he remembered that he didn't know where junior sister Liu had gone. Compared to him, this junior sister was far more important to him than that kid King Ming. Afraid that she had missed dinner, he planned to go look for her, and the junior brothers were also helpless. Whenever he encountered something related to junior sister Liu, he would become very reckless. Maybe this was a case of one thing overcoming another. However, at this moment, another person walked into the dining hall. Beichin was highly sensitive, and immediately noticed the person who had come in. It was none other than the junior sister Liu Yixu he had been thinking about. But facing his greeting, Liu Yixu turned a deaf ear, looking around on her own, as if she was looking for something. This made Beichin stunned again. He watched as she went straight to the 3rd-generation disciples' table. "Excuse me, may I sit next to you?" This cold goddess was taking the initiative to talk to a boy for the first time, and it was like a major drama scene. But King Ming didn't care about these things. He didn't want to get involved with this person at all. He turned his head and clearly indicated that it was not okay. Liu Yixu became anxious. "Then how about we go outside to talk?" King Ling waved his hand even more emphatically. No, I don't want to talk to you." Xiaoji was dumbfounded. What the heck is going on? Since I came to the mountain, I've never seen Martial Aunt Liu take the initiative to talk to anyone, and now she's actually pestering this little devil. But couldn't this kid pay a little attention to his tone? But Liu Yixu didn't want to give up. "I mean it, just a moment is enough. I have something to say to you." Kung Ling's heart was numb. "I said I'm not going. I have nothing to say to you, Martial Aunt. Can't you understand human speech?" He looked at the young man and really couldn't think of any good way. So she shamelessly sat down next to him, saying, "I'm just here to find you. If it's really not okay, we can talk after you finish eating." This was something that no one could refuse. Kung Ming just felt a headache. At this point, the meat on the table didn't smell good anymore. The 2nd-generation disciples all moved closer, waiting to watch the drama unfold. Suddenly, a crisp cough sounded. Everyone turned to look. Senior brother Beichin had no emotions on his face at this moment. They saw him slowly stand up, turning to look at the young man. He said, "I remember your name is King Ming, right? I heard that you are ordered by the sect leader to travel frequently between Mount Hua and Axine. It must be very tiring, I understand." He closed his eyes, forcing himself to calm the frustration in his chest. "But Martial Aunt has already begged you like that? Even if you're tired, as a junior, you should still go out and talk to her, right?" Listen to what he said. Beichin himself felt that he was impeccable, but King Ming didn't fall for this trick, showing an expression that said, "Mind your own business," and asked in return, "Why do I have to do that?" Beichin was furious. He was clearly trembling with anger, but still forcibly wore the calm smile of a senior brother, and awkwardly opened his mouth to say, "Because as a disciple of the Taoist sect, you must know the rules, especially between elders and juniors." Kunling said casually, "I see. Then Martial Aunt, please apologize quickly. Senior uncle said you don't know the rules." Liu Yixu was also stunned, staring blankly at the young man. "This is a celebration for the return of the 2nd-generation disciples, and you're actually talking about personal matters here." The girl suddenly understood and immediately bowed to Beichin and apologized. It was junior sister's carelessness. Then, Kingming didn't forget to remind, "You should apologize to senior uncle Zhu. After all, you made a mistake in front of your grandmaster uncle." So, bewildered, he bowed to his uncle Yun Jan again. And Yun Jan laughed and scolded him naturally, "You rascal," telling him to stop being so formal and sit down to eat. But this ruckus made Bai Qian so angry he was about to have a heart attack. Ying Zhong and Xiao Jie also noticed that something was wrong. They cursed the bastard. How does he always make such a big deal out of everything? But despite their inner cursing, the two were still worried about King Ling. They quickly stepped in to smooth things over. After a while, Bai Qian finally let out a long sigh. You're called King Ling, right? Xiao Ji, looking at this devil, felt his heart squeeze up into his throat. He really hoped that this kid could behave himself just once. But King Ling replied, it seems you are indeed too tired from traveling outside. You're actually asking the same question repeatedly. If you're tired, you should go back and rest. Bai Qian didn't want to pay any more attention to the young man's provocation. He said, I'll ask you just one question. Did we meet this morning? And King Ling chuckled, I told you it's our first time meeting. Were you raised by being fooled? At this time Bai Qian had already lost his composure. Although he knew this was wrong, if he couldn't strike a blow at this kid's arrogance, Uncle Master Disciple has an important matter to report. As far as this disciple knows, third-generation disciples are not allowed to leave Mount Hua unless they have special instructions. But this morning this disciple saw a third-generation disciple wearing civilian clothes appearing in Huayan County, and that person is this disciple. Hearing this, Yinjian just frowned. After confirming that the person Bai Qian saw was King Ling, he said it's fine. Bai Qian was confused again. He suddenly began to wonder if there was something wrong with his ears. Uncle Master Yunjian, who was always so strict, not only didn't scold him, but actually said it was fine. Seeming to see his confusion, Yunjian added that disciple is allowed to freely enter and leave the mountain gate, even without the sect's permission. This privilege was given by the head of the sect. Do you have any objections? His pew already overloaded. He then heard a smacking sound of lips. Whether intentional or not, Kung Ming was eating with gusto. The whole dining hall could hear it. Bai Qian gritted his teeth. A sense of powerlessness grew in his heart for no reason. Just then another person walked in. It was the head of the finance pavilion. He came to inspect the situation of the dinner he had arranged. Although surprised, Bai Qian immediately hardened his heart. At this point, he could only go all the way down this dark path. He took a big step forward, cupped his fist, and said respectfully, Greetings, elder. The head of the finance pavilion didn't seem to care. He waved his hand, told them to eat and drink well, and casually reminded Yunjian to keep an eye on the disciples and not to play too wildly. However, Bai Qian, steeling his nerves, spoke again. Elder, he said, this disciple has an important matter to report to you. This morning I saw a third-generation Mount Hua disciple drinking in a restaurant in Huayan County. Hearing this, the head of the finance pavilion was also angered. You say a third-generation disciple was drinking? Tell me, which one did you see? Seeing that it seemed to be effective, Bai Qian revealed a slightly embarrassing smile. This disciple would never be mistaken. It's that disciple who is sitting over there smacking his lips. King Ming. And the old and young man made eye contact like this. Bai Qian didn't notice anything unusual about the elder at all. He continued to speak on his own, but the head of the finance pavilion, now impatient, interrupted him and cut him off. It's King Ming, so what? Did you set the rules of Mount Hua? According to you, is there a rule in Mount Hua that forbids disciples from going down the mountain to drink? And what's the big deal about drinking a little bit? You guys, who can't even earn enough for your own meals, are using the money he makes to support you. And you still have the nerve to complain about him? Are you even fit to be called a granduncle? Do you believe I'll blow your head off right now? The more he spoke, the more agitated he became. The anger on his face became more and more evident. He almost roared. The money you use for meat is all earned by your nephew. What's wrong with him saving a little bit to go drinking? All of you bastards, don't eat anymore. What right do you have to eat? Mate, seeing his younger brother going crazy again, Qian Sheng was grateful that he had arrived in time and forcefully dragged him out. Only now did the place calm down. After one setback after another, Bai Qian finally regained his senses. But what on earth was going on with this kid? After a while, everyone returned to their dorms. Bai Qian was holding a teacup from the past, with a crack running down the side. His junior brother Bai Sheng beside him was indignant. Whether it was the elders or the granduncles, even junior sister Lu, they all seemed to be too biased towards that kid. It wasn't that he wanted to cause trouble, but he just felt that after returning from a year of hardship, he not only wasn't warmly received, but even the elders' favor was stolen by a guy who had appeared out of nowhere, had been robbed. Bai Qian put down the teapot. He lowered his head. His eyes were no longer as turbulent as before. He said, we've long passed the stage of being favored by the elders. You should know what I mean, right? These are not the point. The key issue is, I feel that The power in Mount Hua has already fallen into that guy's hands. The old Mount Hua is like this chipped teacup, these buildings. Everything is old but has its own charm. And ATN was the only hope of this old sect. But after leaving for just 1 year, this can't even be described as a sea change. Now looking back, it was really full of poverty. But Huashan is still my sect, and the one everyone is expecting has to be me. Baichin put down his teacup. He said we need to calm down first. What we need to do now is to first understand what happened at Huashan while we were gone. And so, in the martial arts hall of the second-generation disciples, an uninvited guest arrived. Baichin motioned for him to come in. The person who came in immediately clasped his fist. Disciple Yingzhong greets you. The two martial uncles Bai Tian gestured for him to sit down, and even personally filled his cup with clear tea. This scene only made Yingzhong even more nervous. He stared at the young man with deep eyes, hoping that he could explain the matter of Qingming clearly. Yingzhong lowered his head. Before even coming here, he was already restless. He had told Qingming to just say whatever he knew. Although this was the simplest way, it felt as if he was a traitor. This made Yingzhong's heart feel a little uneasy, but right now, he had no idea what to do. He took a deep breath. First of all, this matter, we have to start from Qingming's first time entering Hoshan. After a while, the two were already parched. Not only did he discover the sect's martial arts treasures, but also the lost account books, and recovered the Huashan's property. Even the illness of Master Huang of the Yaini Trading Company was cured. This led them to mobilize the entire trading company's strength to support Hoshan's finances. Baichin was silent, motioning for Yingzhong to go back first. He understood that the things Qingming had done could no longer be described as just meritorious deeds. I finally understand why the elders of the sect dote on that kid so much. However, Baichin still felt unwilling in his heart. He pursed his lips tightly. If this continues, the disciple generation will climb over our heads sooner or later. Before that, just then, Bai Sheng suddenly said, let's look at this from another perspective. Hoshan is a martial arts sect. If it wasn't for the sake of inheritance and prestige, why would they favor a kid who only knows how to make money? Hearing this, Baichin immediately interrupted. Don't talk nonsense. Are you questioning the martial uncles and grand uncles? The two were silent for a moment. But what you said isn't entirely without reason. The Great China Conference is about to be held soon. Because of this, the elders will not have time to take care of the disciple generation children. Hearing this, Bai Sheng seemed to realize something. So you mean that to prevent the third generation disciples from embarrassing us, we as elders can't only focus on our own cultivation. Senior brother, shouldn't you personally guide their martial arts? Baichin finally let out a breath of full air. Junior brother, you indeed value Huashan more than anyone else. I really hope that kid, Qingming, also has achievements in martial arts. Otherwise, that kid's life will be very difficult. After a while, Yingzhong resolutely returned to the white eyebrow hall. Looking at Qingming, who was sleeping soundly, he really felt like he was worrying about nothing. Ang Xiaoji was still training with stones. He asked what the situation was like with his senior brother over there. Hearing this, Yingzhong's legs also went weak. He collapsed onto the bed. He spread his hands, said that he could only tell the truth. And even if he tried to hide something, they would eventually know anyway. Looking at Qingming again, neither of them knew what was wrong with this guy. Shai also sighed. It seems we've become the senior brother's thorn in his side. Then the two of them were in Qingming's room, sighing for a long time. In the end, Yingzhong reminded them, it's better to gather everyone together and tell everyone to be cautious in the future. Ang Xiaoji felt that there was no better solution. But before leaving, he turned around and asked his senior brother, do you think if Baichin martial uncle clashes with Qingming, who would win that scene? Yingzhong felt a bit jittery just thinking about it. Say less useless things and go call the others. And so, this senior brother of the third generation disciples looked at Qingming again. He really is a troublemaker. It seems the peace of Hoshan has come to an end. The next morning, Yunjin told Xuan Kong about last night's events. They both knew where the root of the problem was, but neither of them seemed to have a very good solution. It had to be said that the sect leader was really calm. He said, if it really doesn't work, let's just completely trust them. Baichin with the kids hasn't done anything too drastic. But it's that kid Qingming. Yun Jian, I'm really worried about him. He took a sip of tea to calm himself down. He had a feeling that the mountain was going to be in chaos. By midday, Qingming, as always, had tortured his senior brothers to near death. But unfortunately, the second-generation disciples suddenly ran to the white eyebrow hall. They reprimanded them for being lazy without saying a word. In order to learn from their mistakes, after days cultivation, they must clean up all parts of the sect. Then they strode out of the courtyard. King Ling had clearly seen their arrogance and domineering attitude, but the children were generally so exhausted that they were almost fainting. They didn't even notice what was going on just now, who had come and gone. Xiao Jie looked at his martial uncles who were acting unusually. He could guess what the situation was just by thinking about it. When he realized he was being watched, King Ling had no psychological burden at all. However, the second-generation disciples' targeting of them had only just begun. They not only required the children to walk in a line, but they also had to get permission to take a drink of water. Whether it was eating or bathing, they even had to sleep with their swords. After a series of tortures, even Xiao Ji felt that he had been wrong before. They didn't expect their martial uncles to be so petty. He couldn't take it anymore, so he asked Yingzhong, the eldest senior brother, "Shouldn't we do something?" But Yingzhong just sighed softly. He glanced at Kuning. He then passed the question to the one who started it all. The young man opened his eyes groggily. What do those guys want? Kuning knew that. He also felt that a dragon shouldn't bully the local snakes. He hoped King Ming would just lower his head and apologize, and that would be the end of it. But seeing the coldness in his eyes, he immediately changed his tone and explained that it wasn't King Ming's fault. It's not to blame him, he said, "Senior brother. Besides that method, I have a better idea, and I guarantee it'll solve all the problems once and for all. I'll go beat up all the senior uncles. Then there won't be any problems, for sure." Is he out of his mind? Everyone grabbed him, caught off guard by his sudden statement. The children were also anxious. Everyone knew that, if King Ling really went, they would be done for. However, his movement techniques were not something a few children could grab. Once he broke free, no one could catch up to him again. Luckily, King Ling's room was in the deepest part. The children attacked from the side continuously. But even so, they still couldn't touch the young man's clothes. Fortunately, there were still people in front of the door. They desperately hugged King Ling's arm. Now? Instantly, all the senior brothers from the White Eyebrow Hall rushed over. Xiaoji was now desperately lunging at Kung Ming. They could never have done this a few months ago. They absolutely could not have done this before. They heard King Ming shout, "Let go of me." Those bastards are actually doing things that people 100 years ago wouldn't even bother with. I'll only hit them once, and they're acting like that. Xiaoji desperately held King Ming down. He said, "If you hit the senior uncles, you'll definitely be kicked out of the sect." Yin Zhong added, "The China Assembly is starting soon. What if they can't participate because you beat them up?" Kung Ming was still angry. He said, "I just won't let them get hurt. That's my special skill. Don't you guys understand? That's still not okay. If the senior uncles get beaten by their nephews, how much confidence will they have left? Let's just endure it. At least being bullied by them is better than losing to those guys from Zongnan, right? Please, Kung Ming." He couldn't tell if King Ming was happy or angry, but he still agreed to the eldest senior brother's suggestion. Xiao Ji glanced at Yingzhong, who nodded in approval. Only then did they let go of the young man. Kung Ming confirmed again, "As long as I endure until the end of the Hozong Assembly, that's enough." Only then did he slowly sit up. "For the sake of the eldest senior brother, I'll endure it this time. But what if they provoke me?" Yin Zhong knew that he couldn't persuade him in this situation. He also couldn't persuade him, so he just said that if such a situation really happened, then he really couldn't control it either. Only then did they hear King Ling chuckle softly. "Good, you said that." The next day, in the morning, Bai Sheng noticed that the White Eyebrow Hall seemed to be silent. After these few days of suppression, not only did they not make any move, they didn't even say anything that could cause problems. This made Bai Chen think highly of King Ling. Knowing how to endure is a rare quality, and Bai Sheng also thought that they should focus on the China Assembly at this time. But unfortunately, Bai Chen was a very stubborn person. Since there wasn't time for roundabout methods, and the third-generation disciples were still innocent children, then he might as well just find an opportunity to directly deal with the worst one. He hoped this tough love would eventually make him understand his position. It's just that it would be a bit painful now. In the quiet White Eyebrow Hall, King Ling quietly opened the door. He seemed very nervous. He tiptoed out of the courtyard. He didn't know why. He had to go to such lengths to avoid a young brat. King Ling walked, but his mind was filled with many thoughts. Although he really wanted to flip the table, Yingzong's expression at that time reminded him of his sect leader brother. The expressions of the two looked more and more alike. It even made him feel a little guilty. Although he really wanted to kick the Bai generation in the butt, he wanted to get rid of those Zongnan guys even more. "It'll be here." King Ling picked up his long sword. He drew it out a little, and then suddenly shivered. He was really scared. That elusive woman was like a leech. She followed me all day long. Whenever I was alone, she would suddenly appear, saying she wanted to talk with him. The strangest thing was that he couldn't track her at all. I couldn't grasp her movements at all. In these past 80 years, I've never even met a ghost. A faint ethereal call was met with wails that echoed throughout the valley. Kingling clearly felt that. His heart hurt from being scared by this woman. He was just about to swear to vent his anger, but Liu Yikshu stared at the young man with her calm eyes. I am your aunt. You are my nephew, so you need to be respectful to your aunt. Kingling felt his scalp tingle. Why are you always following me? Seeing Liu Yikshu frown, he had to change his way of addressing her. If the sect leader brother saw this, he would probably laugh his head off. The world is truly unpredictable. He sighed soft. Kingling was very helpless. Despite his nearly 100 years of experience, he still couldn't see through this person's thoughts. But she seemed to care a lot about the sword technique that could make plum blossoms bloom. Even though the other party was always acting crazy, he didn't mind either. He was very serious, indicating he wanted to learn. Kunming, hearing this, was still somewhat dazed. So this Liu Yikshu was only following him for this reason. He didn't seem to have any intention of getting to the bottom of it. It was as if he knew what it was, but Kingling didn't dare to be careless. He still maintained an attitude of denying everything. He said he would tell the uncles about this, even the sect leader, but Kingling really wasn't afraid. After all, based on his one-sided words, how many people would believe him? A little kid who had joined Hoshan for half a year could use a sword technique that made plum blossoms bloom. Besides, you are negligent in teaching, and I am derelict. Shouldn't you be teaching me sword techniques? The girl really wasn't good at arguing. She nervously gripped her longsword. He said it didn't matter. There's a saying, it's not shameful to ask questions. Kingling was really numb. Was this person scolding him? However, the girl said next, I can't be wrong. Because I've seen it before. How heavy were these words? The girl was clear. Kingling understood even more. A sword technique that could make plum blossoms bloom through the generations of Hoshan was always passed down orally. All the Huashan elders on that day died on the peak of the 100,000 mountains. But besides me, he had actually seen it before. In other words, what is your relationship with Zongan? This was a one-sided fight between fellow sect members. The girl had a cold personality, but showed an unusual obsession with the young man. Even at midnight, during the ugly hour, she didn't forget to keep watch, tailing his movements the entire way until they reached the back mountain forest. What she received, however, was Kingling's icy gaze, and the longsword drawn from his sheath. You need to know that the plum blossoms blooming had already been lost in Huashan for 100 years. Since the girl had seen it, it was difficult not to associate it with the bandit, who, using the guise of the original story, actually stole the sect's inheritance. Kingling of the Zongan sect stared intently at the bewildered girl, assessing how much of what she said was true. After pondering for a moment, the girl's level of confusion seemed unlikely to be a flawless act. He relaxed a bit. Involving 1,000 years of Huashan's heritage, Kingling still didn't dare to be careless. However, upon questioning her, Liu Yikshu looked complex. He said that a long time ago, he had seen this set of sword techniques, but couldn't say it. His expression seemed to grow more miserable. Looking at Kingling, his eyes resentful yet resolute, he said, teach me. And Kingling wouldn't easily agree until he figured things out. But Kingling keenly captured the strangeness of the girl. He was giving up, but suddenly Liu Yikshu drew his longsword. Then there's no other way. If that's the case, you're right. You're right. I am a senior out, and you're derelict. I really should teach you something. Looking at the girl's suddenly rising momentum, Kingming felt that she was just a lunatic. No wonder he wasn't familiar with the bi-generation disciples. Her level of abnormality was off the charts. The girl's eyes narrowed. Here I come. Come, your sister. He looked down and stared at the young man, his left hand pulling the longsword back fully. The original thrust instantly transformed into a yuan slash. Indeed, this woman's sword technique was sharp, but this was a killing move. She really wanted to kill me. What senior aunt would try to cut her nephew with a real sword? Hearing this, Liu Yikshu's eyes became even more solemn. Because your speed is faster than mine. And with his original Kunyan body, he quickly retreated. Kunyan tried his best to dodge, but the more he looked, the more shocked he became. Because from the girl's sword, he could sense a very profound sword shadow of Hoshan. Seemingly Kinyan, it was actually hiding a killing move, not to mention the King generation. Even in the swords of the Yun generation, he couldn't see this sword path that was closest to Hoshan's origin. There's an opening. Liu Yikshu's sword almost grazed Kingling's ear. If he hadn't dodged it, Kingling jumped back, and couldn't help but curse under his breath. You lunatic, if I hadn't dodged, I would have died. You wouldn't have been able to dodge. The young man didn't know where the girl got this confidence in him. But since he had confirmed he had no relationship with Zongan, it wasn't impossible to guide him a little. The girl's sword landed on the ground, her eyes even more cold and sharp. Kingling saw this move again, and quickly retreated. Don't use a killing move, you crazy woman. However, Liu Yixu's attacks were fierce, and the side effects were very obvious. He also noticed the strangeness of the girl. Her eyes were unfocused, and her mind seemed to be completely immersed in the sword moves. The second-generation disciple's physical condition was too poor. Plus, she was using killing moves to her heart's content. She quickly entered an extreme state of self-forgetfulness. The good thing was that there was a chance to comprehend her own sword intent, but the bad thing was that she could go into Kai deviation if she wasn't careful. It's fortunate that it was me she encountered. If it was anyone else, they would have left a long time ago. The angle of this move should be increased a little more. Like this, with King Ming seemingly blocking action, Liu Yixu's sword wind shifted slightly, and although the girl seemed a little simple-minded, her perception was good. In just a moment, it seemed as though she had entered a state of enlightenment. Looking at this appearance, Liu Shigu's talent with the sword should be on par with Xiao Ji's. The girl looked at King Ming sideways. He also realized that he was completely incomparable to her. Starting over again, the speed was even faster than just now. Your arm needs to be raised a little higher. Only in this way will you have the strength when slitting throats. That was too low. A little higher. That's too high again. Idiot, don't hit here. Right, that's it. It feels like it's gradually getting better. But this is only temporary. Looking at his state, give him some time. Close your eyes. But Kingling didn't notice that a man had also arrived. Baiqin took a deep breath and almost roared at Kingling. What are you doing? The young man was very confused. Why is this guy here too? But Baiqin had just arrived. He saw that Liu Shimei was sparring with Kingling late at night. His jealousy had boiled over again and again. So without saying a word, he drew his longsword, condensed his sword Kai, and pounced towards Kingling. His momentum looked as if he wanted to kill the young man on the spot. Kingling's eyes also turned cold. With a leap, he immediately met Baiqin head-on. Then he focused on his left foot. In an instant, he kicked Baiqin's sword blade. At the moment of impact, the surrounding wind howled. Kingling actually used his body to block the slashing of a real sword. Baiqin was also shocked at this moment. He just saw the young man not say a word and use force under his feet. This senior brother of the Bei generation was like a cannonball being blasted to the ground. When the dust settled, a trace of helplessness appeared on Kingling's lips. You actually used sword Kai against me. How big is your heart? But suddenly, he remembered the girl's state from just now. Could this commotion have made her go into a demonic state? What if she was disturbed by the sound just now? But when Kingling walked closer, he saw that Liu Yixu's appearance showed that she was obviously still immersed in her own world. Such a big commotion. Is she too oblivious? But it's also a good thing that she is. At this moment, a voice rang out again. You brat. Do you know what you're doing? As a martial artist, don't you know how important the state of self-forgetfulness is? I didn't like you before, but I didn't expect you to be so reckless as to disturb a Shigyu in her self-forgetfulness. It's obvious he didn't even notice his own problem. You motherfucker, without saying a word, you rushed over here with sword Kulai. What if you hurt our precious Liu Shimei? Baiqin wanted to argue. If you didn't resist, how could there have been such a big commotion? Did you want me just die? Not only did you have killing intent, but your sword was also carrying sword Kai. You've done both what you should and shouldn't have done. Can you deny it? The atmosphere between the two fell into silence. Kunming was also speechless. Are all the second-generation disciples mentally ill? Even if there are some lunatics in a group, there shouldn't be this many, right? And Baiqin felt even more absurd. Just now he had indeed harbored a killing intent, but his sword strike, which contained sword Kai, hadn't left this guy with even a scratch. But I can't let him continue being so arrogant. In short, regarding today's matter, I'll let you off if you leave now. Otherwise, I'll teach you a lesson as a martial artist. King Ming was rather happy that Baiqin was giving him this chance, but he glanced at Liu Yixu's state behind him. Although further training would be better, the help I gave him should be enough for him to benefit from for life. But since an annoying guy has appeared, in order to help the overall improvement of Mount Hua, teaching this idiot a lesson is another matter. So King Ming proposed that Bei Tian as a Shishu martial uncle, bullying a Shiji martial nephew, wouldn't be very respectable if it got out. Why don't we make an agreement? However, before the young man could finish, Baiqin interrupted, do you think I would care about being respectable or not after coming all the way here? If they want to punish me, I'll just take it later. It's just that there's no one who can protect you now. Oh, so that's what you think. You're still a man, I guess. But I have an even better method. We can make a mutual vow. Never to tell others about what happened here. Which means, even if I get beaten up, I will never tell the Shishuzu Marshal granduncles. That way, we don't have to worry about Shishu Marshal uncle, or the like. We can just solve this cleanly, with no lingering troubles. This is beneficial to everyone, isn't it? Baichin frowned. He really couldn't understand King Ming's intentions. But he couldn't help but hum a couple of times. All right, you're a man, I guess. As you wish. I can vow that I will never tell anyone about tonight's events. In this fight, I am not your Shishu Marshal uncle, and you are not my Shiji Marshal nephew. And in this fight, I will eliminate all the bad feelings I have towards you. Before that, while Baichin was speaking with great passion, Kunming suddenly laughed. Fight? What fight? Who said this was a fight? You little brat, you're done for. Baichin was confused. This kid just joined the sect. Why does he look so terrifying? Feeling a chill in his heart, he shouted, "Are you crazy, kid?" But Kingling said calmly, "You're wrong. The one who's crazy isn't me. If you're not crazy, how could you provoke me?" These words made Baichin grit his teeth. He's still so arrogant until the end. He really couldn't take it anymore. "I'm gonna kill you." It could be seen that Baichin's attack was at full strength from the start. Sword Ki surrounded him, forming a sharp edge that seemed capable of tearing through the air. King Ming was already too tired to complain about the clumsy sword change. What was even more ridiculous was that, while Baichin was performing the sword change, the change in move seemed more like a direct advance. This sword style isn't something from Washin. Lisongbai learns Hashin's sword change. This kid is learning the orthodox ways of Zongnan. They really are a bunch of unfilial descendants. As Baichin advanced, he shouted, "I'm gonna correct your bad habits today." While King Ming was dodging, the playfulness in his eyes was gone. "No one has ever been able to correct my bad habits." In just a moment, King Ming's fist had already slammed towards Baichin's face. In an almost distorted posture, he was sent flying backwards by the punch. With a loud crash, the blankness in Baichin's mind came quicker than the pain in his body. In just a single exchange, he had been beaten to the point of losing his fighting ability. How could this be? Although the voice was weak, Kung-Ming heard it clearly. He says you like, and changed the sword move that had been created for change. How could there not be any openings? The reason you find it unbelievable is because the opponents you've encountered in the past were all about the same strength as you. And you might be slightly ahead of those junior brothers now, but the advantage isn't actually that big. They'll catch up to you soon, right? Baishin staggered to his feet. He didn't understand. How did King Ming, a disciple who had just joined, know all of this? But now King Ming didn't want to explain any further. Baichin had made the same mistake as Li Songbai, but that wasn't a big deal anymore. He had the experience of reaching the peak. Looking at the current situation from that perspective, it was easy to see the problem. Therefore, Kung Ming said indifferently, "You should be grateful for your identity as a Huashan disciple. Although I really want to beat you to a pulp, you are still a lovable Huashan disciple after all. So instead of beating you up, it's better to help you get on the right path. But don't worry, I won't cripple you." Some say that Huashan swordplay is meant to imitate plum blossoms, but actually never mind. You wouldn't understand even if I told you. Just get beaten up while you try to understand. The young man said, his sword clearly moving slowly, yet it became a blur in front of Baishian's eyes. His eyes were filled with confusion and disbelief, but the next second, all he saw were countless sword shadows. He heard a sound in his lower body. He felt as if he had been pierced through by a sword hilt. His bones, shoulders, wrists, waist, knees, ankles, and then shoulders again. Kingling's voice sounded to him now, like a demon. Each hit on his body felt like it weighed a ton. Luckily, the young man suddenly stopped his illusionary sword. Baiqian thought the other party had vented enough. He looked up and met King Ming's demonic face. This time it's run. With King Ling's wild attacks, Baiqian was beaten unconscious. The last question in his mind before passing out was, why did he shout 5 times, but hit me 6 times? After a while, Baiqian slowly opened his eyes. He met King Ling's innocent-looking face. He was completely terrified. He instinctively protected his head, trembling. Seeing his appearance, the young man was still quite satisfied. After being unilaterally beaten like this, Baiqian no longer had the will to discuss winning or losing. "I want to ask you, why are you so strong?" Hearing this, King Ming was actually quite surprised. This kid's pride was so high, yet he had come to terms with reality so quickly. Therefore, He temporarily put aside the idea of continuing to beat him. He squatted down and said lightly, "It's not that I'm strong, it's that you, Uncle Master, are too weak." Baiqian wanted to retort, but the pain in his body made it impossible for him to speak a complete sentence. He could only weakly say, squeezing out the words, "I'm Baiqian. One day, I will become the leader of Hoshan." Hearing this, Kunming rarely didn't laugh at him. He said, "And so, that doesn't prove you're not weak. You're like a flower at the bottom of a well. It's a small world that no one wants to enter, but you're here, eating your fill." Seeing the triggered reaction, Kunming was helpless. He had to say it more gently. "You should also know that Huishan is finished, right? But you keep saying that you want to make Huashan rise again. But what effort have you put in? In my opinion, you guys are nominally in seclusion, but really just playing house. You don't even forget to drink on the way back. There's not much time left before that wakamakale, the Huzone competition. Yet you still come to bully a junior. Is this what you call effort? I see you. You don't even know what effort is. After you've finished doing everything you want, you only invest the remaining time. That's not effort. Do less of what you want, and do more of what you must. That's called effort. And you just want to be the king of this small kingdom of Huoshan, to rule and dominate. If you've ever fought with anyone, it's probably just the people from the Zongan sect. But in this martial world, there are many people stronger than them. Just because you have a little skill, you think you're really strong, so don't be naive. It's not that I'm too strong, it's that you're really too weak. Clearly, you haven't put in any real effort. Even your direction is wrong. Do you think you can become a master just by working hard?" However, it seems that he was beaten into being smarter during the day. He remained silent for a moment. Then he suddenly looked up at the demon lord. "So, do you know the right direction?" The answer he got wasn't affirmative, but at least it's more accurate than their direction. The fool Baiqian asked again. "Then can you make me stronger?" Kingling chuckled. He said, "Of course I can." He pursed his swollen and bruised lips. Slowly he propped up his scarred body. He clasped his hands at Kingling and said, "Please make me stronger. Whatever you ask me to do, I'll do it. Even if it means I have to call you Big Brother." However, he hadn't finished his sentence. Kingling had already blurted out, "I don't want that." Baiqian didn't seem too bright to begin with. At this moment he was even more confused. Kingling had said so much. Wasn't it to point out a direction for him, but he received a denial from Kingling. Pointing out a direction is such a hassle. Who wants to do that for you? And Shishu, you might have it wrong. This matter isn't over yet. Why are people so selfish? They completely ignore what they've done, but they soften up at the appropriate time, and then they forgive themselves. Although you're not wrong in thinking, just now, it could indeed be seen as repaying your crime of bullying third-generation disciples. But the offense you caused me isn't so easily resolved. You still don't understand, do you? Don't worry, the night is long. There's still plenty of time. Today I'll make you understand why you're so weak, and why your swordsmanship is wrong, and most importantly, why you can't afford to provoke me." Along with a series of wails, Kunming felt a sense of relief all over his body. With a thud, he lay down on the ground. It seems that 10 years of hard work have been scattered in a single morning. After a while, he suddenly sat up again. He turned his head to look. There was a crumpled lump on the ground from before. That was his masterpiece, made into that shape, but he didn't really hurt his body. Unexpectedly, a beating could be this comforting. Kingling opened his eyes. He met eyes with Liu Yixiu. And another round of wailing. The young man's heart was about to jump out of his chest, but the young woman felt wronged. She had intentionally made a bit of noise just now, but it was while the young man was making that lump. Kingling glanced at the other party. "You saw it." And Liu Yixiu stared back at him, feeling a little scared in her heart. "Are you going to silence me?" Kingling squinted his eyes instead. While saying that it was too extreme, he stared at Liu Yixiu's head. He noticed the other party's strange behavior. Touching her own head, she didn't know what he meant. She heard Kingling say, "It's nothing. I was just thinking which part of the back of the head to hit to make someone lose their memory." Hearing this, Liu Yixiu also got a fright. She quickly turned her head away, indicating that she had forgotten everything. She had absolutely no idea what had just happened. "I didn't expect her to look so silly, but her survival instinct is pretty strong." He continued, "I've forgotten everything, but you have to teach me that sword technique." The young man sighed deeply. He knew he couldn't just brush it off, so he carefully considered it for a long time. Then he said, "You actually don't need to beg me. This is originally a Mount Hua sword technique. After some time, they'll teach it to you. Although Mount Hua doesn't have it now, as long as you're prepared, they will naturally return to their original places. Then Kunming slowly got up. He gathered his inner force on his 2 fingers. Then he drew arcs of light. Just like that, in front of the young woman, the arcs of light displayed a scene that seemed chaotic, but had a pattern. This is the Yu Maiden swordsmanship. I've studied it for a long time, and practiced it for a long time. But why do I always feel like it's different from mine? It's as if there's a fundamental difference. After a moment, Kunming slowly retracted his inner force. Did you understand? Lu Yixu shook her head, indicating that she didn't understand at all. But I think I understood what you were trying to express. You're saying I need to explore it on my own. I can't learn it until I reach a certain level. What I need to do now is to first solidify my foundation. Right? It was rare to encounter such an insightful child. Kunming was actually quite happy, so he said, if you tell anyone about today's events, I definitely won't teach you, okay? However, Lu Yixu actually didn't like to gossip at all. Qingling saw that she had promised him. He naturally patted her head. Even if the young woman was still unhappy, there didn't seem to be anything she could do. Before leaving, Qingling specially said, remember to take that lump back with you. It's not good to just leave it lying around here. The young man gradually walked away. Lu Shigu squatted in place, her thoughts flying far away. Her father's words always lingered in her ears. I will definitely restore this sword technique, and one day, I will return to Mount Hua to atone for my sins. Sure, come with me. Mount Hua is a particularly beautiful place. After a while, Kunming returned to the White Eyebrow Hall. He was surprised to see that everyone was awake. He was also surprised. However, Cao Ji suddenly jumped up, saying that Shishu Beiqin was missing, so the Shisha suddenly ran to the White Eyebrow Hall to find him. Hearing this, Kunming was actually speechless. Did they think that the people of the White Eyebrow Hall could kidnap Bei? Qian Yinzhong tentatively asked him. This matter shouldn't have anything to do with King Ming, right? But the answer he got was negative. He said he had been with him all day, and Yinzhong was taken aback. He said, you wouldn't have hit our uncle, right? Or did you do something like last time? Kunming scratched his face. Then he waved his hand. He said, I'm not a child anymore. Don't worry. Hearing this, Yinzhong finally breathed a sigh of relief. Okay, your brother still believes in you. In any case, you wouldn't hit our uncle, right? I didn't hit him. I just beat him up like a dog. The young King Ming often spoke nonsense, but he never lied. If he said he would beat you, he wouldn't let you go. And his temper was like a lit fuse, which caused his senior brothers to live in constant fear. Originally, as the youngest third-generation disciple, his peers had already been beaten by him, which was outrageous enough. Now, he was even going after their Uncle Bei from the Bei generation. What did he just say? That he beat Uncle Bei into a lapdog? Yinzhong was in despair. He couldn't imagine what Mount Hua would become in the future. In the early morning, after ending their morning training, the oldest brother and Xiao Ji were waiting outside the White Eyebrow Hall. But the uncles who came to cause trouble every day were suddenly nowhere to be seen, which was very strange. Recalling what King Ming said last night about taking care of everything, Yinzhong still found it unbelievable. But how could beating an uncle solve any problems? Xiaoji also thought it was strange. The two of them just stood there. At this point, they were already convinced that King Ming had beaten Uncle Bei. They were certain of it. Thinking about the upcoming Central Plains Assembly, Xiaojie felt that at least King Ming's appearance would allow Mount Hua to win back a point. However, the oldest brother was not optimistic. He understood that if a sect wanted to restore its former glory, it was impossible to rely on just one disciple. So they still had to strengthen themselves until this world no longer dared to look down on the disciples of Mount Hua. Only then would they be qualified to talk about reviving their former glory. However, at this time, a clear and loud scolding voice came. King Ming was in a state of total chaos, and chasing after him was none other than Lu Shigu, whose mind was filled only with plum blossoms and nothing else. Lu Yixu said the Yu Maiden sword is a sword technique for women. If I go to Uncle Yunjian, I won't be able to learn it well. Look at what she's saying. It's as if King Ming is not a man. He was also at his wit's end. Why did I get stuck with you, you rascal? Xiaoji and Yinzhong were also confused. They had never seen Lu Shigu be so talkative. But whatever, let's just continue our training. At the same time, on a nearby hilltop, Bai Shen looked at the unrestrained King Ming. His heart was filled with discontent. He looked at the oldest brother beside him, saying that guy has no intention of reflecting. Did we give him too little punishment? And Bai Tian, standing beside him, looked very unhappy. He glanced at the ignorant junior brother. Punishment based on what? It was very windy on the hilltop. Plus, Bai Qian didn't really want to talk about this, so Bai Sheng didn't hear clearly what he was muttering. But Beichin didn't have the mind to explain right now. He clutched his stomach. He couldn't believe that last night he was beaten to a pulp. Today, he was able to hide all the traces of injury from the outside. Kingling, you are truly ruthless. Beichin asked him, why did you suddenly stop us from continuing to suppress these third-generation disciples? He couldn't understand the oldest brother's thinking. But Beichin didn't have any particular thoughts. He simply didn't want to get beaten. But he couldn't say it directly, so he made an excuse. The Central Plains Assembly is about to arrive. We'll have plenty of opportunities to discipline the third-generation disciples in the future. Now we need to focus on uniting against outsiders. Beichin lowered his head. Although he had said this a long time ago, now that the oldest brother was finally understanding it, he didn't feel the need to dwell on the matter anymore. If Beichin was lucky, his junior brothers had a sense of respect for him, so they didn't make him lose face. So, he still said thank you to the junior brother who could understand him. He said thank you. Then he glanced at the white eyebrow hall again. When the Central Plains Assembly is over, I think they will see a very absurd sight. Perhaps the Zongan sect will be even more surprised than us. And I should focus on my own matters now. Although I still think that King Ming kid is very strange, but the thought that that rascal will also participate in the assembly means I have even less time to waste like this. This time I will definitely prove my worth. The next morning, news from the outside reported that the people from the Zongan sect would arrive at the mountain gate today. Beneath that calm and collected face, his heart was still extremely heavy. Although the mountain gate no longer looked so shameful now, this was all thanks to King Ming, that little lucky charm. But he knew that the biggest problem was still martial arts. Although they had recovered part of their heritage, making a change was not something that could be done in a day or two. However, after Xuan Kong had worked so hard to keep it together for so long, he had come to understand one thing. Sometimes, compared to routines and strategies, waiting might not be a bad policy. Hearing this, Yun Jian also lowered his head. He understood that the people constantly pushing themselves to keep progressing were not just their juniors. The sect leader who had walked the path of a Taoist, perhaps until the day he breathed his last, would not stop hunting himself. He looked at the sect leader and said, Mount Hua will definitely regain its glory in your generation. Xuan Kong smiled calmly. He said, Yun Jian, you don't have to comfort yourself like that. I know my own shortcomings. Even if it really regains its glory, it will all be thanks to the efforts of the disciples. Besides, if it weren't for my brothers leaving Mount Hua, I would just be a layabout who chants scriptures all day and get sent off, right? But Yun Jian didn't think so. In his opinion, the moment the elders left Mount Hua, it meant they were not qualified to be sect leaders. So please don't be so humble, sect leader. Xuan Kong looked at him, a rare relieved smile on his face. He then inquired about the recent situation of the second-generation disciples. Yun Jian reported as follows, after their training, they have now stabilized their minds. But to be honest, sect leader, this disciple is still afraid. Although this disciple wants to believe in the children. But, do you think the second-generation disciples can't defeat the Zongan sect? It seemed the sect leader already knew, so he took a sip of floral tea calmly. He then asked about the recent situation of the third-generation disciples. But as soon as he spoke about this, a look of undisguised confusion appeared on Yun Jian's face. Speaking of the third-generation disciples, they seemed to be very, very serious in preparing for the battle, even overdoing it. But he couldn't tell the sect leader that, so he could only silently gaze at the floral tea in his hand, and to say that Xuan Kong, he really had it tough. Not wanting Yun Jian to worry too much, he said that the Central China Assembly was just a stage for exchange, and that winning or losing was not important. Moreover, they were guests from afar. As for the Silver River Merchant Group, even if Zongnan intended to make things difficult, there was a limit to everything. You don't have to worry too much about it. After Yun Jian took his leave, the only one left in the room again was this old man. Xuan Kong's bitterness then spread out. He laughed bitterly and mocked himself. Winning or losing is not important. I'm a Taoist priest, and I'm actually lying so casually. Even though they have now found 7-sword deer, to recreate the glory of the past is just a fool's dream. If only the plum blossom sword technique was still here. Then he let out a deep breath. Oh, immortals! Please bless Mount Hua. Although the crowds in Huang County were not dense, one could still see the prosperity here. As a county at the foot of the mountain, it was not easy to have such a scale. But one person in the crowd seemed extremely disdainful of this. Zhong Xuan asked, Senior brother, was Mount Hua really once the leader of the 9 sects and 1 gang, but this village is too shabby? Responding to him was a young man with a very outstanding aura. You are wrong, junior brother. It's precisely because of Mount Hua's existence that such a remote place can have such a large village, and its function here is at most to give people aid. But to still have such a scale is enough to show how powerful Mount Hua was in the past. That's true, but they've already declined now. What's the point of competing with a group of Mount Hua disciples whose sword skills are not good? What's the point? Hearing this, the face of the eldest senior brother, Kun Jinlong, turned serious. He said, "You have to watch your words." Those words can be interpreted as questioning the elder's arrangements. Zhong Xuan wanted to say something more, but after glancing at his eldest senior brother's back, he understood. That makes sense. After all, we need to get some face back for this embarrassing guy. But it's very strange. This guy has suddenly become quiet ever since he had a fire mishap outside. He has suddenly become taciturn. It's making us feel embarrassed to talk about him. But what he didn't know was that, in previous years when Li Songbai accompanied his senior brother to Mount Hua, he was always very relaxed. But now, just by standing at the foot of the mountain, his figure would overlap with that person's shadow. This kind of pressure made him feel like he had a huge rock on his heart. Maybe we are heading into a dragon's den. After a while, the second-generation disciples of Zongan had already reached the resting point on the mountainside. Mount Hua has the reputation of being the most dangerous mountain under the heavens. Although not too tall, it was obvious that their physical strength would make it difficult to climb to the top in one go. What was even more unacceptable was that, even though they have arrived at Mount Hua, they would probably not even have a decent meal. Even our Zongnan Da house would be better than this. Only this eldest brother, Kun Jinlong, understood the elder's deep feelings for Mount Hua. Because his family belonged to the clan, he knew some things more clearly. The terror of Mount Hua dominating Zhongnan in the past was only known by the current disciples. They completely disdain such a half-dead sect, and which sect doesn't have a golden age. For them to compete with us now, isn't it a bit too weak? And so, these second-generation disciples, one after the other, were all looking down on Mount Hua, treating them like they were worse than dogs. Only Li Song inappropriately stated, "I advise you not to underestimate Mount Hua. You might end up suffering a great loss." But these words, how could the disciples, who thought so highly of themselves now, possibly listen to them? Most of them even turned around and laughed at him, seeing his fellow disciples being so frivolous. He understood that he had been like that back then too. When he was about to ignore them, a confirmation came from the elders in the distance. The person's name was Sima Sheng. He said, "Do you know that getting close to a declining sect and having your face slapped by them?" How angry the sect leader was about this. Our Zongnan sect is a sect that wants to dominate the world. So, the sect leader wants to use this Central China assembly to get back our face and completely cut off our relationship with Mount Hua. But if anyone is careless because of this and gets their face slapped by the Mount Hua disciples again, I guarantee their lives will be worse than a rat. Remember, a lion uses all its strength to fight a rabbit. This time, we not only have to suppress their momentum, but also more importantly, to extinguish their spirit and energy. Let's go, don't let that group of people wait anxiously. After a while, everyone passed through the winding mountain paths and finally arrived at the Mount Hua sect. But what met their eyes was a mountain gate that looked brand new. This also made Kun Jinlong feel a little confused. He knew that the Silver River Merchant Group would support Mount Hua, but it has only been a few days since that. Was it possible for their actions to be so fast that they not only cleared their debts, but also rebuilt the mountain gate? Elder Sima, however, was relatively calm. It was just a mountain gate. There was really nothing to be surprised about. With a rustling sound, the gate slowly opened. Elder Xuansheng very enthusiastically clasped his fist in greeting. He said a polite, customary greeting. But what he received was Sima Sheng's question. "Why isn't the sect leader coming out to welcome us? We came from afar." Yet the sect leader isn't even willing to show his face. Is that appropriate? Looking at his sharp and sarcastic face, Xuansheng suppressed his anger again and again. As if he hadn't heard the other side's arrogance, he naturally said, "Please come in. We've already prepared a banquet to welcome the Zongnan disciples." Hearing this, the old Sima villain didn't want to pay him any attention. When is Mount Hua's banquet ever anything but leftovers? And yet you still want to act like you're capable? However, until he stepped into the mountain gate, his mind was still filled with comments on Mount Hua's decline. But suddenly, the smooth feeling under his feet shocked him. He looked down. What? Their martial arts training ground wasn't just bare earth. Looking up, the state of internal change was much better than before. It was not only much cleaner, but even the places that were obviously dilapidated had become brand new. He knew that for the Mount Hua sect Just this kind of superficial expenditure was already a considerable sum. This made the old Sima villain suddenly turn his head back. He blurted out, "Did you Mount Hua people become thieves?" At first, Xuancheng didn't react, but in just a moment, he couldn't hold it in anymore. Just as he was about to scold the other side, a voice suddenly came from not far away saying, "Report, what the hell are you talking about?" Godai looking up, they saw that it was a little kid who was still wet behind the ears, but just because of a snot-nosed kid, he dared to mock him. This made Sima Sheng even more angry. He stared fiercely at King Ning and asked, "What did you mean by that just now?" So King Ning glanced at Xiao Ji, who was disoriented from the torture. He said, "He's only run a few steps, and he's already thinking of resting." These words left Zhou Ji in a daze. But suddenly Kun Ning kicked his ankle. He stopped talking nonsense. "Run seriously?" Before Xiao Ji could complain, Kun Ning turned his head back. He said cheekily, "That's what I actually meant. I didn't expect you to misunderstand. Please don't take it to heart." With this clumsy acting, not even a ghost would believe him, let alone the sharp and sarcastic old villain Sima. Luckily Kun Jinlong suddenly stopped him. After all, arguing with a small child would be undignified. So he glanced at the young man. "May I ask, young Taoist, what is your honorable name?" Kun Ming still had an innocent look on his face. "Are you asking me? Let me tell you, would you know who I am even if I told you?" Kun Jinlong was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect this kid to make a sharp point with every sentence, but he wouldn't fall for it. He chuckled and said, "Maybe I really would know. Can you tell me now?" Seeing that his nail had hit cotton, he was too lazy to continue arguing, so he scratched his ear and said, "I'm called King Ning." Kun Jinlong remembered that during the Silver River Merchant Group incident, the one who made them lose face was a Mount Hua disciple called Kun Ning. He just didn't expect him to be so young. And because of this little guy, the trading rights of the top 10 merchant groups in Shaanxi were all snatched by Mount Hua. It was simply ridiculous. So he let out a sigh of relief. He looked at the young man coldly and said, "So you're the young Taoist Kun Ning. But why? Do you seem like you haven't learned any manners?" It was obvious that he wanted to find fault. Kun Ming loved it when others played like this. So he pretended to be hard of hearing and asked the other side to come closer. Seeing that the big fool hadn't reacted, he deliberately raised his voice by several octaves. He shouted, "Are you deaf? I'm telling you to come over and talk." It was obvious that a vein popped out on Qin Jinlong's jaw. He couldn't understand. Where did this kid get the confidence to act this way? He heard that when he sparred with Lai Songbai, he was defeated in one move, coughing blood and falling unconscious, which meant his martial arts weren't that strong. Kun Jinlong suppressed his temper and asked, "You're a third-generation disciple, right?" After receiving an affirmative answer, he felt like he was in control again. He was heard saying, "According to this, I'm your senior uncle. Instead of me going over, if you knew any manners, shouldn't you be the one coming over?" But that was exactly what King Ming was waiting for. He pretended to ponder for a long time. "Think about it. You're right. But compared to a Zongan elder, who's pointing fingers at our sect leader, I'm just being polite to my senior uncle, right? Don't you think so?" Kun Jinlong only felt a burning sensation on his face. He didn't understand. How could this kid so easily put him in this situation? However, at this point, the old villain Sima had calmed down. He didn't even want to pretend anymore. He said that his unreasonableness relied on strength, because only when you are criticized does all unreasonableness become a mistake. But the right to criticize itself comes from strength. So I, who am powerful, will not be criticized when making unreasonable moves. And it's easy to forgive a child's tantrum. But if you don't have strength, this kind of temper will eventually kill you. Remember what I said? Let's go, kid. And with that, the old villain Sema led the Zongnan disciples away from the martial arts training ground. In the crowd, Lei Songbai glanced at King Ming. Because of their different positions, they could only nod in acknowledgement. King Ming actually had a pretty good impression of him. After everyone had walked away, the young man finally let out a long sigh. Kingling was holding back his anger at this time. They were already a group of thieves stealing my Huoshan's legacy, and they strutted into my Hoshan so openly, which was already annoying enough. But they dared to insult my Hoshan sect leader. Since you want to flip the table right from the start, then don't blame me. Xiao Jie, who was being used as a prop by Kingling on the side, had absolutely no awareness. He only thought that this guy had gone crazy again, actually daring to provoke a Zongnan elder. Following another scream, it was clear that Xiao Ji had brought some trouble upon himself. Kingling looked at the group of third-generation disciples. He said, "Senior brothers, you all saw it, right? Now listen carefully. That group of guys, if you dare to lose, I'll beat you to death." "Got it?" And on the Zongnan side, Zhong Xuan seemed to have heard the commotion on the field. He also felt it was absurd. In this world, how could there be such an overconfident person? Kun Jinlong followed his gaze and looked over. Now he really wanted to see, after he tore that little brat's mouth apart, whether he would still dare to speak nonsense. However, they held on to the arrogance of being Zongan disciples. They didn't feel that anything was wrong with their own behavior at all. Under their constant influence, most of the Zongan disciples also felt that what they said, as the ones with strength, was the truth. Xu Ming, I think this Wuxian conference should be interesting. People often say, when a thief comes from afar, does it call for death? However, although King Ming was a ticking time bomb, he was not stupid at all. The Zongan sect was bullying the weak, so he naturally wouldn't leave them any room to maneuver. But the current Hoshin was like an old man on the verge of death. They had finally managed to resolve the external wounds, but the internal problems were not something that could be solved overnight. However, the Wuxian conference was just around the corner, and the old fox Sima was not trying to hide it either. He made it clear that their Zongan sect leader's intention was that, after this conference, given the massive gap between Huashan and Zongan now, there was no need for them to continue contact in the future. Xuanzong never expected that, as fellow Taoist sects, they would be so domineering, and Sima Sheng, even though he was alone, facing the core members of Hoshan, looked so irritating. He said the exchange with Hoshan does not benefit our Zongan sect's development in any way. And don't you think it's hypocritical? For thousands of years, the relationship between Zongan and Hoshan has never been good. To be more precise, we are more like enemies. Just look at all of you, looking like you want to chew me up and swallow me whole. It's pretty obvious, right? Even if I have never said anything out of line, the relationship between your Hoshan and our sect has always been like a broken porcelain piece, with no possibility of repair, isn't it? After a while, sect leader Zong managed to suppress the impulse in his heart. He understood what Zongnan meant. After this Wuxian conference, they would no longer use the pretense of such exchanges, but would instead openly trample Hoshan under their feet. What could be more humiliating than this? And Yun Yan was still questioning why things had happened so suddenly. Seeing that this kid was not getting the point, the old fox Sima then asked him do you think the current Hoshan is qualified to be Zongnan's opponent? Looking at the speechless junior, Sima Sheng chuckled. He said, our Zongnan sect has been supporting your Hoshan for so long, I think we've been more than generous. What do you mean by supporting? Don't you think those words are too much? However, facing the enraged Yun Yan, what responded to him was an even more indifferent remark. The Zongnan sect has put aside past grievances. When you were down and out, the conference has always been held in Huashan, and each time we've provided some financial aid. How dare you blame our Zongnan sect now? Yun Yan's hands were already clenched into a fist so tightly that his knuckles were cracking. He wasn't stupid. The reason why the Wuxian conference was held in Huashan was only because they wanted to come in person to mock the declining sect, and the financial aid given in the name of support was only to make the impoverished Huashan unable to reject the bait of hosting the conference. And the sect leader should be even clearer than he was, that the other party was muddying the waters. But what made Yun Yan the most angry was, after hearing these words, he was completely unable to refute them. And seeing that these guys had remarkable endurance, the old fox Sima was also feeling bored. He stood up lazily and strode away. Xuanzang's voice floated up. Zongnan sect chose dominance. Didn't they? Only with this sentence was the old fox Sima unable to refute, but he still didn't look back. He said, this is not something that my position can decide. The impetuous financial manager, Fanxia, could not hold back his temper. Facing Zhongnan's arrogance, even the Communjian could not calm down either. But they also understood that Hoshan was weak. In this situation, no matter how they protested, it would all be the weakest and most futile. For the sect leader, as long as it was for the continuation of Hoshan, he could endure any humiliation. But what worried him most was that, since Zongnan had such determination, the martial arts competition of this Huashan conference would probably be even more difficult for the children. This kind of situation, where they could neither advance nor retreat, made them not know what to do for a moment. Recalling the children's training each day, which seemed almost insane, he felt a hint of confidence in his heart for some reason. He said, since the Zongnan sect wants to give us a final blow, letting everyone see the gap between Huashan and them, then, as long as we don't lose during the competition, isn't that enough? Sect leader, let's just believe in these unmotivated kids for once. At the same time, on the other side, inside the Huashan Stone Hall, the second and third generation disciples of Zongnan were eating heartily. Most of the disciples didn't seem to feel anything amiss, but that didn't include Kun Jinlong. Looking at the feast that could almost be described as magnificent, He only felt disgusted. His junior brother, Zhang Xuan, saw that his senior brother was rarely this serious, and his heart was a little unsettled. He said, "Senior brother, Hao Shan is indeed a little arrogant, but for a sect, isn't the most important thing still martial arts, taking out so many good things to eat? At most, they're just putting up a strong front, right?" But how could Kun Jinlong not know this? But what he wanted was a perfect victory, reputation, wealth, and martial arts. In any of these aspects, Hao Shan shouldn't be on par with us. Even if it's just this point, it made him very uncomfortable. He said, "Have you forgotten? Our determination is to push the Zongan sect to the position of the #1 sect in the world during our generation. But you're acting like you're here for a vacation? So lax, it makes me very angry. Junior brothers and nephews, don't forget the purpose of our coming here. If anyone disgraces the Zongan sect before the elders punish you, I will be the first one to not spare you. Do you understand?" As everyone perused their alertness, applause drifted in from outside the room. The senior brother turned his head and looked, only to discover that Elder Sima had already entered. He was very happy. Although Jinlong had said everything he wanted to say, it made him feel even better. As a disciple of Zongnan, they should have this kind of mentality. Moreover, this competition is not just about defeating them. They must make Huashan turn pale at the mere mention of them from now on. Kun Jinlong still didn't quite understand when he saw Sima Laz beckoning him over. He said, "Although the competition is supposed to be only to a certain point, their momentum is sharper than expected, so the Zongan sect's mercy is also limited." Kun Jinlong was first a little stunned, then immediately understood. His expression clearly became sinister and joyful. Indeed, facing such momentum, we could also easily get injured, right? Sima Sheng really liked this kid's cleverness, so he went along with his words. "You must be extra careful. Try to end the competition without getting hurt. Even if you accidentally break their arms, it's fine. There's another thing I need you to do for me." That arrogant, disrespectful guy? Absolutely do not let him go. A child who is not even 20 years old, yet didn't show any weakness in front of me. I don't want to see that kind of kid grow up in Huashan. Hearing this, Kun Jinlong also understood who the elder was talking about. So he turned his head and looked, calling over a third-generation disciple named Yulian. He said, "This child has the best martial arts among the third-generation disciples. He should be the best choice to deal with King Ming. The competition held tomorrow will definitely be as the elder wishes." Seeing that Kun Jinlong was meticulous in everything, Sima Lao's eyes showed a rare moment of delight. It seemed that this competition was bound to be the prelude to the Zongan sect entering its peak period. The night was overcast with clouds. A slight sound came from the door of the White Eyebrow Hall. Yingzong wanted to come out for some air, but he found that Zhao Ji's kid was already standing outside. He saw the young man occasionally looking at the sky, and then letting out a soft sigh. It was obvious that both of them were nervous. However, Yingzong heard that King Ming was still sleeping. He didn't know if that kid was made of iron or what. Sometimes he admired him, but sometimes he thought he was too crazy. Moreover, it was the Hozong conference at dawn, yet that kid was still able to sleep. It's not that I'm too brave, but that the senior brothers are making a fuss over nothing. A sudden voice made them both see clearly that Kingling had already changed into his Taoist robe and was holding a sword in his hand. He asked the two why they weren't sleeping yet. Saiji said that they were nervous. What if we lose? However, before he could finish speaking, Kingling had already approached them, interrupting. Only those who haven't prepared well would be nervous, right? And Yingzong still wanted to argue, but Kingling continued on his own. "Senior brother, if time were to go back to 10 days ago, could you have done better?" Hearing this, Yingzong's first reaction was to make him go through 10 more days of that crazy cultivation. Just thinking about it made him feel like throwing up. However, the young man continued, "Since everything that should be done has been done, then there's no need to be nervous, right? At most, you can only be considered unconfident. Be frank. There's nothing wrong with admitting your weakness. You've all asked yourselves if you've done your best. That's enough. No matter what others say, at least I know that you guys really risked your lives with me this time. So you two shouldn't think too much. Sufficient sleep, maintaining the best condition, is also a form of effort." Looking at Kingling walking away, he couldn't help but ask, "Where are you going?" When he learned he was going to cultivate, he just felt astonished. "Today is the Hozong conference, and you're still going to cultivate. Wouldn't that affect your performance?" However, what he got in return was a voice from Kingling. He said, "Cultivation is 100 times more important than such trivial matters." Then he completely disappeared from the sight of the two. That guy really went to cultivate. What responded to Xiaoji was a helpless sigh from senior brother Yin. Are we just asking for trouble for ourselves? Kingling is right. We've already done our best to the end. At least we should get some sleep. To make this torment worthwhile, let's go get some sleep. Xiaoji lowered his head. His heart seemed to relax a lot. He then obediently went back to the dorm. Ying Zhang turned back again to look in the direction King Ning had left. Now he seemed to understand. No matter what the outcome of the competition, as long as King Ming was there, their third-generation disciples would keep getting stronger. After a long while in the depths of the mountain, King Ming poked his head out like a thief. He glanced around. He thought, today there shouldn't be anyone following me. Just thinking about that woman named Liu made him furious. If she dares to follow him again, King Ming wouldn't mind cracking her head open, then tie her up and throw her off a cliff. After a while the youth sighed again. I can't hit her. Damn, she's so irritating. While he was thinking, suddenly, a shiver went through him. He keenly noticed a strange aura coming from his rear side. He thought someone was following him again. He was about to curse, but his eyes narrowed again. That's not right. That person didn't seem to be Shigu. And there were two of them. In the middle of the night, two people were meeting in this deep mountain forest. No matter how you look at it, it smelled like a conspiracy. Just like that, Kingling seemed to have discovered a new continent. He quickly approached the two, stopping near a tree trunk that was visible to the naked eye. He stopped there, judging from their backs. It was actually that guy from daytime. And the other person seemed to be from the Zongan sect. He heard the other person say slowly, "It seems you are doing well." My brother, Xiao Tonglong's words didn't evoke much reaction in the daytime, but Kingling couldn't help it and burst out laughing paft. The two of them looked up, but didn't notice anything strange. They just thought it was the sound of the autumn wind rustling through the leaves, and King Ming was really about to lose it this time. The little guy from daytime was actually called Tung Long. That is to say, the two of them were actually brothers. But these names were too random, right? He really wanted to meet their parents. What exactly were they thinking to give them such names? While Beichin turned around, his voice was tinged with anger. Don't call me by that name anymore. I am Baiqian, the eldest disciple of the second generation of Hushan. Kun Jinlong seemed not to care at all. He said he knew. Tonglong, it seems you are doing well in Hoshan. Your complexion also looks quite good. Mom just wanted to see you. This stupid younger brother who ran away from home to defeat his older brother. Although we confirmed it once 2 years ago, when it comes to putting down a loser, no matter how many times, it never gets old. Hearing this, though Beichin was angry, he didn't seem to have a way to respond. He knew this man well. His gentle smile could no longer conceal his rotten heart. As long as he thought someone was weaker than him, he would relentlessly humiliate them. Seeing that Beichin was silent, Kun Jinlong chuckled. Actually, if you kneel down and beg for forgiveness right now, our Zongnan sect can still accept you. And if you really want to defeat me, you should join the Zongnan sect. Only then is there a 1 in 10,000 chance. But you say one thing, but stupidly chose to join the Hoshin sect. Joining a sect that is about to fall apart, and still dreaming such pipe dreams, it's really hilarious. At this point, Ku Ning could no longer laugh. He looked at everything that was happening now with deep eyes. Baiqin was about to grind his teeth, but he still restrained his mind. He said, indeed, the reason I joined Hoshin in the first place was because of you. At that time, I naively thought, leading the Huashan sect that you hate the most, and defeating you would be the most satisfying. But that was just at the beginning, and now I really like Hoshin. Being able to live as a second-generation disciple of Hoshan, and as the eldest senior brother, Baitian, makes me feel extremely proud. Hearing this, Kunling recalled the scene of Beichin hoping that he would make him stronger. Only then did he realize that the little guy was not just being impulsive, but he actually felt proud, being a disciple of a sect that was about to fall apart. Is he not mentally ill? Are you really not mentally ill? Kun Jinlong's sudden words instantly filled Kunling with protectiveness. Is this little guy looking for death? However, even more agitated than him was Baiqian. You are not allowed to look down on the Huashan sect. Maybe it seems strange to you, but after coming here I realized that happiness is not about the food or clothes you have in a sect. I am needed here, and also here in Hoshan, I have the goal to lead it to rise again. I even felt love. Kun Jinlong's mouth twitched. He really felt that this younger brother of his was not only weak, but also unable to face reality. Actually said love, then let me tell you, you are done for. One wrong choice. The price you have to pay is that you will forever only be a third-rate swordsman, suffering humiliation, and you will watch me become the sect leader of Zongnan. So it seems, watching your life like a piece of trash is actually quite interesting too. Today you will understand just how stupid your life choices are. A fallen sect and a fool. This combination is really a match made in heaven. Baichen could no longer take it. He angrily rebuked Kun Jinlong, telling him not to use his full mouth to insult Huashan. Believe it or not, I'll tear your mouth. However, he did not finish his words. Kun Jinlong's laughter had already sounded. Then blue light gradually emanated from his body. Violent internal energy spread around him. He said, "What can you do to me? Garbage like you. After today, you and your Huashan sect will never have the face to roam the martial world again." After a while, Kun Jinlong finally retracted his inner energy. He enjoyed Beichen's expression. But for things like crushing people, he thought it was more appropriate to do at the tournament. And Beitian, watching Kun Jinlong walk further and further away, couldn't help but bite his lower lip. He kept forcing himself not to waver. "Beijian, one day, I will bring Huashan back to its former glory." After a while, he finally turned around. He was about to go back, but a light cough came from above. Kung Ling was watching him and smiling. This scared Beichen quite a bit. However, the young man jumped down and couldn't help himself. He let out a snicker. It seemed he had heard everything. However, although King Ling found it amusing, he was genuinely admiring him. He cared so much for Huashan. Baichen hoped he wouldn't tell anyone else. He was afraid that some people would think badly about it, and the young man patted his chest, saying, "Don't worry, martial uncle. I, Kuming, am the last person in the world who will spill a secret." Baichen breathed a sigh of relief, but felt that something was not quite right, and King Min asked again, "So, martial uncle, you are Kun Jinlong's younger brother, right?" Baichen was silent. After a long pause, he said, "Although I am his younger brother, we are not close, and although we have the same father, we have different mothers. Since I was young," he said, but he was suddenly interrupted by King Ling. "I don't want to know the other details. Anyway, either you're an illegitimate son, or the youngest son of the family, who is suppressed by his talented older brother or something like that. Ultimately, you left home and came to Huashan. I don't want to hear such a glitchy story." Baichen was speechless. Can you not summarize a person's life so simply? However, just as he was about to explain, he heard King Ming blurt out, "Well done." Seeing that he didn't seem to hear clearly, Kung Ling repeated it again. "I said well done. You being able to come to Hoshan, no matter what your background is, or what kind of story you have, as long as you chose to come to Hoshan, then you, martial uncle, are a disciple of Huashan. I will prove to you that you abandoning Zhongnan sect and choosing Hoshan is definitely not a wrong decision." Although Baichen thought these words shouldn't be coming from the mouth of such a young kid, after hearing King Ming's words, he felt a little comforted in his heart. He asked the young man, "How will you prove it? And when?" And King Ming pointed to the bright moon in the sky. "Of course, it's today. Now is the time to crush those Zhongnan sect disciples. Let's make a scene, shall we?" Martial uncle, in the early morning, the second-generation disciples and the third-generation disciples rarely gathered together. Xuan Kong had a peaceful look on his face. He said, "I can see that. Everyone is very nervous. But you really don't need to be so stiff. It's just a victory or defeat. You don't need to be so fixated on it. No matter what the result is, you will still be the most proud disciples of Huashan." Kung Ling was listening, but he slowly closed his eyes. These were all just empty words. Not only did it not boost the disciples' morale, it didn't even make the disciples feel like they had to bear the honor and disgrace of Huashan. But it was obvious that the sect leader's words had relaxed the disciples who were burdened with a huge baggage. Xuan Zhang's hands, which were behind his back, gripped even harder, but he tried his best to show a smile on his face. He was using his own way to tell everyone that Huashan will be your eternal support. The fool Sima Sheng also led the Zhongnan disciples to the martial arts field that had already been prepared. The disciples from both sides sat facing each other on either side of the arena, and the disciples of Zhongnan seemed to have been well trained. Only after Elder Sima had taken his seat did they take their seats one by one. But suddenly, a sudden commotion from Yunyan came from outside the mountain gate. A group of people, seemingly never seen before, stormed into the Wuxian gate in a grand manner. Not only were they dressed lavishly, but several of them were also clearly recognized by the financial pavilion master, Xuan Zhang. When he learned that this group of people were either the heads of the top 10 merchant groups or the gentry and celebrities of Shaanxi, he seemed to understand something instantly. He turned his head and looked at Sima, the old villain. He really didn't expect that in order to make Huashan unable to raise its head again, he would resort to such despicable means. However, this time Xuan Kong was mistaken. Even Sima Sheng was not sure why it turned out like this. Seeing that the other party was questioning the sect leader, instead, they were also confused. They turned their heads and looked at Yun Yan. He said he originally wanted to stop them, but the person who brought them here was me. The sect leader looked at the newcomer in shock. He never thought that it would actually be Lord Huang of the Yaini Merchant Guild. He said, I apologize, that the sect leader was not informed beforehand. But this old man thinks that a tournament like this would be too boring without an audience. Therefore, this old man took the liberty of bringing some people over. So I took the liberty of bringing some people over. You don't mind, do you? Seeing that this was already the case, Xuan Kong had no choice but to reluctantly accept it. Then Lord Huang turned his head and glanced at the innocent look of King Ming behind him. It seemed he had also discovered him. It turned out that some days ago, King Ming had sent him a letter, hoping he could bring influential people to watch the Huashan tournament. This kind of thing was not difficult for him. Naturally, it was to return the favor to that little boy. When everyone was seated, Yun Yan then slowly walked onto the arena. He took a deep breath. I announced that this year's Huzong conference has officially begun. Soon, the first group to take the stage was the second-generation disciples from both sides. Amidst the cheers of the disciples from both sides, Baiqin and Kun Jinlong slowly walked onto the arena. The local gentry and dignitaries seemed very happy as well. After all, they had long heard of Kun Jinlong's outstanding talent. He was a talent who could lead Zongnan to greater heights, and judging by his demeanor, the Huashan disciple was also very outstanding. This made them gradually look forward to it, and Baiqian, after their previous encounter, knew very well that the other's strength was unfathomable. So he was extremely serious at this moment. Kun Jinlong smiled faintly. It's unexpected that you didn't run away. Baiqian pointed his sword at him. How could I be scared away by the Zongnan sect, especially not in front of you? I am a second-generation disciple of Hoshan, and the future sect leader who will lead Hoshan. Baiqian then took the initiative to attack. The illusory sword in Baiqian's hands seemed even more skilled than in the past few days. His first move was the tiger subduing Qinjiang's sword, which he was best at. Dust filled the arena. Hoshan's gorgeous sword moves made the old guy's blood boil. Even Yanzhong and Xiaoji outside the arena were surprised. They had seen their martial uncle use this move before, but the power of this sword this time seemed even more violent, and when they saw the two figures clearly, it seemed that Kun Jinlong could only retreat and dodge. As Baiqian landed again, his eyes seemed to have a burst of light. His sword charged out with sword energy. Even Xuan Kong was shocked to see this scene. When did this child reach such a realm? Even the sect leader was like this, and the disciples were even more excited. Yingzhong pulled on Qingling's sleeve. He kept shaking it. Qingling! Qingling! Look, martial uncle is chasing that Kun Jinlong and hitting him. Maybe. Can he really win? However, Kung Ming was very helpless. He's not going to win. Baiqian hasn't even touched that guy yet. In your opinion, does he look like he's about to win? On the arena, the dust settled, and Baiqian was already drenched in sweat. Looking at the man who was gradually revealing his figure, he was angry and helpless. Why? Why is it like this? The man made a desperate slash, but it was all for naught. His sword skills, which he was so proud of, were like child's play in front of the other man. He was angry and didn't understand. Why couldn't he even touch the hem of the other's clothes? For him, 2 years of seclusion was for the sake of wiping away his shame today. But look at the other party. He's not even breathing hard. It's too bleak. It's like looking at a cliff soaring into the clouds. A cliff that even the courage to climb couldn't be mustered. But all that effort I put in, all that time, where did it all go? I refuse to accept this. However, at this moment, Baiqian was already exhausted. But he still chose to explode his inner power, pouring it into his whole body. Streams of sword energy surged forth. They rushed towards Kun Jinlong like a swarm. He roared. But this chief disciple of Zongnan did not have even a ripple in his eyes. He even advanced towards Baiqian's sword energy step by step. This scene was strange. Baiqian was in extreme despair. Then he changed his sword technique again. Just by looking at his stance, it was Zongnan's forceful and orthodox style. But this did not mean that he was stupid. Those at the end of their rope could use force to break all techniques. It wasn't impossible to make a desperate attempt. But unfortunately, the result of his head-on collision with Kun Jinlong did not seem to change. With a thud, Baiqian didn't even have the strength to stand up at this moment. Looking at his stupid younger brother, he couldn't help but laugh. Looking at you, you had a lot of fun, didn't you? Baiqian glanced at that disgusting man, but unexpectedly Kun Jinlong thrust his sword. The sword came, accompanied by the sound of bones shattering. The eldest senior brother of Hoshan's second-generation disciples gradually lost consciousness, and just like that, he collapsed on the arena. But Kun Jinlong's next kick, that pain pulled Bai Qian, who was about to lose consciousness, back. You stupid fool, no matter how well you train in Huashan's martial arts, you'll never be able to touch even a single hair on my body. I'll let you feel it properly. Just how foolish you and the people you cherish are. Accompanied by a loud bang, Kingling could no longer restrain himself at this moment. He had the urge to go up and kill the other person. Looking at Bai Qian, he was being kicked around like a ball by the other party. But it was clear that with his trembling hand, he was firmly gripping his broken wooden sword. Even if he couldn't defeat the other party, he didn't want to admit defeat. He stood up with willpower. And at this moment, Kun Jinlong attacked again. A burst of light suddenly flashed in Bai Qian's eyes. He swung his broken sword at the other party again. But his quick sword kept striking him repeatedly. In the blink of an eye, Bai Qian was beaten in a 360-degree radius. But the pain in his body did not make him fall. Even though at this time the pain in his head could no longer receive the images from his eyes, he still stabilized his lower body with his will. Had he still had any blood left, he would definitely not allow himself to be so beaten up. But now he had already reached his limit. So Bai Qian charged at the other party again. But a miracle did not happen. Kun Jinlong bent his elbow. His speed was even faster than before. Seeing this, Bai Qian knew he was done for. The wooden sword was in his opponent's hand, but now it pierced through his shoulder. This scene shocked the second and third generation disciples. Bai Qian was lying on the stage like that, but he once again chose to prop himself up, and Kun Jinlong's voice had no pity in it. He said, "It ends here. You'll never be able to touch the hem of my clothes in this lifetime. The gap between Huashan and our Zongan is as big as you see it now. With just your meager martial arts, you will never be a match for our Zongan sect. I think it will be the same even after 100 or 1,000 years. If you still want to catch up with me, I advise you to leave Huashan as soon as possible. A sect that is about to collapse will only be mocked by others." As Kun Jinlong spoke, what he got was Bai Qian, using some unknown strength, staggering to his feet once again. He was panting heavily, with a determined look in his eyes as if ready to die. "I am a disciple of Huashan, and I will never leave." He heard a chuckle. "Indeed, if you are a man, you should naturally do that. But it's a pity, I still won't show any mercy." And so, Bai Qian completely lost consciousness. He fell heavily to the ground with a thud. Several second-generation disciples rushed onto the stage like madmen. Bai Qian was trembling all over. He gently helped his senior brother up, and at this moment, Bai Qian was already unconscious. Bai Qian gritted his teeth. His anger had already reached its peak, but when he questioned the opponent for going too far, he was met with another round of ridicule from Kun Jinlong. He said that because it was only a competition, it would end like this. If I were holding a real sword, what do you think he would look like now? Besides, how would I know he was so weak? Hearing this, Bai Qian's anger seemed impossible to contain any longer. He ordered his two junior brothers to immediately take their senior brother to the medical hall. Then he slowly stood up. "Let me learn your so-called amazing swordsmanship." Kun Jinlong didn't mind who came forward first. He generously said, of course. He turned around and called, "Shu Hen, you be his opponent." Ironically, the local gentry were enjoying the pastries provided by Huashan. They didn't care how badly the losers in the competition were injured. They kept praising Kun Jinlong, truly worthy of being called the #1 prodigy of Shaanxi, and Lord Huang felt helpless looking at their behavior. No wonder people like to scold merchants. Someone is beaten so miserably, and they only think about making money. Although I'm also a merchant, the Zongan are indeed a group of people I can't help but despise. That being said, little Taoist priest, what exactly are you thinking? I thought you wanted me to make this situation big, because you had already thought of a solution. You have to know that if it continues, Huashan will only accelerate its decline, falling into an eternal abyss. I hope you don't let me misjudge you. At this time, Ying Zhong looked into the distance. He was also apprehensive in his heart, worrying about whether his Shishu martial uncle would be alright, and Kingling was very clear that Bai Qian wouldn't be alright. With such serious injuries, it would probably take a while to recover. Yin Zhong was feeling a mix of emotions at this moment. Faced with such a result, he couldn't see the slightest ripple in Kingling's eyes. To be honest, he was a little angry. Even if Kingling's relationship with his Shishu was bad, he was still his Shishu after all. How can he really not feel anything at all? The more Yin Zhong said, the more agitated he became. He didn't realize that he normally wouldn't dare to be so fierce towards Kingling. However, the young man unusually wasn't angry. He stared at Yin Zhong and said, "Calm down. Shixing martial brother, what are you expecting? You don't really think he had a chance of winning, do you? The current situation, isn't it something everyone should have realized long ago? If success could be achieved with just that kind of effort, Then the world would be full of experts. You just watch. All the second-generation disciples will lose. There was one who could win, but it seems he doesn't have any plans to fight. Hearing this, Ying Zhong's heart twisted into knots. He didn't understand. Are the 9 sects in one gang really that unreachable? Kunming looked at him in surprise. He Shixiang, you've got it wrong. We won't lose. I said the second-generation disciples will lose. Hurry up and warm up. We need to fight beautifully. At the same time, Baisheng had also been defeated, and Shuhan stepped on his chest. I thought you could last a little longer. His current angle was exactly facing Kingming. He saw his mouth twitch. It seems Hoshan is full of guys who are only good at talking. Not long after, the results were as Kingling had predicted. The second-generation disciples were all severely injured by the Zongan sect. It was already a 9-match losing streak. The wooden sword flying and landing at the foot of Xuan Mountain seemed to be reminding him, Hoshan is beyond saving. However, he tried to get the sect leader to end the competition, but didn't notice that Xuanzong's face was already ashen. The local gentry were all here. If he dared to propose ending the competition, it would be equivalent to announcing to the whole of Shaanxi that their Huashan was finished. This was not just a matter of his own reputation as sect leader. At this point, they only had a sliver of hope left, and that was to keep fighting. Xuanshang were now in a difficult situation. As the last second-generation disciple fell to the ground with serious injuries, the smug look on Semilauzi's face could no longer be concealed. He clenched his excited fist. The 10-match winning streak made him very satisfied. This scene was something that countless ancestors of the Zongan sect had dreamt of. Perhaps this long-cherished wish was about to be fulfilled in his hands, and Yunyan came onto the field. If he could, he really wanted to find a hole and crawl into it. But what followed was the scorn of the third-generation disciples, a record of 10 consecutive losses. It was as if their shadows were already suppressing their breath. Their uncle's defeats seemed to be reminding them of the gap between dreams and reality. However, a strange creaking sound came from beside them. Shadow gave a start. Kingling's appearance was something he had never seen before. Shadow wanted to persuade him to calm down, but this mad dog almost bit him too. Yunyan also noticed the clamor of his own disciples. From far away, he heard them seemingly shouting, "Don't let go. You calm down. You're the last one to go on stage. You can't do this." But how could they stop the deranged Kingling? They heard a loud bang. Kingling used an almost flying leap to smash onto the stage. When he stood still, Yunyan was also taken aback. Why did this kid rush up first? But before he could ask anything, he heard Kingling say coldly, "Before I kill you all, no matter who it is, hurry up and come up. No matter how you looked at it." It didn't look like a 10-time loser should be acting. Even Kun Jinrong felt that this kid was a maniac. But whatever. Yu Liang, go tell him. What does he think he is? Yu Liang's figure instantly appeared on the stage. These days, I've been hearing my uncles talk about you, Q Ming. Today, I'm going to tear your mouth apart. I am Xianyu of the Zongan sect. When did Kingling disappear in an instant and smash a punch into his face? Not to mention Shadow and Xiaojai, who were stunned. Even Sima Sheng couldn't control the look on his face. A waste? So much nonsense. You want to die, I'll help you. Xian Yuliang's figure was sent flying through the air like mud. For the old scoundrel Sima, what shocked him most was the kid's movement just now. Even as an elder of the Zongan sect, he couldn't see it clearly. Was that reasonable? With a thud, the boy fell to the ground, nearly out of breath. Kingling picked up the wooden sword. Walking over, he said, "Stop trying to sell yourself short here. Your grandpa, I haven't even shown my strength yet." Immediately, the Zongan disciples outside the stage started cursing. They said that the Huashan sect had no martial ethics, and no manners at all. At this moment, Xing Yuliang slowly, with a trembling body, grasped the wooden sword, and finally got back up. However, at this time, Kunming realized that he hadn't noticed, and seemed to have gone a little too hard. "Are you okay?" The boy's nose was bleeding like a rainbow, but he still insisted that he could continue fighting. But King Ming was a little worried. What if he got killed by me in the competition? Wouldn't that be bad? He turned to look at Yunyan. He said, "Shouldn't we send him for treatment in this situation?" But Yunyan was also stunned. He was just about to ask the opinions of the elders on both sides when the boy tore off his sleeve. Then he tore it in half and used them to plug the gushing blood. It was obvious that he wanted to continue. Kunming narrowed his eyes. Although this kid was from Zongnan, he was still somewhat likable. Just as he thought this, he heard him roar, "You despicable scoundrel. I'll chop you into pieces and feed you to the dogs." It's too late to beg for mercy now. But just as he finished speaking, a strange gust of cold wind blew over him. It was clear that in Shan Yuliang's eyes, he had just been careless. Why did that kid suddenly look a little scary? Very well, I was still feeling a bit guilty. Come on, I'll show you what it means to not even touch a single hair. Clearly, the boy was so angry he was gritting his teeth, but a sudden loud shout from outside the arena made him look back. Kun Jinlong told him not to get excited, but his eyes revealed a coldness. Kan Yulian wasn't stupid. He knew the consequences of losing. When he looked back again, he had calmed down a lot. He slowly pointed at King Ming. He said, "Your provocation technique is really good." King Ling had a look of disdain. "Think what you want." With the young man's roar, he charged forward in such a ridiculous way, and King Ling calmly spread his hands. With a whoosh, his figure seemed to tremble for a moment. The next second he appeared behind his opponent Xian Yuliang, who opened his eyes in horror. In just an instant, his body was cut in half by a force. However, King Ling didn't seem to intend to stop there. "Really? Kids these days are so rude. Let Grandpa tell you what it means to have manners." With a devastating blow from the lower body, the boy flew out with a painful expression. He flew out. The excruciating pain and powerlessness caused his consciousness to quickly enter a blurred state. Even Qin Jinlong was now feeling ashamed, and Xing Yulian collapsed on the ground, trembling. King Ling walked up to him. He first glanced at this ungrateful little bastard. Then he picked up the rag he had used to plug his nose and just pulled it out. Immediately, the rainbow reappeared. This scene made the Zongan disciples very nervous. However, Kun Ming was now feeling much better. He looked at the stage and laughed. "Don't panic. This kid won't die." Then he swaggered off the stage and returned to his original position, and the finance pavilion master still didn't understand. Our Huashan sect won the match with overwhelming speed. He seriously suspected that he was dreaming, so he turned to ask his sect leader brother, "What exactly is going on?" "Hey sect leader, how come senior brother Xuanchang isn't either? How could that kid be so strong?" Yeah, he should have clearly lost. How did he win?" Xuanchang slapped himself hard to make sure he wasn't dreaming. He quickly turned to look at Yunjian. When he found out that King Ling had only been a member for less than half a year, he began to wonder if he was in a dream again. To have reached that level of cultivation in just half a year. "Yunjian, did he learn any other martial arts before joining us?" Yunjian shook his head definitely. "But that kid King Ling has hardly ever shown his strength, so the disciples don't know what level he is at." Xuanzhang finally came back to his senses. Originally, he thought King Ling was just a lucky star, and he never expected that this child could do more for Huashan. But the martial arts talent that the boy just displayed was extremely high. Clearly, setting aside strength, he was a one-in-a-million genius, and the head of the finance pavilion didn't seem able to analyze the current situation. He asked the sect leader if King Ling's life could protect the reputation of Hoshan. However, he received a denial from Xuan Kong, because King Ming had not only just protected the reputation of Hoshan, he was even certain that this child would be able to take on the responsibilities of the next 100 years. At this time, Huang Darren was the most calm of them all. In his opinion, King Ming's complete victory was a given. He knew that the young Taoist priest was someone who would never lose a battle. It seemed that today's result was very likely to be completely different from what everyone had expected. Completely different. Although these local gentry and dignitaries had also noticed the child's extraordinary nature, but they were too late now. The young Taoist priest was mine long ago, and he should be very clear that this battle could not really save Huashan. Come, let me see how Taoist King Ling will prevent Hoshan from fighting back. However, at this moment, the young man felt 10,000 times better. Yin Zhongyu and Xiaoji could also tell that the devil was genuinely happy after beating someone, and this time seemed to be very different. The uncles who were still able to watch were almost all cheering him on. Their appearance seemed to have completely forgotten how strange they had previously considered King Ming. He saw the young man wave his hand, telling them not to make such a fuss. Yinzhong was very happy. In his eyes, nothing could make him more joyful than harmony between fellow disciples, harmony among his fellow disciples. However, Kung Ming suddenly called out to him at this moment. Yin Zhong understood it was his turn to take the stage. As the eldest senior brother, letting his junior brother accomplish what he should have done meant that what he had to do was to carry on the victory. Kung Ling, do you have any advice? Kung Ling looked at Yin Zhong, who seemed overly tense. He said that he didn't have any good advice. Even if I told you now, you wouldn't be able to use it. Go up quickly. Just remember to hit the head when you see it. And so, Yin Zhong walked slowly onto the stage, holding a wooden sword. It was clear that the kid was telling him not to be too tense. But when he thought about this battle, if I were to lose, senior brother Yin Zhong was startled and shuddered. He looked back. He heard King Ling say, "If you dare to lose, you're dead." The young man paused for a long time, and a slight smile finally appeared at the corner of his mouth. "Yeah, the wind is already blowing towards Huashan now." When Yin Zhong reached the middle of the stage, he shouted loudly. Yin Zhong, a third-generation disciple of Huoshan, sincerely invites a Zongnan sect disciple to come to the stage for a match. This shout was originally nothing but a Jinlong. It was a blatant provocation from Huashan, because in his eyes, Huashan should tremble and stand before Zongnan. But what was going on now? Was it because of the appearance of that kid, Kyung Ling? So he suppressed his anger and shouted, "Kong Zhen, go and defeat that arrogant thing." Immediately, a young man came onto the stage and pointed his sword at Ying Zhong. Seeing this familiar posture, Ying Zhong remembered that 2 years ago, he was defeated under his sword without any power to fight back. He was very strong, so strong that back then, he hadn't even been able to touch the edge of his clothes before he was defeated. If King Ming had not appeared, perhaps today would have been the same result. Every time we competed against Zongnan, we were defeated miserably. It even made people feel that all the training was meaningless. Maybe it was just like that. When everyone faced despair and wanted to give up, only one person did not yield. Bai Tian Shu. Because of his existence, almost all of us stayed. However, at this time, a person appeared before us as if he had fallen from the sky. A person appeared before us. Each of us was tortured by him for a full half a year, while also trying our best to cultivate. I don't know if this can really reduce the gap between us and them, but no matter what the result, I will never be defeated easily. At this time, Kong Zhen simply greeted the loser of 2 years ago. He had no intention of giving Ying Zhong a chance to say anything. His eyes became stern, and he rushed in front of Ying Zhong in an instant. It was clearly the same move as last time. Even though he could guess the next sword path, he just couldn't block it. But this time, "I won't let you win so easily." What, he actually blocked it? It seems you haven't been wasting your time these past 2 years. But even so, you still won't be my opponent. Yin Zhong saw that he was moving so fast and shouted in his heart. He subconsciously raised his sword to block, and sure enough, his sword both in power and speed is astonishing. It feels more than twice as strong as during the last competition. Is this really Kong Zhen's power? But why? Why can I see his every move? With a loud bang, Kong Zhen was pushed back several steps by Yin Zhong, although his mind suddenly became a bit confused. This guy not only blocked my swordsmanship, but also had the strength to interrupt my attacks. Yin Zhong at this moment still couldn't believe what he had just done. He looked up at Kong Zhen and abruptly asked him, "Is that all?" Seeming to realize that his words were a bit impolite, he quickly explained again, "You wouldn't be going easy on me to make me lose face, right?" However, what he didn't know was that those words enraged Kong Zhen. He roared and charged again. Yin Zhong tentatively kicked back, but unexpectedly he really sent him flying. But more than the other party's surprise, Yin Shixiang's mind was even more of a mess. He turned his head to look. What did that guy do to us? However, Kong Zhen's roar pulled him back to the present. With a whoosh, Kong Zhen unleashed all his power. He charged over, and in Yin Zhong's heart, it seemed he finally had some confidence. He wanted to try his daily training, that move he practiced every day. He raised his wooden sword. He silently recited, condensing all the changes and moves to the fingertips. His lower body must be as steady as Mount Hua. His eyes must not miss any changes. And most importantly, when the moment of victory or defeat arrives, he must be resolved not to swing the sword a second time. I must kill him without a trace of hesitation. Kill him? This was the young man's sword of righteousness. It contained his half-year of inhuman pain and torment. He really wanted to know what that kid had done to them over the past 6 months. He saw the young man gather strength and slash down, and the other party blocked with his sword horizontally. Followed by a bang, the broken sword flew far away. Looking at Kong Zhen again, he was already unconscious. This scene not only stunned Xiao Ji, but also made Sima Laws and Kun Jinlong feel incredulous. Damn it, that kid didn't use any moves at all, and he doesn't look like a second-generation disciple. So how did he defeat Kong Zhen? Even Yin Zhong himself found it unbelievable. After a moment of silence, the young man's composure brought him back to his senses, so he proactively cupped his fist to show he had learned from the match. Instantly, the Mount Hua disciples outside the arena also came to their senses. They shouted wildly. It seemed that their years of gloom, at this moment, were all swept away. Looking at the sect leader, this happiness came too quickly. It almost made him pass out right there. Yes, the struggles and powerlessness that the older generation had experienced in Mount Hua was something the children could not possibly understand. Just King Ling's complete victory earlier was already a great joy for Mount Hua. Now even Yin Zhong had won. How could they not be excited at this moment? Sai was very curious. He eagerly wanted to know how the senior brother did it. However, what answered him was Yin Zhong, telling him to go on with confidence. Because even if you wanted to lose, it would be hard. Then he looked at King Ming and asked the question in his heart. But what he got in response was a chuckle from King Ming. He said, I'm just telling you how to win, you know. Do you know, the disciples of the Zongan sect are indeed very strong at their age, but because they learn too much, things they shouldn't be learning at this age, so in a sense, they are also very weak. Yin Zhong was confused by what he heard, and could only look at him with a puzzled expression, but King Ming turned around and stared at himself. He said, Senior brother's martial arts training is like building a tower, and the foundation of the tower determines how high it can reach. But they haven't even stabilized the first level, and they have already started building the second and third levels. How do you think such a tower would fare against a tower with only one level, but one that is very solid if they clashed head-on? What do you think would happen? Actually, the basics of martial arts are to perfectly use one's body and to accurately strike the opponent. And thus, branches like slashing and thrusting were gradually developed. When you delve deeper step by step, you will have a variety of move options. And what I did was just to make you focus more on the basics. Look at Xiaoji's senior brother's movements. Aren't they completely different from before? A stable lower body allows you to unfold your movements crisply and neatly. A solid foundation allows you to distribute more focus, to observe the opponent's moves. And the third generation disciples, because you are all young, so now as long as you do this well, children about your age will basically not be your opponents. However, such an obvious truth, Yin Zhong found even stranger. He couldn't help but ask, why haven't other sects done this? However, when he saw the young man's kind face, his voice became smaller and smaller. Luckily, Kunming patiently explained, the time a person has in a day is limited. Do you think anyone can simultaneously do high-intensity learning, while also ensuring self-cultivation, respecting the old and loving the young, treating others sincerely, etc.? The way of the gentleman. Everyone knows how to be a gentleman, but the people who can abide by these conditions, from ancient times to the present, are few and far between. That's why our predecessors have asked us to constantly strive forward, because people can't do it, so that is why we have to work so hard to do it. And this is the result of your efforts for the past half year. No need to thank me. When you successfully persisted, the outcome of today's competition had already been decided. This is probably like a bird whose wings aren't strong enough yet. After jumping out of the nest, it realizes how important the space to take flight is. Yu Baikeling didn't bother to explain any further, and Yingzhong was surprised at where this guy had learned all this knowledge. But in just a moment, Hao Shen had already achieved 4 consecutive wins. Looking at his junior brothers, they were almost jumping on the chairs. With another victory, each of them was like himself just now, awakened from a dream. It was clear that the third-generation disciples had succeeded. Just in terms of momentum, it looked like Hua Shen's was more overwhelming. After the last junior brother also won against Zhongnan, Yin Zhong excitedly shouted, Qingming. He said, we won. Thank you so much. However, the response he got was only the young man's aloof expression. The others were originally very happy, but now they completely didn't understand what the young man meant. Senior brother, you may not know, but in my dictionary, there is no such word as tea. At this time, Yingzhong's eyes were wide open. This familiar feeling, please. I'm scared of you handling things. However, it was obvious that King Ming didn't listen to a single word. They not only stole Hoshin's swordsmanship, but also humiliated the sect leader in front of all the disciples. For such people who come to our Hoshan, I'm supposed to let them go back with all their limbs intact. That's not my style. Then Kungling said, Senior brothers, I'm going to do something now. Don't miss any details. Be sure to watch from beginning to end. Kingling took his wooden sword and walked towards the arena. And as soon as he finished speaking, everyone looked at him as if possessed. Even the children themselves didn't realize that Kingling had already become their leader. But at this moment, Xuan Kong's little heart was beating so hard that he was about to die. Look at how he is crying with joy. At this moment, whether the junior brothers were surprised or happy, he would just keep repeating, yes, yes. Finally, after my death, I'll have the face to meet my ancestors. But when his eyes met the scene, he discovered that the child had already stepped onto the stage. And on the Zongnan sect's side, they all had their heads down low. They didn't seem to have noticed the abnormality in the arena. Saimai, that old thief, was about to explode with anger. 10 consecutive losses. How did these idiots manage to do that? Kun Jinlong was even more furious. In his opinion, it should have been a perfect victory. How dare they tie with my Zongnan? However, right at that moment, a voice suddenly rang out from the arena. Looking up, they heard that most annoying guy say, "Lord Huang, you've watched from beginning to end. You should have a reasonable judgment. So I want to ask you, who won this competition?" Looking at the sudden question from the young man, he finally understood. The young Taoist wasn't planning to let this competition end. He was very happy, having such a formidable guy as an ally. Naturally, he was happy to cooperate. So he shifted the question to the local gentry and dignitaries present. And as he expected, the merchants were all sharp people. They spoke one after another, but still couldn't reach a conclusion that satisfied everyone. So Kung Ming smoothly took over the conversation. He said, "I have a method that can directly determine the winner, which is to let those 10 people who just won on that side fight against the 10 who won on our side again. However, one-on-one isn't that interesting to watch, so let's just do a gauntlet battle. The winner continues to fight the next person until the last person on one side loses. The other side will then be considered the winner of this competition. Of course, if you Zongnan give up, then just pretend I didn't say anything." The entire martial arts field suddenly became terrifyingly silent. Sima Sheng was the first to react, a third-generation disciple. What makes him think he can represent Huashen to propose to Zongnan? Hearing this, Kung Ming acted very casually. "Anyway, the sect leader is right next to you. Why don't you just ask him?" Seeing how rude the little ghost was, Sima, that old thief, was about to blow his top, but he keenly heard that the local gentry and dignitaries seemed very interested in this proposal. This made Sima Sheng visibly suppress his anger and involuntarily weigh the pros and cons. But Xuan Kong was confused. This proposal of Kingling's didn't seem to bring any benefits to Hashan. Fortunately, Yun Jian stepped forward. He said, "Sect leader, that child, though sometimes he is very excessive, he is definitely not stupid. More often than not, I feel his intelligence makes me feel ashamed. So let's just trust him." Xuan Kong raised his head and looked at his junior brother, Xuan Shang, and found that everyone seemed to have the same feeling as Yun Jian. Finally, he let out a long breath. "In that case, I still have the courage to take another gamble." However, when Sima Sheng heard Xuanzang say Huashen agrees, he couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. He wasn't a complete fool. The current situation was definitely a trap set by that kid, but now he was like Huashen before. He was in a bind, so he stated that the Zongnan sect also agreed. But suddenly, Kingling was dragged out by Yingzong in anger. He was very angry. He said, "There should be a limit to how ridiculous you are being, right? To actually let our third-generation disciples face Zongnan's second-generation disciples, and with Kun Jinlong among them. Do you really think we're that strong?" The young man was speechless. He said, "Don't dream, senior brother. Among the third-generation disciples present, only Zia, you can spar with the other second-generation disciples. But if you encounter Kun Jinlong, the outcome will only be instant defeat. This is no longer a matter of fundamentals. He and you are completely on different levels. But you don't need to worry. I won't let any of them pass my test." At this moment in Zongnan, to be honest, the old fox Sema was already holding King Ming in high regard. He thought that this guy would definitely make the other disciples waste their energy, and then he would come up and reap the benefits. Moreover, Zongnan had already suffered a great loss in this area. This battle they would rather win ugly, but they absolutely cannot have any more accidents. Therefore, in the end, he chose to have Kun Jinlong be the last. In this way, Zongnan was the first to send out the disciple Liu Bo. However, Kung Ming did not care about these schemes at all, because to let the entire martial world know of Huashen's change, merely relying on the victory or defeat of the third-generation disciples, at most it's just a casual conversation topic. Even if they were to let the third-generation disciples of Huashen defeat the second-generation disciples of Zongnan, at most people would only be surprised. But if it is just one third-generation disciple from Hoshan who defeated all the second-generation disciples of the Zongnan sect, such a Huashen would surely become a legend in the martial world. Therefore, senior brother, remember what I said, do not let go of any detail. Kung Ming clasped his hands in front of his chest. He shouted loudly, "Kung Ming, a third-generation disciple of Huoshan, sincerely invites disciples of the Zongnan sect to provide guidance." In just an instant, Ying Zhong keenly discovered that the casual air that Kingling originally had on him had completely disappeared. At this moment, he was like a swordsman who has stepped onto the battlefield. Ying Zhong stood up abruptly. He knew very well that he might miss any moment in the following events. It was too fast, and Kingling, his eyes, had already begun to flicker with a strange light. "Today I will create a legend for Huashan." But Liu Bo, as a Zongnan disciple, his technique was the Snowflake 12 style, And such a move, which contained the essence of Hoshin, how could it be hidden from Headmaster Xuan Kong? The original King Ming, upon seeing such a move in the hands of a Zongnan disciple, would definitely not let it go easily. But look at his movements, a thrust with the sword, basic sword-breaking style, cleanly and decisively interrupting Liu Bo's phantom sword, then using power from his lower body, the long sword slashed at Liu Bo's entire arm. In an instant, it was like being crushed by a giant stone weighing 1,000 pounds. The center of gravity of the whole person, in just one exchange, lost its balance, and it was obvious that King Ming did not intend to give him any chance. Step by step, he forced Liu Bo to retreat. He discovered that he had already been forced to the edge of the arena by the other side. But it was at this moment of distraction that the young man's sword already came upon him. Although the sword did not completely land on his head, King Ming's sword instantly withdrew its force, still bringing a fierce blast of air to the entire arena. Xuan Kong widened his eyes. As Liu Bo fell out of the arena, he was still in shock for a long time. Looking again at the young man, standing upright, it was as if nothing had happened just now. He raised his cold eyes and said coldly next, and Sima Sheng, as an elder of Zongnan, still found it unbelievable, because even he did not know if it was possible to achieve instant suppression of Liu Bo with basic swordsmanship. Did he have such a possibility? His intuition told him that, if this little devil grows up, one day, his shadow would envelop the entire Zongnan sect, just like when the Plum Blossom Sword Master was active. Shuhen, you are next. Absolutely do not let him win so easily. He nodded. Then he came to the arena. Shuhen was not a particularly overconfident guy in the first place. After Liu Bo's complete defeat just now, he was even less likely to underestimate King Ming. But when he opened his eyes again, what he saw was something he had never seen in his life before. The feeling of oppression engulfed his entire body. But this could not be blamed on him. A sharp intuition is a quality that an excellent swordsman must possess. But this also made him, in his battle with King Ming, lose the initiative even more quickly. Every sword of the young man seemed to be demonstrating the limit that this move could reach. Before Shuan could react, Kingling completely knocked him down in the next second, and his consciousness also left his brain in an instant. A thud was heard. The young man stood firm again. Next, and this bizarre scene repeatedly shocked the minds of the young people. Yingzhong watched closely, but he couldn't understand why Kingling could defeat Shuhen, who was ranked second among the second-generation disciples, with just 2 swords. He directed 2 disciples to drag the unconscious Shuhen off the field. Kingling then returned to the center of the arena. In his heart, all of this was just the beginning. I will not only let them taste the bitterness of complete defeat, but most importantly, I will brand these thieves with a mark they will never be able to erase. They did what they should not have done. Our Huashan sacrificed everything to save the world, yet the world we protected also includes your Zongnan sect. But not only do you not repay that kindness, you steal our swordsmanship and even want to trample us under your feet forever. I have been suppressing my anger every day. Until now, I will let you understand how terrifying the wrath of Hoshan is. Now that the 6 harmonies swordplay has been displayed, then next will be the Plum Blossom swordplay. However, the current disciples of Zongnan already regarded Kingling as some kind of monster. Therefore, he cautiously picked up his wooden sword. He should have first resisted his attack, but in the next second, Kingling had already appeared behind him, and this disciple turned his head in surprise to look back. He seemed not to have reacted yet, but the next second he completely became a plaything of the sword energy. Fear instantly filled his entire body. He roared and charged towards the young man. But unexpectedly, Kingling appeared behind him again in the blink of an eye. The sword energy constantly tore at his body. Just as he was falling to the ground, Kingling's sword had already reached his neck. The sword stopped for an instant, removing most of the damage. But this brought to this disciple's heart an even more terrifying sensation than having his soul scattered. Just like that, the young man once again seemingly effortlessly achieved victory. Until now, Yinzhong finally understood Kingling's intention. He had originally thought that the Plum Blossom sword technique was not a very powerful move, but in Kingling's hands, it was like a god of death. It was as if he was using actions to tell them what the sword techniques of Mount Hua were truly like in their true nature. After a moment, 6 Zongnan disciples in a row were all defeated by Kingling. The second-generation disciples of the Zongnan sect were already like ants on a hot pot, but now none of them dared to go up and offer themselves, until a shout of report sounded. Kun Jinlong was already so angry at this group of useless people that he was grinding his teeth. To be scared by a child 10 years younger than him, it was simply shameless. Why are you all just watching? How am I supposed to regain the reputation of the Zongan sect? But though he said this, he knew clearly in his heart that even after losing 6 second-generation disciples, even if he won now, the reputation of Zongnan could not be restored. But just as Kun Jinlong was about to step onto the stage, the elder, who was usually the most concerned about reputation, not only stopped him, but also assigned another disciple to go into battle. He said there was only one requirement, which was to exhaust the other party's strength as much as possible. Instead, Kun Jinlong was called over. The two of them came behind the screen. Sima Sheng turned his back and slowly spoke. Do you think anyone else can win? It's obvious, you should have already guessed. That kid is simply a monster. But luckily he is still just a baby monster now. But if he continues to develop like this, he will one day grow into a real monster. And he will definitely become an obstacle to our sect. Jinlong, you are a genius. But how many geniuses do you think there are in this vast world? Probably just in your generation, there will not be less than 10. And those who compete for the title of #1 in the world are never geniuses like you, but rather monsters like them. Kun Jinlong understood the meaning in the elder's words. He thought he was saying that he couldn't win against King Ming. Logically speaking, he was not convinced in his heart, but Sima Sheng's next words gave him a start. Jinlong, while he is still a baby monster, kill him. The sudden whisper even startled Kun Jinlong. And Sima Sheng continued, talent is something that before it is displayed, it should be broken. After this time, there will likely never be another chance to kill him. Looking at the elder, who seemed to have gone mad, Kun Jinlong still wanted to calm him down. But what he got was Sima Sheng's question in response. Do you want to live in his shadow for the rest of your life? And you don't need to worry, I will take all the responsibility. Isn't it normal for accidents to happen in a competition? After a while, Kun Jinlong seemed to have finally made a decision. He looked at Elder Sima very seriously and said, if that child will hinder the Zongnan sect from prospering, then I can accept any means. Hearing this, Sima Shen's expression could no longer be controlled. Compared to a temporary loss of face, eliminating future troubles is the most important thing. At this time on the stage, Kung Ling had already defeated the 8th Zongnan disciple. Looking at the Zongnan disciples who were already terrified, Kung Ling thought that probably only Kun Jinlong was left who dared to challenge him. But coincidentally, at this moment another person walked onto the stage. Young Deist, I know, now is not the time to decide the winner with you. But I can't stand by and watch my sect be humiliated. I can't do it. And the person who spoke was none other than Li Songbai. He was also the only Zongnan disciple that King Ming didn't dislike. Thinking of this, then let you see it, the realm that you will reach one day. As Li Songbai gathered his ki and focused, he quickly became a chess player ready to break the world with his sword. And King Ming also poured his internal energy into his sword. As long as you can overcome this obstacle, it will be a good medicine for you. But if not, maybe you will never be able to move forward again. Although this is only the basics, this recommendation is what your Zongnan ancestors pursued back then, the forbidden land of the sword. As Li Songbai approached, his vision suddenly turned pitch black. This state was very strange. He was confused. However, the next second, his body completely, uncontrolled by his brain, intended to flee immediately. All that was left his eyes, staring fixedly forward. Because King Ling had already transformed into a giant, and was slashing a sword towards him. Yes, this is not real. But even if he realized the problem, he still could not escape the lock of this sword. Accompanied by a loud rumble, the stage behind Li Songbai was forced to have a long and deep pit. In just one face-off, he completely lost the ability to stand up. But strangely, the corner of his mouth had a smile. I saw the realm of sword and body united. And so, Li Songbai's fall also meant that King Ling's victory in the arena was concluded. Glancing at the two people behind the screen, although he didn't know what they were discussing, but Kun Jinlong, it's your turn. This is the most useless sect leader I've ever seen. He doesn't have any powerful skills. Even the sect's heritage from thousands of years is so close to him, yet it's like an uncrossable abyss. And this secret, it was only after returning to the sect that the young man realized that he hadn't shown even the slightest sign of weakness. It was all to prevent the entire sect from falling into daily panic with him. If the sect leader was like the sky for a sect, then he was more like the thunderclouds, like a poison that were already full of scars above the bright sun. The difference was that the sky's muscles would collapse, but he could only endure every scurrying from above until he was completely annihilated. However, all of this changed in front of a young man who seemed to have fallen from the sky. Everything changed. He watched Kim Ming on the martial arts field as a third-generation disciple, fighting against second-generation disciples, and achieving 9 consecutive victories. He knew that the entire Mount Hua from this day on would completely change. Junior brother, say no more. Let's just watch quietly now. In the end, what else will he show us? However, at this time, Kun Jinlong could keenly feel the gazes of the third-generation disciples. They were worried and also anxious, the opposite of their previous expectations or admiration. That was what he had worked hard to achieve in his life. But this guy had only taken half a day to completely change everything. He stared at King Ming with a cold gaze. He had never liked this person from the very beginning. From beginning to end, he always had an indifferent look. It was as if in his eyes, whether it was himself or the elders, they only existed to set him off. At this moment, even he himself did not realize that in his heart there was an indescribable bitterness towards Kingling. Then he heard him say, "Should I praise you with your talent? You indeed have the capital to be arrogant. But unfortunately, you were born in Mount Hua. If you were in the Zongan sect, perhaps you would have had a chance to win against me. And unfortunately, you were born in the same era as me. Today I will imprint on you a shadow that you will never overcome in this lifetime." And King Ming, upon hearing these words, sighed instead. Firstly, there is no need for praise. After all, defeating someone weaker than oneself is not worth boasting about. And then, you're quite confident that you could win against me in Zongnan, but not in Mount Hua. How could you have such thoughts? Finally, Kun Jilong spoke of the greatest glory in his heart. In his eyes, Mount Hua was just a sect struggling in the dreams of the past. But Zongnan was different, because they were always creating better martial arts, a better system, and a better future. They were strong people who always lived in the present and looked forward to the future. Hearing this, Kingling also understood the source of his confidence. But unfortunately, if that guy's so-called future wasn't obtained by stealing martial arts from Mount Hua, perhaps they really would have had a day to look down on the world. But now it seems they have already gone astray. Just now, I left a seed for the Zongnan orthodoxy. Regardless of whether this seed will sprout, I think I have already done my best in this life to cast a shadow upon them. Besides, these fools are coveting my Mount Hua's martial arts, but they cannot understand its true meaning. So what I have to do now is no longer just the task of Kingling, the third-generation disciple. Kun Jinlong, come, I have prepared a great gift for you, Zongnan. That will guarantee you'll never forget it. Just as the two were on the verge of conflict, a low roar came from behind them in the shadows. He looked back, and it was his heavily injured senior, Uncle Beiqian, who had arrived. It turned out that Beiqian had just regained consciousness and heard that King Ming had achieved 9 consecutive victories, so he completely disregarded his injuries. As the eldest senior brother among the second-generation disciples, if he wasn't present at such a moment, he was afraid that he would have regrets for the rest of his life. So King Ming, you must win. At this moment on the arena, an autumn wind blew past. The next second, the two of their figures disappeared from view at the same time. When they reappeared, although both of them were using wooden swords, the impact of the explosion was unusually violent. Their figures landed almost simultaneously, and then they clashed once more. It seemed that they were evenly matched, but if you looked closely, you would find that King Ming's sword strikes were forcing Kun Jinlong to only defend with his sword. Just this subtle difference made each and every attack more solid. In the close-range confrontation between the two, and Kun Jinlong, in order not to let him realize his suppression, became almost crazed. With another loud bang, the two of them disappeared again using the other's force. Every time they appeared, when looked at with the naked eye, only a trace of their afterimage remained. However, this kind of game consumed a great amount of stamina and shouldn't have lasted too long, but the two of them stubbornly stayed in the air, leaving dozens of silhouettes. Then, seeing that Kun Jinlong had escaped Kun Ming's suppression, he decisively chose to launch an attack first. The Snow Blossom 12 Styles was unleashed right in front of King Ming's face. In an instant, the youth was sent flying like a cannonball. He was smashed hard into the ground. When the dust settled, King Ming in this life finally suffered a slight injury from an opponent. It was a pity that this was not because Kun Jinlong was strong. More than anything, it was to understand the stolen 24 Plum Blossom sword techniques. In the Zongnan sect, how far had they progressed? Clearly, Kun Jinlong's sword techniques were indeed quite impressive, completely different from the level that Lai Songbai had displayed. The Snow Blossom 12 Styles in his hands, his performance was already near perfection. Even Kingling couldn't help but admire it. But then, he saw Kun Jinlong's snowflakes falling like snow around the young man. Every falling lonely shadow would bring him a cutting sensation like a sword quack. Kingling took a big step back. Experiencing the falling snowflakes firsthand, he seemed even more certain of his guess. And Qin Jinlong was happy to see Kingling finally forced back. He was very happy. Once upon a time, your Huashan swordsmanship was known to the world for being like flowers. But now, your symbol will be covered by my sect's new swordsmanship. The reason our predecessors created this set of swordsmanship was to let the world see that Zongnan's martial arts are stronger than Huashan's swordsmanship. Originally, I didn't think there was any point in doing so, but if I use this set of swordsmanship to cut off the future of your Huashan, just thinking about it makes me very amused. However, Kungling, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly chuckled. With that clownish swordsmanship, his continuous belittling of him made the rage in Kun Jinlong's eyes even more intense, but Kim Ming quickly explained, telling him not to misunderstand. What he was referring to was the Zongnan sect that created that swordsmanship. It can be seen that the Zongnan sect has had a big impact on you. But do you really understand what the meaning of that swordsmanship is? These words confused Kun Jinlong. He didn't understand what King Ming was referring to. Seeing that this guy really didn't understand, Kun Ming borrowed his own words. He said, although this set of swordsmanship is very similar to Huashan's swordsmanship, it is obvious that it appeared in Zongnan. If it were in Huashan, it would surely become more sharp and more gorgeous, but these words, Kun Jinlong didn't think deeply about. In his opinion, Kingling was just saying that to banter. This made him completely lose his patience. He saw the inner force surging throughout his body. He was going to let this kid see the illusory sword of Zongnan. It would cover the entire sky like a blade. Even the sunlight would be unable to shine through. Similarly, his opponent would not be able to escape this move, and this was the snowflakes all over the sky he had refined to perfection. That day the entire Huashan sect seemed to be torn to pieces by these white blades of power. In everyone's hearts, they seemed to be covered by an invisible layer of fear. This fear didn't let a single disciple escape. Even the plum blossoms that Liu Yixu once yearned for now only gave off a feeling of immense oppression. Only for Qingming, this scene, although somewhat different, still made him dream of the Great War 100 years ago. Perhaps the demons of the demon sect felt this way when they saw the plum blossoms filling the sky. Although it was just a flower stand without sword wings, it wasn't without threat. However, when Yun Jan saw Kingling's stance, the elders also all noticed that he was actually going to use the Central Plains martial arts 7 sword paths. But this set of swordsmanship, compared to the snowflake's 12 formations used by the opponent, was too weak. Kingling's choice was undoubtedly like throwing an egg against a stone. But what they didn't know was that, even 100 years ago, only Kingling had grasped the true meaning. Huashan swordsmanship was never about evolving plum blossoms, but about letting plum blossoms bloom. And as long as one could master the essence of Huashan, any Huashan swordsmanship could make it bloom. At this moment, Kun Jinlong seemed to see a scene that he would never have seen in his life. The plum blossoms that had disappeared from Huashan for 100 years actually appeared in front of him, and what he never expected was that, the moment the snowflakes touched the plum blossoms, they seemed to turn into flowers in the water, the moon in a mirror. The speed of their disintegration was like a stone hitting a pool of water. All the reflections would disappear in the next second. Kun Jinlong was filled with confusion at this moment. His snowflake sword was already at the peak of perfection. But why was this antique swordsmanship from 100 years ago able to dissolve his illusion? And Kim Ming finally spoke again. Zongnan's biggest mistake is thinking that Huashan's swordsmanship is just pursuing the form of plum blossoms. But how is that possible? However, Kim Ming didn't. He spoke of all the Taoist sects in the Jianyu, that they all entrust their Taoist lineage to something. Wuding's Taich, Diancan's blazing sun, Kantong's 5 elements, only Hoshan is plum blossom, but its essence is to let new life bloom under one's sword. It doesn't matter what flower it is. However, here plum blossoms bloom all over the mountains and fields. Therefore, it has become the belief needed for the lives of the people here. But for thousands of years, most people were attracted by its beauty and were confused by the sharpness of the sword, so they fell into the quagmire of appearances, just like the current Kun Jinlong. And this was the grand gift Kingming had prepared for the Zongnan sect. Let them see with their own eyes how this flashy swordsmanship after the blade is reversed will be defeated by me. From now on, every time you swing your sword, you will unconsciously remember today's scene, and eventually you will find that no matter how powerful the martial arts are in your mind, they will not be able to get rid of this set of swordsmanship. It will put an invisible shackle on you thieves, even if you can get rid of it one day. For you, the wasted time will be a devastating blow. Our Huashan will never disappear. The West Plum Sword dues after the 6 Harmony's sword and the Plum Blossom sword, the first martial art to integrate the sword wings of Hoshan. Using the basic cutting techniques of the 6 harmonies, the Plum Blossom sword wings are formed into a sword arm, and the sword arm is condensed together, causing it to bloom with chaotic fireworks. The fluttering petals melt into the wind, as Kun Jinlong understood. This is my Mount Hua's sword intent, accompanied by earth-shattering roars. This Zongnan's second-generation disciple's hand was completely devoured by the dazzling Plum Blossom. Only now did he finally seem to be able to feel what Mount Hua's swordsmanship was like. How beautiful! But why can't my sword be so beautiful? Just like that, he was completely defeated by King Ming's blooming Plum Blossom, and at this moment on the arena, everything was in ruins. But after waiting for a long time, in the entire training ground, the loudest sound seemed to be only the autumn wind, until the youth slowly opened his mouth. This Huazong tournament, it's our Mount Hua sect, we won. Everyone suddenly came back to their senses. Daytime seemed to have completely forgotten his body covered with wounds. This was the first time in 100 years of Mount Hua's suppression that they truly raised their heads in pride. Even sect leader Xuan Kong couldn't resist the emotion in his eyes. It was only natural. This was one against a sect. Kun Ming's crazy feat actually did it. Looking at the second-generation disciples, although they hadn't won a single match, and although they had previously acted so arrogantly, when the name of Mount Hua appeared, that feeling was insignificant. And this was probably the meaning of a sect. The shadow was resounding, but was suddenly grabbed by someone. Xiao Jie seemed to have completely forgotten who he was, shouting, senior brother, that guy was too fierce. However, what everyone didn't know was that King Ling's internal energy was in chaos. This battle alone would take a long time to heal his internal injuries. Although Zongnan and Mount Hua were very close, there would still be many disputes in the future, but it was already enough for now. By the time Yun Yan stepped onto the arena, he still couldn't believe that King Ling had left such a terrifying battle. If the youth hadn't nodded and mentioned it, he wouldn't have dared to reveal that dream he had just experienced. After a while, the tournament was declared over. Kun Ling looked up. Senior brother, is this okay? You should praise me. However, at this thought, the youth laughed self-deprecatingly. After all, senior brother was always a muzzer. At this moment, the third-generation disciples had already excitedly rushed forward, regardless of King Ming's cries of pain, and began to celebrate. Xuan Kong, watching this scene, had almost forgotten how long it had been since he had seen the disciples looking so happy as they did today, and the next situation was his responsibility as the sect leader of Mount Hua. In order not to be rude, although he knew that nothing good would come out of Sima Sheng's mouth, he could only quietly listen to the other parties ranting. Sect leader, remember, just by comparing the second and third generation disciples' martial arts, it is impossible to change anything. My Zongnan said. Just as he was about to say that, Kun Ming's loud voice rang out again. How come you are still so rude? Senior brother Zhou only won a few matches. But honestly, Xiao Ji is indeed very straightforward. He was used as a pawn twice, but he didn't realize it at all. With this brain, I don't know why his martial arts talent is so good. But King Ming didn't care about that at the moment. With the same kick again, at the same spot, Xiao Ji was rolling on the ground in pain. He said, as a senior brother, that means you're an elder. How can you abandon your decorum? That's so rude. However, Sima, the old thief, would surely understand the trick of criticizing him by pointing at someone else. And King Ming completely ignored his angry gaze. The third-generation disciples also bowed to sect leader Xuan Kong at the same time. Looking at this troublemaker up close, Sima Sheng's anger had reached its peak. Suddenly, an extremely terrifying thought grew in his heart. But what came instead was a playful laugh from the youth. Are you sure you can kill me with one blow? Immediately, Kun Ming turned around, his eyes seeming to see through everything, but with a calm face, he said, next time, I will greet you first. Just like that, Sima the old thief suddenly let out a strange roar and strode out. He didn't even bother to look at the sect's children again. With elders like these, it was no wonder that most of the Zongnan sect were arrogant brats. At this moment, a gentle call from Xuanzang pulled him back. But what he didn't expect was, from the sect leader's words, you've worked hard. He saw a shadow of his senior brother. The youth lowered his head. Indeed, I still want to hear you praise me, even just a word. In the misplaced space-time, Kung Ling seemed to be answering, and Xuanzang also seemed to be answering his senior brother. You're being too polite. Suddenly, the clamor around them gradually drew closer. The local gentry and celebrities that Huang had invited were all clamoring to talk to the sect leader. Everyone said they had a business deal they wanted to partner on with Mount Hua. This caused the old man and the young man to simultaneously look at the man who was most suitable for this task. They saw the finance pavilion master's eyes light up with gold. He shouted, "This kind of thing, just come to me. Come, we have a lot of time. Let's go to my place and talk slowly." Seeing this, Xuan Kong didn't say anything more, indicating that he should go back too. While the disciples were seeing off the sect leader, another person came from behind, saying that he was looking for King Ming. It turned out that Li Songbai had disregarded the current situation between the two sects to find him, but he didn't care. Even if he would become a traitor in the eyes of the disciples, he felt that he had to come here thank King Ming for his guidance. He finally understood the meaning of that sentence from before. King Ming looked at Li Songbai, who was expressing his goodwill to him. After a while, he opened his mouth, reminding him, "The path you've chosen might be very difficult. Even so, are you going to continue down this path as well?" Li Songbai smiled calmly. He understood what he would face in the future, but this path wasn't one he wanted to walk, but one he had to walk. This was also the purpose of the young Taoist priest's repeated guidance. "Isn't that right?" As Li Songbai limped away, King Ming knew that this guy would have a lonely battle. After this battle, the Zongan sect disciples would probably be completely trapped in the obsession of the illusion. For him alone to protect their true tradition, it would be extremely difficult. But no matter what, if he succeeded, he might become the hope of the Zongan sect. However, after just a short while, Yin Zhong suddenly returned to look for him, saying that the sect leader wanted to speak with him alone. Wouldn't that be right? After making such a commotion, it would be unusual to let him get away with it. That would be abnormal. Along the way, King Ming kept looking for excuses to get past this, saying, "I'm actually your grandmaster." Definitely wouldn't work. But a martial arts adventure story seemed too far-fetched. Unknowingly, the youth had already arrived at the conference hall. The head of the financial pavilion was extremely fond of him. After all, he had never seen, after a martial arts competition, such a large amount of investment pour into Hashan. And Xuan Shang was also extremely happy at this moment. He said that although the wound on his face was small, it would be bad if it became infected. "I'll have the head of the medical hall come over right away to personally apply medicine for you." The sect leader, looking at the two of them like this, was also helpless, so he slowly got up. He said, "Kunming, can you come talk to me outside?" Just like that, the youth felt like he had been granted amnesty and quickly followed. However, the two were silent the entire way. Unknowingly, they had already walked deep into Mount Hua. Kunling could keenly sense that the current sect leader's back was much more upright than when he was in the secret cave, and so they arrived at the highest peak of Mount Hua. The afterglow of the setting sun directly shone on their figures. Xuan Kong glanced at King Ming. He said, "Your swordsmanship made the plum blossoms bloom." The young man shuddered. He had almost forgotten about this. But no matter what, as long as he answered nonsensically, there shouldn't be a problem. However, this time King Ling had overthought it. The sect leader bowed to him very sincerely. He said, "I'm thanking you now as Xuan Zhang. You helped me realize my biggest wish in this life. But the identity of the Mount Hua sect leader is far more important than Xuan Zhang. So I have to ask about at least one thing clearly. How did you manage to make the plum blossoms bloom with 7 sword stabs?" At this moment, Kum Ming finally seemed to understand this sect leader's intentions. So he told Xuan Kong, "There is no method to this matter. When the 7 sword strikes are practiced to a certain level, at a certain moment, it will naturally make the plum blossoms bloom." Although this disciple doesn't quite understand why, it would seem that all of Mount Hua's swordsmanship should be able to do this eventually. Xuan Kong then breathed a sigh of relief. Yes, this is Mount Hua's swordsmanship after all. He has just walked ahead of others. Perhaps one day, all of Mount Hua's disciples might be able to make the plum blossoms bloom. Mount Hua at that time, just as he was thinking, Kum Ming suddenly added, "But everyone now is still far behind." Although it broke the rare atmosphere, Xuan Kong didn't mind too much. He asked King Ming, "What is Mount Hua to you?" Perhaps because this question came from the sect leader, King Ling's thoughts instantly returned to 100 years ago. Ever since he could remember, he had been under the protection of Mount Hua, teaching me martial arts and keeping me safe. Back then, he had also asked his older brother this question, but he seemed to have gotten a beating for it. His answer now seemed that he finally understood what his older brother meant. To a disciple, Mount Hua is Mount Hua. It's not anything else. And so Xuan Kong's eyes gazed at the young man for a long time. He was actually very happy, because no matter what circumstances he might encounter in the future, for King Ling, this place would always be Mount Hua, and he was a disciple of Mount Hua. That was enough. So, Xuanzang patted his chest and said, "With your performance today, even if you want to stay where you are, it's likely the world won't ignore you, and we at Mount Hua will definitely help you." Hearing this, Kung Ming's eyes were filled with surprise. He should still have many questions to ask me, but in the end it changed to protecting me. Although Xuanzang had neither achievement nor fame, I still respect him from the bottom of my heart. So sect leader, you shouldn't be protecting me. Even for the sake of Mount Hua, we should advance together. That night, the White Eyebrow Hall was exceptionally lively. The children were reminiscing about the battle with Zongan, especially those children who had personally defeated the Zongan disciples. They were even more excited. But Xiaoji's head was full of King Ming's 7 sword moves. Luying also had this feeling. It was like his entire being was sucked into it. He didn't know how to express it. If he could also perform that dreamlike swordsmanship, the two children hadn't realized that up until now, they had never thought about what kind of realm they could reach. Their only goal had always been to become stronger. But when they saw the swordsmanship King Ling performed, a strong desire was born in their hearts. They hoped to personally perform that set of swordsmanship. No, as a Mount Hua disciple, how could they possibly not be able to perform Mount Hua's swordsmanship? Xiao Jie said with certainty, thinking about it carefully, but suddenly the door was violently kicked open. Looking at them, he realized that Devil Ming was back. He said, "You guys fought like that, yet you still have the nerve to chat here leisurely. So what if you won the contest? Does life end after that? Or do you think you've lived enough? Senior brothers, are you happy that you defeated kids who are generally 5 or 6 years younger than you? Are you that happy? In other words, just 2 years ago, you were beaten up by a group of kids who were still snot-nosed." Yin Zhong was indeed a little embarrassed. He made an excuse, saying that mistakes were inevitable. These words made King Ning look even more furious. "Senior brother, if you were to take a knife on the battlefield and fall down, would you still smile and say it was a mistake? You're training with this mindset, and then you say what, in the future? Can we also display that kind of swordsmanship? Listen to me, all of you, you've only won once. There will be countless more competitions in the future. This matter is not even worth mentioning in your life. Do you understand? Did you get it?" Yin Zhong adjusted his mentality quickly. He seized the opportunity and asked the question he was most concerned about. If we cultivate according to King Ming's requirements, will we really have a day when we can display that set of swordsmanship? However, what he got was the true face of Devil Ming. This matter has nothing to do with whether each of you wants to display it or not. Unless you want to die, you must all do it for me. What are you still spacing out for? Go and train right now. The next second, only King Ming was left in the originally bustling White Eyebrow Hall. Although the third-generation disciples were indeed the ones he had seen progress at the most outrageous speed, if they become arrogant now, I'm afraid suddenly, King Ling noticed some movement outside. Taking advantage of the fact that all the third-generation disciples had left, he showed himself. It was none other than Baichen Shi Shu, who should still be in bed. He pulled King Ling to the back of the mountain, seeming like he wanted to say something, but he hesitated. Looking at his disgusted face, Baichen Zhongxi took a deep breath. He said, "Your contest with Qun Jinrong was an overwhelming victory. Your uncles were all shocked. But after everyone calmed down, they couldn't help but feel a mix of emotions. So I want to get stronger. Although it's shameful for me as an uncle to say these words, I know this is the best way. Although I don't want to admit it, it's very obvious that, if this continues, we are very likely to be surpassed by the third-generation disciples. So you want to put down your pride and have me teach the second-generation disciples, including you. But why should I teach you? Think about it. What is it that I can't get from the second-generation disciples, but can get from the third-generation disciples?" Baichen frowned deeply, because he keenly sensed that what King Ling wanted was for all the second-generation disciples to bow down to him. But such a thing was unprecedented, and Baichen was someone with extremely high self-esteem. King Ling, however, nonchalantly crossed his arms. He said, "Uncle, have you personally seen how the third-generation disciples train? If you always act as an elder, can I still treat you the same way as I treat the third-generation disciples? It was still reasonable for me to train my senior brothers. But if I train you, do you think Shi Shu Zhu would spare me?" Baichen was very glad that King Ming didn't push him too far, but he was still very conflicted in his heart. After a while, Baichen Zhongshai bit his lower lip hard. He said, "All the second-generation disciples can address you as master during King Ming's instruction." But this proposal was rejected again by King Ming, because after the training ended, if they were to curse at him behind his back, he would still be at a loss. "Isn't it, since you want me to teach you, then completely lower your heads to me? If not, then let's forget this matter. Remembering King Ning's battle with Kun Jinlong, even though his heart was unwilling, if he could surpass that mountain, then everything would be worth it. Baiqin stared at him intently and said, "Okay, I promise you, from now on, you are not my junior, and the second-generation disciples of Mount Hua will not question your leadership and actions. I guarantee it with my name." He took the bait, just like that. The next day, when it was time to leave class, the children walked out of White Eyebrow Hall with sleepy eyes, almost scared out of their wits by the scene before their eyes. All the uncles were standing in a row. At this time, Kuming slowly came out. Although Yang Zhong seemed to have a guess in his heart, he still couldn't believe it, and King Ming patted him on the shoulder. He said, "Previously, our senior brothers were bullied too badly by the uncles. It pained me to see it." The young man grinned and said with a smile, "But now we can relax. From today on, we will open an era of training, a beautiful era where everyone is equal." Indeed, Ying Zhong was now already starting to worry for the uncles. Kunming clasped his hands in a fist. He said, "As you all know, only what feels hard is called training. There is no shortcut to becoming stronger, so doing everything we can is our only method. Do you understand?" And so, with the participation of the second-generation disciples, a new round of hell began. But Yin Zhong didn't understand. Why didn't these days have new arrangements? But unexpectedly, Kuming's intention was to have them tell their uncles themselves how to train their muscles. Look at how happy the children are. It seems that in the next 3 months and 10 days, Mount Hua will be filled with new screams of agony again. However, just as the children were scrambling to guide the uncles in their training, Liu Yixu suddenly walked out. It turned out that none of the third-generation disciples dared to go and provoke the high and cold goddess. His intention was also to hope that the other party could personally teach him, and King Ming originally wanted to make him back down. He said that if he learned from him, no matter how much he begged for mercy later, he wouldn't be soft on him. Liu Yixu, however, was completely unwavering. The only thing he wanted to confirm was, if as long as he could persevere, he could use the sword technique that could make plum blossoms bloom. However, these words reminded him. So Kingling stopped everyone. He said, "I want to give you a heads up in advance. As disciples of Mount Hua, you can't only aim to make plum blossoms bloom, because that's just a process. Remember, your goal should be to learn the sword intent that makes plum blossoms bloom." Liu Yixu seemed to understand something, and then he accepted the guidance of others. After a while, everyone was finally ready. Kunming was actually very happy. In the past, he only cared about his own strength. Now that he thinks about it, that was wrong. After all, what Mount Hua has to face is not a single powerful opponent, but other sects in the martial world. When all of them have grown to the point where they can make plum blossoms bloom, the other sects will be finished. I will unify the martial world. It would be best to draw plum blossoms on the heads of those bald donkeys from Shaolin. At this time, on a mountain bump not far away, Yun Jane looked at his White Eyebrow Hall in disbelief. Even those of the Bai generation were training with King Ming. Although regarding that child, there were still too many things he didn't understand. He couldn't let him feel disgusted, just to satisfy his own curiosity. Maybe this was what the sect leader meant by letting nature take its course. As long as Kingling is still a disciple of Mount Hua, there is no reason to stop him from doing these things. But speaking of which, he was free now. If he asked him to teach him as well, would that seem too greedy? And just like that, Kingling was helping Mount Hua to overcome the first hurdle. For him, the growth of the third-generation disciples was indeed already quite exaggerated. It could be imagined that in the near future, they would all become real experts. He felt inexplicably anxious in his heart. Moreover, he realized that the burden on his shoulders had already become quite heavy. So this is how a leader feels. Although my internal energy is growing slowly, there's indeed nothing to rush about for the moment. And later, Mount Hua will eventually have to leave the protection of these steep cliffs. Before that, I must build a reliable support for them. To that end, I must become stronger. I must be more powerful than the former Plum Blossom Sword Master, even more powerful, even surpass the Demon Lord. One day, the whole world will be enveloped in the fragrance of plum blossoms. Sect leader brother, don't worry. I will definitely be able to do it, because I am King Ming. And thus time quietly passed at Mount Hua. Every season seemed so nonchalant. The 2 years here at Mount Hua seemed to have stood still. One day in late spring, a small fish was slowly climbing the treacherous path of Mount Hua. He didn't know how long it took, but he finally arrived at the Mount Hua sect he had been longing for. Since the Huazong convention 2 years ago, their current status was completely different. He hoped that his father's judgment was correct. The young man was seen knocking on the gate. Then he quietly waited. It could be seen that although his clothes were ragged, his manners were excellent. Ben Shay opened the gate. Only then did the young man learn that Mount Hua was not receiving visitors today. No wonder there was not a single person on his way up the mountain. But the young man really had a very urgent matter and requested to see the sect leader. He said, "I am not an outsider. My name is Wake Xiaohan. I am from the Mount Hua's secular sect, the Hua Yin sect. It was indeed my fault for coming up the mountain without considering your sect's situation. It was indeed my fault. But could you please, for the sake of the Hua Yin sect, inform the sect leader?" After a while, Xiang successfully arrived at the conference hall. The head of the finance pavilion heard that he was from the Hua Yin sect and insisted on coming to see him. After all, for the past 30 years, of all the 5 secular sects of Mount Hua, only this one had been making offerings every year, and this was also why the sect leader was bringing everyone to meet with this young man. Xuanzong told him not to rush and to explain the matter slowly, but every person present were all big shots in his eyes. In addition, he was already anxious in his heart, so he completely forgot that everyone didn't know what was going on. He started by saying that he hoped Mount Hua's dragon would personally come and that the Taoist priest could go to the Hua Yin sect to help them out. These words did shock everyone. Fortunately, Xuanzong remained relatively calm. He reminded him to explain the whole situation in detail. Only then did they learn that the cause was a newly opened martial arts hall across from their home, and it was from the Wudang sect, a secular sect. Originally, it was nothing, but in order to recruit disciples, they had been provoking the Hua Yin sect. Finally, his father, the owner of the Hua Yin sect, could no longer endure it. He chose to compete with the other party. Although his father won, he was also seriously injured. And now, they have now gone to Mount Wudang to find reinforcements. They said that they would definitely take down their signboard and drive them out of Nanyang. And because of this, his father had hurriedly sent him here. Hearing this, although Xuanzong felt that this matter was not simple, he also knew that he could not let the problem develop further. After all, the scale and number of secular martial arts halls was a sign of the sect's prosperity, and soon, a portion of the second-generation disciples would be going down the mountain with the town guardian disciples still in Mount Hua to open halls. From any point of view, Mount Hua should see this matter through to the end. But looking at this little guy's appearance, it's likely they'll need to invite Kunling, who 2 years ago single-handedly defeated everyone from the Zongan sect, back. Although it's true, it feels like pinning the title of a great hero on a kid. It's a bit outrageous. After a while, Xuan Kong told him to wait outside. Shortly after, everyone began discussing it amongst themselves. The main point of their consideration wasn't about whether or not to help the Hua Yin sect, but rather whether or not they could actually let that kid Kingling out. It was clear that the guy hadn't been idle in these past 2 years either. They were afraid that if Kingling was released, they wouldn't have finished helping the Hua Yin sect, and he'd go and make a ruckus at Wudang. Only Yunjian was open-minded. Anyway, he would have to go down the mountain sooner or later. For something like enlightenment, it's better to figure it out early rather than late. Hearing this, Xuan Kong also agreed that it was true. He learned from Yun Yan that Kunling was in seclusion and would be coming out soon. Only then did the sect leader have him call Yin Zhuang. However, upon learning that the elders were planning to let Kingling out, Ying Zhuang almost had a panic reaction. Actually, you can't blame him. After all, anything normal would become a matter of life and death the moment it had something to do with Kingling. Helplessly, the elders had no choice but to have him take the young sect leader of the Hua Yin sect, Shan, to meet Kingling. The young man was born into a martial arts family, so it was natural for him to have practiced martial arts since childhood. But in his eyes, this mountain-guarding disciple seemed like a calm lake, inscrutable. Along the way, he told Yang Zhong a lot about the legends of Taoist Kingling and the Jiangyu. The various versions made people gasp in astonishment. But unfortunately, none of them matched the devil-like reputation he remembered. The two of them chatted, and unknowingly arrived at the Plum Blossom Cave. Kingling was in seclusion here. But when Ying Zhong wanted to call out to Kingling, his heart couldn't help but feel a bit of fear. He was seen quietly calling out Kingling a few times, as if he was afraid that the other party would actually hear him. Such actions made Xiaoxing very confused. However, just when Yin Zhong was about to take him away and talk about it tomorrow, the boulder behind them suddenly exploded with a loud crash. Xiaoxing looked back, and a figure slowly emerged from the dust. That person was the legendary, one of the few outstanding rising stars in the world. But before he even came out, a barrage of curses was already heard. Damn it, eating Bigu pills every day. is sickening. Next time I do seclusion, I'm gonna change my name and surname. What's going on? This person shouldn't be King Ming, right? He was the most popular genius of today, and also the mad dog of Mount Hua in the eyes of his fellow disciples. Under his careful guidance, the current disciples of Mount Hua were now a generation of masters not inferior to any sect. However, that day, people from a secular martial arts sect came to the mountain gate. They learned that the Wuding sect was going to interfere in the martial arts world, and the sect leader had many questions about this. First of all, Wuding was known as the leader of the Toy sects in the Jiangyu, and there was no reason for them to lower their status and do this. Also, Nanyang was a small place and not prosperous, yet they were determined to occupy it by force and eliminate dissidents. This could only lead people to think that they were targeting King Ling. After all, the battle with Zongan 2 years ago had been exaggerated way too much throughout the Jiangyu. Yunjian comforted the sect leader. Kunming's nickname in Mount Hua is Mad Dog. Although that's a bit too much, the kids have suffered so much these past 2 years. With their current strength, even if they encounter some targeting, those people won't gain any advantage either. The only thing we need to worry about is whether that kid will be too violent when he goes out. We need a suitable person to persuade him in time. So sect leader, regarding the child who will go with King Ming, I have a few people in mind. On the other side, Yin Zhong reluctantly called out King Ming, who was in seclusion. He told that the sect leader was looking for him. Kun Ming glanced at the boy. So this was Wei Xiaoxing, the young sect leader of the Huayin sect. He remembered 100 years ago, among the secular sects of Mount Hua, there was a sect called Huayin sect. He didn't expect that after so many years, they still existed in the world. But right now, his mouth was bitter. His mind was just thinking about seeing the sect leader quickly, and then going to the cafeteria to eat and drink his fill. Seeing this, Yin Zhong had no choice but to tell Xiaoxing to follow along. But he was very anxious. It was clear that if he couldn't see the Mount Hua dragon today, he would not want to go back at all. However, Yin Zhong didn't know what kind of person King Ming was, and if he would shatter the young man's expectations. He was seen helplessly saying, "Although I don't know what the Mount Hua dragon is, the person we're looking for is that guy. That's King Ming." After a while, a burst of angry curses came from the council hall. Just from the aura, Xiaoxing, who was meeting him for the first time, was also scared. King Ming was then seen, patting his chest. "Don't worry, sect leader, leave this matter to me. I guarantee it'll be handled cleanly." "Can I ask how you plan to handle it cleanly? Is there even a need to ask? Of course, it's by smashing their heads, and then by setting a fire and burning that whatever Taoist hall clean." Yunjian panicked now too. He quietly asked the sect leader about letting King Ling go down the mountain. "Should we perhaps reconsider?" Strangely, these words of King Ling's in the ears of the finance pavilion head didn't have any problems, especially when he heard King Ling say, "If we don't do it like this, who else will be willing to give us money and respect in the future?" And Angshuan Zhang was just having a headache at this moment. If he really has to go down the mountain, they would have to find more children to keep an eye on him. But as long as he could get to see those guys, Kunming didn't care. Who would be foolish enough to stop him? And just like that, the sect leader told Yang Zong to settle the young hero in first today. The three of them left the council hall. Xuan Kong turned his head back and called out to Kunming, asking him if he had gained anything from this seclusion. The young man smiled slightly. "My gains. The Wuding guys will experience them firsthand." The Hoshin dining hall. The young man devoured food as if he hadn't eaten in several lifetimes. He was wolfing it down. You see how he first stuffs food in his mouth, and when he pulls it out, the bones are as clean as if they've been washed. Xiaoxing thought in his heart, this person is a typical case of seeing is not believing. Such a vulgar person, to say he is the Huashan divine dragon, he'd rather believe in the gentlemanly yin hero beside him who is eating slowly, and King Ming seemed to finally enjoy his meal. He raised his eyes and suddenly asked, "When I wasn't around, you all diligently trained, right?" Instantly, no one in the dining hall thought eating was a pleasant thing anymore. They all basically blamed senior brother Yin in their hearts. They finally had the chance to enjoy life a little, but he had to call this mad dog out early. King Ming was just about to say that he'd check their results later when he was stopped by Yin Zhong. The most important thing right now is to resolve the Huayin sect's matter. That was the only reason everyone barely escaped that ordeal. After they had eaten and drunk their fill, Kunming left the dining hall. The disciples finally breathed a sigh of relief. Xiaoxing heard it clearly. Bai Sheng's sentence, "I thought I was going to get beaten again," startled him. Isn't that guy the youngest? But why do even these senior uncles have to watch his face? Yin Zhong was also still feeling lingering fear at this time. But he really didn't want to recall that kind of experience. He could only say that it was better for young Hero Wei not to bother to understand it. After all, even if you didn't want to know it in the future, you would understand. Early the next morning, Xiaoxing was waiting with his luggage outside the sect leader's house. Seeing how anxious he was, Yin Zhong did not forget to comfort him. Don't worry. Everyone will not be late. The slight sound of footsteps, Xiaojun noticed first. It seems that martial uncle Beixian has also arrived. Hearing this name, Xiaoxing quickly looked back. He had heard a lot about Hoa Zhengjian and about Beiqian's stories. He had single-handedly gone down the mountain to annihilate dozens of bandit dens. Looking at his heroic demeanor, the young man's admiration was easily seen. Yin Zhong laughed. Did martial uncle Beiqian sleep well last night? But it was very obvious that Beiqian did not have a good night's sleep at all. That King Ming guy's seclusion was already annoying enough, but he also had to go down the mountain with him. What terrible karma had he incurred? After venting his frustrations, he then remembered that there was a child beside him that he had never seen before. Xiaoxing hadn't gotten over the style of his appearance, and was now hurriedly introducing himself. However, a sinister feeling coming from behind scared him into a shiver again. Looking closely, he then saw that it was a woman, and she was way too beautiful. Having grown this old, it was the first time he had ever seen someone this beautiful, but he quickly came back to his senses. It was clear that there weren't too many disciples in Huashan now, but every single one of them was exaggerated internally, and among them, the most special one would have to be that person, the third-generation disciple, Qing Ming. The three of them felt as if they had eaten flies at the same time, and their hearts tightened. To be honest, they really hoped that this guy would miss the assembly time. However, Kun Ning was also very surprised. Not only was the martial uncle going, but even the martial aunt was following too. While they were thinking this, the sect leader opened the door at the perfect moment. After the disciples finished their greetings, Xuankong spoke seriously. Young Hero Wei, these children are all trustworthy people. They will surely be able to help your sect. And Baichen, you must take good care of them. Xuanzhong, Zhi, the three of you must also cooperate well. After Beiqian finished saying this, he then turned his head away. Especially King Ming, remember not to cause trouble. What? Why are my instructions different from theirs? However, Xuan Kong did not pay any attention to King Ming's complaints. He smiled. Go now. Go and tell the world that Huashan is still alive. It's been 2 years and it's time for the world to see Huashan's revitalized form. But 2 years ago, we were still worried that our disciples would be humiliated by Zongnan. Even if I were given 10,000 chances to redo it, I wouldn't have thought that I would so quickly be worried about whether they would be too ruthless with other sects. Although I know their journey to Nanyang won't be that simple, but I think with the abilities of these children, there shouldn't be any problems. After a while, the group arrived at Hualien County. The journey from here was not that far, but if they didn't hurry, they definitely wouldn't catch up with Wu Ding's speed. But Wei Xiaoxing's physical condition would not allow him to run all the way with them either. While they were frowning in worry, Kung Ling suddenly stepped forward. He boldly pulled out strings of silver from his pocket, and just like that, they smoothly obtained a 2-horse carriage. Kung Ling didn't forget to buy some fine wines. This made Xiaoxing feel even more ridiculous. Baiqian knew that this was that kid's privilege, so he had explained, the Huashan sect doesn't have a prohibition against drinking alcohol outside. Young Hero Wei, you might as well tell us in detail about the whole matter, and also what kind of sect is the Huayin sect. Hearing this, Xiaoxing lowered his head. He said, our Huayin sect isn't anything special. It's just that my father was always proud to be a Huashan disciple. 2 years ago, my father was so happy when he heard about the Huazong conference. He said that Huashan would soar like a kumpin once again. Then he pulled me along, and I watched him drink 2 pots of his precious vintage wine. Although to be precise, my great-grandfather was the one who was a secular disciple of Huashan, but he had always kept this identity in his heart, and my father was very lucky. The martial arts school had always been well managed. This is why our family never went hungry. Hearing this, Beiqian's expression turned serious. He knew that when Huashan was down and out, only the Huayin sect openly called itself a secular branch of Hoshan. Based on this alone, the Huayin sect was an extraordinary martial arts school. Listening to their conversation, Qingling finally understood that in order to preserve their identity as a secular branch of Huashan, they must have endured a lot of hardship. And the strangest thing was, his father had practiced martial arts for many years. How could he easily lose to the owner of a younger martial arts school? This was very unusual. After all, the deeper one's internal power was in the martial arts world, the slower the speed at which the body aged would be. This was also the reason why many elders, if not too weak, were definitely first-class experts. Baiqian also noticed the problem. If this was a dispute between secular schools, there were too many suspicious points, and Xiao King at this time did not know the thoughts of this Hua Zhengjian. He felt very ashamed now. Although he said he was going to seek help from Huashan, he never actually thought Huashan would really take action, especially since what they had to face was the Wuding sect, supported by the #1 Taoist sect. So no matter what the result was this time, I will be grateful to our sect for the rest of my life. But the young man's confession was interrupted by King Ling suddenly speaking up. He sat up. What do you mean? No matter what the result is, I'll tell you, there's only one result. That is, I will smash those guys' heads. Xiaohang was very curious why this guy was so obsessed with heads. Yinzhong also asked him to restrain himself a bit. If he continued like this, he would anger the sect leader to death. But when the sect leader was mentioned, Ming became even more excited. It's because the old man doesn't have much time left, so I have to let him see me smash those guys' heads before he goes. This way he can leave with a smile on his face. Right, good lord? With one sentence, he could simultaneously express respect and disobedience towards the elders. Kingling was heard calling eldest brother. Hurry up! Those heads are still waiting for me. This 2-horse carriage is so expensive. Don't worry, they can take it. The next day the sky was gloomy and rainy. Like a thick ink spilled across the sky. The man with a trembling body calculated that in 10 days, the sect's people should be arriving soon, and he was the current head of the Huayan sect. Wei Lishan was just taking care of his disciples. He was still persuading. Although the reputation of Hoshan has been gradually rising in recent years, Wuding is the head of the Taoist sect today. No one is a fool. How could anyone be willing to get involved in this kind of fight? Sect leader, please wake up. However, sect leader Wei understood the reasoning, but he always firmly believed that the Huayan sect was a secular martial arts school of Hoshan. They were an inseparable part of Huashan. If he gave up this identity, this martial arts school would have no reason to exist. So, Yamping, I am just sticking to what I should stick to. He clenched his fist tightly. He also understood that it was impossible to make the sect leader give up on Hoshan, and it was because of this that he respected the sect leader. But if this continued, the Huayan sect, it is feared. At this time, there was a rapid knocking on the door outside. The voices outside could be heard from a long distance away. They said they were here today to negotiate with the sect leader, so they asked to open the door quickly. It was obvious that the people from the Kong dojo had arrived, but for a moment, the sect leader, his eyes changed from hunger to determination, so he slowly got out of bed. In any case, he could not allow others to mock his Huayan sect as cowards, and so the door slowly opened. The sect leader did not express any politeness. He said he had nothing to say to the Kong dojo owner. It was agreed from the beginning that whoever lost would get out of Nanyang. But today he was still relying on being here. Did he have no regard for his own face, nor for the face of Wudang? But the other party's skin seemed to be thicker than a city wall. The rules of the martial arts world were that whoever has the harder fist, their words count. My Kong dojo now has Wudang disciples stationed here, so now I demand that you leave Nanyang today. This was very reasonable, but sect leader Wei's attitude was very tough. This also caused a hint of killing intent to appear in the eyes of the Kong dojo owner. The sound of thunder and lightning followed, as if it was highlighting the tense atmosphere between the two sides. And at this time, a man slowly walked out, hoping to personally negotiate with sect leader Wei, but his appearance made sect leader Wei shudder immediately. The Taoist crown on his head, the black Taoist robe, and the embroidery on his chest all indicated that the other party was a genuine Wuding disciple. Nice to meet you. I am Zheng Xuan, a second-generation disciple of Wuding. Hearing this, sect leader Wei had goosebumps all over his body. Zheng Xuan, who was in front of him, was the #1 among the younger generation of Wuding. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to even say that he is the #1 of the younger generation in the world. It was not an exaggeration, but he didn't understand. Why would they send such a person to fight over such a small place as Nanyang? But before he could have any clues, Zheng Xuan opened his mouth and said, Nanyang is only so small. If there are 2 martial arts schools, there will surely be endless disputes. This is not good for either side, and it's obvious that for the Huayan sect, the losses are even greater, so he chuckled lightly. Continuing, he said, if you are willing to leave Wuding, we are also willing to give you some compensation. The way he said it made it sound like Huayan sect should be grateful to them. What a bunch of robbers. Everything we have is in Nanyang. If we leave, what is the difference from abandoning this century-old martial sect? What is the difference? However, Zheng Xuan also saw it, that he could not accept this proposal, so he gave him a second choice. Hearing that there was still room for negotiation, Sect Master Wei was very excited. But when he heard the condition, that they must remove the plum blossom from the Hua Yin sect, he was stunned. Zhen Xuan told him that Wuding could not accept coexistence with other Taoist sects, so choose for yourself. Is it to let the name of the Hua Yin sect completely disappear in Nanyang, or to erase the name of Haoshan and continue to stay in Nanyang? Wei Lishan's already heavily injured body was trembling even more with anger. Where was this a choice? However, Zhen Xuan's patience was also running out. Since you are unwilling, then after 3 hours, if you still haven't left, then I will personally clean up this place. You don't need to be angry. It is precisely because my Wuding is famous in the martial world that I am still giving you a choice now. This is already the utmost benevolence. It is Sect Master Yu who has rejected our suggestions. Zhen Xuan was about to leave. Before leaving, he turned back and asked, "You are so persistent. Could it be that you are waiting for support from Haoshan? It's laughable. Do you think they would go against our Wuding? For a secular family like you?" However, at this moment, a voice suddenly came from not far away. "What nonsense are you talking about, you Taoist priest?" King Ling was seen slowly walking into the crowd, pushing aside the Wuding disciples who were blocking his way. Even though they had traveled the martial world for so long, they had never seen this scene before. Even if the person in front of them had not recognized Wudang's identity, no normal person would dare to push away so many people holding swords, right? What they never expected was another group of people pushed through them, saying, "Make way." Zhen Xuan frowned deeply. At this time, Xiao King suddenly shook. He discovered that his father was also standing at the entrance of the martial arts hall. He quickly ran over, saying, "Child has not failed in his mission and has returned with the Huashan disciples." Hearing this, Zhen Xuan was shocked. It turned out that they were all people from Huashan. The way these people had appeared just now was so unexpected that he hadn't been able to notice. Only now did he see clearly that their chests all seemed to have plum blossoms embroidered on them. Looking again, one of them slowly walked to the door. The man lowered his head and stated, "Huashan's second-generation disciple, Bai Tian, has come to visit the Huayan sect master." And Wei Lishan was so excited that tears were about to flow. He didn't expect that the sect leader would actually send out Bai Tian for the Huayan sect to come during the day. It really showed that he was in high spirits. Although it wasn't that Haoshan divine dragon who had come, that flustered feeling still made his trembling body not know how to speak. However, at this moment, Kung Ling suddenly came bouncing over. "I heard that for 30 years. You have been unceasingly respecting Haoshan. I am King Ling of Huashan. I am so happy to meet you." The sect leader said that the Huayan sect is the most important family among Huashan's secular families. At this moment, it was obvious that the sect master hadn't grasped the situation. He didn't understand why the two words Kung Ling sounded so familiar. But Zhen Xuan knew as soon as he heard it that he couldn't believe it. But King Ling looked at his question with disdain. "Why do I still have to present proof to prove my identity?" But his vulgar appearance made it impossible for him to reconcile with the one who was said to be the Huashan divine dragon, who was said to be even better than himself. Overlap him. At this moment, he only felt it was absurd. Just as he was thinking this, Baishan suddenly spoke. "We are here for the sake of secular disputes. I am Baiqian of Ocean. Just now, you seem to be talking to the sect master. Now, if there is anything you want to say, you can talk to me directly." Zhen Xuan was stunned. He hadn't expected that Huashan wouldn't stay out of it. It seemed that they were really arrogant. Even though they have recovered a little of their reputation, now, where did they get the guts to go against my Wuding? And so, he tentatively asked how Baishan planned to resolve the matter. But what he got was an even more arrogant answer. He said, "This time, we have come here. If we can settle things peacefully, that would naturally be the best. But as I see it, Wuding doesn't seem to have that intention." Although Zheng Xuan was surprised by his imposing aura, after all, as the inexhaustible sword, he was not afraid of a fight at all. However, at this moment, a mocking voice suddenly came over. "Are you guys crazy or something?" When Zhen Xuan heard King Ming's words, his expression immediately changed. While they scolded the Haoshan disciples for being unreasonable, they gripped the long swords in their hands. But it was obvious that with this kind of imposing manner, even Zhao Ji only glanced at them lightly, and King Ming didn't even bother to turn his head. He said, "You guys barge into someone else's courtyard and tell them to get out if they don't want to die? Guys like you actually put reason on your lips. It seems like that thing only works on yourselves, huh?" However, Kung Ming didn't plan to act immediately. He imitated Zheng Xuan's words in a vivid manner. He said, "After 3 hours, come, I will have a match with you then. But you better have a mental preparation for having your heads smashed." Hearing this, Zhen Xuan was furious. He said, "Can I understand this as, this is your Huashan sect's attitude?" At this time, Beichen also grinned. "There's no such thing as taking back what's been said. And Taoist priest, it seems you have already made your decision." Hearing this, Zhen Xuan unexpectedly sheathed his long sword, which was about to be drawn. He looked at King Ming and said coldly, "Tomorrow at this hour, I will come to your door as you wish. But no matter how miserable Huayin sect is tomorrow, it's not our fault." Looking at King Ming, one moment it's 3 hours, another, it's a day, it's really all up to you. Why don't you just say you're scared and want to run away? Wouldn't that be better? And King Ming's trick of specifically picking at sore spots, Yin Zhong and Xiaoji felt it deeply. Look at Zheng Xuan's trembling hand from anger, and it's very clear. However, surprisingly, Zhen Xuan didn't show any immediate intention to attack. In the rain, he even remembered to clasp his hands, saying he would come again at this time tomorrow. Then, without turning back, he left this place, let alone their ability to endure. He didn't even take a second glance at his nosebleed, but it was just one glance. And this scene, even the sect leader Wei was dumbfounded. Looking at King Ling, who seemed completely indifferent, she finally couldn't hold it in anymore. Her shrill voice sounded like a little wronged woman. She said, "I hoped that you would mediate, but how can you clash head-on with Wuding?" The more she spoke, the more agitated she became. She was really angered to the point of losing her mind. And just like that, she fainted. In the rain, the Wuding disciples were still asking their senior brother why they didn't choose to break a few of their bones on the spot. However, what they got was Zhen Xuan's denial, because in his opinion, if he made a move now, he was afraid he wouldn't be able to resist killing that person named King Ming, and they would soon understand what the consequences of opposing Wuding would be. After a while, the sect leader was awakened on the bed. She turned her head to look at Yan Ping, who was standing guard beside her, and realized that she had just fainted. And on the other side, King Ming and the others were eating and drinking lavishly at her home. Xiaoxing was speechless. He couldn't tell if the current situation was good or bad anymore, but soon Wei Lishan rushed over breathlessly. He was very angry. Not this time. Why were they still drinking here? Although he didn't know why the sect leader was like this during the day, he quickly apologized. King Ming instead asked sect leader, "Would you like a cup?" The more they were like this, the more sect leader Wei's heart was filled with disappointment. After a while, he finally sighed, saying that Huayin sect had decided to abandon Nanyang and leave. Xiaoxin knew very well how difficult this decision was for his father, but Wei Lishan said, now that things have come to this, he had no other choice. Anyway, it's all thanks to everyone for buying us a day. During the day, he wanted to say something more, but the sect leader said, "It's not that I don't believe in you, but the opponent is Wudang sect. If we oppose them, even if we get through this time, the same thing will still keep happening until we are forced out of Nanyang." Qingling took a few gulps. Then he raised his question, "Wuding is acting so out of line this time. Isn't it because there's some rare treasure here?" But what he got was a denial. After all, if there really was some treasure, it wouldn't have been so peaceful all this time. But at this moment, Qingling felt even stranger. After all, the Wuding disciples he knew were very protective of their sect's image. To go this far, there must be some secret that most people don't know. But at the moment, Qingming said that they wouldn't leave. "Sect leader, we must deal with the matters of Huayin sect before returning to Huashan, because Huashan will not forget the kindness of Huayin sect and will never abandon its secular families. The world will soon understand this point." It had to be said. The young man's words moved sect leader Wei, just as Wei Lishan felt that he was too rash in suspecting he was a good-for-nothing. Kunming very seriously asked him, "Can you bring another pot of this premium stuff?" Okay, another person had their brain short-circuited by him. At the same time, from the Taoist temple, the Wuding disciples asked Zhen Xuan, why not send people to monitor Huayin sect? What they got was Zhen Xuan's leisurely reply. After all, Huashan has just recovered a little of its reputation. If they run away now, they'll only be beaten back to their original state. It seems that that guy also can't let go of the name of Huashan's divine dragon. If it was before, he might have weighed his opponent a bit more. But from what I saw just now, everyone understands that he's just a shameless kid. At such a young age, but bearing a great reputation, it's our duty as elders to curb his arrogance. But don't forget our true purpose here. No matter who it is, this matter cannot become an obstacle to our sect. If everything goes smoothly, we will surely be able to surpass Shaolin and become the #1 sect in the world. That man's sword tome is more precious to us in Wuding than anything else in the world. The man only needed one bowl to drink himself into a stupor. Seeing his senior brother Ying's sore face, he blamed it on the sect leader's stash of Tai Di. He just couldn't resist the temptation. As a result, just as Wu Ding was about to come knocking, his brain was still buzzing. Helpless Kung Ming had no choice but to pinch his nose to dispel the alcohol from his body. Then this maniac lay back down, gurgling incessantly. It seemed he was enjoying it. Checking the time, he asked his uncle, "Why haven't those people come to fight yet?" Hearing this, Bai Qian sighed lightly. He said, "Everyone listen up. The current situation is different from before. Our primary goal is to show the world Hua Shan is about to make a comeback. So today's battle is not just our fight, but also a battle for us who carry the name of Hua Shan and King Ming. Since we can't resolve this matter peacefully with Wu Ding, then when we start fighting, don't hold back." Kung Ming was quite surprised to hear these words. Didn't the sect leader tell us not to cause trouble? Bai Qian was speechless. This situation was caused by this guy. Damn it, he's acting like he's getting a good deal. However, the commotion at the gate attracted their attention. They saw a large group of disciples leaving the Huayan sect for some unknown reason at this time. Instead, the sect master and his son had also found them. It turned out that Guy Lishan had been worried all night, unable to sleep. He was very clear in his mind that it was not the Huayan sect who provoked Wu Ding this time, but Hua Shan. If they left the South Sea now, the Huayan sect would naturally have a chance to escape this calamity. In this way, whether it's the nearly 100 disciples or Xiao Xing, they could all be safe. But how difficult was such a decision for him? "Child, what do you think we should do?" Xiao Xing looked at his father. Xiao Xing did not understand these thoughts, but he could clearly see his father's frustration. Hua Shan was his father's pride, but his father was also his pride. Xiao Xing raised his head. He said, "Father, do you even need to ask me? This is the Huayan sect, one of the 5 secular branches of Hua Shan. How can we watch Hua Shan fight alone for us and remain unmoved? Moreover, when I went up the mountain to see the sect leader this time, he did not hesitate at all, and immediately sent disciples to come to our aid. Perhaps their methods are not quite proper, but their intention to help us is pure. So today, even if I die, I will fight alongside them to the very end." Hearing this, Wei Lishan fell silent, because these were words he usually said himself. But now, he had let the crisis before him shake his beliefs. Xiao Xing's words struck his heart. It seemed that this middle-aged man had found his original intention. So Sectmaster Wei suddenly said, "Yan Ping, go and open the gate, and tell the disciples who are unwilling to fight to go home immediately. If the Huayan sect can overcome this crisis, they can return any time in the future. I am willing to accept them unconditionally." Yan Ping was worried. "If that's the case, I am afraid no one will stay." What he received was a hearty laugh from the sect master. He said, "In the Huayan sect, those who carry the name of Hoshan to fight Wu Ding, even if it's just my son and I, it's enough." He was speechless. He took a deep look at the sect master and young sect master, and then turned to carry out what may be his last task in the Huayan sect. Wei Lishan was a little reluctant. He couldn't help but ask, "Is he leaving too?" Yan Ping said without turning back, "I will not carry the name of Hoshan, but I will carry the name of Huayan sect and stand with the sect master through thick and thin." That's how the scene of a large number of disciples leaving just now happened. And at this moment, Kung Ming turned his head and looked. To his surprise, there were quite a few people willing to stay. Whether it was the Huayan sect or their disciples, they were really good. Just like Hua Shan back then. Wei Lishan said, "Last night I was not in my right mind and failed to properly entertain you all. Hua Shan has specially come to help my Huayan sect. I sincerely thank you all here." Bai Qian was actually very surprised by this situation. Sect Master Wei actually dared to stay and befriend Hoshan. He had heard that the sect master of the Huayan sect had a chivalrous nature. It seemed that was indeed the case. But at this time, Kung Ming started yelling again. "Indeed? You really are people who have kept your loyalty for 30 years. But you don't need to do anything either. You just watch for a while. It just so happens they've also arrived." Yin Zhongyu and Zhou Jie also discovered that Wu Ding had sent quite a few people this time. At this time, the people outside the Huayan sect, without a word, immediately ordered to attack. 3 skilled disciples leapt out in an instant. This made Zhou Jie and Yin Zhong immediately get into a fighting stance. With Bai Qian's eyes narrowing, 3 are coming. They are very fast, with imposing momentum, but suddenly Kung Ling had somehow already arrived behind Bai Qian. It seemed he was also impatient. He compressed the air to his palm with his domineering inner force. The 3 who had just rushed in were immediately blown out. Bai Qian was also speechless. He glanced at King Ming. "I shouldn't have said anything to this monster about not holding back. It looks like we can watch a show later. Looking at the few people outside who had been blown out, they didn't even see what had hit them. Zhenxuan felt absurd. Unless the people inside are dozens of times stronger than us, but how is that possible? You all follow behind me, and enter with me. Be careful. There might be traps. Zheng Xuan pointed his sword at the gate. He poured a twisting force into his sword. As his eyes focused, the originally closed gate of the Huayan sect was smashed to pieces. The originally thick wooden blocks were turned into a whirlwind and blown apart by his force. But upon stepping inside, Zheng Xuan was surprised not to find any traps. This scene was also seized by King Ling, who said they had no manners at all. The man frowned tightly. He stared at the few scattered people not far away, and then gradually lowered his guard. You don't plan to use so few people to fight my Wuding disciples, do you? I don't know if you are confident or arrogant. This familiar expression and tone, Xiaoji and Yingzhong both felt a sense of déjà vu. Luckily King Ling reminded them. Isn't this just like senior Uncle Beichin from before? This made their senior uncle very embarrassed. King Ling imitated what you said in a rather convincing way. Xiai was speechless. This was just King Ming. If it was anyone else, Uncle Bei would probably have gone up to fight, right? However, the more they looked at them, the more confused they became. Why did they look so calm? He couldn't help but ask. Wuding has always been the leader of the Taoist sects since ancient times. Does Mount Hua really think it can be our enemy? To King Ming, it was just funny. Not to mention the distant past. Even 100 years ago. Didn't you guys submit to us? Zhenxuan was first startled, then smiled with amusement. You're talking about the Plum Blossom Sword Master, right? But do you know that he was once defeated miserably by our Tai Chai Sword Emperor? What, looking at your reaction? You definitely don't know that the two of them had a match back then, and your Plum Blossom Sword Master lost miserably. It's just that the Tai Chi Sword Emperor was kind-hearted and hid the results of the competition afterwards. Before King Ling could react to these words, the others all drew their swords and angrily rebuked. Beichin even said, that person's name is not for you to mention casually. Hey, I am the Plum Blossom Sword Master. You guys should be a little nicer to me. He thought to himself. Only then did he recall the Tai Chai Sword Emperor. He did indeed have a match with that old guy back then. But it was he himself who requested that the results of the match not be publicized. I remember back then he was really awesome. I have to say Wuding's effects were definitely something the author added a bonus to. That's why I couldn't help but beat him until his clothes were tattered. I remember I hadn't had enough back then. If it weren't for seeing that he was a few years older than me and calling me big brother, he probably would have gotten another beating from me back then. But now that I think about it, I was too kind back then. Thinking of this, Kungling suddenly asked, young hero Wei, have you taken care of the matter I asked you about last night? After receiving an affirmative answer, Kungling smiled contentedly. He suddenly gripped his longsword, and a sword aura flew out in an instant. Zhen Xuan and the others became alarmed as if facing a great enemy, but they also felt like nothing had happened. After a long while, he suddenly had a seizure. The gate tower of the hidden Hoa sect crashed down with a loud boom. It shattered and collapsed before his shocked eyes. And outside the Meridian Gate, crowds of people milled about, discussing the matter. And this was King Ming's favorite way to enjoy the show and not mind the trouble. Knowing that Yinzhong and Xiao Ji could handle 5 people, he narrowed his eyes. Then senior sister Liu can deal with 4. Uncle Beichin can focus on dealing with that Zhen Xuan. As for you, do you still need me to make a move? Alright, uncles, senior sisters, and senior brothers. Hurry up. Beichin always felt that things seemed to be reversed. But the Wuding disciples could indeed be an effective way to test the results of his cultivation. Thinking of this, he had no choice but to look forward again. Let's go, let them see the Mount Hua sword technique. And so, the disciples on both sides quickly rushed forward. But Wuding seemed to be mindful of their reputation, so they didn't all make a move. This also gave Xiaojie a chance to adjust his mentality. For him, this was his first time going down the mountain to gain experience. That madman used every method to torment him. He thought that as long as he could become stronger, he as Zhao Ji could endure any hardship. But I was wrong. 2 months after the Central Plains Convention, I realized that I was completely wrong. The endless training had made me exhausted, and I couldn't escape. After getting through that time, the strength of the person in front of me was obvious. His posture with the sword, the direction of his gaze, and the balance of his body. Every detail, I wanted to point out the flaws. It seems like I'm destined to win. Unlike Yingzhong, that the Wuding sword technique focused on striking after the opponent made their move. They would strike decisively only after completely receiving the opponent's move. It is said that this is borrowing strength to strike back. But to break this technique, You just needed speed. If the fire is strong enough, water cannot easily extinguish it. Too slow, very obvious. Although both of them were fighting for the first time, they quickly entered their optimal states. The Wuding disciple, until he fainted, still couldn't figure out why the Mount Hua disciple could beat them. The #1 sword sect in the world. Just like that, their battle had a somewhat cathartic feel to it. Yingzhong glanced at Xiaoji and heard him look back excitedly. Have we become too strong? But before they could even celebrate for 2 seconds, a burst of anger from behind them hit them like a bell. Xiaoji, you lost 3 times, Yingzhong 4 times, senior brother Yangzhong lost 4 times. You two can wait for me later. However, even so, after the battle just now, they had gained a deeper understanding of the power of the Mount Hua sword technique, a deeper understanding. And this was something not only Wuding needed to know, but it was also time for the world to know. This scene made the sect leader's mouth dry. They couldn't see any difference in seniority between them at all. The Mount Hua disciples had actually defeated Wuding so easily. He clutched his chest. His heart was already surging. Mount Hua had really changed. The disciples had all become top experts, and such a madman had also appeared. Although Mount Hua should not have had these 2 types of people in the past. Taoist priest, your senior brothers and uncles are all fighting with others. Why are you still able to drink wine? King Ming said they had trained hard during this time. If they could still lose, they should really just find a hole to hide in. They should also look at who their teachers are. At the same time, the clash with Zhen Xuan during the day had passed for a long time, but Zhen Xuan couldn't understand why that person was so strong. And looking at his appearance, he didn't seem to have used up much energy. But how is that possible? However, this battle, we can't lose, even if it means sacrificing my reputation. All the Wuding disciples attack. Hearing this, the Wuding disciples were also in a daze, but immediately they all gritted their teeth and charged forward. In just an instant, they had surrounded the Hoshin disciples. Baiqing glanced behind him. Such a situation of the many bullying the few, it's unexpected that the Wuding sect would do such a thing. My Hoshin disciples are really given a lot of face. Zhenixuan's heart was also very uneasy. If it wasn't he, because this matter was too involved, even if he lost the competition today, he wouldn't have resorted to such a low tactic. He raised his eyes and stared at Baiqian. I admit that you're very strong, but why isn't he that kid fighting? Is it that he looks down on our Wuding? However, Baiqian told him without turning his head, you think too much. With your strength, it's indeed not necessary for him to fight. Don't get angry yet, because like you, I'm also not qualified to make him take action. There are always some strange things in this world. Since there are 3-legged crows and 2-headed snakes, then naturally there are also monsters with 3 heads and 6. And he is that kind of thing, but don't feel regretful. I'll play with you. To have the Huashan Divine Dragon take action is really too much of a waste of talent. Hearing this, Zhang Xuan only felt that Hua Zhengjin was insulting him. But what he didn't know was that Baiqin was constantly measuring in his heart. He was aware of Zhen Xuan. He had heard about him for a long time. He was praised as one of the 6 stars of the world. If it wasn't for the China Martial Arts Tournament, Kun Jinlong would also be one of them. In other words, he and Kun Jinlong were at the same level of expert. Through personal experience, Baiqin could very clearly feel Zhang Xuan's profound internal strength and steady sword techniques, but that was all. Because I can also make plum blossoms bloom. What does the 7 sword do? Zhang Xuan's dragon-like and dancing sword energy was instantly cut off by Baiqin's 7 transformed figures. Although the footsteps came from only one person, the 7 attacks solidly landed on his body. As Baiqian's illusionary sword dissipated, plum blossoms flew wildly in the sky. And the moment the plum blossoms dissipated around Zhang Xuan's body, 7 plum blossom sword energies exploded. With just one move, he completely lost consciousness. He fell to the ground with a thud, but the residents here all seemed to be attracted by the plum blossoms in the sky. Even King Ming couldn't help himself. Where did this kid get so good? As the sect leader, it was also the first time he had seen such a spectacular scene. Hu Zheng saw Baidian. It seemed that he had left an unforgettable figure in the minds of everyone present. Only King Ming didn't bother to pretend. He kept shouting, Shishu Baitian, you re-amazing, immediately pulling his vanity back into the light. And Yin Zhong on the side was complaining endlessly. He said, I'm the weakest among them. Why do you use the most people to come and surround me? Immediately he pointed to the side, you go look for him. Lu Shipu is the 2nd strongest among the 4 of us. Looking at Lu Yixiu again, his sword was like a graceful dancer, with clean and neat movements. The Wuding disciples couldn't find any opening. They wanted to attack from a blind spot, but saw his eyes focus, and his whole body tilt downward. This kind of willfulness also made the Wuding disciples stunned. However, in that moment, Liu Yikshu instantly flicked them away with one sword. This scene made the three people surrounding Yin Zhong dumbfounded. Suddenly, Bei Qian asked them if they wanted to continue. After all, these disciples had suffered blade wounds. If they weren't treated quickly, something bad could happen. Does this conflict have to involve your fellow disciples' lives? In fact, they also knew that they definitely couldn't win now. Hearing Bei Qian's words, they quickly lifted up their injured comrades and staggered away from the Huayan sect. Before leaving, Bei Qian warned them, "Your Shixiang risked the reputation of the Buju sword. If you don't want to disgrace his name, don't come near the Huayan sect again." Saying this, Bei Qian slightly bowed. "Take care, don't let me see you off." At this point, he put away his long sword and slowly walked away Lishan's side. He said, "Sect leader Wei, from now on, the Huayan sect is safe." These simple words brought tears to sect leader Wei's eyes. Heaven knows how much pressure Wu Ding had given him these days. However, faced with his endless gratitude, the four instead returned a very solemn bow. "Sect leader, you are too kind. This is our duty." Until then, Kuming finally gave a shallow smile. Such a scene is truly touching. In the night, the sect leader saw off the shittis who had come from afar. Although the gate was destroyed, he didn't care at all at this moment. Recalling his father's words, he couldn't help but sigh. When he looked back, he thought, they must also be celebrating this feat today. Earlier, he couldn't help but lash out at them. "I have to apologize to them for all of that." With a bang, Wei Lishan pushed open the door and said cheerfully, "Everyone, you've waited long enough." However, what greeted his eyes was a room in disarray. They were yelling "Catch King Ming," but they were all kicked over by him. Seeing that he couldn't be stopped, Bei Qian quickly shouted, "Calm down. After all, the Wuding people have left. There's really no need to do this now. Besides, the sect leader has repeatedly told you not to cause trouble. I beg you, kid, don't go." King Ming, while adjusting his night gear, said, "Although your performance in the martial arts match earlier is not satisfactory, I won't hold it against you since you won. I won't be picky, however, except for senior brother Zhao Ji. But the following matter is unrelated to my uncles, aunts, and senior brothers. You don't need to worry about it." With that, Kung Ming leaped out like a cannonball. Wu Ding's way of doing things, the scent of conspiracy is so strong, how could he possibly let them leave just like that? However, at this moment, at the first disaster scene, sect leader Wei was still confused. He really couldn't understand what was wrong with Hushan. Nanyang wasn't big. Soon, Kung Ming chased them out of the city, and the Wuding disciples, dragging their seriously injured senior brother, had already reached the mountainside. Xinchuan slowly opened his eyes. The junior brothers beside him immediately gathered around. But when he heard they were about to return to Wuding, he suddenly sat up. It was the sharp pain from his body that reminded him he had lost. Then, after learning that to preserve his reputation, Zhen Xuan, the sect would also pack their bags today and leave Nanyang tomorrow morning, his face felt hot and burning. Just thinking about that building, he immediately called out to junior brother Zhen Fu. He said, "You return to Wuding as quickly as possible, and be sure to tell the sect about the situation here. We can't go back like this, even if we just wait on the mountain. There's no need." The sudden voice startled Zheng Xuan. Looking closely, he realized the person was their uncle, Wu Zhen. He was one of the three strongest, first-generation disciples in Wuding today. But why was he one of the three swords of Wuding? Now and yet, his identity alone would be enough to attract the attention of many people in the martial world. But Wu Zhen didn't seem to care much about this question at all. However, when he learned about his disciples' encounter at the Huayan sect, he revealed a deep displeasure on his face. What Zheng Xuan lost was not just his own reputation, because for his every move, what people ridicule or scold, will always be Wu Ding standing behind him. Zhen Xuan understood this, so he fully accepted his uncle's reprimand. But the key was that his heart was still unable to calm down. However, Wu Zhen said they planned to abandon Nanyang, because their sect had already deciphered the mystery of the sword tome, so they planned to bypass Nanyang and take the treasure directly. But the humiliation of losing to Huashan must be avenged in the future. Now, what you need to do is to cheer yourselves up. The injured disciples should return to Wuding first. The rest will follow me. As for Zhengxuan, your injuries, you need to make a calm judgment for yourself. This is not something to be ashamed of. Just as he said this, Wu Zhen suddenly turned his head. Zhengxuan was also startled. He didn't know what had suddenly happened to his uncle. He heard Wu Zhen's cold voice slowly say, "Show yourself now." Looking closely, the person was a man in black. Wu Zhen could sense the other party was not simple, so he didn't continue speaking until the man in black jumped down. He just stared at him. Their eyes met. But the man suddenly claimed to be a passing bandit who wanted to ask a question. About the building you just mentioned, can you tell me what it is? Zhenxuan was dumbfounded. He blurted out, shouldn't the ones who rob here be mountain bandits? Kunming suddenly understood. Oh, so I'm a mountain bandit then. It was obvious this man was crazy, and his sword even had engravings. He was a crazy person from the Hoshin sect. Are you the Huashan divine dragon? No, I'm not. Isn't a bit too obvious. Bastard, Zhenxuan was so angry he was fuming. He really hadn't expected this person to completely disregard Hoshin's reputation. When King Ming heard this, he scratched his ear, not knowing what to do, but suddenly Wu Zhen turned around and said, it seems you really are not a Huashan disciple. And you definitely can't be, and I am cutting down a bandit who threatened us. Kunming narrowed his eyes. He hadn't expected this uncle to be quite smart. At this moment, Wu Zhen made one last confirmation, asking if King Ling would remove his mask and admit his mistake, but all he got was a chuckle from King Ling. He said, if you can be honest and explain everything clearly about the sword tome, I can really let you leave this place safely. Otherwise, Wu Zhen gracefully drew his long sword. If that's the case, even if I seriously injure you, I have a valid reason. When King Ming saw his appearance, he understood. Just the aura emanating from this man, it was already perfectly integrated with the long sword in his hand. Even the second-generation disciples, their martial arts were still just at the level of young juniors. But this man was a true sword cultivator of Wuding. Let me give you one last piece of advice. You better protect your head carefully, because have this little habit. There's a lunatic in Hoshin who is ordered by his sect to help the secular martial arts sects. However, not only does he not do anything to help, but after his uncles drive away the Wuding disciples, he insists on quietly going to beat them up again. But as he followed the group that had confidently left, he encountered Wu Zhen, the first disciple of Wuding. Zhenxuan only felt dazed. He recalled what Hua Zhenjian had said. Could this guy really have 3 heads and 6 arms? But it said he's not even 15 years old. How could he possibly defeat Uncle Wu Zhen, who is 30 years older than him? Looking at King Ming, he said, let's make a bet. Then I want to know about the sword tome. Wu Zhen just found it funny. A mere child. Even if he had been practicing martial arts since birth, there was no way he could defeat him. But Wuding was the #1 Taoist sect under heaven. Today his nephew disciples had suffered a loss in Nanyang. Maybe he would have a chance to get it back. So Wu Zhen said, if you lose, I want you to kowtow and apologize to me, and admit that Huashan is no match for Wuding. Kunlin urged him to make a decision and start quickly. This made Wu Zhen very surprised. His anger was rampant, and there was a hint of coldness in his eyes. But the youth didn't care how much pride he had in his heart. He swung his sword. A line of blood suddenly appeared on Wu Zhen's face. Looking at the spectacle behind him, which the other party had remotely cut down, it seemed that until this moment, he had finally completely put away his previous contempt. Although King Ming's way of greeting was a bit rough, he did not want Wu Zhen's carelessness to cause him to lose the rare chance to experience the changes in martial arts over the past 100 years. Thank you for holding back. King Ming just said casually. Just a warm-up. Now you can go all out, right? Now you can use your full strength, right? However, the next second, King Ling suddenly shook. Wu Zhen had actually escaped his lock. He suddenly appeared in front of the youth. But with this scene, King Ling looked very happy. Wu Zhen's sword only took a moment to change from a straight thrust to a sweeping attack, accompanied by a loud boom. It was clear that his basic swordsmanship was already at a high level. In the dust, Wu Zhen leaped out, seemingly without needing to rely on sight. He had completely locked onto King Ming's location. Moreover, his strike, just with its aura, forced King Ming to use the mountain to release some force. In order not to be thrown off balance, King Ming had to keep using the absorb technique to control his body. In their fight, Wu Zhen didn't give him any room to breathe. But what he had been relying on all along was more of the endless internal force of Wuding. No matter how Wu Zhen changed his sword techniques, King Ming did not immediately mobilize his internal force to fight back. And it seemed that the young man basically dodged whenever he could, never meeting head-on. He used his agile footwork, and instead found an opportunity to kick Wu Zhen in the face. Although he dodged it, the impact still caused him to lose his balance. Seeing this, Zhenxuan was shocked, but before he could call out uncle, he suddenly saw a longsword kia like a river suddenly rose into the sky. King Ming was very familiar with this scene. The reason why Wuding's first-generation disciples and second-generation disciples were so different was basically the difference in their internal strength. This first clear-stream sword, if it didn't have the internal strength from years of training, it would never have shown such momentum, but this kind of move was not enough. Seeing King Ling split his first clear stream sword technique with a single strike, Wu Zhen was also startled. But then his eyes flickered. He poured his vast internal energy into his long sword. The sword kai formed by the internal force immediately poured out like a river flowing into the sea. Even the wind stirred up by it gave one the illusion of being swallowed by it. In his opinion, with Uncle Wu Zhen's perfected taking swordsmanship, even if this kid was a monster, he shouldn't be able to stop it. Seeing the youth swallowed by his uncle's sword kai, Wu Zhen also mustered his strength, and his face was suddenly covered in horror. King Ling had actually used just one sword to split his sword kai again. Suddenly, the sword kai rebounded and slammed into Wu Zhen's body. The sudden turn of events almost made him faint on the spot. Looking at the youth, his eyes were already filled with displeasure. The current Wuding swordsmanship was actually not at the same level as it was 100 years ago. Since that's the case, I'll just beat you up first. And the sword light in Wu Zhen's eyes was rapidly approaching. In a panic, he immediately rolled away to dodge, but the impact that followed immediately sent him flying far away. At this moment, Wu Zhen's fighting spirit was greatly diminished. If he had taken that just now, the most likely outcome was that he would have died on the spot. My strength is too much weaker than his. The moment this thought arose in his heart, he immediately suppressed it. He staggered to his feet. Since a single strand of ki can't hurt you, then I'll show you the true terror of continuous qi. The river flows endlessly. The single strand of taking ki he had just unleashed split into countless strands in Wu Zhen's hand and surged towards King Ling. Seeing this, the youth smiled faintly. If you had done this earlier, I wouldn't have been so bored. King Ling's movements suddenly became as light and agile as flower petals. He seemed to pass through the wildly dancing strands of ki as a matter of course. This scene was too bizarre, making Zheng Xuan's scalp tingle. After all, when facing such a large-scale technique like an outburst of inner force, would charge head-on. However, King Ming's movements, Wu Zhen seemed to have anticipated. He had actually hidden another layer of kai around his body, just to prevent similar accidents. Seeing that the other party was sent flying, the ki was unable to reach that far for a moment, but he knew the weakness of his own techniques best. He knew it best. Wu Zhen immediately sent out a palm strike, and another wave of powerful and raging force slammed into King Ling's sword. He saw him raise his sword upwards. This changed the original drawn-out trick, but how could Wu Zhen only have this kind of method? The drawn-out change made him immediately twist his palm. A spinning palm attacked from behind King Ling in an instant. Honestly, he hadn't expected that Wu Zhen could even think up this kind of move. He had indeed put in a lot of effort. But then he saw King Ling kick off his back foot. Instantly, an extremely strong explosive force was generated in midair. Even Wu Zhen couldn't clearly see what had just happened, but it was obvious that King Ling was diving down, using the force from just now, and was closing in with extreme speed. Seeing this, Wu Zhen leaped backwards. This kind of opponent, who could break all his moves in an instant, made him feel extremely powerless. And if this continued, the outcome wouldn't be good. Although there is a powerful move within the sect, I'm not allowed to use that move yet. But Zheng Xuan also noticed his martial uncle's movements. That was the starting stance of the Taiji sword fusion. It symbolized the highest level of Wuding swordsmanship. The sect had actually already taught this move to his martial uncle, and King Ming, looking at the familiar Taiji symbol, had a look in his eyes as if he had eaten shit. He was very angry. Indeed, this move was very powerful, but what made him think that, even with his own masterful swordsmanship, he could not defeat me? Yet he actually dared to use an unfamiliar sword technique. Are you trying to die? Just like that, King Ming actually used his longsword like a hammer, slamming down hard. Wu Zhen could hear very clearly the crunching sound coming from his waist. He couldn't understand at all. He originally thought this move would surely turn the tables, but why did King Ming at this moment already think that this person's brain was broken? These high-achieving disciples of famous sects, even after 100 years, had not improved at all. This wasn't a matter of strength. It was completely because they had too little real combat experience. They didn't know their limits. In a daze, Wu Zhen seemed to hear the sound of a head. His mind was only focused on escaping as quickly as possible, so he abruptly held his longsword over his head. But what he didn't expect was that the longsword that King Ming was using as a hammer suddenly stopped in midair. Wu Zhen, who was planning to use the force to escape, was now also stunned. But the next second, King Ming's fist had already landed on his face. Seeing their martial uncle being abused like this, the Wuding disciples were already like frightened birds. But at this time, Wu Zhen had already lost consciousness, and King Ling looked at him as if he were an idiot. Glancing at it, he told him to protect his head, and all he knew to do was to block with his sword. Just take this as a lesson. But then he suddenly had a jolt. If I knocked him out, then what am I going to do about the sword tome news? So he scratched his head. Then he pointed out Zhenshan. Kunming crooked his finger, signaling him to come over. Zhenxian's head was about to explode. With the current situation, who would dare to go over? But he didn't dare disobey the other party either, so he reluctantly walked over. However, when Kunming asked him about the sword tome, Zhenxian refused to say a single word. Kunming guessed that he must be a hard bone. But since you don't want to talk, then I'll wake up this guy who should be talking. After all, Mei is something between me and him. Although these past years, I've always felt that force can't solve all the problems in this world. But I think it can still solve most of them. Either I beat him until he wakes up, or until he dies. You absolutely must not open your mouth and tell me, okay? Just like that, under the devil's tyranny, Zhenshan, utter the word stop. He said, you should put down my martial uncle first. But Qingling instead lifted him up, and shaking Wu Zhen, he said with a smile, don't worry, as long as you explain clearly. At this moment, Zhengxian was already numb and without feeling, so he explained that a while ago, a secular martial branch of Wuding was robbed. During their pursuit and investigation, they accidentally obtained a treasure map. When we unlocked the map's secret, we discovered that it was a sword tome, and the location is near the South Seas. But right now, we only know the general area, not the specific details. That's why we intentionally targeted the Huayan sect to avoid suspicion. Hearing this, Kunming felt that their aggressive pursuit of the South Seas made sense. But what exactly was this sword tome? Zhengxian had no choice but to continue to explain. The sword tome they were looking for was actually a tome, and the owner of that tome was called Dojin Wuan. At this time, Kunming's reaction finally became a bit intense. Dojin Wuan was the Plum Blossom Sword Saint, the #1 person in the world in the previous generation. He was a figure who was active 200 years ago. A person? No wonder they would call this person's tome a sword tome. But that's not right either. The title of #1 in the world has appeared countless times in the long course of history, and you Wuding are not some small sect that has never seen the world. So what's in that sword tome? It was clear Qingling had asked the crucial question. Zhengxian didn't want to say, but the young man shook Wu Zhen in his hand, which scared him again. Helplessly, he had to continue. Dojin Wuan, without a sect or school, appeared almost out of thin air and issued a challenge to the world's swordsmen. And every time he triumphed, he would take away the weapons of those experts. So after Dojin Wuan disappeared from the martial world, there was a rumor that he placed all of the powerful weapons he acquired into his tome. There must also be his martial arts secrets there. Whoever can find the sword master. Whoever can. Kunming waved his hand, interrupting him. Stop telling me this old story. So you guys just want to dig up his tome, stealing the divine weapons and martial arts, right? Zhenshan nodded. Kunming then extended his hand, grabbing Wu Zhen and slapped him hard across the face. You don't have a single honest word in your mouth. Wu Zhen, this kid, is this how you teach your subordinates? Zhenshan wanted to explain, but was pulled over by him. Do I look like an idiot? Yes, you didn't deceive me, but you just didn't tell me the whole truth. Alright, you don't need to say any more. When I wake this guy up, I'll have him tell me personally, to make me believe that Wuding made all this trouble, just for those things. If Zhang Zhenren heard this, he'd probably come down from the heavens and smash your heads to pieces, wouldn't he? Seeing that his own Shishu was about to be beaten to death by Qingming, Zhenshuan was jumping with anxiety, but Qingming suddenly stopped his actions. Even if you don't say it, I can steal your treasures, and I can figure it out myself, but you dared to play me, so you naturally have to pay the price. Just as Qingming was about to strike, Zhenshuan stared intently at his Shishu, who had already become a pig's head. He shouted suddenly, "It's the medicine immortal." There was a bang sound, and the wind in the forest picked up. Kungling's fist also stopped. At this moment, he didn't care about the man in his hand anymore. He was staring straight ahead. Stealing sword without a trace. Is it really the first alchemist of all time, the medicine immortal? After receiving the other party's affirmative answer, even Qingling couldn't help but widen his eyes. Then he laughed very foolishly. That's right, it must be the medicine immortal. That makes sense. The world knows almost nothing about him besides his alchemy. But the Hunyuan pill he refined contains extremely strong inner strength. Even 100 years ago, if a Hunyuan pill appeared in the world, it would inevitably cause a bloodbath. And now, this is the tome of the medicine immortal. Doesn't that mean that there will also be the recipe for the Hunyuan pill there? Seeing that his Shishu was safe, Zhenshuan's body trembled as he let out a long sigh. Looking up at this devilish young man, his mask was stained with saliva and snot. He thought that, It was meaningless to hide anything anymore. So Zhen Xuan told everything. He said that stealing sword without a trace had become inexplicably powerful back then, and many people suspected that he was the medicine immortal. Although he denied it himself, after his death, a friend who was close to him secretly revealed his identity. To this day, only a few sects know about this. So can you let us go now? Kunming patted his chest and said, "Don't worry. You can leave after you give me the treasure map." Looking at Zheng Xuan's fearful eyes, Kunming felt even more entitled. After all, you also cracked the treasure map. And I know this information. Wuding will sooner or later be like ants chasing me for revenge, right? If I don't even have the treasure map by then, wouldn't I have gained nothing? So, at least you have to give me the treasure map. Only then will I not lose money in this deal. Otherwise, Kunling slowly raised a foot, and the entire valley made a loud bang sound. Choose for yourself. Either hand over the treasure map, or let me bury you here, leaving just your head exposed, until I find the sword tome. Zhen Xuan trembled as he looked at the devil in front of him. As one of the 6 great constellations of the world, he couldn't hold back his grievance at this moment. He cried, "Mount Hua has a group of idiots that even with the strength of the entire sect, they find it hard to solve. They got a rush of blood to the head and decide to use one night to find the #1 treasure in the world. If the idiots dare to give it, they dare to take it." The Brotherhood of Hongmen was manifested vividly. It was no wonder that King Ming was able to see that the treasure map that had just fallen from a Wudang Doist looked familiar. Every stroke of it he recognized. But putting them together, they became a blur. But he was not convinced. Just this little broken thing. Can it stump me, the Plum Blossom Sword Master? And so, King Ming almost gouged his eyes out staring at the sheepskin, but what he got was only a lot of frustration. It was hard to blame him. His expertise was in hitting people's heads. When had he ever done anything involving thinking? So, he placed his hopes on his Shishu and Shiksheng, but the Wuding sect would definitely send a large number of disciples. The time left for King Ming would at most be 3 days. However, the recipe for the Hunyuan pill was an important force that could allow Mount Hua to become the #1 sword sect in the world. No matter what, they couldn't let them have this thing. And thus, this thought lingered in the hearts of the Mount Hua disciples. They were extremely anxious. They wanted their Shishu to go and bring King Ling back, but they looked exhausted from their work during the day. Even if we find that guy, can we stop it? I don't know what kind of sins I committed in my past life, what karma I had, that I have to deal with a nephew like him in this life. However, Cao Ji was quite optimistic. He said, "Is that guy really going to cause any major trouble?" But these words hit the hearts of the two of them and exploded with a loud thud. It is true that King Ming caused the trouble, and every time he settled it himself. But who can we complain to about all the hardships that we suffered? Who can we talk to? It was obvious that Liu Yixu seemed quite calm at the moment. But suddenly, he sensed something and turned around. There was a loud bang. The place where King Ming landed seemed to have created another pit in the ground. They saw him take out a scroll and say, "Everyone, come and take a look. What is hidden behind this map? Wait a minute. Who did you just beat up?" Seeing that the uncle was probably hard of hearing, Kun Ming impatiently said again. Kun Liu saw no evidence. Okay, just looking at his expression from earlier today, he finally understood. This guy had just robbed the Wuding sect. Moreover, he even beat up their strongest disciple of this generation. You are a total lunatic. How are we going to deal with the aftermath? You are even more arrogant than pulling a tiger's whiskers. Clearly, Beitian no longer had the strength to think about what he would face next. But King Ming suddenly called out to his uncle. "This is the treasure map of the Medicine Immortal's tome. Do you know what the mixed yuan pill means? Do I need to tell you? If uncle thinks it's inappropriate, I'll just return it." Hearing this, Beitian felt like he had a lump in his throat. This thing is definitely poison. Why did it have to be the mixed yuan pill? It was rumored that one pill could increase one's cultivation by several years. How could I give that up? Plus King Ling's encouragement. Finally, everyone had different expressions. Xiaoji also felt that, since they had already stirred up trouble, it would be best to decipher the map before they all came swarming. Deciphering the map was the best plan. Unexpectedly, even Yin Zhong thought that they could only bite the bullet and gamble, and Baiqian's head was about to explode. He gritted his teeth tightly. "As long as we decipher this map, that's enough, right?" Hearing this, Kunling instead laughed. Indeed, as long as they could decipher this map, he would find a way to enter the sword tome. Seeing that there was no room for retreat, Baiqian had no choice but to put aside his messy thoughts and go down this path of no return. Yin Zhaoji and junior sister Lu, we must do everything we can to decipher this map tonight for the mixed yuan pill. Seeing this, Kunling was very happy. Clearly, they were forced onto this pirate ship, but at the moment, everyone was equally enthusiastic. Even the Hua Ying sect leader not far away opened his door in surprise. He was very helpless. The Hua Ying sect had been dismantled so badly that not even one wall was intact. Ever since they came here, his mental state had become more serious each day. Just as he was thinking, the sect leader suddenly clutched his chest. He coughed violently. He understood that internal injuries couldn't be cured with medicine alone. But now that the Hua Ding sect had finally overcome its crisis, he couldn't let anyone see him in this state. Staggering to the couch, the middle-aged man could only place his hope on taking another nap. Maybe he would feel better. As long as we settle down and then hand it over to my son, there won't be too much resistance. Even though Xiaoxing was still young, suddenly Kingling barged in with a bang. This scene frightened him so much that he quickly tightened his focus. It wasn't until he saw who was by the candlelight that he finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, Kunling's eyes were now as sharp as daggers. He slammed the door shut with a creak and then swaggered up to the man. Sect leader, I need to take care of a very important matter now. As the man's cry of pain sounded, Kunling's suddenly released a very pure internal energy. Please don't speak. You're suffering from internal injuries. If you don't treat it, you'll die. However, the sect leader still wanted to struggle. How could he not know the crux of the problem? The way to treat internal injuries, apart from using one's own ki to unblock the disordered meridians, the only way was to have another person use strong internal energy to forcefully repair it. But the internal injuries he had suffered were too severe, and the risk to the rescuer would be more than 10 times greater than usual. How could he let this old life put the heroes who were indebted to the Hua Yin sect in danger? But before the word stop could come out, Kunming forcibly held him down. It was only then that he realized that without him realizing it, the young man had already been injecting his internal energy into his body, everywhere in his meridians. If he had shouted out loud just now, he was afraid he would have immediately gone into a state of ki deviation. But what surprised him the most was that the pain in his body was gradually dissipating in this young man's hands. This pure Taoist ki was gentle yet scorching hot. Just as he was thinking, the young man's unreal voice came to his ears. Fortunately, the foundation hasn't been damaged. Just bear with it, and you'll be fine soon. This scene stunned sect leader Wei completely. To be able to speak while injecting internal energy into someone else, this kind of masterful control, was something that even elders of ordinary sects couldn't do. Right? Kunming, the divine dragon of Mount Hua. Who exactly is he? Next, you need to circulate a great cycle. I've fixed your injured areas. Follow my guidance, and you can completely open up these meridians. Come on, we're just one step away from success. And so Kunming watched his sect leader Wei. His ki flowed throughout his body like a river, and finally converged back into the danshan. Cooperating with his ki cultivation would undoubtedly increase the risk several times over. A slight mistake, and he might suffer even more serious injuries. But right now, time was limited, and if sect leader Wei's body continued to be delayed, he was afraid he would soon collapse. So endure it. I, Kunling, will ensure you're safe. At this point, as the filth accumulated in the man's body was forced out, Kunming gradually withdrew his kuai. That marked the completion of one cycle. However, I didn't tell sect leader Wei that to completely cure his internal injuries, he needed to repeat the same kind of great cycle as just now, 12 times. And so, through the long night, light emanated from the sect leader's room, until Kingling withdrew his inner kai for the last time. The man's whole body was steaming. It wasn't until Kingling completely let go, the sect leader was feeling the changes in his body. At this moment, he still felt like he was dreaming. The pain brought by his internal injuries was now completely gone. Even his strength seemed to have increased slightly. He tremblingly asked Kingming what was happening. What he got in return was Hua Shan will remember the sect leader's kindness to Mount Hua over the past few decades. We will not forget, so please, just like now, always protect the name of Mount Hua until the name of Hu Yingmen shares the world with us. Hearing this, the man was already in tears. Wasn't this the moment he had been dreaming of all these years? So he said in a trembling voice, I will definitely protect Mount Hua. Definitely. The next morning, the sun was bright, but King Ming's eyes were full of doubt. Inside the room at this moment, the mess was beyond just messy. Looking at their appearance of scratching their heads during the day, even was constantly cursing himself for being a waste. It was clear that the distance between Yin Zong and a bald head was just around the corner. If you had to say what was the darkest part of the entire room, it was Liu Shiga's gloomy corner. But King Ming suddenly asked, "What are you guys doing?" Look at their resentful eyes, like those of a disgruntled daughter-in-law. Only then did King Ming realize that he seemed to have provoked them. But Wuding has solved the treasure map. Bai Qian had no choice but to awkwardly turn his head away. Actually, it can't be blamed on him. A sect took them a few months to solve it. Asking the four of them to solve it in one night, it was indeed a bit too much to ask. But the most pressing issue right now wasn't this. If the Wuding sect went all out, even the current King Ming would have a hard time fighting back, and to watch them take away the formula for the Hunyuan pill, he was even less willing. But right now, although it could be confirmed that the treasure map wasn't a fake, he still had no way to convince Yinzhong. Even as a last resort, with just the few of us, we wouldn't be a match for Wuding, would we? So, wait, senior brother. What did you just say? You're right. With just us, of course we can't beat Wuding. Clearly, this appearance of Kingling meant he was thinking of his most used trick again. No wonder the Grand Protector almost forgot this information because of the message. They could also announce this matter to the world. That way, once the situation opened up, Kingling would also have a chance to fish in troubled waters. Although, Baiqian still couldn't accept such a crazy approach, but Yinzhong thought for a moment, and it seemed like this plan was indeed feasible. After all, the Wuding sect for us is too massive. But if sects from all over the world came at the same time? Hearing this, even Xiaoji's brain had figured something out. It seems so. Baiqian is right. It seems we only have this option to have a small chance of success. After a long while, Baiqian finally breathed out a sigh of relief. But how do we spread the news? Just going out and publicizing it, won't we be taken as fools? And also, we don't have time to spread the news. Hearing this, Kingling instead already had an idea. He said, "Don't worry, I already thought of a guy who can stand up for us. Everyone rest first, I'll be right back." At the same time, on the other side, the news of Wu Zhen being seriously injured by Kingling was passed back to Wu Dang. And on the main hall, the current Wuding sect leader, Xu Daozhen, didn't seem surprised at all. 2 years ago, he was able to sweep aside the Zongnan's second-generation disciples with the identity of a third-generation disciple. Now that so much time has passed, it was understandable that he could defeat Wu Zhen. But Zhen Xuan couldn't understand. Where was the logic in all of this? With the sect leader's guidance, he finally understood. Wuding's martial arts emphasized accumulating strength. Before one's internal energy reached a certain level, they would naturally be weaker than many other famous sects. But Zhen Xuan, do you know why I'm telling you this? I am telling you why we need the medicine immortal. Hearing this, Zheng Xuan was so nervous that he didn't even dare to breathe loudly. He understood that what he had personally sent away might have been the key for the entire Wuding sect to open the door to a new world. Fortunately, the sect leader didn't mean to blame him, because even he hadn't expected that the Mount Hua dragon had already become powerful enough to defeat Wu Zhen. So in your opinion, what kind of person is that man? However, Zheng Xuan didn't dare to say for sure. The only thing he could be sure of was that man was definitely a monster. The disciple is not from the same world as him. Hearing this, Suda also agreed. Considering Zheng Xuan's aptitude and strength, he was even more outstanding than Wu Zhen back then. Even he felt that the Mount Hua dragon was unattainable. Thinking of this, the sect leader changed the topic. He asked Zheng Xuan to prepare to head to Nanyang. This time the elders would personally lead the team. He guessed that right now, the child known as the Mount Hua dragon must still be running around in circles trying to solve the treasure map, so they should be waiting for us to go over to then seize the formula. Zheng Xuan, I think you should understand what I mean. You must personally make up for the mistakes you made. Although he could roughly guess what the sect leader was thinking, for the sake of the Wudang sect, Zheng Xuan would rather follow the order. And on the other side, in Luoyang not far from Nanyang, the crowds were bustling. Even the beggars seemed to have a newfound vigor. But one message quickly reached this beggar boy, Chang Long. Just yesterday, the Huashan disciples decisively defeated Wudang's first generation, which was too bizarre. But thanks to King Ming, this matter has become widely known. Naturally, it could not escape the beggar clan's attention. Soon, the news was sent to the Luoyang branch. However, the man who received the news was clearly displeased. He didn't understand how a sect that had declined for 100 years, even if it had improved in recent years, could be compared to Wudang, the #1 sword sect in the world today, let alone defeat them, let alone talk about defeating them. But he subconsciously glanced at the news from Nanyang, a thick pile, making him take a second look. Only then did he realize with surprise that these messages were all about the same thing. In the Battle of Huayan Gate, Wuding suffered a great defeat. They withdrew from Nanyang with the Taoist temple. Although Wuding had many people, they still had no power to resist. The more he read, the more shocked he became. So many people, with such uniform statements. Could it be that after Zongan, even Wuding fell into the hands of Huashan? This is one of the most prestigious 9 sects and 1 gang in the martial world. Huashan's comeback. I'm afraid things are going to get very interesting. But what the hell is this? Someone actually saw Wuding disciples, including King Liu, seeing Wu Zhen placed in a cart and dragged back to Wuding's sect. This can no longer be described as absurd. Just as he was thinking, a commotion came from outside. Just as the man was about to scold them, he heard his door creak. It was pushed into pieces. Looking at the man's attire in the room, and the wooden stick he slowly gripped, Kunming was very happy. This should be the head of the beggar clan's Luoyang branch. He saw him approach in large strides, and the 2 disciples behind him seemed useless. At this moment, looking at Kunming's solemn expression, "Come, I have a big deal here." Yubai didn't mind the beggar clan's usual mess. He snapped his fingers and started talking about his purpose for coming. But no one could possibly immediately listen to the nonsense of an unauthorized intruder. Even though the man had already guessed the other party's identity, this crazy person probably is the one known as the Huashan Divine Dragon Kungling. And this is the beggar clan, not a marketplace, coming here to sell something and demolishing my door as well. Isn't this just asking for trouble? Does Hong Daegang look like someone to be trifled with? Young hero. Faced with the man's questioning, Kingling instead seemed indifferent. Since the beggar clan doesn't want such a big cake, and this thing is so valuable, then I will have to go look for the nearest Xiao Gate distribution. Hearing this, Hong Daegang became even more confused. This guy came to the beggar clan first, and then went to look for the Xiao Gate. It seems that he should be very clear what kind of place the beggar clan is, but King Ming's infuriating appearance made it hard for him to change his tone now. But if because of his negligence, he missed something important, then his days as branch leader would probably be over, so he steeled himself and kept Kingling. But when he saw the treasure map, with his sharp eyesight, he immediately knew that this thing was definitely not ordinary. However, when he tremblingly reached out to pick it up, he was interrupted by a slap from Kingling. Hong Daegang covered his stinging hand, his surprise almost overflowing. He is an elder of the beggar clan. In just that instant, he didn't even see Kingling's actions at all. After a myriad of thoughts, he refocused his mind. So what exactly is this? After a while, the disciples who were originally listening outside now lost all their composure. Kunming seemed a little impatient. After all, the reason the beggar clan could become the core of the 9 sects and 1 gang was because of their unparalleled information network. From high-ranking officials and nobles with several concubines, to the neighbor Wang Shen who farted several times at night, as long as you want, they can find the answer for you. And this treasure map leading to the Xianji Tome, for the entire beggar clan, is undoubtedly another major event that will stir up the martial world. Kunming is very clear. If this treasure map falls into the hands of the beggar clan, within a day, the entire martial world will go crazy to buy the Taiyuan fist from them. And Hong Daegang, he also seems to understand the current situation. The reason why this guy gave up taking this treasure map for himself and did something so unorthodox is probably a diversionary tactic, a trick to deceive. But the problem is, even knowing all this, he can only follow his plan. To come up with such a blatant conspiracy, this person is too dangerous. It seems that given time, maybe Huashan will really be brought back to its peak 100 years ago by him. However, although he is very smart, he is still just a young kid after all. The value of this information, how much can he really understand? So, Chen Daegang very slyly affirmed the value of the treasure map, and then used the reason that the original owner was from the Wuding sect. The total number of buyers would sharply decrease due to concerns about offending the #1 sword sect in the world. In addition, whether the treasure map can be deciphered in a short period of time is also a risk that the beggar clan needs to take. But given that the young hero has the reputation of the Huashan Divine Dragon, we will assume the authenticity of this treasure map. So, we can ultimately offer 120,000 taels to buy this map. How about it? Kunming was stunned by him, muttering the words 120,000 taels. Hong Daegang was very pleased with himself. After all, that number is quite large for a sect, are all quite a substantial fortune. This is something only the beggar clan is willing to do. Otherwise, however, before he could finish his words, he saw King Ming get up as if to leave. Hong Daegang got anxious. He never expected this guy would choose to directly flip the table and leave. But this information was a must-have for the beggar clan. Even when he offered a higher price repeatedly, he only received an indignant roar from the young man. With a loud bang, Ong Daegang's room was blasted open by Kingling's kick. He said, "You group of filthy beggars who are as rich as a country, you actually dare to try and swindle me. Don't even talk about 200,000 taels." Kingling held up 3 fingers. "I'm telling you, 3 million taels paid in one go. Anything less than that is off the table." Wen Tianxian once said, "The world is fickle and cold. Friendships are valued differently." And these words also applied to the former #1 sword sect in the world. The same applies. The decline of Oshan caused Swansea to witness with his own eyes how those he had once trusted turned cold and left one by one. He had also countless times faced his own junior and senior brothers, who were as close as family, betraying the sect. In this chaotic situation, they didn't even have time to worry about their own martial arts. So now that King Ming and the others had gone down the mountain, Xuan Kong was even more restless every day. Those children were the hope of him and the entire Hoshin. Although he didn't mention his worries, as his junior brothers, how could the two of them not understand the sect leader's thoughts? It's just that the finance pavilion master was more blunt. After all, he was also very worried. He was concerned if anything bad would happen if those children encountered Wuding. Faced with Xuanshang's comfort, he didn't feel it was useful at all. "Senior brother, those children are different from us, aren't they? With their strength, they will surely be successful." Hearing this, the finance pavilion master felt there was nothing wrong. Yes, they have to live a life of luxury and comfort. They must not live as poor as we do. As for things like reputation, I really don't care. I just hope they won't be looked down upon by the world, and I will be satisfied. And Xuanzang understood his junior brother's thoughts. It's just that now, they could still serve as nourishment for the children, and that was enough. Just as he was thinking this, Yunyan suddenly ran over. It turned out he had received news from the Yaini trade group. That is why he rushed over to report. The letter stated that the Mount Hua disciples and the Wuding disciples, representing their respective martial arts sects, had engaged in a contest, and Mount Hua had won completely, and the Wuding disciples had left Nanyang, and Huayan sect was fine, and it has been restored completely, and has begun recruiting disciples again. And this was information confirmed many times by the young trade group leader. There was absolutely no exaggeration. Hearing this, Xuan Kong nearly stumbled again. They had actually defeated Wuding. It was truly incredible. Perhaps one day, Mount Hua would once again be among the 9 sects in one gang. Although this news was not transmitted to the young trade group leader by them, but calculating the days, they should probably be back in 3 days. They should be back in 3 days. At this point, the finance pavilion master didn't wait for the sect leader to speak. "I'll go and prepare now to welcome the hardworking children back. Don't worry, I guarantee everything will be arranged properly." Seeing this, Xuanshang didn't say anything more. It seemed that the sect leader brother could finally let go of that worry. Although, they also felt it was quite amazing that King Ming hadn't caused trouble. Indeed, that kid still knows how to restrain himself when he's out and about. However, what they didn't know was that the current branch leader of the Begar clan's Luyang branch had eyes filled with resentment. The treasure map in Kingling's hands was priced at 3 million taels of silver. Not to mention that this branch couldn't come up with that much money right now. Even if they could, those above would not easily agree to a transaction at that price. "So, are you going to do this deal or not?" After a moment, Hong Daegang held up 2 fingers. "How about 2 million taels? Young hero, you have to know, there are only a handful of people in the world who can come up with this amount of money, and if you can't accept this price, then it's unlikely you can make this deal. Even if you go to those other sects, it won't do any good. They wouldn't even be able to come up with 2 million, let alone 1 million taels. So you have to think clearly." However, despite saying this, he always felt that this kid was unusually strange. He didn't understand. Did this guy really know the value of this thing, or was he just randomly asking for a high price? But undeniably, the value of this thing in my heart was also exactly 3 million taels. It was his arrogant yet confident look that made him so unlikable. It was as if I didn't agree, he would immediately turn around and go to those other sects. When King Ming heard this, he couldn't be bothered to haggle anymore, so he put away the treasure map and slowly stood up. Ong Daegang thought he was using the same trick again, looking as if he had everything under control. But the next second, Kingling told him that he was planning to go to the Begar clan's Wuhan branch. Hearing this, Hong Daegang was shocked. The Wuhan branch was under the control of 9 fingers. If he had simply failed to make this deal, then it would have been fine, but if it went to 9 fingers, then probably the elders would definitely be dissatisfied with the Luoyang branch. Thinking of this, he panicked. That's why he immediately agreed to the 3 million taels price. Anyway, he wasn't at a loss. However, Kingling saw through his little scheme. Did I say I'd sell it for 3 million taels? Now I'm asking for 3.5 million taels. Clearly Hong Daegang was stunned. But after all, this thing was in King Ming's hands. Wasn't the price also up to him? And at this price, it was going to go up again soon. Now it's 3.8 million. Hong Daegang was really anxious. He was afraid King Ming would raise the price again. That's why he quickly shouted that he would pay 3.8 million for the buy. The atmosphere between the two suddenly became silent. After a while, Ku Ning clapped her hands loudly. You really made a wise decision. And so Hong Daegang took out the 1 million that the Luoyang branch currently had, and then he borrowed 2.8 million from the mainland bank. He really made this little money grubber feel extremely comfortable. If I discover this thing is fake, or if you play any tricks on me, my beggar clan disciples are all over the world. However, he didn't finish his sentence. Kunming interrupted. That map is definitely real, because Wuding has already deciphered that treasure map. So you better hurry up and go. By now, they should have already set off to excavate the sword tome. I'm not lying to you. And so, Hong Daegang's concern about the authenticity of the treasure map was gradually replaced by complete shock, until the disciple who was running errands looked at him. He realized that he looked like a dead man. Grab that brat. With a loud bang, this beggar clan disciple saw such a violent branch leader for the first time. The Hushan divine dragon dares to trick me. I'll let him know. That daring to provoke the beggar clan. No, that daring to provoke me, Hong Daegang. What kind of ending it will be? After a while, the disciples reported again. The headquarters has already sent some reinforcements. Although the manpower they can send out right now is relatively limited, Hong Daegang knew that the most important thing now was to quickly get someone over to copy the treasure map. He had to sell as many copies of this map as possible immediately. He even had to skip the step of screening buyers. Also find out where the Hoshin Divine Dragon went, and so, in the South Sea region, it was quickly filled with a constant stream of people. Although news about the Sword Tome had been frequently circulating in recent years, the source of this news was the Beggar clan. As a result, many prestigious figures had put aside their current affairs. In an instant, almost the entire South Sea region was occupied by martial artists, and this scene was also clearly seen by the Wuding disciples. Zheng Xuan, you said the treasure map was snatched away only 3 days ago, and now there are so many people gathered here. Is this reasonable? Hearing Elder Susan's question, he did not dare to be negligent, but this matter was very obvious. It must that the news about Hoshin hiding the sword tome somewhere in the South Sea region was spread out. Looking at the current situation, Elder Susan immediately understood Hoshin's intentions. It seems their actions are to prevent Wuding from entering the sword tome alone. The martial world is truly dangerous. But the fact that these people are flocking to the South Sea region means that none of them have solved the mystery of the treasure map yet. And obviously, they have already observed our arrival. But everyone is pretending not to have noticed. I think they are just waiting for us to take action first. But we are the Wuding sect. Every disciple has strength that they cannot compare to. Wherever in the world we want to set foot, I don't think anyone can stop us. Therefore, disciples, let's set off to the sword tome immediately. Soon everyone will understand that our previous careful planning was only to avoid trouble. We are not really afraid of them. At the same time, inside Huyan Gate, Hong Daegang finally found King Ling's location. Baiqin also recognized the person who came. He was the branch leader of the Luoyang branch. He sighed a breath of turbid air. Heaven knows what trouble that guy has caused this time. And clearly, the way that person looked at King Ming did not hold any good intentions. Actually, Baiqin was right. Hong Daegang really had no temper left right now. The number of martial artists gathered in the South Sea region right now was even more than the local residents living here. 80% of all this was due to this guy's scheme. Although he was very angry, he also wanted to know what plan this Huashen Divine Dragon had in this matter. However, Kunming wasn't so kind-hearted. I'm just watching the fun. After all, I've made so much money. What else is there to be anxious about? Okay, look at Hong Daegang's appearance. If it weren't for the strength that guy showed before, he might have beaten up King Ming first before anything else. Fool. Thinking carefully, a day ago this guy came here with money and didn't even hide. Now it seems he can't do anything. And Wuding is about to set off for the sword tome. With these 2 temporary reinforcements, forget about Wuding. He can't even deal with those who came chasing after the rumors. In this case, therefore, If I want to enter the Sword Tome, my final reliance will have to be on this guy. Thinking of this, Hongdae finally sighed. Fate is messing with us, although this guy's brain isn't quite normal. If he wasn't prepared, he probably wouldn't have made this matter into such a big deal. This is my last hope now. And King Ming, who was chewing on roasted meat, glanced at him. What's wrong with him? Want a drink? Damn it, this guy is even in the mood to drink. Does he even know that the martial artists outside right now have almost all turned into vicious dogs? They are flocking over. They're really a bunch of idiots, spending both money and effort. I really can't understand it. Okay. These words finally broke the last bit of reason in the man. Ong Daegang could no longer suppress his anger. Brat, aren't you going to take that membership? In your current state, aren't you just doing all this work for others? However, he didn't finish his sentence. Lu Shigu suddenly appeared behind them. It has to be said that his elusive movements clearly startled even Hong Daegang. The Wuding sect is moving out. The maid just heard a loud crash. Kung Ming was very happy. Senior brothers, uncles, let's go. Just like that. Before the man could react, the five had already disappeared from their spot. He then suddenly woke up, shouting, "What are you still standing there for? Hurry and chase them. Damn it, we have to keep a close eye on those Mount Hua people. Otherwise, he would really have lost his wife and his army this time." Father, what's going on? Hearing Cao King's words, the sect leader was also a bit confused, but now he didn't dare to make any rash conclusions. So he could only say thankfully, maybe they have their own plans. Soon the Wuding sect left Nanyang City. They were trying their best to move at the fastest speed toward the Sword Tome's location. But what was unexpected was that the people chasing them from behind were following with great speed. Originally, it was thought that they would be a bit wary of Wuding, but now it seemed that the news of the medicine immortal made them determined to openly oppose Wuding. Since that's the case, Warren, you take people to take care of those guys. Just like that, a first-generation disciple of the Wuding sect suddenly stopped moving. He was met by a dense crowd of martial artists, and they didn't seem to have much to say either. Soon, a series of rumbles echoed through the forest. He made it clear that using force to suppress them now would be the most effective solution. After all, for those whose eyes are blinded by greed, kind words would only result in greater sacrifices. Just like that, they went straight to the place marked on the map. But this scene caused Shu San to be a bit stunned. A large forest, but only this area was completely empty. If a meteor hadn't passed by in the past, one might have just thought it was a bit strange. But if one came here with suspicion, fearing that, Xu San immediately waved his hand. Immediately the disciples scattered. Each began to look for the entrance to the Sword Tome, and their method of searching was very simple. They used their long swords in a carpet-like search, probed the ground beneath the surface. Although this open space was large, a soft cracking sound was soon heard. Xu San keenly noticed the anomaly. Without another word, he drew his sword and rushed over. He thrust his sword into the ground. The humming sound made him curl up the corners of his mouth. It's here. He saw Xu San's inner force surge into the sword. Suddenly, the surrounding ground seemed to be boiling. It began to swell. The disciples who were a little closer could clearly feel the tremor coming from under their feet. After a while, as Xu San's inner force became even more powerful, he suddenly twisted his long sword. When he pulled it out again, the surrounding ground immediately seemed to be overturned. A large amount of soft and terrifying inner force surged out. As Xu San's exaggerated sword energy further erupted, a large amount of dust flew up like mud. A huge deep and a huge iron door appeared in his field of vision. We really found it. It's the door to the Sword Tome. At the same time, the first-generation disciples were already retreating steadily. A large number of martial artists were also gradually seeing what was happening on the open ground. It seems the Wudang sect has found something over there. It looks like they found it. Immediately, the man at the front suddenly rushed over. They've found the entrance to the Sword Tome. It was obvious that this shout made the eyes of almost everyone turn green with greed. They charged towards the Sword Tome like madmen. They quickly broke through the first-generation disciples' blockade. However, as some were about to approach Elder Xu San, there wasn't a trace of panic in his eyes. As the empty words slowly came out of his mouth, the next second, everyone's weapons were instantly shattered by one person. Just seeing him grip his sword hilt for a mere moment, everyone was immediately executed on the spot. Afterwards, the man turned around as if nothing had happened. Looking back at Xu San, "Senior brother, these people are coming aggressively and are more troublesome than I anticipated. I'll buy some time for you. Once I get the Hunyuan pill, we'll retreat immediately." He nodded at Xu. He looked at the door again. It was clear that this door wasn't something that these people could open, so he told the disciples to come out first. because even the sword energy from just now hadn't been able to damage the door in the slightest. It was clear this wasn't an ordinary iron door. Since that's the case, then I won't use sword kai. I can just use sword intent to break it open. Just like that, Xusan concentrated his inner force that was condensed into steel on the sword. A few loud crashes were heard. This door actually seemed like tofu as he sliced it into vertical pieces. However, in the instant the door was destroyed, it was as if he discovered something. He suddenly jolted. He immediately leaped backward. It turned out that behind the door was a deep vertical pit, and it was almost impossible to see the bottom with one glance. This scene made him sigh with emotion. If I had rushed in rashly just now, I probably would have fallen into it without any preparation. If we want to get the Hunyuan pill, do we have to jump into this black hole? The martial world is truly treacherous. But now we are already in a situation where we cannot back down. The disciples cannot keep those crazed lunatics with red eyes held back forever. Shayuan, I'll take the lead. You protect Wuren and the other disciples as they come over, and provide support. The rest of you follow behind me. Just like that, although he didn't know what was below, even if this place had darkness that swallowed the light, it wouldn't stop them. At the same time, a Wuding disciple, along with a towering tree, was blasted to the vicinity of the entrance. He was convinced the brute from the power accumulation houses is actually this strong, and looking at him, he doesn't seem to put Wuding in his eyes at all. I also don't understand why someone so big is advancing so quickly to the top 10. Clearly, with this strike, he's no longer able to defend or dodge. The shadow of death gradually fills the man's vision. Then there was a loud bang. Elder Kuyuan suddenly appeared and caught this axe. However, Mo Huai didn't seem to notice the strangeness of this scene. How could such a small man so easily catch an axe attack infused with his inner power? It further proved that the opponent's strength was far from as simple as it seemed, and what they didn't realize was that, at the edge of the forest, a few people from the Five Poisons Hand were smiling as they watched the scene before them. Clearly, they were planning to reap the benefits. It's just that the man didn't notice that several figures had abruptly appeared behind him. By the time he realized that someone seemed to have arrived later than them, his face had already been hit by King Ling with a punch that sent his makeup flying off. Just like that, before the Five Poisons Hands plan could even begin, it had already ended. However, at this point, Mo Huai had already become bloodthirsty. For them, the allure of the Hunyuan pill had long surpassed any worldly morals. As for Ku, his repeated attempts to dissuade him had not been able to awaken even a trace of reason in Liang. Seeing this, Ku Yuan finally stopped holding back. His usually firm long sword now moved in his hand like unstoppable flowing water. The moment the giant axe came swinging down, all of its force seemed to have disappeared into the ocean. To this point, he was still unable to wake up. It was only when he tried to attack again that Kuyuan had already appeared behind him. He was kicked away with a single strike. Mo Huai was immediately sent flying by this domineering, yet gentle force. Flying far away, and the towering trees that had been in the forest were now snapped in half by his impact. The commotion was so great that almost everyone was stunned. What was left was the figure of Elder Kuyun, resembling a war god. Wu Ran, take the remaining disciples into the sword tomb. I will cover our retreat. Listen to me, all of you here. This is the battleground of my Wuding immortals. Anyone who tries to pursue them, or wishes to enter the source of the sword tomb, must first get past me. Wuding's sword. As long as you are confident that you can defeat me, it has to be said that the aura of the elder of the world's greatest sword sect really managed to pull them back a bit from their original frenzy. However, not all the people in the martial world were afraid of his strength. The Three Fiends were one of them. You should know that the master of the sword tome was originally the swordless thieves sect. Wuding only discovered it a little earlier, and now they want to beat everyone up. Isn't that going to make the world laugh at them? You Baidaluj, Kufu also code. Seeing this, Kuyuan was a bit apprehensive. Just dealing with the two of them would be difficult for him. He really didn't expect that, in such a short period of time, he would have managed to attract so many long-established fighters. And what was most critical was that the two of them didn't seem to intend to focus on him, but rather to incite the martial artists present. In this way, the battle, which had been a bit chaotic, would soon become a one-sided affair. At this point, Kuyuan really didn't have a better way. He could only unleash his aura and threaten. I've already warned you. To enter the ancient tomb, you must first defeat me. Just like that, Lu Jian stopped talking nonsense. As he stepped forward, he didn't know that the Wuding disciples had already entered the sword tomb, and at the same time that Shu Yuan's sword energy was kicking up dust, he himself had jumped out. He went straight to the entrance. By the time everyone could see clearly, he had already disappeared. It was obvious that he had escaped, but this scene further intensified the emotions of the martial artists. In order to catch up with Wuding first, they once again brandished their weapons at those around them. Fortunately, the three fiends didn't seem intend to immediately clash with Kuyon. The two only exchanged a look, and they immediately understood each other's intentions. For them, the battlefield should be left for the final battle for the pill. However, at this moment, outside the sword tomb, it had already turned into a hellish realm of demons and monsters. In order to increase their chances of obtaining the Hunyuan pill, they treated everyone except themselves as enemies. Enemies. Each person had the look of those who block me will die. This surprised King Ming, who had just arrived. I didn't expect to attract so many people. But whatever, let's charge in too. It's only poor Bai Shishu, who looked like he had boarded a pirate ship. But now, they could only be on high alert. After all, this wasn't the sect. A single mistake could very well lead to their deaths. Those who don't want to die, get out of the way. For the sake of entering the medicine immortal ancient tomb, this is the display of swords and blades by several disciples of Huoshen. It has to be said that if it wasn't for King Ming's heaven-defying battle strength, in this battle where they could stab down several people with their eyes closed, any lack of caution would lead them to have strength with nowhere to use it, and they would die here. It was obvious that while their battle strength was greatly inferior to most of the people here, they were really going all out, but they were really fighting for their lives. This kind of atmosphere where one look could lead to your death seemed more experienced for these wild martial artists, and Ying Zhang finally became aware of what was going on. Those guys who had been intimidated by King Ming before were now gradually targeting them. The current situation is just that because King Ling is leading the way, I didn't notice that we are already in a purgatory of mutual slaughter. Clearly, the consciousness in the shadow was the first to feel this pressure, but luckily it didn't take long, and King Ling had already led them to the entrance. However, Hong Daguang suddenly shouted, interrupting his steps, "You bastard! You want to reap the benefits? You have to take me with you." Hearing this, Kum Ming was speechless. This guy, how could he so blatantly sell himself out? Actually, it's no wonder. Hong Daguang was very helpless. The beggar clan disciples are all over the divine continent, but in terms of martial arts foundation, they really can't compare to the disciples of the 9 sects. Because of this, most people had already run out of energy when they arrived here. Asking them to charge into battle now would be no different than throwing meat buns to a dog. However, he was reluctant to just give up the opportunity of the sword tomb. He was reluctant. At this moment, a loud bang suddenly came from the crowd in front. Looking up, Kunming had actually killed his way back. "What the hell are you spacing out for? You won't find any bargains by just standing there." At this point, Hong Daguang was also dumbfounded, but he quickly reacted. It's just that the beggar clan disciples were out of energy at this moment, relying only on King Ling's cover. Wanting to break through the wild barbarian's swords was probably harder than ascending to heaven. At this point, Kum Ming was also a bit helpless. In a flash, he rushed towards Hong Daguang's group. Under the pure gazes of the little beggars, King Ling picked them up and tossed them away. This scene made Hong Daguang dumbfounded. It has to be said, knowing the exact location, King Ling's strength was still very steady. He picked them up one by one with precision. In an instant, all the disciples of the beggar clan were thrown out. Last was Hong Daguang. Looking at his expression, it was clear that he had not yet recovered from the shock, but King Ming didn't care about that. Only after everything was settled did he withdraw the ban. Although, there might be some people who could be used later, but speed was of the essence. Continuing to stay here would not bring any benefit. Thinking of this, he flashed again. When he landed again, he had already arrived at the entrance. "We're full for today. Please come back another day, my dears." The youth leaped backward, and when he reached the top of the cave entrance, a loud sound of air being broken came, and King Ming had already entered the building with a few plum blossom petals. Just like that, the entrance to the Medicine Immortal's tome was easily destroyed by him, and a group of people who had entered the tome earlier were also encountering some trouble. The Ghost Cry trio, who were originally well-known bullies in the Jianyu, entered the building, but they didn't plan to associate with this group of kids. Seeing them like this, Baixin had no choice but to fight, although he wasn't sure if he now could defeat these well-known people. But just as he was thinking this, a loud bang suddenly came from the side of the three. The man's eyes shifted slightly, and his own brother was stepped on the floor by a young man. "What the hell are you guys? And who are you?" "Never mind, it doesn't matter. First, let me beat you up." Just like that, everyone watched the constant thuds coming from behind them. Their hearts were filled with fear. The ghost cry Treo and Hunan was more frightening than a tiger. Well, maybe in this guy's eyes. The standard for viewing opponents is a bit too different from ordinary people. He really is a monster. Looking at the man who had already been beaten into a pile of mush, Baiqin also felt some sympathy for them. After all, Kuming's punches, nobody would want to endure a second time. And they hadn't even remembered how many beatings they had endured on the mountain. This is really too direct, isn't it? Have you ever seen a guy name his own tome? It was clear that Xiaoji's brain wasn't working properly. But Yin Zhong quickly realized the problem. If it was said that Duo Jane Wuhen named his own tome building, and then spread it out, then what would his real tome be? Seeing this, Xinling also nodded. However, one thing is certain. Regardless of whether this is going to be his tome or not, everyone should not lower their guard. This place is definitely not ordinary. And Hong Daguang was worried that they had so few people, might not be able to handle the situation later on. But he wanted to find more people to join forces, to first explore the sword tome proposal, but it was met with ridicule from King Ming. You should know that they were the last batch of people to come in. Those with a bit of a brain probably had already joined forces by now. The remaining ones are probably all lone rangers, and Wudin had taken the lead, so it seems that most people, in order to deal with these 9 sects, and the truly powerful in the one gang, would have already started to cooperate. It seems that even if they die, they would still tear a piece of meat off of Wuding, right? Thinking of this in King Ming's heart, he was already delighted. Hong Daguang suddenly had a feeling that maybe everything was developing according to this guy's plan. Hushan Divine Dragon, I don't know your plan, but if they find the Hunyuan pill first, then everything will probably be over. And King Ming was also clear about this point. So let's go. By the way, why are you still following me? In all my life, I have never heard of a beggar being able to help with anything. You're just good for delivering information and stuff. Fool. Thinking carefully, that seems pretty good. And little me, when I first woke up, the guy who beat me up, Uncle, you're a branch leader of the Beggar clan, right? So what's your position in the entire Beggar clan? Hearing this, Hong Daguang suddenly perked up. You should know that in the entire Beggar clan, there aren't more than, at most, 100 beggars with a higher status than him. So in that case, someone with a status like a first-generation disciple, he could just order them around with a flick of his toe. Hearing this, Kuming also perked up. You can follow me if you want. In the Wuhan branch, there's a little beggar named Zhongba. When we get out, go grab him for me. I have a debt of gratitude with him that I haven't repaid. And just like that, the group slowly headed deeper into the ancient tome. And here, because there were many goose egg-sized luminous pearls embedded, it was much brighter than they had expected. Just from this point of view, the financial power of the medicine immortal was unimaginable. Just as he was thinking this, Ong Daguang suddenly felt that it had become much darker here. Looking up, Kuming was like a bandit, collecting those pearls one by one. Xi's eye felt like he was like a crawling monster in his hands. If it's useful, I'll keep them. It seemed like he wasn't in a hurry at all. Did the guys up front find the Hundan pill? Thinking of this, Hong Daguang suddenly felt very agitated. Could it be that he can sense Wudong's movements from here? Although I can also vaguely feel that there are a group of people up ahead, but it's very blurry. Looking at this guy's appearance, he clearly has truly sensed it, the existence of that group of guys up ahead. But a little devil like this, is he really strong to this extent? Uncle, you should know that those guys went down first. That's why we can walk so easily. You'll understand? At this point, Ying Zhong also noticed a problem. The passage here was getting narrower and narrower. Originally, it could accommodate 5 strong men walking side by side, but now it seemed very crowded. And since just now, there had been an unpleasant smell. Liu Yixiu was the first to react. This smell is of blood. At this point, the others also became silent. That feeling of unease gradually spread through the hearts of the Mount Hua disciples. Soon everyone held their breath. Kuming, what exactly is going on? Compared to Xiaoji, even Ying Zhong was a little stunned by this scene. The blood flowing from these people's mouths was strangely black. It was clear that they had been severely poisoned. It seems they have triggered the mechanisms here. Look, these people's bodies are covered with countless thin needles, and they must have been shot out from all directions. Seeing this, Hong Daguang was also somewhat horrified. I never thought that the medicine immortal, who was famous for his benevolence and righteousness, would actually put such a vicious trap in his own tome. Everyone hurry up and move. Staying here will very likely cause you to get poisoned too, and from now on, Don't touch the things around you randomly. Remember, this is the martial world. Here, the name of Mount Hua cannot protect us. Although I don't know what kind of person the medicine immortal is, but one thing is certain. Here, it's definitely not just a warehouse to store treasures. As for the purpose of setting up these traps, it will probably determine the danger of this tome exploration. As Yingzhong was thinking this, a glimmer of light above his head caught Hong Daguang's attention. When the others turned their heads to look, that guy had already climbed up onto the roof, and with a click, he just pulled out that luminous pearl that was emitting a red light. Pulled it out. What the hell are you doing? Didn't I say not to randomly touch the strange things here? But before King Ming could finish scolding him, the entire corridor began to tremble. This scene also left Hong Daguang somewhat stunned. Damn it, aren't we that unlucky? The Mount Hua disciples successfully entered the Medicine Immortals building, but along the way, Kungling was constantly smashing and chiseling, making a huge fortune. This made Hong Daguang, who was born as a beggar, clearly somewhat envious. Now seeing that luminous pearl glowing red, his eyes turned green. However, what he didn't expect was that because of this action, the tunnel they were in suddenly began to shake, seeing that it was about to collapse. Damn it, I spoke so clearly. And you still wouldn't listen? How have you been able to survive in the martial world for so long without getting yourself killed? Kunming gave him a barrage of scolding. Hong Daguang was also scared in his heart. But when he looked up, the speed at which the tunnel was collapsing far exceeded their running speed. And what was even more deadly was that the road ahead became even narrower. This also made everyone have to run in a single line. It was just that in this situation, this kind of formation was undoubtedly a test of human nature. Thinking of this, Kunming also got angry. He kicked Hong Daguang. The fatty flew far away, before he steadied himself and continued running. He understood that he deserved it. But at this moment, Kunming leaped to the front of the group. Yingzhong was extremely surprised to see this. He didn't know what other methods Kunming could have in this situation, and now besides continuing to run, it seemed that they couldn't do anything. At this moment, Zhao Ji was the first to discover a light in the distance. That should be the end of this passage. Seeing this, Beiqian put in even more effort, pushing the almost exhausted Hong Daguang to run. The passage was too narrow. Seeing that the people behind him were all anxiously jumping up and down, at this moment they didn't notice that the person originally at the back was suddenly kicked in the back. The force of this kick was so great that it forced everyone in front to be squeezed into a lump. Everyone felt the force coming from behind at the same time. He didn't even have time to look back closely. Just like that, he rushed out in an extremely strange posture. At the same time, the swimming lane behind them completely collapsed. It was clear that they had survived. But while confirming that this place was safe, they didn't have time to rejoice, because that kick just now was definitely King Ling helping them, but now he was buried alive in the swimming lane. Xiao Jie and Yingzhong couldn't think. They frantically tried to claw at the now completely sealed passage. This scene also caused Hong Dagang to completely freeze up. Huashan Shenlong, that guy who would have become a hero of the next generation, had fallen because of his momentary lapse. How could he accept such a reality? His eyes trembled, and tears uncontrollably welled up. Why Huashan Shenlong? However, before his roar could stop, the entrance suddenly burst open. Looking closely, King Ming had actually managed to come out from such a place. What an unbelievable power that was. But Hong Dagang didn't have time to think now. His whole person was immersed in the joy that this guy was still alive. If it weren't for the sudden pain of his dislocated bones, he would have almost forgotten what he had just done. I think you definitely have a lot to say, but if the things in this world could be solved with a few words, there wouldn't be any wars, right? Right? So, first take a beating from me. And just like that, how miserable Hong Dagang's next scene would be, you could tell from the expressions of the others. At the same time, on the other side, deep inside the ancient tomb, the Wuding sect had already gone far, relying on the Great Elder to clear the path. Although dangers continued along the way, they were all broken open by old Dao's domineering martial power. Now he had a new understanding of that immortal physician of 1,000 years ago. No matter how much the world praised him in his lifetime, now it seemed that this person was definitely treacherous and vicious. Moreover, the current situation was very disadvantageous for them. He could feel that the people behind were about to catch up to them. Everything was about to completely spiral out of control. Not only were these people not guarding against each other, but they even chose to temporarily join forces. The whole thing was too strange. Could it really have been intentionally done by that kid from Huashan? Thinking of this, he immediately cut off these thoughts. The most urgent task now was to stop the pursuers behind them. so he ordered his junior brother to lead most of the disciples to stop and fight. He himself, however, took Zhen Xuan and 2 other disciples to accelerate forward. It was clear he was ready to make any sacrifice to seize the Hunyuan pill. However, they hadn't run very far when a large number of dim glows flickered again ahead. Zhen Xuan quickly noticed they were poison arrows. This made the great elder's anger towards the immortal physician even stronger. But after he resisted this wave of traps, everyone was stunned. A dense crowd of figures was surging forward. But this was the tome. This is on those things, I can't feel a trace of life. Damn it! He actually wouldn't even let these kings rest in peace after death. Immortal physician? Maybe I really don't understand what's represented by this title. But if it continues like this, maybe no one will really be able to leave here alive. At the same time, on the other side, Hong Dagang was complaining with bumps all over his head. He was, after all, also an elder. Seeing this, Kungling wanted to go up and hit him a few more times. But to just keep beating someone who looked a bit older, he still felt it was a little weird. Interestingly, Hong Dagang's rations just now seemed to have also caused resentment among his subordinates. Listening to them complain about encountering such a branch leader, the feeling of being both mentally and physically exhausted was still very painful for him. After a long while, this uncle finally began to sob, confessing his mistakes. At this point, the group finally started to survey this secret chamber. Clearly, there didn't seem to be any traces of anyone passing through here. When the swimming lane collapsed just now, King Ling had noticed that there was another fork in the road. The people ahead should have all gone that way. It seemed there was no other way now. Let's keep going forward. You guys stick close to me. And you, uncle, if you keep touching things haphazardly, see if I don't chop off your hand. I'm not King Ling if I don't. With that, King Ling arrived at the tightly shut door. With a little force, the door was pushed open a crack. The smell of blood wafting from behind the door was clearly the same as before. But right now they couldn't stop because of this. So they then forcefully pushed open the door. And behind the door was another tunnel like a cave. The only difference was that it was much wider than the previous passage. However, after the previous events, they didn't dare to let their guard down in the slightest. The pace of their advance was still very orderly. The only thing that wasn't very harmonious was that they could always hear some sounds reminding them from behind. After the sound didn't stop several times, Kunming also became a bit agitated. But when he asked, he was told that everyone said they hadn't made any noise. Now things suddenly became strange. Until the sound came again, Kunming realized that it seemed to be coming from overhead. When everyone looked up, they realized that at some point, a large black mass had already formed overhead. Red eyes. Now they finally understood why this passage was so spacious. It turned out to be because a large number of vampire bats were being raised here. Seeing this, Kingling actually breathed a sigh of relief. As long as everyone passed quickly, without disturbing these beasts, it seemed they would naturally be safe. However, Beichin still felt something was strange. He had heard of vampire bats before, but this was the first time he had heard that their eyes were red. Hearing this, Kungling finally remembered. These seemed to be spiritual creatures from Yunnan. They were called Moro vampire bats. It was said that if they bit you, they would drain your blood, turning you into a dried corpse. And their sizes were very large, and their skin was exceptionally tough. Ordinary knives and guns were no match for them. Even top experts would find it difficult to resist their will. As Kingling was reminiscing, the others had already run away. Seeing this, he was a little speechless. Why did this group of guys just abandon him and run away? Just as he was about to curse them, he suddenly felt a fierce movement. The group of guys above had already noticed him. They pounced towards Kingling. Seeing this, he couldn't withstand such a siege. He ran while cursing Yao Xian, that devil. He didn't know what was in his head. Sect leader brother, if that guy is in the immortal realm, you must help me beat him up. If you can't beat him, call all our brothers and take him on together. But their speed was still far behind these beasts. It was a large difference. Seeing a bat about to pounce on him, Kingling instinctively threw a punch. Although the bat was indeed stunned by his punch, its hardness like an iron block almost made Kingling break his own bones. Because of this, the others were not so lucky. The bat's mouth also carried a paralyzing poison. With hundreds of such things, they were now almost completely surrounded. Soon Hong Daguang also had a piece of his flesh bitten off. It has to be said that his martial arts were not weak. After all, the Beggar Clan's 8 Immortal Staff was a signature martial art. But when he channeled his Q for an attack, he discovered that the dodging speed of these beasts was also quite remarkable. Was this what was called a mausoleum? And these monsters seemed to become even more excited after smelling blood. They started becoming more excited. What should I do with this number? Even if I risked my life to block them, if things continued like this, we would be doomed to be completely annihilated. Can Huashan Divine Dragon think of a solution? At this, Kingling was also at a loss. He was seen suddenly rushing into the air. With a whoosh, he drew his longsword. Instantly, the cold light became a golden beam in the darkness. In order to help his companions escape danger, the young man finally mustered all his strength. He used the plum blossom sword technique. The dazzling, beautiful petals were mesmerizing in the old beggar's shocked eyes. They were exceptionally eye-catching. However, this single strike was something that King Ming could not use continuously at his current state. Fortunately, the southern border bats seemed to have sensed the danger. They didn't come as fiercely as they had just done. Was this the Haoshan plum blossom that disappeared from the world's memory? To see it again before my very eyes at this moment, it's truly as elegant as ever. When the others came to their senses, they discovered that the spiritual beasts seemed to be afraid. Seeing this, Kingling didn't dare to linger. He urged everyone to leave quickly. Only Hong Daguang understood how incredible the miraculous swordsmanship from just now was. It seemed that if it weren't for King Ming, he would have died here, and his so-called experience in the martial world, in the face of a real crisis, was simply like child's play. Speaking of which, old uncle, are you here to play? An untimely voice. King Ming had seen through the old beggar's thoughts, but they were still in the ancient tome now, and the road ahead and the dangers were even more treacherous for them. What made it worse was that, at this time, some of the little beggars were already exhausted. Seeing this, Kungling was no longer as anxious as before. This made Hong Daguang visibly stunned. But King Ming's answer was very simple. People are injured, of course they need to rest. In this way, the image of the young man in the old beggar's eyes became increasingly mysterious. Such a calculating guy would actually put people first at a time like this. If they really delayed on getting the Luodan, he was afraid that... But at this time, King Ming did not care about Hong Daguang's various thoughts. He could clearly feel the murderous intent ahead. Either a large-scale battle had already started, or someone had fallen into a trap and had become entangled with something. And what kind of traps were hidden in this building was really hard to figure out. If everything from now on was as difficult as the Moro vampire bats, he was afraid that even he would not be able to handle it. Right now, the most stable thing was to have everyone conserve every bit of their strength. As for Xiao Ji and the others, although their foundations were good, King Ming, aren't you tired? What's so tiring about this? You have to know that this is just the beginning. If someone like Duo Jian Wuhen really wanted to set a trap, I'm sure the means would far exceed the ones from just now. Senior brother, you must remember this. Although I don't know why Duo Jian Wuhen was chosen as the starting point, but this kind of situation is definitely not something that a guy who wants to easily leave behind their legacy would do. And regarding the human heart, even someone you claim to understand very well will occasionally reveal a completely unfamiliar side of themselves, let alone a guy from 200 years ago. At this, although Yin Zhong felt apprehensive, he could not deny King Ming's point. For them, there was indeed no need to consider the meaning of that medicine. Although it's a trap, I still feel that there's something deeper behind the formation tome. But even so, it's impossible for us to just give up the Hunyuan pill and stop being fools just because we understand his intentions. The group finally set off again. Because of the many restrictions of the underground structure, in King Ming's opinion, they were almost at the end. The only question now is probably that there must be other people at the end of that tunnel. A battle is inevitable. What a pity. So many goose egg-sized night-luminescent pearls. After the dangerous situation just now, even King Ming doesn't dare to dig them up easily. If it wasn't for that beggar, I definitely would have taken all of this stuff with me. Hearing this, Hong Dagang wanted to argue, but what he got in return was a venomous glare from the young man. I will never forget this grudge. Just like that, the group finally arrived at the next secret chamber. Looking up, this was actually bigger than the previous cave where the spiritual beasts were. It was hard to imagine building such a space underground. Is that something that human power can achieve? While they were thinking, a strange noise suddenly came from behind them. The door that had just been open now turned into a dead end with a bang. With this situation, it didn't seem too good no matter how you looked at it. And just now, I was so busy sighing. What is that strong smell of blood in the air? Looking at it roughly, at least 20 people have been slaughtered. There's Delu sword power axe, Shandong fast sword, light sword scholar, 3 fiends ghosts. There is even a millstone. Zhou Mingshan, what did you do? Zhou Mingshan, I thought. At least you and Dalu's sword would know what's important. I didn't expect that you would actually attack innocent heroes from all walks of life. Who do we have here? It's Red Pole. Have you forgotten the rules of the Janyu? To have a treasure is a sin, but coveting the treasure is also a sin. Since they had greed for the treasure, then they are sinners. So where does the innocence come from? Think about it. If I can get a divine weapon here, my strength will definitely reach another level. At that time out there, I can do more heroic deeds. Right? Enough. Your beggar's clan should stop pretending. You came here. Did you not expect this kind of situation? You insist on acting righteous and giving lectures. You are truly shameless. Hearing this, Hong Daegang could no longer suppress the anger in his heart. Such a way of treating lives like grass, even in the struggles of the Jianyu, would still incite a disaster of infighting between forces. Moreover, you deliberately lay in wait and slaughter them wantonly. Alright, you're all gonna die anyway. It's useless to say anything more. Hong Daegang also understood that this group of people was extremely difficult to deal with. However, after quickly surveying the area, he desperately discovered that all the paths they had come from were completely sealed off. Now that things are like this, only the path behind them is viable. In other words, Red Pole is in this current situation because it's the result of Wu Hen's intentional plan, and we are only following his last wishes. Hearing this, Hong Daegang understood that he had no way to retreat. He activated his inner energy, intending to fight to the death with his disciples. But he also clearly understood the disparity in strength between the two sides. Having no other choice, he had no choice but to ask the Hoshin disciples to advance and retreat with him. And being the young heroes they were, they didn't even think about standing by Edley. Seeing this group of well-known bastards in the Janyu couldn't help but laugh. Newborn cows do not fear tigers. Hong Daegang also understood this. This group of bastards placed in any sect would not be weaker than those who were already established disciples, and their only plan, besides escaping, was probably thinking about how to get rid of Kingling. That slightly impatient voice suddenly came. Are you all done arguing? Just now you said that the Jiangyu is merciless. Right then now, I'll let you see what true ruthlessness is. For some unknown reason, Xiao Mingshan keenly realized that his body was involuntarily trembling. But how could this be? That kid doesn't seem to be emitting any special aura. But the moment he drew his sword, my whole body seems to be sending me a warning. Delos, we better not underestimate that child. Hearing this, the man clearly didn't take it to heart. Fame and greed had already taken over his brain at this moment. Until he came in front of Kingling, he didn't notice anything unusual. Kid, you said you'd show us what true ruthlessness is. You're truly arrogant. Accompanied by a dazzling light, Dalu's sword discovered that something was wrong. The young man in front of him had easily dissolved his attack with that fragile sword, and he even seemed that he's doing it with ease. He seemed to be very comfortable. How is this possible? In the close combat, the more the man fought, the more frightened he became. At this point, he didn't dare to be careless anymore. He mustered all his true energy and slashed at King Ming with the power of his giant sword. However, this scene didn't cause a ripple on the young face of the boy. Instead, the next second his eyes became even colder, and Daluo felt his vision spinning. His head, along with his arms that wielded the giant sword, was already spinning in the air. Looking back at King Ming, it seemed that the scene just now was just another normal thing for him. It was just an ordinary scene for him. However, the people present knew Dalu Jian's strength very well. To be able to take his life as easily as crushing an ant, not to mention how high his martial arts are, just this method alone already makes it impossible to describe him as a Taoist priest. He's simply a god of death. This also made several people completely give up their contempt. Although it was unbecoming, they didn't want to die here even more. Soon the two reached a consensus, deciding to besiege King Ming. Thinking about it, during the attack with the Great Luo sword just now, King Ming's breathing didn't even falter in the slightest. This shows that this Mount Hua kid was conserving his strength, and if this matter were to spread, they would certainly be ridiculed by the world. But things like self-respect only have meaning when you are alive, don't they? As for King Ming, this was the first time he had taken a life since his reincarnation. This place filled with malice was also since his reincarnation, the first real battlefield he had stepped onto. My enemies total 7, and I must eliminate them while conserving my strength to the maximum. But it looks like they are not idiots either. They are planning to surround me now, right? I have to say, Baishin is getting excited now. Your survival skills, you bunch of guys, require thick skin, right? It was clear that he was trying to provoke the other side. But he knew, even if King Ming thought he was a nuisance, He wouldn't just stand by and watch. After all, how could there be an uncle who just watches someone die and do nothing? Hearing this, Xiaoji and Liu Yixu also stood out from the shadows. This made King Ming's head hurt a bit. I'm saying, you bunch of little kids, the current situation is not something you can face together with just a sense of righteousness. Do you have to lose an arm or your head before you can wake up? Hearing this, Beichin said solemnly, I know they are very strong, but if it's just because of this and we keep hiding behind you, then I'm afraid Mount Hua will only ever live under your wings, watching you overcome obstacles. We may indeed be a burden to you now, but if we can fight alongside you, then one day we can also become your strength, right? So even if I die, I won't stand by idly. Hearing this, Kunling was instead defeated by this little devil. He silently agreed he's right. If they want to mature, this battlefield is the best catalyst. And for the growth of the Mount Hua disciples, even if it's something I can easily resolve, I should leave it for them to handle. I understand that. But how should I put it? In my heart, I still want to shield them from these dangers. Although I've never given birth to any offspring, perhaps this is the heart of a parent. I'll make it clear first. Even if you're about to die, I won't help you, okay? Hearing this, Xiaoji seemed to be a bit cocky. Don't worry, I never expected you to help. Are you thinking too highly of yourself? It was then that Yu Bai discovered that everyone was looking at him with pity. Xiaoji, senior brother, let's find an opportunity to talk alone later. Okay, after a while, King Ming finally couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth. My mood is really strange right now. I don't feel relieved at all. Instead, I feel even more pressured. But you're a bunch of cult members. Senior brother, let's go. This time, let me take care of my enemies. Senior brother King Ming, let's go. Junior brother, let those guys see the strength of Mount Hua. Strange, it's really strange. That Mount Hua had clearly already disappeared. No matter how hard I tried, I couldn't bring back those times. But now let's go. We'll go smash those guys' heads. With that, Beichin let out a roar and took the lead. Senior brother, sect leader. Senior brother, did you see it? The Mount Hua from back then. It's still here. Little beggar, what are you spacing out for? Go let these guys see what the chivalry of our beggar clan is. What the chivalry of our beggar clan is. Soon everyone was in a chaotic battle. Facing the giant axe, Beichin remained relatively calm. In terms of strength, there was no way he could match his opponent. That's why he chose to dodge while looking for an opportunity to counterattack. Soon he found an opening on his opponent. But it was obvious that this sword didn't seem to hit a vital spot. Instead, it made his opponent even more enraged. And Xiaoji, facing the Shandong fast sword, also showed an extraordinary speed. But unfortunately, his momentum became his biggest flaw. In the blink of an eye, he had already become the other party's captive. Accompanied by a loud bang, the piercing power of the Shandong fast sword was completely dissipated. Calm down, let's attack together. This scene originally was nothing for the fast sword, but their coordination was very good. Judging by their appearances and how they practice martial arts, the time they've been cooperating is probably less than 10 years. But the strength they were displaying made them seem like partners with decades of experience. Where did these little devils come from? Damn it, when will this sword finally stop? His attacks seem to be endless. I don't have the slightest chance to counterattack. When did Mount Hua become so strong? Soon the fast sword's hands seemed to become unstable. And this scene was also keenly noticed by Yang Zhong. Along with his opponent's disheveled state, he was certain that this was an excellent opportunity. Seeing this, Yang Zhong no longer hesitated and swung his sword. But what he got in return was a sneer. Although your coordination is very good, but you've already missed your last chance. Seeing this, the little kid, Xiaojie, realized something was wrong. He shouted, Senior brother, be careful. At the same time, the terrifying piercing power of the fast sword attacked towards the shadows. However, what they didn't expect was that the force was forcibly diverted 90 degrees towards the other side. Taking a closer look, they realized it seemed to be another sword energy that precisely neutralized his attack in mid-air. Following that was that extremely familiar scolding voice. Don't let your guard down. You're still being careless. Why don't you listen to good advice and have a full meal? It turned out that, while King Ming was dealing with the remaining people, he was also using his sword energy from time to time to help them, avoiding fatal blows from their opponents. He was fighting and scolding at the same time. If you guys die here, no one will applaud your sacrifice. Understand, damn it. I told you I could do it myself. You're really annoying. This guy's nagging. Why does it sound a bit different from usual? Does he seem to be happy? At the same time, Ong Dagwang also arrived with the beggar clan disciples. His martial arts were already not weak. Now, he was even more determined to help him deal with the remaining people. But this scene, in King Ming's eyes, only made things more troublesome. Just as he was thinking, Hong Dagwang and the others rushed forward, and King Ming finally noticed something unusual. In the distance, among the crowd, one person was not only not making a move, but was even focusing all of his senses on him alone. Even though the scene was currently chaotic, he didn't seem to be affected at all. An interesting fellow. I'm afraid his move will be all out. And at this time Zhou Mingshan was very clear about one thing. If he wanted to leave here alive, he must first eliminate this monster. And as King Ming had expected, the moment he attacked, he put all his true energy into it. But what surprised King Ming was, although he had indeed blocked his attack, he couldn't completely deflect the force of the attack. Like that powerful and heavy strike just now, his own wrist, even his internal organs seemed to be churning. That's strange. Just with his internal energy, it's not enough to explain the heavy force on his blade. It was the determination to give everything, and the obsession with living, combined with that all-or-nothing mindset, that allowed him to display many times his normal combat power. At this point, King Ming had to avoid his sharp edge as much as possible. After all, this level of combat power couldn't last for long. If he could wear down his stamina, King Ming would be happy to see it. However, Zhou Mingshan was not stupid. He quickly noticed King Ming's intentions, so he sped up his offensive rhythm again by several notches. This led to King Ming no longer having time to dodge. With one strike, the young man solidly took the heavy force from Zhou Mingshan. With a loud bang, everyone was worried about King Ming. This completely dispelled King Ming's original idea. Indeed, if he continued to drag it out, he would probably expend even more of his own stamina. And at this moment, Zhou Mingshan was very clear. If he wanted to win, he couldn't give his opponent a chance to regroup. Seeing that he had succeeded with one strike, he immediately used his ultimate move. The Daoai in his hands was like the wind in a song, like a rushing river. Luckily, King Ming had no intention of defending at this point. Petals appeared out of thin air around him, and the Jew, as he retreated to a stop, instantly completed its power storage. The West Plum sword was like a flame against the wind, rushing directly towards Zhou Mingshan's Daoya. In just a moment, Zhou Mingshan's forward momentum was stopped by a blanket of plum blossoms. At this moment, he discovered in astonishment that his Daoya was actually being eroded by the other party at a visible speed. In the blink of an eye, his entire body was already a wreck. At this point, he lost his fighting power. But this was the battlefield. King Ming didn't give him a chance to breathe. With the plum blossom petals falling one by one, the blade of the plum blossom style pierced through his body. Looking again, King Ling and the plum blossoms had already merged into one, and Zhou Mingshan used the last of his strength to look back until he heard the confirmation from King Ling before slowly raising the corners of his mouth. I got his approval. This scene caused almost everyone to look on in astonishment, especially the three fiends. We have no chance of winning. This thought grew and strengthened crazily in his mind. If this treasure hunt was originally about choosing the right side was the key to success or failure, then the side he was on now should be the strongest team besides the Wuding Sect. And clearly they had been very smooth along the way. But until now, the appearance of these guys was different. These guys are completely different from the others. Their trust in each other was something he had never seen before in any sect's disciples. We have no chance of winning this fight. Now we can only run. Now, in the Sword Mound, there were three groups of people. The Wuding Sect chasing the Wuding Sect, and then there was this group here. If I can escape from here, and then join forces with the group in front. Then thinking this, he glanced at King Ling from a distance, and the light flickering in his eyes seemed to want to see right through him. In an instant, the three fiends immediately stopped hesitating. He turned and ran. In his opinion, no matter how strong the opponent was, it was not a big deal. After all, in this world, it's not about the strong surviving, but rather that those who survive are the strong. There were more people ahead, and coupled with his already outstanding lightness skill, if only but before he could finish his thoughts, King Ling appeared strangely in front of him. "You bastard! You're really shameless." Accompanied by a thud, the three fiends' ghost was kicked back by King Ling, who was now in full battle mode. One kick. After a while, their battle with this group ended completely with 0 casualties. While clearing the battlefield, In Zhang sighed. He hadn't even noticed while fighting that his whole body was trembling. This was completely different from a sparring match. A slight mistake could cost you your life, and this strong sense of oppression also made his sword feel heavier. His judgment also became slower. So this is what a real battle is like. I can't even exert half of my usual strength. I can't exert it. Although we defeated Shandong courier Sun Ming, if this news were to spread back to Mount Hua, it would surely shock the sect. But also because of experiencing Qingling's existence as an anomaly, we feel that our martial arts are truly a mess. The two sighed, but Bei Qian instead comforted them. Relatively speaking, he has some real combat experience. In this situation, it is normal not to be able to exert your full strength. So, the two of you don't need to belittle yourselves. Your true strength, as displayed in combat, is exactly your true strength. Ying Zhong and the others humbly accepted the teachings. Bei Qian suddenly had an epiphany. Qingling was arrogant, simple and clear, just grow up and be like me. In the end, except for the two who fought with Qingling, everyone else survived. Although Bei Qian also wanted to end them with one sword strike, he didn't feel he could. The current him didn't seem ready to take a life. But if I hadn't stepped forward at that time, Qingling would have probably killed them all. Although it's those who kill will be killed, this current outcome is not too bad. For Qingling, if everything were to go according to his old ways, then he would never escape from his past troubles. What truly needs to change is him and all of Mount Hua, but occasionally relying on these little ghosts doesn't feel too bad either. So everyone, are you ready? Now, let's go and beat those Wuding guys together. At the same time, the Wuding side finally cleared away all the medicinal stones. Although everyone was in disarray, what they were more concerned about was why that medicine had to create such disgusting demonic creatures. Xisan glanced behind him, and only then did he realize that Zheng Xuan seemed to be injured. Originally, injuries were inevitable for martial artists, but the things they encountered were too bloody. They couldn't help but choose to be more cautious. Upon checking, they found that Zheng Xu's wound was oozing black blood. These must be corpse poisons. If left untreated, I'm afraid it wouldn't just be this one arm that would be lost. Thinking of this, he forcefully pressed down on Zheng Xuan's wound. His internal energy surged throughout his body, instantly enveloping his entire body. His inner power followed the meridians at the wound and forcefully pulled the poison from Zheng Xuan's body. But this scene made him a little overwhelmed. After all, such an energy-consuming action, at this critical moment of treasure grabbing, he still went out of his way for a second-generation disciple like him to waste his energy. While he was thinking, the damp poison inside Zheng Xuan was completely cleared, and his wound was also incidentally treated by the elder. The original bleeding had stopped. In Xie's eyes, getting the divine weapon from the sword tome and the elixir was important, but it could not compare to the arm of a Wuding disciple. So everyone, let's hurry and set off. Although I am old, I'm not so weak that this little matter can affect my combat power. As for the disciples behind us who are holding off the pursuers, if they can't defeat all those people, even if they go back, it will probably be a waste of time. In that case, we need to hurry even more and get the things we need to get. The only thing that I am concerned about now is that earlier there was an extremely cold and domineering aura that filled this tunnel. Although it only appeared for a moment, but if a person emitting such a powerful aura joins the ranks of those chasing us, I fear, he thought. The disciples behind him had already retreated to the mirror. From afar, they could hear a lot of offensive ridicule, and further back, some of them had already lost their patience. They were gathering power to break through the Wuding disciples blocking their path, and this attack was obviously filled with killing intent. This made the elder have to stand in the front alone. Seeing this, Xisan hurriedly led the disciples and charged deeper into the tome. Continuous fierce battles and heavy traps, and the endless darkness ahead that he didn't know what it hid. If we keep wandering around here, even I might develop a heart demon. The only thing that can be considered as hope now is that pharmacist from earlier. Even for an elixir master, to create such terrifying demonic creatures, it would definitely not be an easy task. I think this level should be the one where his deepest malice is concentrated and the hardest to overcome. In other words, this extremely dangerous tome is about to reach its end, and as Xisan expected, they quickly saw the unprecedented brightness ahead since they came down. It had been dark for so long. The crowd rushed forward and came to the so-called end point as quickly as possible, but what they saw was a cliff face. Fortunately, Xisan quickly noticed that there was a protruding space in the middle of the cliff face, and there was a narrow gap there. It seems the final Hunyuan pill must be there. However, at this moment, Xusan was even more alarmed. The terrifying aura I felt just now is approaching here at an alarming speed. Disciples, climb quickly. We must ascend this cliff. However, as soon as they set foot on it, the pursuers behind them had already arrived. Following the gaze of the Wuding disciples, they quickly discovered the crevice in the cliff as well. Regardless of whether that was the destination of this trip, they all swarmed towards it. and King Ming and his group, although they were also closing in quickly. Xiao Jie seemed to be a little physically weak. Kung Ming was a little angry. It was clear that he had discovered that Xiao Ji hadn't been diligently cultivating every day. He was planning to properly discipline them when he got back. Xiao Jie, however, felt a little resentful. In his opinion, only guys like Qingling wouldn't feel tired, right? With that level of physical strength, he's simply not human. I really want to punch him. However, in his grumbling, he couldn't help but say that last sentence aloud. When he looked up, it seemed he finally noticed that something was not quite right. Looking again, Qingling was already holding a sword, pressing it against his back, urging him forward. No matter how much Xiaoji apologized, he couldn't hear a single word. The people in front seemed to have stopped. In other words, they had reached the end. And my VIP is right there. If the likes of Xiaoxiang of Wuding dare touch my stuff, you just try it. And so, the group soon left Hong Daguang far behind, and he, at this moment, was also panting for breath. I really don't know how the hell those people trained their physical strength. Seeing the little beggar complaining to him that he couldn't run anymore, he followed suit, using violence to make them move. However, in return, the little beggar kicked him back. Why doesn't this trick work for me? Soon Qingling's group also arrived at the destination. Xiao Ji, seeing that he finally didn't have to have a sword against his back, suddenly found his strength surge out. But when they arrived at the destination, looking at it, they saw that the final trial was actually to climb a cliff. At this scene, everyone was first stunned. Then they revealed a look of wild joy. This is too easy, isn't it? It seems that the medicine immortal certainly hasn't been to our Mount Hua. Those hellish days finally weren't wasted. You should know that the Broken Heart Cliff, which is 5 times higher than this, we have to climb it several times a day. The current disciples of Mount Hua, even on a cliff with nowhere to put their feet, we can even climb while dozing off, and all of this is truly thanks to that madman's training. Junior sisters and nephews, let's go. And so, the group walked on the cliff as if it were flat ground. They quickly surpassed many other climbers, but this scene made others even more anxious. Red-eyed, they disregarded everything else. They actually threw all the weapons in their hands at the group from earlier. Even though King Ming tried to block, there were too many weapons. He simply could not knock them all down by himself. At that time, Hong Daguang also arrived with his men. He was well aware that he could no longer climb this steep cliff. So he simply steeled his heart, 1 person each for himself and the little beggars, and went to intercept that group of people for King Ming and the others. And in this way, the pressure on King Ming was reduced by a large margin. They also had nothing left to worry about. Seeing that the Mount Ho people were climbing faster than they were running, Xuzhen also became anxious. He quickly used his King Gong, leading Yunzong to rush towards the crevice in the cliff. Seeing this, Qingling also cursed under his breath. His Sizzy art is so skillfully used, he would never allow anyone to get the Hunyuan pill before him. And so the two of them were giving way to no one, almost coming to blows in midair. In the blink of an eye, they arrived inside this not-so-large crevice. However, what met Qingling's eyes was a dense collection of buried weapons. Although it seemed that the box in the middle should be the Hunyuan pill or the pill formula, these divine weapons from hundreds of years ago seemed to have all weathered away in this tome. Before Qingling could think it over, Xuzhen next to him was the first to ask a question. You kid, you must be the Mount Hua Shenlong, stealing the treasure map from Wu Zhen, and then making things blow up to this point. That was all your idea, right? At your age, to have such ability is indeed extraordinary. I admit, everything you have done has exceeded my expectations, but it should stop here. You should leave. I will not show mercy today, even if you are just a 3rd-generation disciple. If you dare to take another step forward, I will immediately chop off your head. Hearing this, Qingling instead laughed very unrestrainedly. That's really scary. The way you are now, with a murderous aura all over you, is completely different from what you said. You seem to be hoping that I will make a move, right? What, do you want to get rid of me here? Xuzhen was a little surprised. Did I just reveal a murderous aura? Even I didn't notice it. If this kid were just an ordinary, intelligent youth, I naturally wouldn't think he was a threat. But when he really appeared before me, my original thoughts had changed. This guy is dangerous. And the murderous aura that I automatically released, maybe that was my true feelings inside. Unexpectedly, my many years of cultivation have now actually been defeated by you, kid. So, don't force me to do something against morality. Leave this place. Hearing this, Qingming's eyes instead revealed a strange look. In this kind of chaotic battle right now, no matter who loses their life, it seems there's no way to investigate or hold anyone responsible. From Wuding's perspective, Eliminating me here would be the best option. But this person repeatedly advises me to leave. I guess this is Wuding, the reason why they are still famous throughout the world. Wuding is indeed Wuding. But even so, I will not leave. If you don't drink a toast, I've had too much to drink forced wine in the past. With a whoosh, the Wuding elder and Kingling immediately disappeared from the spot. The two figures kept flashing in the air. In just a few breaths, they had already exchanged dozens of blows. Seeing this, he dispersed the power accumulating in his left hand. Taking advantage of the moment when the two clashed again, he unleashed a palm strike. But this domineering force, Kingling simply used one hand to block it. Using the force to hide the end of the weapon, he was about to charge towards Susan again. But at this moment, Susan had already exerted force. He swung his sword out. Kingling immediately reacted. This incomparably sharp sword aura, he had never seen it before among the Wuding disciples. He is really powerful. This is not a soft sword. Whose soft sword would try to kill someone like that? Is he going to get serious? Instead, Kingling stepped on Susan's sword aura with one foot. This scene made Susan speechless. This kind of control over true Qi, even he himself could not achieve it. Looking at it this way, this kid is even more of a danger. Thinking of this, he forcefully poured the true Qi from his Danshin into the sword. The sudden change in sword style made Kingling also feel a chill, but the two were already too close at this moment. He could only use all his internal strength to resist this sword strike. Suddenly, a strong wind blew within the entire gap. No matter how powerful Kingling's internal cultivation was, it was impossible for him to exceed the profoundness of the Wuding elder. This also led him to almost faint in order to withstand this blow. He almost fainted, but luckily he blocked the sword aura in the end. If it weren't for the exaggerated traces of battle at this moment, Susan would really suspect himself. Was he holding back just now? It seems that your defeat of Wu Zhen was fake, wasn't it? Who are you exactly, kid? Seeing that Susan did not intend to pursue, Kingming immediately kicked away the long sword and jumped backwards. Seeing this, Susan did not stop him. Instead, he spoke again. Although Wuding prohibits accepting disciples from other sects, if you are willing, I can accept you as a Wuding disciple regardless of the cost. With your talent, it wouldn't be difficult to relearn Wuding martial arts. I can make you a first-generation disciple of Wuding, and even make you the future sect leader of Wuding. Hearing this, Kingling was stunned at first, before coming back to his senses. Are you crazy, old man? How did you suddenly come up with the idea of getting disciples from other sects? Okay, stop talk. Susan was confused. Wuding and Hoshin, with Kingling's intelligence, he wouldn't be ignorant of which was better. But what he got in return was Kingling's serious answer. I'm a person who has no interest in being a disciple to someone weaker than me. And you remember this. What is Wuding? As long as Kingling is here, I will definitely make Hushan the #1 in the world. And at this time, the Hoshin disciples were already out of strength, especially Xiaoji and Yangzhong. Just during the day, at this time, they were even more worried that King Ming was facing the Wuding elder alone. Even if he was a monster, they had to go take a look. At least they would have each other's backs. But clearly, their worries were a bit unnecessary. King Ming was now continuously firing the long fossilized hidden weapons at Susan. Although these weapons were now as brittle as cicada wings, they could not play any role anymore. But because of this, Susan became a little careless. The sudden attack made him turn his head involuntarily. What the heck was that sword that suddenly appeared? What was that? But when he saw the plum blossom on the hilt of the sword, his heart immediately sank. He realized things were bad. The next second, Qingming was already in front of him with one kick. A solid heavy blow forcefully kicked him out of the gap. Fortunately, Susan was not someone to be trifled with. In midair, he adjusted his posture. He quickly returned to the rift. He looked at the pieces of ice on the ground. Immortal Dr. Yao, is this the result you wanted to see? People are blinded by treasures, and then fall into the trap, killing each other along the way, until they reach the depths of the earth. Exhausted and at their limit, what they see is a ground full of rusty and broken weapons. Are you trying to mock us, the later generations? Immortal Dr. Yao, you are indeed not a good person. But what I seek is different from them. Taking away the divine weapon? I don't care. And Qingming was now also walking slowly towards that box. Susan finally understood. It seems what you seek is the same as mine. Hearing this, Kungling gripped the common sword in his hand and said something very strange. These things you want, just take them. At this point, the two gathered their power again. Kingling at this time no longer had any playful intentions. Specks of plum blossoms appeared around him. This scene also shocked Susan. He had long heard of Hoshin's plum blossom sword style. The 7 plum blossom swords in King Ming's hand made people even more dazzled. The following plum blossom swords poured out like a waterfall. Suddenly, the entire gap was already submerged in a sky full of plum blossoms. However, accompanied by the sound of metal colliding, Kingling suddenly realized something was wrong. The Tai Chi sword formed a barrier, which had already appeared in front of Xuzhen, and the words slowly coming out of his mouth. It made everything clearly audible in the entire crevice. The origin is the root. The origin is the source of all beginnings. It points to the beginning of nothingness. Nothingness has no name. All things in the world are divided into yin and yang. Yin and yang are the two forms. They form the Taiji. Taiji meets the sword. This Wudong's top tier martial arts. It's different from Wu Zhen's previous shallow and clumsy imitation. The Taiji depicted under this person's sword perfectly fits his Dao, gentle yet powerful. In Xuzhen's eyes, this kid could make plum blossoms bloom at this age. If he were allowed to grow up, maybe in the future Huashan will threaten Wudong's position. Since he can't be won over, then he must be eliminated. And for Kingling to deal with this kind of martial art was not an easy task for him either, but fortunately no one will see it now, and he should be able to do it now. Even if Wudong uses softness to overcome hardness, it's a natural enemy to Hoshin's martial arts. But that's all it is. Even if water can extinguish fire, in the face of a raging fire, it will still evaporate into nothing. All things that are mutually exclusive will be defeated by a stronger power. This is the Tao of all things. Although plum blossoms only dance in the air, they also contain the Tao of the world. The plum blossom sword can no longer defeat such martial arts. Then come on, martial arts essence. In order to deal with the Taiji sword stance of the Wudong elder, he once again used the ultimate technique that had once overdrawn his life, the 24-form plum blossom sword style. Back then, even if he mobilized his innate ki, he could only outline the moves. But now, look at his every move. It's as if countless plum blossoms had transformed into clones, and the Taiji sword in Xuzhen's hand soon appeared with cracks. Plum blossoms felt as gorgeous as countless flowers, and this was the first time that the plum blossom sword style had reached its peak in 100 years. Xuzhen panicked. He didn't understand how there could be such a sword style in this world. You must know that his Taiji sword, in terms of defense, had never been broken by any martial art in the world. But looking at the young man in front of him, he was using the sharpest sword to penetrate the softest shield. How did he manage to do that? Unfortunately, the reality before him forced him to believe it. In the moment when his sword was broken, he had no choice but to once again unleash that incomparable power, to dissolve it in one fell swoop. Suddenly, the entire crevice was filled with light, and a terrifying rumble quickly spread. Baichin felt this scene the most clearly. Over there, something very extraordinary must have happened. Just like that, Xuzhen was lying in a pit with plum blossom sword marks, utterly defeated, and his shoulder had already been pierced by King Ming. But at this moment, he felt somewhat fortunate in his heart. If Kingling's power had been a bit stronger just now, he probably would have been left in this tomb forever. But this kid was not a first or second generation disciple, he was just a child. And yet, he had become the one being suppressed. Thinking of this, Xuzhen felt a strange sense of respect in his heart. It was a reverence for the strong, as a true martial artist, a feeling that welled up from his heart and could not be suppressed. But at this moment, for the sake of the treasure, he could not choose to end it here, and King Ming had no intention of continuing to drag it out. But at this time, another elder, Xu Yuan, had already arrived. That's right. After all, this was not a martial arts arena where others couldn't interfere, nor was it a place for a duel between two people. But what King Ling didn't expect was that, even now, was still thinking about the wooden box on that stone pillar. This scene made him panic. Even though he was screaming in his mind, he still couldn't stop this group of fools, and had no intention of listening to what King Ming had to say. He urged Xu Yuan to take the wooden box first. In the moment he got the wooden box, even the Wudong elder was completely blinded by this heaven-defying Hunyuan pill. He didn't know whether the wooden box contained a pill or a pill recipe, but either of them, for them, was worth the trip. The hardships and dangers along the way finally ended with the sound of an old box clicking open. Sukin was completely dumbfounded. How could it be? Why? How is it possible that there's nothing? Could there be some secret in the box? Seeing his senior brother in such a frenzy, Xu Yuan also had a bad feeling. Xuzhen finally understood. All of them on this trip had been fooled by that thief without a trace. Thinking of this, he could no longer hold back the anger in his heart. We went through so much danger to get here, and all we see is a pile of decaying divine weapons and an empty wooden box. What is the purpose of this so-called structure? It was clear that they had lost their composure. But King Ming was not flustered. He really thought that this group of Taoists had lived all these years in vain. This structure, from the moment we stepped into it, gave off a feeling that the entire tome was filled with deadly traps and collapses. The spirit beast pharmacist went to such great lengths to build this. You wouldn't actually think that it was a test for future generations, right? From beginning to end, there was not a hint of kindness that matched the pharmacist, Zi Ming. Coming here, seeing so many weathered weapons, do you really think that this tome box wouldn't have any traps? I beg you to use your brains. Since there's nothing in that box, what's left now? Speaking of these two elders, he couldn't help but glance at the place where the wooden box had been. Looking closely, he finally noticed that it was trembling slowly. Immediately, a chill surged into their hearts. Sure enough, the entire cliff face had inexplicably appeared a jagged break. It stretched and continued all the way to the stone pier. The Beiqian who had just climbed up, and the Wuding disciples who were just about to act, were also shocked by the shaking of the entire cliff face. Looking back, the entire cliff face not only began to break, but what made everyone horrified was that, as the cracks spread, they had already climbed to the opposite wall. Looking at it, it was clear that dense cracks had appeared throughout the entire tome, and the various experts within it suddenly seemed very small at this moment. Beishan was even more dumbfounded. What the hell is going on? At this time, Qingling also came to their side while complaining. He first comforted them with a few words, "Heaven never seals off all paths," before looking up, trying to find a way out of the current situation. But as he looked, he suddenly said, "Uncle Master, if the sky falls, it seems like there is no way out, right?" As soon as he said this, those familiar with King Ming finally reacted with horror, especially Beiqian. He really didn't know why every time in such a situation, Qingling could still remain so calm like a madman. Although he said this, given the current situation, even if the heavenly demon came, it seemed that they wouldn't be able to find a good solution. Seeing this, Qingling could only comfort them. "Uncle Masters, people are bound to die. Let's just take it easy." But it was clear that everyone didn't want to die at this moment. Even could now only rely on the disciples. Soon, Wuding unleashed the Tai Chai sword formation. Judging by this stance, they actually intended to rely on human strength to split open the endless falling rocks. However, such behavior was like a drop in the ocean. It was not only about avoiding capture, but also about senselessly throwing away their lives. But at this moment, Qingling really didn't have any good ideas either. No matter how he thought, since this place was created according to the intentions of the medicine immortal, if his true intention was for everyone to die here, there might not be a way to escape. Think about such a unique place, and such a bizarre tome path, where the path narrows from wide, and even gathers the ends of all the forks in the middle. With his style of doing things, how could we possibly guess his intentions? Thinking of this, Qingling suddenly shuddered, although he couldn't be sure, but at this moment, it seemed that below was the place most likely to find a chance of survival. Everyone jumped down. You first, Huashan Sect. Everyone jumped without the slightest hesitation. They leaped out immediately. Xusan saw the scene clearly. Perhaps what their Huashan Sect possessed was far more than just that terrifying youth, but in the current cracks, it was still barely enough to support the people from being crushed by the giant rocks. If they jumped down, seeing that there were still so many people hesitating, Qingling had lost his patience. With a bang, he kicked several Wuding disciples down. "You group of people, why don't you understand even now? Listen to good advice and you will be fine." Seeing this, Xusan also gritted his teeth, recalling the scene from just now. This child had been exceeding his expectations from beginning to end. Perhaps by entrusting our fate to him at this moment, we might be able to find a way out. Thinking of this, Xusan didn't hesitate anymore. He immediately ordered all disciples to jump down. And seeing that the elder had already jumped down, everyone gritted their teeth and jumped. As for King Ming, seeing that the falling rocks were becoming denser, he also understood that the time left for them was already limited. As expected, Xiao Ji and the others had already checked the way they came, and it had already collapsed. And at this moment, it was impossible for the medicine immortal to allow us to choose to break through the stone walls. As for that complete madman, if there was any meaning to the layout of this cave, then the only way out. Thinking of this, Qingling carefully looked at his feet. He then shouted, "Everyone quickly pry open the ground, dig up everything that's covering it." Everyone didn't hesitate at all. They were now equivalent to racing against death. Soon someone discovered something unusual. The feeling coming from the ground was very clear. It was the clashing of metal, and this discovery was made in several places at the same time. In this cave, they had actually hidden a wide and long metal plate. Hearing this, Xusan didn't care about anything else. With his sword Qi, he intended to cut it open. It had to be said that he either was really getting old, or he was really in a hurry. This was something for everyone to save their lives. If he wanted to destroy it, Kunming would not agree. With just that kick, if it wasn't for Xusan's timely stop, he would probably have doubted his entire life. Soon, Liu Yikshu discovered the entrance to the inner layer. Kunming then shouted, "Cow nose! Stop hiding there. I found the place we need to break open." Hearing this, Xusan's brain was completely dazed at this moment. He immediately rushed over with his sword Kai. With one strike, he quickly broke through the passage. As for what was inside, Kunling didn't wait for them to assess it. He picked up a few people and threw them into the hole. Seeing this, all those who didn't want to be smashed into meat paste also rushed forward. The only ones remaining were Hong Dagwang's group. Their physical strength and injuries are not light. To rush over at this time, I'm afraid they won't make it in time. Seeing that he's been worried sick by these people, Kunming also lost his temper. What a bunch of troublemakers. Just like a familiar scene, it happened again with these brothers. And King Ming's strength was just right. He tossed them all down. At this point, huge rocks had already started falling in the cave. It's clear that if they don't leave now, even Ming, I'm afraid, would be beyond saving. But even so, Elder Xusan still chose to guard the entrance. In his opinion, at least this way, the stones wouldn't block this only way out. But he forgot that he didn't have much strength left either. When the falling boulders reached a certain size, let alone breaking them, even escaping would be extremely dangerous. Luckily, at the last moment, Kunling had already arrived at the entrance. He grabbed the nosy Taoist priest and rushed out, and the entrance behind them, a huge rock followed right after them and fell. Soon within the inner layer, this time King Ling was not as relaxed as when he came. He didn't expect the passage to be so shallow. Who knew he landed face first? Only then did he feel that something was wrong. Luckily, at this moment, forcefully grabbed King Ming's clothes. In the instant before the rock landed behind them, he accurately used the cloud stepping technique, and with King Ming, dodged the fate of being crushed. After a while, Kung Ming took out a luminous pearl. Only then was he surprised to find the entire space was very spacious. He didn't know if Yaxian actually intended to leave them a way out. Seeing King Ming at this moment, he was completely unable to predict that guy's thoughts. And this shallow space, could it really withstand the collapse of the cave and the impact that was falling like rain? Now they could only pray that Yaxian's calculations were correct. But the gradual sinking of the entire inner layer ceiling left King Ling without a shred of luck. In such a confined environment, the impact from above, those close to the wall were very likely to be directly crushed to death. Now, if they wanted to survive, the only was to have everyone provide support for this space. I don't care if you use innate true Kuai or other means. Use everything you've got right now. If we don't hold this up, the impact alone will crush us all to death. Yox, you bastard. Do you think I'll just sit here and wait to die? I will absolutely not die here. At the same time, in the forest outside the tomb, the Huaying sect leader was slowly walking over with Xiaoxing. They didn't know why so many martial artists had recently flooded into Nanyang. Moreover, now the Hashin disciples had also disappeared. He was very worried that something terrible had happened here. Soon they discovered that a large number of martial artists were gathered at the entrance. About 2 hours had passed since King Ming and his group entered the tomb. About 2 hours had passed since King Ming and his group entered the tomb. Those who were still here now were almost all those with a deep obsession with the swordless treasure. However, just as sect leader Ho was about to ask what had happened here, the entire ground suddenly began to shake. A large area in front of them seemed to be on the verge of completely collapsing. Soon before everyone's eyes, a giant pit about 100 meters deep appeared. The collapse of the sword tome made the guys who couldn't get in to find treasure gradually reveal a look of wild joy. After all, this way, those who had gone in earlier would all be buried alive in this pile of dirt, let alone getting any treasures. And when sect leader Hoa heard that Huashan disciples had entered the structure, he could no longer suppress the panic in his heart. They should at least not lose their lives like this. If only I could have stopped them back then. Now, I finally just saw the future of Huashan. Huashan Shenlong, didn't you say that you would make the Hua Ying sect famous throughout the world? Back then you said it, as if you were shouldering the future of Huashan yourself. But now you've just left like this. So what am I supposed to do? And Xiaoxing couldn't help it either. He tried to dig through this pile of dirt, not knowing how deep it was. The same feeling, as a father, made him calm down slightly. People are ultimately just mortals. Even if we don't want to face it now, but reality is saying it. Sect leader Hua Ying's eyes were gradually covered with tears, but while they thought this, the others present were completely different. It would be great if they were all dead. Anyway, we didn't get anything. Whether it's Wudang, or the guys who went in with them, various taunts and disdain filled the air. Like the whispers of demons, they bombarded Xiao Xing's tender heart. But his anger, sect leader Hua did not let him vent it. After all, this was the cruel and ruthless martial world, being happy at the misfortune of others, and also spewing bad words because of the gains of others. Even if you vent your anger now, no one here would pray for the deceased to rest in peace. Only the young man couldn't tolerate their insults towards those who may already be dead. But what he got in return were even fiercer threats from these people. Seeing this, sect leader Hoa stepped in front of Xiao Xing, saying that now that all the heroes had flocked here, the people of Nanyang were already uneasy. Now that everyone had gained nothing, then please leave immediately. But human hearts are treacherous. Sect leader Hua didn't realize that now they had already become the outlet for these people's anger. Facing their repeated insults to the deceased, the Hoa sect leader could no longer contain his anger. He didn't care how many enemies he was facing. What he could do for his people now was probably just to stop those people from continuing to insult them. This could be the greatest comfort I can offer to those Huashan disciples, right? The greatest comfort, right? However, as tensions rose, Xiaoxing suddenly noticed an arm emerging from the pile of dirt behind him, and then soon a person climbed out. Looking closely, they realized it was King Ming, who was nearly crushed to death. Seeing this, Hoa sect leader's heart was filled with joy and tears. However, as soon as King Ling came out, he looked like he had suffered some kind of blow. Sect leader brother, you have to help me, teach that guy a lesson. Just like that, from the hole that King Ling had just climbed out of, many more people emerged. They had finally survived from that cave inner layer. Even Ku San didn't expect that he would be able to see the light of day again. However, some were happy and some were sad. The martial artists outside, seeing this scene, also raised their weapons in unison, pointing them at the people who had just escaped. Seeing this, Ku Ming finally realized, I was already angry enough. And now these guys want to test my patience. Daoxan was so-called Duo Jin Wuhen sword stealing without trace. He was 200 years ago, the one who held the title of the greatest in the world. He's also a doctor who worried and exhausted himself to save all beings. However, after his death, what he left to the world was a dangerous tome that was nearly impossible to survive. Everyone who entered the tome, even if they were dull, could feel the deep-seated malice from the creator. It was for the legendary Hunyuan Dan that could increase one's power by decades, and countless divine weapons. Everyone knew the danger of this trip, but they still chose to go without hesitation. And when King Ling and the others finally escaped the tome alive, what greeted them were countless martial arts heroes with covetous eyes on them. Kill them and seize the treasures. This was the tacit idea of the martial artists who had failed to enter the tome, even if Susan was an elder of Wuding. His explanation, in the face of people's already uncontrollable greed, also seemed pale and powerless. Search them. This was the suggestion of lightning spirit Duan Song. But clearly, this did not follow the rules of the martial world. For martial artists to allow others to search their bodies meant handing over their lives completely to the other party. This proposal was also Duan Saihong's belief that they were exhausted from escaping and were now in a state of weakness. However, his plan was clever, but he didn't realize that King Ming at this moment had already suddenly appeared in front of him. It has to be said that his reaction was already very fast. He swung out his spear in a backhand, but the current King Ming was already furious. With one punch, the spear shattered. The next second, Duan Xiang felt a sharp pain in his crotch. Before he could even fly back, King Ming flashed in front of him again and said, "You want a divine weapon, do you? It's down there. Go find it yourself." Just like that, before the people present could react, this somewhat famous figure in the martial world had already been thrown into the tome by King Ling. Is there anyone else who wants to know where the divine weapons are? Don't be shy, just tell me. At this point, the atmosphere on both sides had reached a freezing point, and Exusan, seeing that King Ling had shown his power, spoke again. I can vouch with the name of Wuding that we did not take anything out, and the divine weapons you seek are not down there. There were indeed a few weapons that could be called divine weapons in the sword tome, but now that the sword tome has collapsed, It is unlikely that those weapons would have survived. I've said all that I can. If anyone wants a divine weapon, you can go and dig in that hole. At this, people looked at each other. With King Ming here, it wouldn't be so easy to take them down today. They slowly lowered their weapons. Though unwilling, they still chose to leave. And although King Ming was displeased, the sense of disappointment that it was all for nothing also made him lose the urge to chase after them and continue beating them. Xusan, still being foolish, stopped King Ming again. Little Taoist priest, thank you for saving us. If it weren't for your decisive action, we would probably be in danger. Although, they all felt a bit empty inside at this moment, but luckily Xusan was an upright person. He also understood that the current outcome was all due to our desires. Having gone through this, it was also fate. Also, little Taoist priest, have you considered my proposal? Hearing this, King Ming also felt relieved. Impossible. Impossible. I am a Hashan disciple, and Xusan smiled, as it should be. Perhaps the little Taoist priest is more mature than I thought. Wuding will remember Hashan. I hope we will not become enemies. Farewell. Just like that, Wuding and the other martial artists also chose to leave. Seeing this, Hong Daguang finally sat down on the ground. He was truly out of strength at this moment. It was impossible to go back to Luoyang now. So he latched onto the Hoa hidden sect. And when Hoa sect leader heard that he was a hero of the beggar clan, he was overjoyed. Soon, they reached a consensus on good wine and meat with this group of people. With that, the events in Nanyang were finally over. At night, King Ming had a very nostalgic dream. It was about himself being beaten up again by his sect leader brother for bullying his younger brothers. It wasn't me, I didn't do it. They provoked me first, but even so, I couldn't escape my senior brother's fist. That day, he took me to the back mountain. He told me a lot of strange things. Kingling, in your opinion, what exactly is a sect? Those weird people who couldn't fit into the mundane world, seeking to cultivate out of this world, each found a secluded place, wandering along the way, and that's how they came to Mount Hua. And these people who couldn't adapt to the secular world, gathered in twos and threes. They built halls and pavilions, and created many things. Later, the idea of giving themselves a name emerged, and that's how the Huashan sect came about. But this is not what most people know. Everything. Kingling, you must know that a person's lifespan is limited. Although you are exceptionally talented, looking at the entire Huashan, or even counting the heroes of Mount Hua throughout history, perhaps no one can surpass you. But that's only it. In this world, there are always some things that you can't achieve with your own strength, and there are always some places that you can't reach with your own strength. If our Hashan founder had never created Hoshan, after he had lived his entire life, would the world still remember him? Although I know you don't have such ambition, but that's only because you haven't yet had a miracle. One day, you will also have that longing. You will look forward to your younger disciples, being able to inherit your mantle, and pass your things down. And that is the inheritance of the sect's will. Inheritance is the meaning of the sect. Although it's still difficult for you to understand now, if you keep doing whatever you want like this, it's not always a good thing. It's better to take more care of your younger disciples. Or in your opinion, those kids are all hopeless. And even I am probably useless in your eyes. But you must understand that one day, these hopeless kids will become something you cherish. Hearing this, I didn't forget to tease my senior brother back then. I remember he just glanced at me and then said, King Ming, do you know what the most terrifying thing in this world is? It's regret. I'm not afraid of you becoming distant from the children, but I'm afraid that one day, you will regret these things. When that time comes, your remorse will be several times deeper than others. And just like that, Kingling slowly opened his eyes from his bed. This was the first time he had such a complete dream related to his past life. And my senior brother's young face, it's been a long time since I've seen it. But why at this time would I have such a dream? Senior brother, what exactly do you want to tell King Ming? The next day, the Huashan group was finally about to set off back to Huashan, and Hong Daguan finally scratched his body, which hadn't been bathed in almost half a year, and said goodbye to his friend with a serious face. And he had been eating and drinking well here at the Huayan sect. It looked like he didn't want to leave anymore. Seeing this, he also put away his guilty expression. The beggar clan's promising disciple and Luoyang branch leader, Hong Daguang, thanks Huashan for their multiple assistance during this sword tome ceremony. The beggar clan will surely repay this kindness in the future. And little Taoist priest Kulin, whether you like it or not, you're bound to become famous in the martial arts world because of this. and this kind of thing may not necessarily be a good thing in the martial world. But I think you should be able to handle it. Right in the future, I will also periodically send people to Huashan. We are also planning to restore the Beggar Clan's Huayan County branch, which we previously closed down. So in the future, if you need our news, just go there to ask about it. This way, although Haoshan's information will also spread quickly, this is indeed a good thing for Huashan. Just this alone can be considered a considerable gain. If the sect leader knew about this, he would probably be so excited that he would burst into tears, right? And Xiaoxing was quite reluctant to part with them at this moment. He will have the important task of succeeding the Huayan sect leader in the future, so naturally he can't join Hoshan. But Qingling is also very happy for Xiaoxing to go up the mountain to cultivate. After all, Haoshan does not differentiate between lay disciples and Zenshin disciples. Like the senior brother Xiaoji behind him, he will also be going down the mountain to inherit the family business in the future. So what you need to do now is help your father first. For the next period of time, you will definitely be very busy. As for travel expenses, sect leader Ho, you don't need to worry about us. We have plenty of money. At this point, Kung Ming and the others finally said goodbye to the Huayan sect, and along the way, the entire South Ocean looked empty. This was also a problem caused by those dancers from the previous incident. To recover, it would probably take some time, right? But as they were chatting, they still couldn't forget about the sword tome. Dr. Liu also found it strange. That medicine immortal, why did he become the sword snatcher without a trace? Yi Zhenjin very naturally thought that it was just to hide his identity. But this matter, there was always something that seemed to be overlooked. He used a disguised identity to snatch swords everywhere. But the weapons he had worked so hard to snatch were all thrown into the sword tome by him, allowing them to decay. Looking at it this way, he didn't seem to be someone who coveted these divine weapons. Looking at it this way, the whole thing doesn't make sense at all. Isn't everything he did to first use the name of Sword Snatcher without a trace all just a waste of effort, all a waste of effort? Thinking of this, Dr. Liu felt a bit emotional instead. Maybe the Medicine Immortal did this simply because he didn't like them. The Medicine Immortal is also a doctor. His entire life is dedicated to healing people. And it's because he is a doctor, so he most likely dislikes martial artists, those meaningless slaughters every day. Even if he heals them, they might still have their lives taken in the end. And the structure is most likely a warning to us. But the strange thing is, the Medicine Immortal's alchemy techniques were not passed down, but he clearly had many disciples, yet he didn't pass on the method of refining the Hunyuan pill. To them, everything remains confusing. Kung Ming, hearing this, instead fell into contemplation. Various clues were constantly intertwining in his mind. Medicine Immortal Hunyuan pill sect, sword stealing, traceless alchemy disciple trial, legacy left behind. In a daze, he seemed to have guessed something, and began walking forward on his own. Seeing this, the others didn't interrupt his thoughts. Baiqian had a strong intuition that this monster must have discovered something again. Gradually, they once again arrived near the sword graveyard outside Nanyang City. Fool. Thinking carefully, what Qingling always wanted was the Hunyuan pill and its refining method, but what he heard about was only the sword graveyard and the tome of sword stealing traceless. Suppose the whole thing was wrong from the beginning. Although the Medicine Immortal doesn't admit he is sword-stealing traceless repeatedly hinted at himself. He had the Hunyuan pill in his eyes, and this subtle difference was what caused everyone to go down the wrong path from the start. If he wanted to equate himself with sword-stealing traceless across lifetimes, then he wouldn't have concealed his identity in the first place. He also wouldn't have named the tome the Sword Graveyard. It would have been even more impossible to spread the word. So if he really wanted to leave something behind as the Medicine Immortal, then those things would never be placed in the Sword Graveyard. And this Partridge Mountain, because of some natural disaster in the past, the only path to the mountain is the one that exists today. Those who climb this lonely mountain would inevitably pass through here as well. Daofei Road, Feilu Road. Only those who walk on the right path can reach this place. But after reaching this place, what did they do? They opened the door and entered the ancient tome. But what they entered was just the tome with swords as the gate, symbolizing the martial arts. And after that, the originally spacious road became increasingly narrow, with various traps along the way. Looking at it from this angle, doesn't it look more like a martial artist's cultivation journey? In the beginning, everyone starts from a wide open road, but as the road becomes narrower, those who can't bear it will gradually fall behind, and the many forks in the middle are like the branches in the martial arts map. Yet all rivers return to the sea. Even if they embark on different paths, what they ultimately seek is the highest inner realm. Because of this, everyone will meet again on the same path. And after that, the long and dark cave and the pharmacist are more like the inner demons before achieving mastery in martial arts. Finally, climbing to the heights at the cliff symbolizes the final path to immortality. So everyone understands now, right? The secret of the sword graveyard is conveying a message. Whether it's ascending to immortality or becoming a Buddha, the place you finally reach is where nothing exists. And what he wants to say first is just one sentence. The matter of practicing martial arts in itself is meaningless. This sword graveyard actually interprets his view on martial arts, because to him, those martial artists are perhaps more like his enemies. The more he cherishes life, the more he hates these people. That's why he transformed into sword-stealing Traceless, to steal those weapons that symbolize martial arts. The last trap is probably talking about those people whose goals have collapsed, unwilling to give up looking at the sky, still wanting to find a goal there. But if you understand that everything is an illusion, you will choose to look down at the ground. Because below, there are those living beings that those who only know how to look up to the heights, disdain and scoff at, and also the last path to survival. And those who understand this and look to the ground will continue to move forward. Because whether they chose the wrong goal in the beginning or regret embarking on this path, as long as they are still alive, they will move forward. However, if you don't understand this, no one would think to go through the sword graveyard and continue forward. This is a barren land without a single blade of grass on the mountain, but to those who only come for treasure, it's no different from a treasure land buried in gold. But in fact, it's just a dead land. Medicine immortal, is this what you wanted to say? Even if you lose your lifelong goal of an unknown pursuit, don't despair because of it. As long as you understand what is beneath your feet, it's not too late for anything. Not for martial arts, not for the goals you wanted to achieve in the past, but only for life, harmonious yet ordinary. The place where things grow naturally should be here. But the water source of this lonely mountain, although just a small stream of water, it will eventually merge with other streams, forming a brook, flowing into a great river, and finally flowing into the sea. It nurtures countless living beings, and this is also the language of Tao. If the medicine immortal really wanted to spread his will to the world, then the person who accepts the legacy must first defeat him. As you sigh when he was sword-stealing Traceless, the sword graveyard was also created because of this. As for the medicine immortal, after getting rid of those worries, what he wanted to leave behind for the world is probably his pride. If I were the medicine immortal, then all my life's knowledge would be like this stream of water, carrying my will and becoming the starting point for saving countless lives. Is it really arrogant for one person's will to want to save countless people in the world? But if I'm thinking correctly, then he must be here. Thinking of this, Kunming's hand had already reached into this small stream cave. With the touch of something that didn't feel like rock in his hand, Kungling finally took something out from it, a copper box faintly glowing. Among these, what exactly will it be? Take a deep breath. The moment it opens, everyone is shocked. The Hunyuan pill and the dazzling Hunyuan secret record. This is the fruit they're all going crazy for. Little Xian, you little rascal, you really let me find it. After a moment, Kungling suppressed the excitement in his heart. He opened it and carefully looked at it. Lotus Sea cleans. Who can understand my deep meaning and find this place? Then this person is qualified to receive my true teachings. I will leave him all I have learned in my life. The method of refining the Hunyuan pill, and my medical skills should be used to save the world. I believe with your abilities, you will surely fully grasp my meaning. Seeing this, Kingling was now certain that this was the true legacy of the medicine immortal. The way he looked, his mind must be blown with happiness. But right now, not to mention him, even Bai Qian, who was always calm, couldn't hold back. He was constantly wiping his drool. Heavens, it really is the Hunyuan pill. Immediately, everyone had a feeling that the air now was so sweet, and so Kunming respectfully kowtowed. For the medicine immortal, this was the true tome where he left all his life's learnings. It would seem that even if his remains weren't here, calling this place his will, the medicine immortal's tome, would not be inappropriate, would it? Although his will wasn't directed towards any martial arts sect, wasn't he also just gambling in the first place? Gambling that his plan was seamless. Gambling that the person who found this place would completely meet his requirements. But this was nothing more than his own wishful thinking. From King Ming's perspective now, if he truly wanted to pass on his thoughts and will, it should have been entrusted to his disciples for inheritance. That way, even if he was dissatisfied with the successor, his thoughts could continue. Wait, is this the loneliness and desire that senior brother was talking about? That dream, senior brother Yuan. So you wanted to tell me these things? That's why you came into my dream last night. Are you so worried about your dull junior brother? And as everyone watched King Ming, who was halfway through speaking, suddenly fall silent, a light call finally pulled King Ming back from his thoughts. Even if the inheritor's abilities are limited, as long as it is passed down from generation to generation, there will always be a successor who can completely inherit his thoughts and will. So the reason why the medicine immortal didn't trust his disciples was that he hoped for a perfect genius, someone who could completely inherit his abilities and thoughts, but his method could not achieve his goal. And strong individuals who walk alone always look down on others. A genius like the medicine immortal naturally would feel that everyone in this world was not outstanding enough. Only someone with his talent could inherit his abilities. The past me was also like that, wasn't I? But medicine immortal, you're wrong. The past me was also wrong. I understand now what senior brother said back then. If it weren't for the cooperation of my fellow disciples, I definitely wouldn't have been able to comprehend anything. Thinking of this, Kung Ling scratched his head awkwardly and said inexplicably, everyone, thank you for your hard work. This startled a few of them. Is this still the demon King Ming? Is he having a fever? We need to find a doctor. At this, Kung Ming also smiled. Don't worry, senior brother. I will no longer walk alone. As long as Hoshin still exists, as long as the will of Hoshin still exists in this world, then even after hundreds of years, my will continue to be passed down, because my fellow disciples' will is with me. Right? And for those senior brothers who went ahead of us, as long as there's the name of Hoshin as a bond, we will never be separated. Right then, let's set off. Back to Huashan the next day at dusk, the sect leader had already received a letter from the Huo Yin sect. After learning about Qin Ming's group's experience, he was even more worried. Fortunately, it was just a close call in the end. Xuanshan was very angry. These children are now the last hope of Huashan, and their safety is far more important than the sect's interests. If they return this time, the elders must give them a good scolding, or it will be hard in the future. Instead, Yun Jian was calmer. Their trip down the mountain not only pulled the beggar clan's intelligence network back to Huoshan, but also brought glory to the sect that was once unimaginable. From all perspectives, it was still worth praising. Hearing this, the sect leader also felt that it made sense. This time, they had indeed done something truly remarkable. Seeing this, Xuansheng understood his senior brother's intentions and stopped speaking, but suddenly, a torrent of energy rushed towards the mountain gate. It seemed that King Ming and the others had returned, but it was so strange. The children's speed is too fast, isn't it? Looking at the overjoyed Xuan Kong, although Ling Jian felt that it was inappropriate for the sect leader to personally welcome them, it was natural. Since it was out of emotion, it was only natural. When they reached the mountain gate, they realized that something was not right. These footsteps, they were much too fast. Sure enough, the group didn't wait for the disciples to open the door. They simply kicked their own mountain gate to pieces. The sect leader and the few others who had just arrived at the door were each grabbed by King Ming and the others and carried back to the sect leader's courtyard. What was even more bizarre was that Xiao Jai and Liu Yixu drew their swords and stood guard, declaring death to those who approach. This scene made the disciples more dumbfounded than ever. How dare they even kidnap the sect leader? They've really gone from being one madman to a group of madmen acting foolishly. Inside the sect leader's courtyard, the three were already dumbfounded. Only then did they understand that from Nanyang and Hoshan, they hadn't dared to let out a single breath. All along the way, they truly saw everyone as a thief. Fortunately, they weren't discovered, and no one found out that it was our Huashan that obtained the Hunyuan pill. Hearing this, Xuan Kong's mouth was already dry. His tongue felt parched as he opened the copper box. It really did emit a golden light. The heart-piercing scent of the medicine box instantly spread out. At this moment, a person slowly opened the door and entered. Baishan was suddenly jolted awake. He was about to draw his sword to silence him, when he realized it was the head of the finance pavilion. He glanced at the copper box in Zhang Wen's hand, and then glanced at that Kingling kid. Only then did he sniff his nose. I say, you little cuties, what treasure have you brought back this time? Huashan had finally obtained the coveted Hunyuan pill, as well as the method to refine it. However, after countless calculations and considerations by Dan Fang, even if they sold everything they had now, they could barely gather the materials needed for one pill. Now that's great. Look at the expression on the face of the finance pavilion head. He wished he could tear up that damn prescription right now. How could he draw from the newly rebuilt financial base just to nurture a single expert? Hearing this, Kingling could no longer sit still. if the problem you're talking about is money, then that's not a problem, because we have plenty of money. And so, with the help of the Galaxy Trading Company, the membership order progressed rapidly. But the scale of this endeavor was huge, and the material collection now was only to attempt to refine the long-lost purple cloud pill. The young head of the company also understood that after the battle at Zhongnan, Hashan's reputation was now unparalleled in Jianzhong. Rumors about them were already everywhere. Under such circumstances, if any news were to spread again, other sects would surely be wary of Hashan. Therefore, he didn't ask the finance pavilion head too much why he wanted them to keep it a secret. But these materials, anyone with eyes could see that the required expenses were not small. Since they were talking about money, the finance pavilion head chuckled. Full payment in advance. That should be enough, right? And these top-grade luminous pearls of the same size, each one was incredibly valuable. It seemed that even for preparing those materials, they wouldn't need so many. Hearing this, the finance pavilion head narrowed his eyes. It seems he really didn't play any tricks on us. In that case, I can feel more relieved too. As for the young head of the company asking about the Galaxy Trading Company's cut, let's just rely on conscience, shall we? Hearing this, the young head of the company was stunned for a moment before he cursed inwardly, old fox. This person was definitely a robber. And so, after Yun Trading Company left, the finance pavilion head could no longer contain his upturned mouth. This time we've really made a fortune again. The same scene at the sect leader's place, at the martial pavilion head's place, and even at Yun Yan's place were playing out at the same time. At this moment, they were ecstatic. Only Beichen was a little better at pretending to be calm. As for Baishe, he had seen clearly the changes in Huashan during this period. Those uncles and elders were always inexplicably smiling. Even that Kingling kid was very abnormal. He would suddenly come to ask if we were too tired. After all these years, if he suddenly did this, who wouldn't be afraid? Therefore now he was very eager to know what kind of evil they had fallen under this time when they went out. But what he got in return was Beixin's helpless response. We have to keep it a secret now. Senior brother, that's just chilling. Don't you trust us? What about our past relationship? But Beisheng hadn't finished speaking, when Beichin was already showing some impatience. So, what, do you have any complaints? I already said, I'll tell you later. Looking at his expression, Beisheng really thought that his senior brother had been possessed by someone. And so, Hashan once again welcomed a peaceful period. However, soon, a piece of news suddenly broke the peace here. Old Master Huang of the Galaxy Trading Company, for the matter of these materials, personally came to Hoshan. According to everyone's expectations, the Galaxy Trading Company should have already prepared all the herbs they needed. But Old Master Huang shook his head with regret. This time Huashan's request, we are not capable of fulfilling it. What was even worse was that, according to his prediction, no matter which trading company they entrusted this to, they probably wouldn't be able to do it either. Hearing this, Ming was no longer calm. So does that mean my membership order is... The more he talked, the more agitated he became. Bai Qian and Ying Zhong were really afraid that he would go crazy at this point. Luckily, after asking, they learned that the Galaxy Trading Company was not unable to obtain the most difficult-to-find Mei He Bingjun, but the biggest difficulty was still this very ordinary Zimu grass. Although it didn't have any particularly significant medicinal effects, the problem was that this herb only grew in very special locations. And this also involved 5 powers outside of the Central Plains. They were known as the Outer Territory Martial Arts. They were the North Sea Ice Palace, the Moral Blood Palace, the Pudala Palace, the South Sea Sun Palace, and the Southern Barbarian Beast Palace. It was said that each of these powers was no weaker than any of the current 9 sects in one gang, and that Zimu grass grew in the directly administered area of the Southern Barbarian Beast Palace. 100 years ago, when the demonic sect launched a large-scale invasion, the Central Plains forces at the time believed that there was no need to waste their fighting power in the outer territory and did not provide any help, and that was why the Central Plains suffered such heavy casualties later. After the demonic sect followers were finally cleared, the Southern Barbarians were also attacked, and they completely severed ties with the people of the Central Plains. As a result, the ones who suffered the most were the tea merchants who traded with Yunnan. Now, it was no longer possible for our Central Plains merchants to trade with them there. So hearing this, the sect leader understood that this matter was too involved. However, the alchemy disciples also stated that the list already perfectly configured all materials. Combined with a unique refining method, it could achieve the effect of turning decay into magic. To try to replace it with other materials, it was very likely that it would backfire. So, Now it's just those southern barbarian beast palace guys making trouble. They're not even willing to give us a single weed. Right? What a bunch of damn bastards. You want to die, hold them down. However, this time, no matter how much Bai Qin and Yin Zhong tried, they could not stop King Ling from going crazy. This group of people just had itchy skin. If he didn't beat them up, they definitely wouldn't know to move aside. So I'll go and smash those guys' heads and then bring back the purpura wood grass. Wouldn't that resolve the matter? Bai Qin still wanted to persuade him. That is one of the outer region's martial arts. To start trouble in such a place, even if you had 10 heads, it would be enough, right? But King Ling didn't care about that at this moment. Why should I worry about my own head? It's those guys who should be worried about their heads, right? At this point, the few of them felt strangely that what King Ling said seemed to make some sense. But Xiao Jie still didn't understand. Why couldn't they hire some people from other places to purchase it for them? Hearing this, Elder Huang's eyes narrowed. This little guy, it seems like he has some talent for business. But it was a pity. The people from the western regions who traded with Yunnan had long ago signed a treaty. It was absolutely forbidden to sell these goods to the Central Plains. Some merchants had indeed secretly tried this in the past. But once such a matter was discovered, they would not survive. So unless absolutely necessary, they would not do something so risky. So at the end of the day, it seemed that the only thing left was for them to go to Yunnan themselves. They had to obtain the purpura wood grass. This matter was related to the important matter of whether King Ling could beat the entire martial world senseless. King Ling, are you confident? Are you confident that you can bring the purpura wood grass back unscathed? Hearing this, King Ling patted his chest hard. He was certain that he could definitely smash those guys' heads and then bring back all the purpura wood grass from Hulunbir. Seeing this, Xuan Kong no longer hesitated. He immediately asked Xuansheng to prepare their luggage. But suddenly, Xuansheng called out to him. Mysteriously, he pulled the sect leader aside. To be honest, he was genuinely worried about these kids. In his haste, he proposed that they prepare an extra safeguard for the children. Xuanzang thought for a long time, but he didn't understand. What else could they prepare for King Ming? It's that thing. Let the kids eat that Hunyuan pill. This startled Xuanzang. Whether the purpura wood grass could be found was still up in the air. Now, the entire Mount Hua only had 20 Hunyuan pills left. But unfortunately, Xuan Kong could not refuse his junior brother. So he gathered everyone again in the detached courtyard. And before them were 5 shining Hunyuan pills. It almost made Yin Zhong doubt his eyes. Even though these Hunyuan pills were recovered by them and related to the prosperity of the entire Mount Hua, they had never imagined they would obtain them before Mount Hua could refine them again. Actually, Xuan Kong understood that this time the kids were going to the Beast Palace. Taking these pills would be safer. But according to his expectations, the original purpose of these Hunyuan pills was to save their lives when they were seriously injured in the future. Things to save their lives. But seeing his junior brother so excited, if the purpura wood grass could be found, such a choice was not unacceptable. Thinking of this, Xuan Kong felt a bit relieved, and as for these various pros and cons, Bai Qian and the others were also clear in their hearts. They were grateful for the sect's gift, and just like that, the few of them each picked up a pill and sat down on the ground in the detached courtyard. At the moment they consumed the Hunyuan pill, they didn't know how great the benefits they would receive next would be. But one thing was certain, the burden carried behind these few Hunyuan pills was not light at all. Gradually, as the pill entered their bodies, Baichen could feel it very lightly. It was like a drop of clear spring water. Without any guidance, it directly fell into his dantian. In just an instant, it was as if something had appeared out of nothing in his body. His inner power instantly became exceptionally large and violent. It was as if he opened his mouth. These invisible forces would pour out. However, this kind of impact, no matter how much mental preparation he had made in advance, it all seemed insignificant. Now he had no other choice. He could only do his best to guide the ceaselessly advancing Kai in his body. And this Hunyuan pill seemed to have some kind of magical power. It not only caused his inner power to skyrocket, but even his meridians were widened as well. Every second seemed to be washing away the impurities in his body, and all the senses of the children's bodies at this moment seemed to be reborn. After a while, the surging impact like a tide finally receded. The 4 of them understood at this moment that they definitely could not completely absorb the medicinal power of the Hunyuan pill, but the key brought by the pill had already been completely locked in their bodies. What was left was to slowly absorb it in the future. After a while, Baichen finally exhaled a breath of full air. Although his body was still exuding a full odor, the feeling of being full of power within his body made him have a kind of illusion now, as if he was now omnipotent. But when Beiqian looked up at the sect leader, he saw that both of their eyes were bulging out, as if they had seen an extremely terrifying scene. Following their gaze, he then realized how Qingming had just floated into the air, and the five-colored light radiating from his body. Could this be the legendary weapon convergence? No way, his Hunyuan Dan. Is it different from ours? And as the whole room gradually shook, it seemed that something terrible was about to happen here. And at this moment, Bai Sheng was pondering in the mountains. In his Manhwa recently, had this kind of unease that made people unsettled. Ever since those guys came back from the South Seas, even the elders were in a euphoric mood. Although I have to admit, compared to the past, life is so much better now. But occasionally, I still miss that tranquil Mount Hua of the past, and that pure place of cultivation. As he was thinking, he noticed that the Changmen compound seemed to be emitting a very dazzling light, but in a flash, the whole house seemed to start collapsing. It was an impact from the inside out. But why? Such an important place, how could it be blown to smithereens? And Baiqian at this moment had long lost the joy he had just had. This damn lunatic, can't he even calm down when cultivating? Seeing his residence turned into ruins, Xuankong's heart was etching badly. But when he heard the pavilion master of finance say it would be rebuilt, Xuankong suddenly felt that maybe it collapsing wasn't so bad after all. Wait, where's Qingling? After a while, at the center of the explosion, Qingling's figure slowly emerged from the smoke and dust. Looking at him now, he seemed to have become stronger again, and after Qingling gradually woke up, he exclaimed in surprise, "Uncle Master, senior brother, what exactly happened? Did someone attack Mount Hua?" And when Xuankong saw that Qingling was still acting like a jerk, they felt relieved. That five-colored light earlier, could it really be the legendary weapon convergence? Regarding this point, Xuankong couldn't be sure either. After all, the legend says that people with weapon convergence will have five-colored light around them when they cultivate. But Qingming's appearance just now didn't seem like that either. It was hard to say. After all, this time it was due to the influence of the Hunyuan Dan. So how strong is he now? It seemed Xuankong couldn't gauge that either. From the current feeling, Qingming was already very, very strong, even for himself, in terms of the amount of internal energy, although it was still far from his past life. The purity of the Qi was still not something his past life could compare to. The snow plum Dan of the past did help him clear the impurities in his body, but it was clear. This time, it seemed to have completely transformed him. He thought that apart from the passage of time, there was no way his charm could increase anymore. But if it's this Hunyuan Dan, thinking of this, Qingming started coveting Tong Xia again. But faced with his appearance, Xuankong was truly scared. He wouldn't allow him to consume the only remaining stock. In the sect leader's eyes, these pills were the important treasures that could save the lives of these children in the future. So you mean these pills are intended to be kept for emergencies? Then sect leader, this time to Yunnan, we have a great responsibility for the prosperity of Mount Hua, to go to the borderlands to find purple wood grass. I will not shirk my duty. But in that remote and dangerous land, what will happen? I do not know. Sect leader for Mount Hua, Qingming will go through fire and water, and will not fear death. But if, just in case, if Uncle Master and the others accidentally get injured and are on the verge of death, if I happen to have a Hunyuan Dan in my hand, 3 pills, no, 5 Hunyuan Dans, maybe it could really save everyone's lives. Qingming, I just need 5 pills. Sect leader, you'll agree, right? And so, Xuankong was successfully looted by Qingling. Looking at the box with half of the pills gone, his heart was bleeding, and Qingling at this moment was already looking at the pills in his hand, drooling. If his junior brothers hadn't reminded him, Xuankong would have really had a broken heart, and would have gone to fight Qingling. After a while, he finally calmed down. Even if Qingming was so troublesome, he could only sigh, "Qingming, actually I am also not comfortable, always letting you do those dangerous things. But for Mount Hua, I really can't help but do this." Hearing this, Qingming instead comforted Xuankong. But in this way, Xuankong felt that this child was truly special. Sometimes he even felt that he was the child, and Qingming was more like an elder, although this feeling would quickly dissipate. But children, remember, the martial arts of the borderlands are known to be strange. Perhaps the customs of the Central Plains won't work there. So you still have to be very careful. Understand, don't worry. Sect leader, if talking doesn't work, this thing will still be useful. Seeing this, Xuankong suddenly began to doubt whether his decision was correct or not, until Beiqian spoke with a tone as gentle as a spring breeze. Did Xuankong feel a little relieved? But after only a few sentences, he was broken by King Ming. He really didn't understand how Beichin, who was usually so proper, when exactly was I infected by King Ming? But what's done is done. Xuan Kong still expressed that for today's trip, you will be my representative. Your painting is the painting of my Huashan. Your attitude is the attitude of my Hashan. Don't be in a hurry to refuse. I think if it's you, you will definitely do it well. At this point, the group embarked on their journey. Xuansheng was very worried. He wanted to know if he needed to go as the leader with them. But regarding this point, the chief of finance and the sect leader seemed to have understood it long ago. Experience is something you will only gain after taking the first step. Although these things can bring fear to the heart, only by bearing these things can young people gradually grow. And even if the old guys, went with them now, it probably wouldn't make a difference. They might even interfere with the progress of the youngsters. This kind of feeling that sees what the kids are doing and doesn't trust them will not become nourishment in their growth process. So we must believe that the ancestors of Hoshan will protect them. Thus, Xuanzhang stood outside the mountain gate for a long time. Just as he was about to go back, an artist suddenly visited. You are the Huashan sect leader, right? Can you give me a cup of water? I'm here to travel, as promised with the Huashan dragon god, to seek a medicine friend. Kun Ming and the others set out again. However, as soon as they arrived in Huiying County, they bumped into the young troop leader. Those four bright and shining carriages completely overshadowed the coachman's self-recommendation earlier. What attracted King Ming was the expensive price of the carriage. As for going to Yunnan, in his opinion, Jiao Cheng would be much faster than a carriage. But obviously, he was the only one with this idea. Even Liu Shigu thought that only that rascal could possibly outrun a horse with his legs, but the news of the southern barbarians' beast attacks was not well known in the Central Plains martial world. Even if they inquired with the beggar clan in Sichuan, they might not get any useful information. They had severed ties with the Central Plains for a long time. What was passed down were just their skills in external martial arts and their high level of preemptive skills. That's how they got the name Beast Craftsman. This point, Q Ming didn't think was a problem. No matter what kind of people they were, the key was how strong they were. You have to know that when the demonic cult was rampant back then, their main target was the sects outside the Great Wall. After the massacre, except for the North Sea Ice Palace, almost all of them were severely damaged, and now only 100 years have passed. Unless something unexpected happens, it would be difficult for the four palaces to fully recover in this time. However, to be on the safe side, Kung Ling still called for a halt. The town is not far from the carriages. This sudden move really made them a little confused. Just the four of them looked at each other, not knowing what he could do at this time. Xiao Jie, why don't you take your baggage? I'm afraid that if I take the baggage, that guy would just leave with the carriage. What should we do? Jing Zhong was speechless. Do you think that if the baggage is on the carriage, he won't leave with the carriage? Hearing this, Xiao Ji was stunned at first, and then he realized he had been silly. Kung Ming looked seriously at Bai Tian. Zi Shu, may I ask, how much help did you give me in the sword tome? One sentence. Even though Beichin could now make plum blossoms bloom, he also understood that at that time, he was just a burden to King Ming. His growth rate was too fast. At the same time, the things we have to do are also becoming more dangerous. Although we are traveling together, we cannot keep up with his pace forward. Seeing their looks, King Ming then said, this trip to Yunnan may be more dangerous than the sword tome. Your martial uncles, aunts, and senior brothers, with their current martial arts, I'm afraid their lives are at risk. So I've thought of a way. Since you have consumed the Hunyuan pill, now as long as you completely refine the Kai within it, then your internal strength will be at least twice as strong as it is now. Of course, under normal circumstances, to fully absorb the Kuai, it would take several years at the fastest. But now I can make you do it within a month. Hearing this, Beiqian was no longer calm. Is this true? When have you ever seen me lie? Many times. Although this was ridiculous, they still couldn't hide their joy at such. Uncle, have you heard of Tu Beng Gok Shu? You mean to unblock the meridians by hitting or rubbing? Wait, speaking of this, everyone suddenly shuddered violently. That's right, it's what you're thinking. To say that I'll act without any emotion later, that would be a lie. I hope you understand that everything I do next will be with deep emotions. As the sun set in the west, in the sect leader's residence on Mount Wuding, the current Wuding was also reflecting on their actions back then, which were blinded by desire. Fortunately, this time it didn't lead to a major fire. Is the end of martial arts and emptiness? However, there's still something I can't figure out. You said you fought a child from Huashan to a draw. Is this true? Hearing this, Xu then spoke of his daughter. If we had continued to fight then, I still had the confidence to beat him. But the problem is that I myself don't know how long it would take me to do that. Therefore, this victory would have no meaning. In other words, my strength is equal to his. At this point, the sect leader finally narrowed his eyes. According to what he said, the gap between the two of them has narrowed to the point where only a little bit of luck can determine the final outcome. Unexpected. He really is a prodigy. However, we don't need to pay too much attention to a guy like that. Although he must be a peerless talent, there is a limit to what a genius can do. Mount Hua is so declined now, he will inevitably have difficulty showing his skills. In the end, he will only be burdened by it and waste his own time. However, Xusan has had contact with King Ming, and he has a different view. Besides the child's amazing martial arts talent, his decisive style and astonishing judgment are far beyond what ordinary people can achieve. He even used the future Wuding sect leadership as a bargaining chip to persuade him. Hearing this, the sect leader became more serious. Sisei should know that as an elder, he has no right to interfere with the position of the sect leader, but he still did it. This shows that his feelings for this child go beyond amazement. But even so, with his power alone, it would only make his name sound a little louder. To lead a sect to rise is impossible. He not only needs to unite the power of everyone, but also, these people must also have the same firm belief. A child, how can I believe he can achieve that? So, let's appropriately increase our vigilance and precautions against Mount Hua. Let's end this matter here. Even if that child understands all of this, talent is not something that can be cultivated by just gritting your teeth. With that, Xu withdrew from the sect leader's residence. Looking at the teacup in his hand, the sect leader began to ponder. If there really is a 1 in 10,000 chance, perhaps thinking of this, he laughed at himself. This is too absurd, isn't it? I'm overthinking it. The next morning, the daylight hours now, they had already turned into dead dogs. Yingzhong was a little lost. How did I fall asleep here? Right? At that time I was still questioning that demon. But he seemed not only to pretend not to hear me, but also pounced on me. As a result, I seemed to have fainted. When everyone wakes up, we will have to repeat those hellish tortures again, right? This is real. Just as he was thinking, he heard sobbing coming from the side. He looked up. It must be Xiaoji. Xiaoji, are you injured? However, Xiaoji sobbed and said, Senior brother, my inner strength has increased. That damned inner strength has healed my wounds. This way, don't I have to continue suffering from the internal pain? Hearing this, Yin Zhong was a little confused. He subconsciously used his inner strength to check himself, and then he became deflated. Why is it like this? Why didn't he just cripple me directly? At least that way, I wouldn't have to be beaten up anymore. Clearly I was beaten, but the power in my body has become stronger. This is too outrageous. At this time, Beichin also woke up. How many beatings did he take? He still hasn't recovered yet. What are you guys muttering about? For this effect, I put in a lot of effort. It's just that what I did for you guys is slightly different from what Master Tuigong taught. It just has an extra step of beating you guys up severely. Hearing this, Beichin couldn't hold back anymore. Let me go, Yingzhong. For the peace of the world, I must... Him. After a while, Beichin finally exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. He didn't understand why they had to be beaten up. Seeing this, Ming poked his chest. Senior uncle, every muscle on your body, isn't it because it's been torn apart that it becomes larger than before? Wounds swelling, broken bones becoming thicker. Although the situations may be different, basically the principles are the same. Sounds absurd, right? But injury combined with herbs is a traditional method of cultivation. Doesn't our Mount Hua also have similar training? When you first used the wooden sword, haven't your hands been torn apart countless times? But now even if you practice swords all day long, does it still happen? You have to know, too much of anything is as bad as not enough, but if there is an appropriate amount of internal force, it's the same principle. Because of the effects of the Hunyuan pill in your bodies, you already have a vast amount of Qi. In this way, with a certain degree of internal injury, it will allow your bodies to passively absorb it quickly. As long as there is enough Qi, the injured area will recover and will become stronger than before. Do you understand? Hearing this, the others seemed to be at a loss for words except for amazement. King Ming, I didn't expect you to be so smart. King Ming, I didn't expect you to be so smart. However, what they didn't know was that these were all principles he had learned through suffering on the battlefield. And realized, and also, in order to take care of their strength, He had held back a lot. I'm saying you don't have to think too hard about it. Just think of it as a friendly spar. Anyway, sparring with me is just purely taking a beating. Doesn't that make you feel better? Don't worry, you won't die. I've never heard of anyone dying from cultivation. Right? Hearing this, Beichin was also convinced. If getting beaten up can make you stronger quickly, then you also have to be careful. What if it leaves a scar on your already unappealing face, but will become even more annoying? At this point, Q Ming was somewhat gratified. It was precisely because of this that he favored this guy during the day. No matter what kind of pressure they faced, this guy would never give up. Shishu, come here. Let me see what kind of waves you can make. And so, time passed slowly, 5 days in all. Looking at the autumn moon, which was already somewhat chilly, the driver was also impressed. Even if a person has a great physique, being beaten like this for 5 days straight, they should have collapsed a long time ago, right? But these people, on the contrary, were more energetic than the first day. Whether it was those beating or those being beaten, I don't even know now whether to be amazed. By which side more? Use your lower body strength. Damn it, lower body. I've been saying this for a year. After saying it so many times, you still don't change at all. It seems that all you are good at is putting on a fake show. Before I come back, circulate your energy and adjust your breath, and hurry to rest. Hearing this, Beichin was still about to ask what he was going to do. But the moment he looked up, he was completely stunned. And when Xiaoji heard King Ming's plan, he couldn't help but curse under his breath. I wish you would trip and fall on your face. But Beichin couldn't hear any of this anymore. He stared blankly at King Ming's departing back. How did that guy hear it? The others also cast curious glances. Shishu, what's wrong? However, Beichin instead asked them, by the way, have any of you ever seen King Ming sweat? These words seemed rather strange to the others. That guy is a human too. Of course, he can, as he said that, he fell silent as well. It seemed that all of them had never seen that guy sweat before. Even during the sword grave training, Kungling was like a monster, so they had never noticed anything was amiss. But just now I clearly saw it. The hair on the back of that kid's head, it was all wet. A monster who could be evenly matched against a Wuding elder. Even if we had taken the Hunyuan pill, there's no way we could compare to him. Then there's only one explanation now. Everyone listen to me. However, at this time, Kung Ming had already walked far away. He was really tired. Using external force to push through meridians and acupoints was really not something just anyone could do. Controlling the force so that they wouldn't actually get hurt, and at the same time, having to inject his own inner force into their bodies. If it wasn't for the fact that he had also taken the Hunyuan pill, this kind of method, even King Ming wouldn't dare to try it so easily. Why am I torturing myself like this? As luck would have it, a gust of autumn wind blew at this moment, and a fallen leaf landed perfectly on King Ming's face, who was planning to take a rest. It was as if his sect leader brother was again nagging in his ear. He understood that even if he didn't put in this effort now, Beitian, they would still be able to completely absorb this ki in the future. But the key was in this future. Even if it is a mountaintop that everyone can climb, the people who climb it earlier and the people who climb it later will still be different. The longer the time, the more obvious the gap will be. Although, well, taking a step ahead always means a more difficult path. But for some reason, when I see these guys getting stronger every day, I can't help but want to teach them a bit more. I want them to get stronger faster. However, what I'm most gratified about is these guys' recklessness. Compared to the Kun generation back then, they are much stronger. So, sect leader brother, if I can nurture them, and then let them teach other fellow disciples, and pass it on like this, the entire Hoshin should really be able to become stronger, right? Thinking of this, Kungling didn't delay any further. In less than the time it took to brew tea, he had completed the adjustment of his inner self. Perhaps that day will come sooner than I expected. At that time they will no longer be my burden, but companions that I can entrust to future generations. Hey, those guys are really having it easy. Do they even know how hard I'm working right now? After a while, Kungling returned to the camp but was a bit confused. What are you guys doing? Aren't you going to rest? Unexpectedly, they seemed to be in excellent spirits. That Kingling, if you're tired, it's good to take a rest, you know. Don't tell me that's all the strength you have. Let me poke a hole in you. It will be much more comfortable to get some air through. Seeing this, Kung Ming finally let out a gentle sigh. It seems that you guys haven't been taught enough of a lesson. Then I'll do as you wish. Charge, kill him with one move, smash his head. However, at this time, Kung Ming's heart was bursting with joy. These guys are really so much to my liking. Sect leader brother, this kind of Hoshin is not bad either. and so the group traveled to Chengdu. The grandeur of 4 carriages and the haggard appearance of the 4 people, as they stepped off the carriages, made them look particularly eye-catching. However, after arriving in Sichuan, it seemed that the journey was only halfway done. When exactly will we arrive in Yunnan? However, Kung Ling looked like he was still eager to continue. If I could do it for 2 more days, it would be just about right. Don't look at me like that. Didn't you guys arrive here alive? However, before they could speak, the widow had already arrived beside them. It turned out that he planned to first go to the Galaxy Merchant Group branch here to tidy up. And as for information about Yunnan, they had already arranged for people to gather it. But to be honest, with the Galaxy Merchant Group's capabilities, it was really difficult to find a way to enter Yunnan. And thus, the Galaxy Merchant Group's intelligence network today, it's indeed impossible to reach that place in Yunnan. But if there is anything else you need, they can just say the word. After saying goodbye to the other party, Beichin also planned to have everyone go and scout things out first. You have to know that Sichuan is the Tang family's territory. There's also a Kunqing sect not far away. Even the Ime sect's disciples occasionally come and go in this area. So we must be cautious in our words and actions. Do you understand, Marshal Uncle? Don't worry, the senior brothers are all very obedient. So the group split up. Some went to the beggar clan, while others sought out merchants. Only King Ming took a rare stroll. Until lunchtime, they were all exhausted. It was obvious that they hadn't found anything out this morning. The beggars said that Yunnan is already impoverished, and even the beggars can't survive, let alone gather information. As for the merchants, they didn't seem willing to tell them the truth. After all, this matter has no profit for them, and the plum blossom pattern on us makes it difficult for them to not be wary of us. You have to know that the merchants here, in order to survive, have no choice but to follow the Tang family's lead. In that case, how could they possibly, openly, welcome outsiders from other sects? Zhai said, and then Ying Zhong remembered, this kid seems to be from Sichuan, right? And Xiaoji was born into a merchant family. If they went directly to Xiaoji's family to inquire, wouldn't it be less troublesome? I say, senior brother, even though we are all children abandoned by our families, you don't have to take care of our feelings and choose not to go back, right? Hearing this, Bei Qian could only laugh. I left my family on my own accord. And Xiaoji seemed to have a lot of concerns. After a long time, he finally agreed to take everyone back, and so they soon arrived in Chengdu. Looking at his family's fallen signboard, Kunming finally understood. So your family was hoping you would revitalize the family? That's why they chose to send you, the second young master, to Mount Hua. But Xiaoji's footsteps didn't stop because of this. It's not there. It's this way. What? This is the place where the emperor lives, right? Heavens, senior brother. You're actually from a wealthy family. This gate is even bigger than the mountain gate of Mount Hua, right? After confirming that this was Xiaoji's home, Kunming, when looking at him, seemed to see him emitting an aura of nobility. But that's not right. Senior brother Zhouji, your face, just by looking at it, you look like you came from the boonies. How could you be a treasure of a wealthy family? Even Yin Zhong, who was most familiar with him, was very surprised. I remember you told me before that your family was just a small merchant group. I've always believed that, though. It was obvious that Yin Zhong also felt that the fact that Xiaoji was a child of a wealthy family was too strange, and King Ming, with a thought, instead gave an explanation that seemed more reasonable to him. Isn't it said that there are often sons who are treated coldly as children of concubines, who leave because they can't stand the harsh treatment at home? Soon, the group's commotion attracted the attention of the merchant group. Walking out was an old man past the age of 60. What do you think my 4C's Chamber of Commerce is? Making a racket here. However, before he could finish his words, he suddenly realized that the second young master had actually returned. It really is the second young master. Heavens, how did you become so magnificent? Seeing this, Kunming was also very curious. Yingzhong's senior brother, do you have some kind of background you're hiding from everyone? Like you're actually from a family of dignitaries? But it was obvious that most of the people on Mount Hua were still orphans. After the shocking announcement, 2 people quickly ran out. It looked like these were Xiaoji's parents. Hey, life is just too unfair. Why do some people become stinky beggars after rebirth? Looking at the table full of delicacies, Kunming finally believed it. Xiaoji's family is really very rich. I don't know how you managed to persevere, living such a hard life on Mount Hua. Hey, what's there to that? Once you enter the sect, everyone is the same as a disciple. Does family background matter? But it was obvious that this statement hit the hearts of these 3 orphans and 1 runaway teenager. Seeing this, Beijing could only awkwardly mediate, maybe we just misunderstood him. Xiao Jie should have his own difficulties. However, he was met with a united front from the three of them. Look at how those rich kids are protecting each other. We should still stay away from them. It turned out that Xiao Ji had an agreement with his family. He was supposed to come back last year to help manage the family's business. But at that time he met King Ming. He didn't want and didn't plan to just come back like that. So his father thought that this time I had completely left Mount Hua and gone home. Now I have to explain it to him first. But King Ming didn't understand. With such a noble status, why did you insist on being with us? As for what status it is, senior brother Yanzong, think about it. The scale of their family, it wouldn't be inferior to the Galaxy Merchant Group. Based on that, senior brother Zhoujia is at least on equal footing with Xiao Tuanju Huangzongyi, on equal footing. In an instant, the atmosphere at the table seemed to change. Seeing this, Xiao Ji could only sigh. He planned to go find his family later, to inquire about ways to go to Yunnan. And so, he was greeted with a reprimand from his father. 5 years without coming home, and you only come back to inquire about news. You know what kind of place Yunnan is? The date you promised me back then has already passed by a year. Now you're back, but you're still not here to come home. Do you know what you're saying? You need to know that going home to inherit the family business is something you must do. It's the family precept. Everyone in the clan must do this. Don't tell me what you promised the sect leader. Isn't your promise to me also a promise? Originally I thought that sending you to a destitute sect like Huashan, you would be able to endure hardships and grow strong. But now you want to linger in Hoshan and not move forward? The Four Seas Trading Company is your home. You should dedicate yourself wholeheartedly to it. Isn't our Xiao family? Hearing this, Xiaoji fell silent. However, what was unexpected was that he still was asking his father to find a way to go to Yunnan. For him, this was something that as a man and a disciple of Huashan he had to do. So please, father, indulge me this once. Seeing this, the man sighed and stood up like a deflated balloon. I understand your determination, but as for entering Yunnan, I don't have a good method either. Father, this is not true. I saw that Chengdu has pure tea from Yunnan for sale, and our family's trading company also sells this product. To say you don't have a source of goods is absolutely impossible. Even the southern barbarians have guards posted, and yet you still have a way to ensure the supply of tea in the city. Right, so whether it's private transactions or something else, there must be merchants going back and forth between Yunnan and Chengdu, right? And we only need to go along with them. Even if we have to be porters, it's no problem. Before the man could speak, a voice of opposition had already come from behind. To insist on hiding your identity and sneaking into Yunnan, you're definitely going to do something dangerous there. Tell me, what parents in this world would try to put their children in a life-threatening situation? Seeing that it was his mother, Xiao Yingzong, he didn't continue to sit. He gently held his mother's hand, explaining, business trips for merchant groups are inherently dangerous. If I can't even do this, how can I become a successful merchant in the future? So, mother, I have to go. Hearing this, the woman turned her face away, her tone finally softening. Clearly you never intended to become a merchant. Seeing that his son was so stubborn, the man finally sighed. I'll decide after I've met those Hoshan disciples who want to go to Yunnan with you. I'll see if they're worthy of my trust. This is my biggest concession. Hearing this, Saiji also had a bit of a headache. Father, your assessment shouldn't be based on one person, right? Just like that. In the daytime, Zongxi brought several people to meet this Four Seas Trading Company's head. As soon as they met, the man was impressed by Beixian's demeanor. He was talented and courteous. He couldn't help but sigh in admiration at his extraordinary aura. I didn't expect that Huashan now gathers so many young talents. But speaking of which, where is that? Hearing this, Beixian quickly explained, you don't have to mind him. That child is always like that. Seeing this, the man didn't beat around the bush anymore. As Xiaoji's father, he was really troubled by him. And you must also be very clear about how dangerous that place is. The reason I'm treating you so well now is that I want to see first whether those who will take my child to such a dangerous place are truly worthy of my trust. In just an instant, Baiqian had already understood the situation between the head of the family and Saji, and no parents would be willing to let their children go to such a dangerous place. After a moment of silence, Baiqian raised his eyes and said solemnly, please rest assured, family head, we will not take Xiao Ji to Yunnan. The Tang clan is an inviolable and sacred heaven for people in the Sichuan region, and the Tang family's flesh and blood controls the entire Tang clan. making it the center of power. Here, all the signs of powerful families would be sent to the Tang clan to study martial arts. However, what these children can learn is only superficial. While the true secret techniques can only be practiced by the Tang family's bloodline, the purpose of this is to cut off the martial arts development of all the signs of powerful families, stripping them of the power to become martial artists, and to subtly make these children, while relying on the Tang family, develop a sense of belonging to the Tang family. However, Xiaoji refused and broke free from this control, and the Zhao family head also chose to support him. In order to not incur the wrath of the Tang family, he had no choice but to send his child to Hoshan. But what he did not expect was that the current Hoshan was like a dragon lurking in the deep, its rise so fast that it made the entire Central Plains take notice. But for the Four Seas Trading Company, the most dangerous were still the Huashan disciples. There were 5 extremely monstrous figures, and other than the Huashan Divine Dragon, the second-generation disciple Bai Tianliu Yaikshu, and the third-generation disciples Yinzhong and Zhao Ji, were also famous for their battle in the South Seas. They were very clear that this third-generation disciple Xiao Ji was from his Four Seas Trading Company in Chengdu. But at this moment, the Xiao family head still held on to hope. He couldn't believe that his child had already reached such heights. So, when Baichen was persuading Xiaoji to stay with the trading company, he didn't take these factors into consideration. "Uncle, I told you to sit down. I know you had a promise with the sect leader, but if the sect leader knew about this, do you think he would still force you to go to Yunnan? The sect is important, of course, but so is your family. Is it right to disobey your parents and do things they don't want you to? Is this your way?" Clearly, Xiaoji didn't know how to respond to that, but Qingling didn't think so. If uncle is only trying to enter Yunnan more easily, then forcefully abandoning Xiaoji, isn't that a bit too much, senior brother? If that's what we have to do, I'd rather have a bit more trouble. Even if it brings about conflicts between family and sect, from our standpoint, we shouldn't be making decisions for senior brother Xiaoji. Even if you're uncle, you shouldn't force him. Isn't that right? So senior brother, tell me, what do you want to do? Clearly, Xiaoji was still worried about how everyone would get to Yunnan, but this scene instead made Qingming excited. Seriously, stop worrying about those things. Think about it. Even without any help, I guarantee those Beast Palace people will get their heads smashed. So just do what you want to do. Hearing this, Xiaoji finally breathed a sigh of relief. That's strange. Now when I look at this kid, I feel inexplicably much more at ease. Just as he was about to share his thoughts, a hurried shout came from outside. "Master, the Tang family of Tangmen is breaking into the Four Seas Merchant Guild," and so the Xiao family had arrived in the front yard. He recognized the person immediately. It was Tang Zhan, the 5th young master of the Tang family of Sichuan. That such a figure would suddenly visit in the dead of night, he knew that nothing good would come of this. He thought, but on his face he still exchanged pleasantries. "A distinguished guest has arrived. I am sorry for not welcoming you properly." But Tang Zhan didn't seem to be planning to beat around the bush. He only had one purpose for coming here. It was to see the second young master of the Xiao family, Ji, who returned to Chengdu today. Years ago, Ji left Sichuan to join Hoshan. It was something that his Tang family hated most. This time he's back. If they didn't take the chance to suppress him properly, then other forces here might follow suit. That would not do. So this time I just want to see young Master Xia, who gave up the opportunity to enter my Tangmen to learn martial arts, and instead joined Hoshan, what skills he has learned after coming back. And I also heard that the rising star of the world, Huashan's divine dragon, has also come here. How could I not come and admire his grace? Hearing this, the Zhao family head was numb. If he wanted to live here, there was no way he could go against the Tang family. But the few people who came here, the elders of Xiaoji's sect, were also his guests at the Four Seas Merchant Guild. He absolutely could not push them into the Tang family's hands, and he knew too well how scary and ruthless these people from the Tang family were. That meant he couldn't do it even more. Thinking of this, he could only use an excuse. "I understand what you mean, but it's too late today. The guests are all asleep." But before he could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by Tang Zhan, who said sternly, "Are they sleeping so early? It seems the Huashan disciples are quite lazy." Seeing that Master Zhou still wanted to say something, a coldness crept into Tang Zhan's eyes. "Master Zhou, please take note, this is my Tang family's business." Hearing this, Xiaoji's father became deflated, but his conscience made it impossible for him to back down. After a moment of silence, Tang Zhan seemed to sense something. he said with a smile, pressuring Yu Ning like this was not my intention. I hope you won't hold it against me. But it seems that the disciples of Wuxian are truly cowards. They clearly heard my words, but they still choose to hide behind the Four Seas Merchant Guild. Hearing this, Master Zhao finally realized that a strange noise was suddenly coming from behind the door. The next second, the entire door flew out as if it had been hit by a cannon. It flew far away. Only at this moment did he have a sense of illusion that his own door seemed to have some quality issues. It was a 3-foot-thick solid wood door. Could a young person really kick it open with one kick? But Tang Zhan also seemed to be dumbfounded. Who are you? Breaking in to cause trouble in the middle of the night. Do you want to die? These little kids nowadays really have no manners. Before asking someone's name, shouldn't you introduce yourself first? Yinzhong was speechless. Kung Ming was acting like a drunkard here. He was truly worried that he would lose face for Hoshin. He kept apologizing, afraid that people would badmouth his Huashan sect behind his back. But when Tang Zhan heard the name Qingling, he suddenly realized, is he that Huashan divine dragon? I was rude earlier. I am from the Tang family of Sichuan. Tang Zhan. But Qingling, I don't care who you are. That's not right. The Tang family I know are at least a group of people who have received education. How interesting. Could it be that the Tang family I know is already dead, and now there's a different Tang family that established a new Tang? But before he could finish his sentence, Yinzhong was really anxious. He mustered his strength and slapped King Ming's full mouth, interrupting him. My apologies for my disciple's behavior. We were truly impolite. I am from Wush. Bei Qian. When he heard that it was Tang Zhan, the one who defeated Needle Thread's Hoa Jing sword, he breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, there was someone he could have a normal conversation with. I believe you all heard what happened just now. Young Master Xiao said that my Tang family had a long history, and that I am here unannounced today, just to see for myself what young Master Zhao has learned in Huashan. So please bring young Master Zhou out. Hearing this, Bei Qian finally understood. Although the Tang family was not of royal blood, their ways were just like emperors. It seemed that in Chengdu, the Tang family of Sichuan is indeed a family that has been in a superior position for a long time. If I refuse rashly, I'm afraid the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce will also be affected. Just as I was thinking, Xiaoji's voice came from behind. Master Uncle, let me go. Their purpose. I think I understand it clearly. Yu Beishan also seemed to have figured something out. He silently walked towards Tang Zhan. I'd like to hear how you plan to assess my grandnephew's martial arts. If it's a direct confrontation, do you plan to make the results public and let the entire Chengdu know? Right, this is the business of the Tang family of Sichuan. No one else should interfere. Hearing this, Beishan finally chuckled. Just based on you, since you have the guts to stand out and demand to examine the martial arts of the third-generation disciples of Mount Hua, then we also have to return the favor, right? Come on, let me see how strong you are first. You know, this is also the matter of our Mount Hua. No one else should interfere. Clearly, Beishan's words not only stated his position, but also distanced himself from the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce. Even King Ming, who was being dragged by Liu Yixu and Yingzong, felt that Beishan was becoming quite capable at this moment. Our Mount Hua is really becoming more and more impressive. Only Tang Zhan was feeling a headache now. Is the Mount Hua sect planning to go to war with the Tang family for the sake of one disciple? Don't worry, sir. Our Mount Hua protects its disciples. There's no need for extra thought, although this assumption is unlikely. If because of these events today, our sect suffers annihilation, no disciple will hold any resentment towards me. This is Mount Hua. Understand? Hearing this, Yinzhong and Liu Yixu immediately said, if that were really the case, they would still resent Master Uncle. But why does Master Uncle have to make a move? From the beginning, it has been Master Uncle who has been taking the lead. But isn't this senior brother Xiaoji's matter? I know Master Uncle is very ambitious in this regard, but you've already acted dashing enough just now. Now you should also leave the opportunity to senior brother Xiaoji, right? After all, it's rare for him to go home to see his parents. Isn't that right? Hearing Qingling say this, Beishan was still a bit worried. You have to know, the Tang family's martial arts are too dangerous. A slight carelessness can lead to death, and Xiaoji has so little practical experience. Facing the Tang family, wouldn't that be too dangerous? However, Qingling seemed to see through Beishan's thoughts. He asked back, is senior brother Xiaoji so weak in Master Uncle's eyes? Is he that weak? Don't worry, he will definitely not lose. At least he won't lose to those people. At this point, Beishan was also a bit surprised. Qingming actually had such trust in Xiaoji. Or perhaps I'm just overly concerned. However, Qingming's next sentence immediately became, after all, I trained him so hard. senior brother, isn't that right? But they all understood that this matter, if this guy were willing to stand out, he would definitely be able to solve it easily. But one day, we will all no longer be able to hide behind him, and I don't want to become his burden. Although I understand that I'm still not able to match him right now, at least I want to help him a little and walk with him. At least I have to have that kind of resolve, right? Losing or winning, the key to the issue is probably not here. This matter is originally my grievance with the Tang family, so it should be resolved by me. Thinking of this, a firm resolution had already appeared in Xiaoji's eyes. Master Uncle, I understand what you mean, but let me handle this matter. Don't worry, I am a disciple of Mount Hua. Looking at Xiaoji like this, Beishan also unconsciously curled up the corners of his mouth. He patted this junior, who was not much different in age than himself, on the shoulder. Go ahead. I believe in you. And just like that, Xiaoji finally faced this expert who was comparable to Wudang Zhengshuan. Tang Zhan was merely... His composure made Tang Zhan already somewhat annoyed. The deerskin gloves were Tang family's exclusive weapon. All of their concealed weapons and poison skills all relied on this pair of gloves. This scene really scared Xiao's family head, who was also the father. But before he could even make a sound to beg Tang Zhan for mercy, he heard Xiaoji shout, although this matter is about the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce, it is also about our Mount Hua, so please believe me. Group leader Zhou already understood. He was unable to stop this battle. The name Tang family of Sichuan was once a symbol of my fear and dread, and also an insurmountable barrier for me. From the moment I was born in Chengdu, they were like a heavenly decree above my head. But it's different now. If you want to ask what I learned from Mount Hua, there's just too much. It can't really be explained with words. So, let me tell you with the long sword in my hand. What's interesting is, before Tang Zhan made a move, his younger brother Tang Hao jumped out. In the martial arts world, his fifth brother was a rising star on par with Hua Zhenjian. If he were to make a move to deal with this junior, it would probably still be criticized if it was spread out. So fifth brother, don't worry, I will definitely not show mercy. Just like that, Tang Hao put on his deerskin gloves. Similarly, with his hands hidden in his sleeves, he faced Xiaoji. To him, Xiaoji's gaze was too confident. He had long been displeased in his heart, so while announcing his name, he attacked like lightning. Cattle hair needles, this was his most skilled hidden weapon. Nearly 100 fine needles, as thin as cattle hair, arrived in front of Zhou Ji in the blink of an eye. In the next second, a gust containing power and wind formless sword energy. Surprisingly, with one sword strike from Xiao Ji, all of the hidden weapons containing poison were knocked down. Tang Hao, who had originally planned to finish things in one move, was completely shocked this time. However, at this time, Xiaoji's eyes were like torches. His feet lightly turned, and instantly the 7 stars step took shape under his feet. His figure had now arrived in front of Tang Hao. The sword body slashed sideways, striking directly at Tang Hao's neck. With just one move, Tang Hao was sent flying by the immense force. This scene was unbelievable not just to the Zhao family head, but even to Tang Hao himself. Baiqin finally breathed a sigh of relief. When the dust settled, Tang Hao was already unconscious. Looking at Xiaoji, he also seemed somewhat astonished, but soon he grinned. The next one was obvious. Tang Zhan was completely overwhelmed. You have to know that Tang Hao was also the son of the family head. Although his strength was not the strongest, he wasn't someone that any Tom, Dick, or Harry could deal with. But this second young Master Zio did not use any unnecessary moves. In just one exchange, he had defeated him instantly. However, Xiao Ji did not pay any attention to his thoughts. The Tang family of Sichuan, he had originally thought he would be unable to escape from his entire life. But just now he had finally brought them down. However, before he could be happy for 2 seconds, that phrase, the next one, had been repeated by King Ming behind him with a remarkable imitation. The posture was as if the sword god had descended. The next one. Okay, the next one. I absolutely can't turn around right now. To hide his embarrassment, Xiao Jie asked, aren't you going to attack? I've given you enough time to think about it, right? Seeing that Tang He also wanted to rush up, Tang Zhen calmed down. His strength was comparable to Tang Hao's. Even if Tang Hao had been careless just now, if he were to lose this time, then it would really be an unforgivable loss. So Tang Zhen did not care whether it was dignified or not. He planned to personally meet this second young Master Xiao. But I'm different from them. You better be careful, family brat. Actually, he didn't need to say that. Sai also felt it very clearly. Tan's power had already caused his body to feel fear even before Lazi, according to how he understood it, was probably going to be fighting a true expert who had sparred with his martial uncle. Is it tension? No, it's excitement. How much stronger have I actually become now? The urge to confirm this question is making me excited. Even his body was subconsciously just thinking about this when he heard King Ming's anger from behind. Senior brother, have I not nagged enough to make your ears caroused? Why have you forgotten again? On the battlefield, the first to die are those who are too excited. Do you really want to die? You don't need to go through so much trouble. Just dunk your head in a basin and drown yourself. Why insist on dying at the hands of others? Hearing this, Xiaoji shook his head. He was indeed losing himself. He needed to calm down now. The essence of Mount Hua's martial arts lies in the delicate swordplay. As long as he could perfectly control his sword, he could unleash all of its power. So, what I need to do now is to constantly calm my mind, focus on the sword in my hand and the opponent before me. Really, I have to be reminded to remember what to do. At this moment, Beiqian also seemed to understand King Ling's intentions. The reason he had not chosen to stand up himself, but instead watch the events unfold with worry, was to allow Xiaoji to grow. If you were afraid of your child falling into the water and didn't allow them to go near the shore, then the child might never touch water for the rest of their life. Let go. Even if you're full of worries, you have to believe in them. This is the correct way to help them grow. I originally thought that in terms of leading my grandnephews forward, I was stronger than that kid. But now it seems I'm far from it. I need to believe in my grandnephews and the disciples of Mount Hua. At this moment, Tang Zhan also noticed the abnormality. Xiaoji's seemed to have reached a state of selflessness. Even he himself couldn't achieve that level right now. However, focus is only one aspect of martial arts. In the face of stronger power, it doesn't mean much. In just an instant, Tang Zhan's hidden weapon made Xiaoji's spine feel cold. His speed was so fast, there was no opportunity to defend against the attacks that followed one after another. Seeing the hidden weapon had already arrived before his eyes, Tang Zhan revealed a sinister smile. Xiaoji could only use his sword to deflect, just barely dodging the attack. He never thought that a simple flying knife technique, when infused with internal energy for throwing, could have such a high speed. And what's even scarier is that he seems to know how I will dodge. Even if the flying knives are not sharp, with that kind of speed and accuracy, if I were to be hit by one, I would probably be in mortal danger. He's so strong, he's indeed a master. But under that devil's training that we went through, in order for the plum blossoms to bloom, I have resolutely made the long sword in my hand a part of my body. So is my opponent strong? Am I in a dangerous situation? So what? The plum blossoms of Mount Hua, even in the midst of a storm, even in extreme cold and blizzards, will still bloom as usual. Come on, with my sweat, with my efforts, bloom western plum sword, plum blossom sword wall. Just like that, with the plum blossom petals falling, the hidden weapon techniques projected by Tang Zhan were like birds that had lost their life, all intercepted by Xiaoji. But before he could become happy, his eyes were already replaced with shock, because Tang Zhan in front of him, the move he was using at this moment, was precisely the Tang family's ultimate technique, the 11 flying knife technique. The speed of the flying knives was very, very slow. The strange thing was, it didn't fall to the ground. Seemingly docile, it carried a terrifying power. As if locking onto an enemy, it arrived as scheduled. Kid from the Xiao family, I've got you. Jace seemed to have no way to escape. He watched helplessly as the flying knives got closer to him, until his shoulder was torn by the wind pressure from the flying knives, leaving a shocking wound, before continuing straight forward. But what no one expected was that Xiaoji, who should have fallen, suddenly charged towards Tang Zhan with some plum blossom petals. At this moment he was like an undying god of war. The pain from the wound did not affect his next action in the slightest. Just like that, under Tang Zhan's shocked gaze, Xiaoji's sword pierced straight through his neck. Only at this moment did he realize, is this Mount Hua's plum blossom? And Xiaoji was panting heavily. That confident smile once again climbed onto his face. The next one is not right. I can't hold on anymore. But I won, right? At this point, Tang Zhan had lost his previous arrogance. He was defeated utterly, without even the slightest room to argue. However, the most surprised at this moment was the Xiao family head. He understood his own child very well. In terms of talent, he did indeed have some in swordsmanship, but he also knew very well that Xiaoji's talent in swordsmanship was just a bit better than his talent in business. But this son of my sister, who wasn't that outstanding, actually won, defeated that genius of the Tang family, Tang Zhan. Uncle. It's strange. Why do I suddenly feel so dizzy? The boy's neck was torn open, leaving a shocking scar. If it were half an inch deeper, he would be beyond saving. But the strange thing was, He now looked exceptionally happy. This kind of look even when he defeated Wuding disciples, or even when he obtained the Hunyuan immortal medicine, he had never shown. It turned out that Xiao Ji's plum blossom sword from just now had shattered not only his opponent, but also the fear of being controlled by the Tang family since birth. He thought that by overcoming this wall, he could gain even more. But did this kid understand at all that what makes the plum blossom bloom isn't just the event, but also the person? As for Tang Zhan, stop feeling so down, have a drink and feel better. Don't misunderstand, I have no intention of making fun of you. In this world, no one is invincible. Even if you've never lost to a child younger than you, most young heroes of your age would mostly think that as long as they keep growing, they can eventually catch up to those who are better than them. You even believe that one day, you can reach the top in the world. But most young heroes can't achieve this. But someone who has never experienced failure, do you think they can become stronger? It's the same with martial arts. If you never get injured, your body won't be able to develop resistance. But in the end, it depends on how you choose. Do you want to use this defeat as a stepping stone to make yourself stronger? Or are you going to hold on to your amazing pride and waste your time because of this injury? Tang Zhan was also intelligent. He quickly understood that he had gotten into a dead end. After taking a sip, it actually cleared his mind a bit. Tang Zhan, you don't have to be too discouraged. Soon the whole world will know that losing to my little brother is not a shameful thing. Seeing the Huashan divine dragon about to leave, Tang Zhan remembered that he still didn't know how strong King Ling was, who was even more famous than them. Hearing this, Kung Ling smiled. What I can tell you is that if your flying knives weren't 11, but 12, then even I would have to be careful. In short, strive harder if you succeed. Even if you still can't beat me in the future, then you should be able to become the #1 in the Tang family. Hearing this, Tang Zhan's jaw dropped. The 12 flying knife technique had been lost in the Tang family. Moreover, it was a top secret. How could the Huashan divine dragon know it? How did he know about it? However, at this moment, Kunming already had plans to see him off. Tang Zhan had no choice but to return to the city. The night was quiet and peaceful. The entire Sahai Chamber of Commerce seemed as if it had just experienced a storm. Everyone's faces seemed to have a bit more confidence. As for the things that would happen later, from Tang Zhan, they hadn't been able to find out any useful information. Before leaving, he just said that he would report his defeat at the time. They weren't sure during the day if Tang Zhan would hold a grudge against them, but his intentions couldn't represent the Tang family. So in the end, how would things turn out? However, Kunming at this moment no longer cared about these things, revisiting old places, but the old friends were no longer there. Kunming was thinking when he seemed to hear that voice again. Taoist brother, I'm saying Taoist brother, how many times have I said it? Leave my share for me. When it comes to stabbing those bastards in the demonic sect in the back, who can compare to me? Hey, I've grown up so much. It's still my first time seeing someone like you, brother. A Taoist priest who doesn't speak with his mouth but with his sword. Taoist brother Tang family, as well as my uncles and nephews, that bunch of shrews, I'm sorry I failed to fulfill your last wish. In the end, I couldn't protect the Tang family. But your special skill has been passed down. Although now he can only reach the level of 11 blades, I believe that one day, in the hands of your descendants, those beautiful 12 willow leaf flying knives will be wielded. Of course, I will still prioritize the interests of Hoshan, but you can rest assured, even if the Tang family causes trouble, as long as it's not a big deal, I will spare them once. This is all because of you. Come on, it's been a while since we drank together. And so, Kunming had a rare drunken night. Until the next morning, when Zhao Huzhu invited the Mount Hua disciples to have breakfast together, they discovered that this guy had actually finished a table's worth of wine by himself. To be indulging in drinking like this, Lu Shigu wouldn't tolerate it. Neglecting one's duties by getting drunk, what kind of behavior is this? It's truly outrageous. After a moment, Kunming's hands seemed to be ignited, and thick aromas of alcohol were wafting out. Oh my, what a waste of my wine. If it were before, I would never have forced out this alcohol vapor. If it's uncomfortable, then it's uncomfortable. Forget it, let's go quickly. Wait, Kunming, clean up that mess first. After a while, they finally arrived at the front hall. At this moment, Xiaoji's face looked very strange. He was trying to control his expression, but he seemed unable to do so. Was he really that happy? That's right, defeating the Tang family in Sichuan must have been very meaningful for Xiaoji. And at this moment, Zhao Huzhu spoke first. His attitude was like a completely different person from yesterday. He not only generously admitted That his Four Seas Commerce Association over the years had close ties with Yunnan, and he was willing to help them by traveling with the Four Seas Commerce Association caravan. He even said that because he watched yesterday's martial arts competition, he could confidently let Xiao Ji go with them. Hearing this, Beiyin was already shocked by the sudden surprise. He quickly got up to thank Xiao Jiazhu. However, it wasn't over yet. Xiao Chu continued to say that a caravan was about to leave for their destination this afternoon. After everyone finished breakfast, they could pack up and set off immediately. Did everyone hear that? After eating, we will immediately pack our luggage and prepare to depart. Being able to be this smooth, Zi was also very happy. Everyone had the feeling of turning a corner from bad luck to good. But before Beichen could be happy for long, King Ming's words, "I don't want to go to Yunnan," suddenly popped into his mind. "What did you just say?" "I said I don't want to. I'm not going to Yunnan." Looking at this guy's face, which looked as if he was having a fit, Beichen was also speechless. "Gods and Buddhas, you just stay here then. Let's go." But before Beichen could finish ranting, Liu Yixu also seemed to have realized something. The Tang family wouldn't just let this go, right? Beichen actually also understood this point. That was why she wanted to leave earlier. But Liu Yixu didn't think that this matter would just pass. Because they left, if the Tang family came to the Four Seas Commerce Association, then hearing this, Beichen seemed to understand too why Kingling was inexplicably acting up. He had just overlooked that point. Looking at Xiao Jiazhu again, he then reacted. The other party was planning to bear the Tang sect's wrath alone. "Xiao Jiazhu, I really don't want to meddle. But this matter was caused by us. Even if we have to leave, we will have to wait until things have settled before we do. Clearly, it was the uncle who caused the trouble first. Why is it our fault?" However, the reality didn't seem to be what they expected. After Tang Zhang returned to the Tang family, he did indeed truthfully tell the family head the news of his defeat. He also, that as a member of the Tang family's direct line, he would be considered a disgrace by the Tang family if he lost to a Xiao family's second son, and it would bring a lot of trouble to the Tang family. It would cause major problems for the entire Tang family. Those who secretly dislike his Tang family would definitely take this opportunity to make trouble. But although Tang Zhang understood, he was powerless to change anything. That look of his willing to accept punishment made Xiao Jiazhu momentarily angry. But hearing this, the head of the Tang family suddenly interrupted him. "It seems that you are very clear about the magnitude of your mistake, but I want to know why your expression is so cheerful." Tang Zhang was very sincere when facing the family head. He believed that he had gained a lot from this trip. He understood the vastness of the world. Therefore, he had to work harder to surpass them. And because of this, he was not afraid of the punishment before him. Moreover, Hua Zhengjin Baiyan was clearly stronger than Zhou Ji. This could be seen from Xiao Ji's attitude. "But I don't know about the Huashan Divine Dragon. I can't tell whether he is strong or weak. My realm can't see through him." Looking at Tang Zhan like this, Tang Kunyu was also a little surprised. He knew this child had an extremely strong desire to win. Just with a belief to become stronger, he had never once tried to avoid Tang Ji's extremely harsh training. Among all the children in the clan, he was the only one who had achieved this. However, even so, letting him describe the Huashan Divine Dragon was more difficult for him than losing to others. "As you said, that person's strength didn't seem outstanding, but you are most concerned about him. Why is that? Besides Minghao, what else do you think is special about him?" Family head, he knows the secret that the Tang family has hidden, the matter of the 12th flying knife. What? It was clear that even as the head of the Tang family, Tang Kunyu could no longer sit still upon hearing this news. The Tang family has many special techniques, but this one alone, even the Tang family has nearly lost. The current Tang family, only through reading the history of the clan, could deduce the 12th throwing knife. "Tang Zhan, tell me in detail the situation of your duel. Don't forget anything. Understand, that's it." The more Tang Kunyu listened, the more frightened he became. If that person could discover this just by seeing the dark burst pen, then that means Huashan Shenlong's understanding of martial arts is even deeper than mine. The word genius grew crazily in his heart. "Prepare yourselves. We're going to the Four Seas Commerce Association." At the same time, finding that he couldn't persuade Kingling and the others to leave, Guildmaster Zhou was also anxious. You must know, although Tang Zhan is formidable in the whole Tang family, he can only be considered a child. This matter, no matter who stays, would only be a futile death. It's too late. It seems they've already arrived. Outside Yubai Hall, the old servant's urgent call came. "Family Tang, the Tang family head has personally come to the door." This news was like a bolt from the blue. Apart from fear in Guildmaster Zhao's heart, there was also a deep sense of despair, precisely because he was smart. In an instant, he understood the ending the Four Seas Commerce Association would face next. With a thud, he sat on the ground, and the whole person seemed to have aged 10 years, and the Tang family head didn't seem to choose to come in directly. It seems they might have left them some room for negotiation. With these thoughts, Guildmaster Zhao calmed his mind. Xiaoji, promise your father, from now on, no matter what happens, you are not allowed to come out. Did you hear me? The same goes for all of you. Absolutely do not come out. He was very clear that if he wanted to quell the Tang family's anger today, he would probably have to end it here. But even so, he even had some expectations. Perhaps this would be the best outcome. With the Tang family head status, it was impossible for him to come alone. Right now, the entire Four Seas Commerce Association was likely completely surrounded by his guards. This place was probably already a tiger's den, and behind this door was a monster that creatures like tigers could not compare to. The door opened with a creak. Guildmaster Zhou had already lowered his head respectfully. He knew that the one always revered, the Poison King that people dared not look at directly, was here. Little Rang greets the Tang family head. Your presence honors my humble abode. Guildmaster Zhou spoke with reverence, but Tang Kunyu had no intention of being polite with him. While asking him to lead the way, his eyes seemed to have never seen such a person. Actually, I know in my heart that things have come to this point, and I am powerless. But the most important thing right now is not how I should respond, but why he would choose to come in person. Let's try to delay as much as possible. Guildmaster Zhou are those Hushan kids inside. In an instant, he understood the other party's purpose. The Tang family's actions were actually for the Wushan disciples. But in front of this man, lying was meaningless, and he himself had no excuse to use. In just a few seconds, Guildmaster Zhou's mind was filled with 1,000 thoughts. Even he himself hadn't realized that the clothes hidden beneath his luxurious silk robe had already been completely soaked in sweat. Guildmaster Zhao, I want to meet them. That shouldn't be too difficult, right? Oh, by the way, congratulations. I heard that your second son has achieved great things and made my Xander lose a lot of face. Speaking of defeat, is there any room for explanation? After receiving Tang Zhang's affirmative response, Tang Kunyu turned his head. If your son's talent can shine in my Tang family, that would be even better. Even if not, now that he can find a place to use his abilities, it's still a fortunate thing. But people are always foolish. When they see those talented people succeed, they will think they can succeed as well. Guildmaster Xiao, what do you think of these kinds of people? Tang family head, please rest assured. Most people can still recognize their own position. After all, those who are wishful thinking are still a minority. Is that so? Then what about you? Guildmaster Xiao, what is your wishful thinking? At this point, Tang Kunyu had already put the Tang family's matter completely on Guildmaster Xiao. In order to make him recognize his own position, it was also giving Xiao's family a final chance. But he didn't expect that when he asked again to see the Huashan disciples, this Guildmaster Zhao would remain bowed for a long time without responding, thinking of his own child who never let him rest easy. At this time, the man had completely gone all out. Tang family head, those Huashan disciples are guests of my Four Seas Commerce Association. Moreover, my son is among them, whether as the head of the Four Seas Commerce Association or as a father. I cannot hand over guests for no reason. Even if the Four Seas Commerce Association is to be destroyed, if you must punish someone, then use my life to end everything. I believe that harming the innocent would not be the Tang family's way. Right, Tang family head, I was wrong. This matter seems to have affected the Four Seas Commerce Association's ability to judge. You were immersed in a beautiful dream and even forgot my Tang family's way of doing things. It seems I need to personally tell you what my Tang family is really like. In you by Tang Kunyu had already bared his fangs. This scene made Guildmaster Xiao feel cold all over. He didn't know what extent Tang Kunyu wanted to go to, but subconsciously told him, right now, immediately, everyone present has to escape quickly. That's the Poison King. Staying even one more second would make it impossible to survive. However, just as he was about to act, he suddenly noticed a trace of abnormality. He raised his eyes and looked, and heard a voice. Hey, uncle, your temper is really strange. Seeing this scene, Tang Kunyu hadn't said anything yet, and guild leader Zhao was even more anxious. But King Ming didn't let him finish. Patriarch Zhou, can't you see it? That uncle came here on purpose to say these things to me. To integrate into this Four Seas Chamber of Commerce, all his killing intent is directed at me. Do you understand? It's obvious. The kid in front of them was indeed the divine dragon of Huoshan. Tang Kunyu was also surprised, but it didn't matter. He wanted to see what kind of person King Ming really was. Stepping out, the ground beneath his feet cracked, but just at this moment, Baichen rushed out with the Hoshin disciples. They also knew this was very stupid, but there was no other way. King Ming was acting like this, and as his uncle, he couldn't stand by and watch. He didn't believe that the world-renowned Poison King was someone King Ming could provoke. Even if the sect leader were here, he would probably have to treat the Tang family head with courtesy, right? Regardless of anything else, just standing in front of him, Bai Tian was already having trouble breathing. Is this the pressure of an unparalleled expert? I, being negligent, have offended you just now. I apologize on his behalf. If you must impose punishment, then please punish this junior. At this point, King Ming was also speechless. He pushed Bai Tian aside and said, Uncle, get out of the way. That uncle never even looked at you. From beginning to end, he's been coming for me. Watch carefully. This person is quite the character. Hearing this, Baichen also found it a bit unbelievable. From King Ming's words, he could sense a bit of tension. This was a look he had never seen on this little devil before. But it seemed he was mistaken. King Ming wasn't polite at all. With this whole array of yours, there must be something you want to say, right? You shouldn't have said that. Tang Kunyu actually had a question. In your opinion, can someone be so presumptuous in front of me and still be alive? Of course there is. If there wasn't before, then I can be the first one, right? The Tang family head at this time was already shocked by King Ming several times in his heart. Starting from just now, he had been releasing killing intent towards him. All the juniors of the Tang family, when faced with this kind of pressure from him, would at least faint from fear. But King Ming seemed very familiar with this killing intent, even looking completely at ease. Just from the outside, he shouldn't be strong. But how could his demeanor be what it seems on the outside? Either he was ordinary and unremarkable, or this person was unfathomable. So you want to try? You think I won't take your life, right? You should know that the plum blossoms of Hoshen cannot protect you. King Ming was also actually clear that facing the current Tang family, Hoshen was utterly useless. And I remember he told me what kind of family the Tang family was. No feelings whatsoever. Everything was based only on the interests of the family. Even that guy back then, if the family judged him to be harmful, they would have taken his life without hesitation. Although perhaps the Tang family didn't have the ability, that guy was the king of hidden weapons back then. Patriarch Tang, what I believe is that the Tang family will do anything for the benefit of the family. You would do anything even by unscrupulous means. If that's the case, then you would never take my life, because I will become the #1 in the world, and I will also make Hoshin the #1 sect in the world. If you take my life now, it would just be removing a future enemy, but if you ally with me, then in the future, you will be the friend of the #1 in the world, which is more beneficial. Isn't it obvious? Hearing this, Tang Kunyu was already half convinced. The true intent behind his visit, the young man in front of him, had actually seen through completely. Where did a person like this suddenly come from? You are very smart, too smart in fact. According to you, if you become the #1 in the world in the future, then the Tang family will be your friend. A friend naturally would go through thick and thin, sharing joys and sorrows, but you have to prove to me that you will become the #1 in the world in the future, that this is not just empty words. Only then will there be a next step. But if you cannot prove it, then you are just playing with the Tang family. Your life will be left here. When the time comes, no matter how strong you are, my Tang family will do everything to eliminate you here. If it's okay, big brother, I'll tell you a secret. The world thinks I only use 11 throwing knives, but actually I'm hiding a 12th one. Hey, you're not talking about that move I smashed last time, right? Oh my, how could you say that? It hurts my pride too much. I say, this madman, how did he just tell me the family's secret? Like he's just sharing village gossip. Oh my, so this person isn't here to silence us, right? Am I really gonna die? I just told them not to blink from now on, and to watch carefully. Now they must all think I'm guaranteed to win. That guy, but before I was even born, he was already a world-renowned master. That Tang family head, regarding the 12th blade, I was just making a rough guess. I didn't expect to actually get it right. Seeing this, Bai Chan's heart was already uneasy. He really didn't dare let King Ming and this Poison King fight, but he was about to step in when Liu Yikshu stopped him. King Ming's ultimate goal is to make Mount Hua the best in the world. Think about it, if he were going to lose, he would do everything he could to escape. In order to achieve that goal, he can endure humiliation. So given his personality, if he didn't have a chance of winning, he wouldn't care about face. He would have turned and ran long ago. Since he volunteered to step forward, we should believe him, right? Hearing this, Beiqian could only hope that the heavens would bless them, that this trust won't be misplaced. Otherwise, it would be a futile attempt to fight an unwinnable battle. So, you knowing the Tang family's hidden skill was just a guess. Is that right? But that guess is very important. If you want to prove what you said, it's actually very simple. If you can withstand 10 moves from me, then I'll acknowledge that you are indeed the number one among the younger generation. Hey, are you really trying to kill someone? 10 moves? You're asking a junior to take 10 moves from you? That's way too outrageous, isn't it? Someone who can do that couldn't possibly just be a rising star. After a moment, Kung Ming could only grit his teeth. Okay, but don't forget our agreement. I'm going to turn over the Tang family's entire foundation. No problem, as long as you can do it. I heard you've broken my son's flying knife technique. In the long history of the Tang family, there was one person who brought the flying knife technique to perfection, and this is the treasure he used, the soul-chasing brush. Seeing this, even King Ming was stunned. So, I'm back in the Tang family again. How honored I am. You call this an honor? My Bing threw a dagger with a speed that was almost impossible to follow. It whistled past King Ming's cheek. The word honor doesn't really fit, does it? After all, dying like this can hardly be considered honorable. One move. The Tang family head's attack just now counts as one move. Now there are 9 moves left. Hearing this, the Tang family head actually laughed in anger. To him, 9 moves to kill an arrogant little brat was more than enough. But at this moment, Qing Ming was no longer as casual as before. You will definitely regret wasting that move. I will show you why that move is your downfall. With this sword in my hand, Qing Ling's aura suddenly became incredibly sharp. Seeing this, even Tang Kuan-yu was a little disbelieving. The youth's sword's edge made a certain long-forgotten emotion surge up in his heart. What is this feeling? That's right, it's fear. Thinking of this, he fell silent. I, the Poison King, would actually feel fear from a child younger than my own son. Ha. Great, I won't hold back. Not from the beginning did I have any intention of holding back. After all, if he can't block my flying knife, then it can only show that he's nothing special. And someone like that, it doesn't matter if he dies. Soon, Tang Kuan-yu took the lead in launching an attack. The dark dart was like a speck of dust in the air. But the difference was that the aura coming from it distorted the surrounding air in all directions. In reality, the speed of the dagger had already turned into a streak of light, heading straight for Kingling. To everyone's surprise, just as it was about to enter Kingling's body, the long sword in the young man's hand intercepted it precisely. In the blink of an eye, the usually invincible dark dart had its original trajectory changed by him. With a loud bang, the pavilion 300 meters away behind them collapsed. This scene looked simple, but only the Tang family head understood. He had poured extremely strong internal force into that dart. Logically, if King Ling had rashly drawn his sword or blocked it, the sword would have broken because of it, and his soul-chasing brush would have pierced through King Ling's neck. But looking at this young man, it seemed like he hadn't used much strength at all. And yet he changed the direction of the soul-chasing brush. I'm afraid no one here understands how hard that is to do. It seems I underestimated you. If that's the case, from now on, I will use my full strength. You need to be careful. Looking at his opponent, who was creating vortices in the surrounding air just with his aura, Kunling was also extremely solemn. He knew that the weakness of the flying knife technique is that once the knife is launched, it's hard to retrieve. The key now is not whether Tang Kunyu intends to kill me, because even if he doesn't mean to take my life, with just a small accident, I could be instantly killed. This time, the flying knives are coming from multiple directions towards me, and the speed is cleverly designed to be different, but the timing of their arrival in my body is the same. This is really troublesome. There are no blind spots. This is mustard seed. It's obvious. This attack also didn't have any effect on King Ming. Then, let's try this 5 Thunders chain. This time, the soul-chasing brush was once again imbued with extremely strong internal force. Kung Ming didn't dare to be careless either. His plum blossom arm movements unfolded in succession, but an uncontrollable stinging pain came from his wrist. He barely managed to block 4 of the hidden weapons aimed at King Ming, but in the shadow of the last flying knife, he discovered the most fatal 6th one. At this moment, he understood that it was too late to activate the plum blossom sword vision. Unable to stop it, he had no choice but to jump away to avoid it. However, he also knew that this was not a wise move, because the Tang family head's throwing knives were undoubtedly imbued with powerful internal energy. Even if the knife blade didn't touch King Ming, it would still leave hideous wounds on his body. Seeing that the young man even dodged this hidden, lightning-fast strike, Tang Kunyu had actually already acknowledged his strength in his heart. This kind of strength could no longer be described as a rising star. In the entire martial world, he was considered an elite among elites. However, he, thinking of Kingling, took the initiative to speak. There are still 6 moves left. Hearing this, the Tang family head fell silent. He slowly recalled the soul-chasing brush that he had just thrown out. For the first time, he felt hesitant in his heart. If it was to prove that he was indeed the best among the younger generation, then that goal had already been achieved. Perhaps in a short time, he would surpass the top swordsman of Mount Hua and become the best in the world. But my mood is so strange. I really want to explore where this guy's limits truly lie. What is hidden behind such an unfathomable monster? What is ultimately hidden behind it? Even if the final result is that this number one among the younger generation dies at my hands, I won't hesitate. Looking at the attacks, even more ferocious than before, Kingling's eyes became even more determined. In the next second, under everyone's horrified gaze, Kingling actually charged towards the direction the knives were being thrown from. He charged forward. He understood that using brute force wasn't a smart approach, but he knew even better that if this continued, he would be too passive. The opponent wasn't some small fry, allowing himself to be toyed with, and this was not in Kingming's character. Although the pain from his wrist told him that after this fight, it would probably be broken, as long as he could hold on, he couldn't consider anything else. At this moment, Kunming, all his mental energy, had been transformed into 3 words, 5th move. However, seeing this scene, the Tang family head seemed to understand what was going on. He was very happy, and even more wanted to know whether this young man, Kingling, could break through his soul-reaping 7 stars, whether he had the ability to break through them one by one. In just an instant, Kingling's scalp was already tingling. There were too many throwing knives, and there was no way he could knock them all down. But if he retreated, he would become extremely passive again. The final result would still be death on the spot. But you know, this move is Tang Bu's special skill, and I'm already tired of seeing it. With Kingling's current movement, under this move, he should have stopped here, but Tang Kunyu was shocked to discover that this young man had perfectly dodged all the flying knives. In an instant, he immediately recalled the knives. This move was identical to the flying knife technique Tang Zhan had used previously, but the speed and power were far beyond what Tang Zhan could achieve. Seeing that there was no way to retreat, Kingling simply gritted his teeth. The plum blossom rain in his hands shot out with a speed that had never been seen before. Although he did indeed, in this rapidly changing exchange, once again receive the Tang family head's attack, Kingling also suffered a backlash because he had been too hasty in using the sword technique. He suffered a backlash. However, before the young man could land, a dark glimmer in the dust had already locked him down. A rapidly approaching dagger. Thankfully, Kunming had anticipated it. After all, this kind of move wouldn't work on him twice. However, as he deflected the throwing knife, he realized that it was actually another hidden throwing knife. Instantly, everyone, whether it was Baichen Xiaoji or Liu Yixu, almost had their hearts in their throats, because they clearly saw the dagger shoot into Kingming's face. Zai went crazy, roaring angrily. He didn't care about anything else. He had only one thought in his mind: to avenge Kingling. However, very quickly, he was stopped by Bei Qian. "Let go of me, I'm gonna kill him." Calm down, that old thingy Kingling is. Kingling isn't dead." Hearing this, Xiao Jie looked over from afar, but at this moment, he couldn't believe what he was seeing. On Kingling's face, a cold, dark light flickered. He actually used his teeth to catch Tang Kunyu's flying knife. That was close. I almost died. This scene not only shocked Xiao Jie, but even the head of the Tang family was somewhat stunned at this moment. Just now, he had clearly calculated Kingming's weak points. Normally, it was inevitable that he would die immediately, but this guy, in a split second, made such a reaction. Unbelievable. Those 2 words were uttered by this peerless master. Kingming, this admirable martial art, along with such incredible adaptability, and that strange seasoned style, the word genius is simply not enough to describe how amazing this kid is. Tang family head, 8 moves have passed. There are 2 moves left. Hearing this, Tang Kunyu stopped hiding his abilities. If you can even withstand this move, then you will have won. Saying this, the dark burst brush in his hand instantly gathered an extremely terrifying internal power. The wind was seemingly slow like Tang Zhan's. It was also full of power, and nowhere to dodge. Naturally, Kingling wouldn't compare this move with Tang Zhan's. He knew that at such close range, there was no strategy to respond. But at this moment, Tang Kunyu spoke to remind him, "This one is different from what you saw before." As soon as the voice fell, the dagger, which was originally beside the Tang family head, slowly advancing, was already close to Kingling in the blink of an eye, less than 10 feet away. Can't block it. These 3 words madly grew in Kingling's mind. He knew that even if he dodged now, he would inevitably be caught in the vortex. He had a feeling that if he continued to ponder a strategy, he would only walk down a dead end. So Kingling simply gave up on trying to be clever and placed everything in his hands. Longsword my sword, carrying everything of Hoshan, knows Hoshan. Hoshan is no sword. The lushly growing plum branches, no matter how fierce the trials they face, will not be broken. The final plum blossoms bloom. After 100 years of wind and frost, they will bloom again on my sword edge. The 24 moves of the plum blossom sword play. Plum blossoms are hard to avoid. Instantly Kunming, like Mount Hua itself, released countless plum blossom branches, accompanied by blooming plum blossoms, all sweeping towards the flying knife. And this was the strongest sword that King Ming could currently unleash. Its profoundness, even Tang Kunyu couldn't help but widen his eyes at this moment. But his full-powered attack, how could the current Kingling block it with sword skills? Seeing this, Kingling simply hardened his heart. If one sword can't block it, then I'll swing dozens more. If dozens of swords don't work, then I'll swing hundreds more. My Hoshan's plum blossoms will bloom again in the endless cycle of day and night, in the passing of the years. Again, life unending, endless reincarnation. And so, Plum Blossom's wall was continuously swung in King Ming's hands. He didn't know how much backlash he would face, but he could clearly feel that the Tang family head's knife's momentum was dissipating and fading at a visible rate. Great, I finally blocked it. But before King Ming's thoughts could even form, he was surprised to discover another dagger with the exact same momentum as before, with the exact same trajectory, was being projected back without the slightest error. It's different from what you saw before. The hilt of the dagger that came later instantly connected with the previous one. Instantly, the previously seemingly powerless flying knife actually suddenly erupted with even more powerful force. Kingling felt all of this most clearly. To say that he wasn't afraid was impossible. But if he lost his composure like this, then he wouldn't be Kingling. The 10th move, is he trying to meet it head-on? Damn it, how is that possible? He'll die doing that. Too late, I can't dodge it. Kunming, is this your judgment? If that's what you're thinking, Baiqin couldn't help but grip the hilt of his sword. He thought, then, I believe in you. Show me, let me see. Just what is the sword of Hoshan? At this moment, Kingling had already raised his sword, forcefully cleaving 7 sword strikes. The plum blossom leopard roared almost endlessly, making people's eardrums ache. Accompanied by the intense tremors that came, Kingling was no longer able to use his sword to protect his longsword. Fine cracks quickly covered his sword's blade. Kingling knew, but he couldn't lose. At least now, he absolutely couldn't. Luckily, he had succeeded in changing the dark burst dagger's projection direction. But the terrifying thing was that the dagger along the tall wall actually showed no sign of weakening. Seeing this, Kingling understood. But the backlash that followed made him cough up mouthfuls of blood. Damn it, I'm also nearing my limit now. But it wasn't over yet. This move, the enhanced indoor revolving dagger, was aimed at the unsuspecting opponent's rear. Countless experts had died from this move. But luckily, I'm also very familiar with this move. Come on, just like this. Kingling held his sword horizontally in front of his chest. He chose to use his last bit of inner force to meet this knife's attack. At this moment, he had long since disregarded the pain from the vortex tearing at his hands. Borrowing this powerful force of impact, he once again made a choice that was unbelievable to everyone. My victory is absolutely not in the rear. In an instant, Kingling suddenly appeared in front of the Tang family head, using his power to amplify Kingling's movement technique. At this moment, even the Tang family head seemed to have a brief moment of confusion. It ended there. The Tang family members finally reacted, but the sword light had already expanded infinitely in Tang Kunyu's eyes. Blood had already splattered. When the pain enveloped the man's body, he finally realized that he had already been injured by Kingling's sword. 10 moves, hey, you liar! However, before Kingling could finish his words, his body had already completely softened. He fainted, until the youth fell to the ground with a thud. The Tang family head didn't quite understand just what had happened to the other party. But soon, he then saw the dagger plunged in Kingling's abdomen. It was obvious that this was not the hidden weapon pen from before. Instantly, anger and rage completely filled the man's body. You bastard! You who don't even understand what reputation means, you dare to interfere with my victory. However, he still wanted to argue that he was all for the sake of the family head. But the next second, Tang Kunyu unceremoniously blasted him away with a palm strike. At this moment, the Huashan disciples could no longer restrain themselves. They all rushed towards Kinming, but at this point he was already unconscious. He had lost consciousness. Taoist brother, what's wrong with me? The smell of blood wafting in his nose, and that chilling killing intent that makes his skin tingle, it feels so unfamiliar. Taoist brother, what are you doing? How could you suddenly lose focus in a fight? It's not like you at all. I don't know either. Maybe I'm a little tired. That's right, after all, we've been fighting for 3 days straight. It looks like you're really tired, big brother. You've even become more quiet. Do you want me to give you a pill? Forget it, I don't trust anything you give me. Why are you like that? If others heard that it was a secret Tang family pill, they'd probably swallow it without blinking. Don't you trust the Tang family? Don't talk nonsense, of course I trust the Tang family. It's just that I don't trust you. Here we go again, you're making me sad. I've already said, that last time with the poison, it was a mistake. Teche, your mouth just says it was a mistake. I really want to slap you. But speaking of which, now that we've annihilated the demon cult special forces, the tide of the war should be turning in our favor, right? It should, after all, we've paid so much. How many times have I told you, if you don't treat your wounds, they'll become troublesome. Although they'll still heal eventually, they'll heal faster this way. Hey, what are you doing tearing my clothes? They're expensive. It's all stuck on my clothes now. You're weird. You say you hate the Tang family, but you use their stuff without any hesitation. Well, that's a different matter. I didn't understand before. I didn't understand why the Tang family was so self-righteous, but now I seem to understand. Ultimately, without power, everything is just empty talk. If the Tang family could be a little stronger, wouldn't we not have been forced to flee from Sichuan to such a faraway place, and my clansmen wouldn't have suffered such heavy casualties, right? Taoist brother, I've been thinking lately, if I had listened to those people in the family back then, and not interfered with their decisions all the time, would the Tang family be a little stronger than it is now? If that were the case, maybe one more person could have lived. To update videos for everyone faster, I specially bought a new computer. Editing is much faster now. My old Apple computer, I put it on Juan for recycling and got 4,300 yuan. My old laptops, phones, cameras, and other stuff that I've replaced, I would ask a Juan engineer to come over for a free on-site valuation. If I'm satisfied with the price, they'll pay me on the spot. It's very reliable. Always listen to me. For second-hand recycling, choose the Juan app, and you can't go wrong. Don't say those useless things. If that was the case, the Tang family then might have been annihilated as a whole by directly confronting the demon cult. Hearing this, Tangbu also fell silent. So I'm thinking that after this battle is over, I'll go help that kid, the family head. After all, I've held the title of Supreme Elder for so long, but I haven't properly helped them. Before, I was only focused on causing trouble. How a big brother is talking about himself, right? Oh my, the weather is so nice today. Causing trouble, well, he's not entirely wrong. After all, my contribution to the sect is only the title of the Plum Blossom Sword Master. All along, I've been living recklessly. I haven't properly taught my disciples, nor have I mentored the younger generation. Maybe after this war is over, everything will be different. Taoist brother, promise me something, okay? I mean, if I die in this war, I hope you can look after the Tang family for me, okay? What nonsense are you talking about? Big brother, don't worry. Although I am the Shadow Venerable, compared to my big brother, my chances of surviving are much higher. Just treat this as the last words of your younger brother. Please take care of the Tang family's children, okay? If you dare say such nonsense again, then get the hell out of here. I really want to give you a sword slash. Oh, Taoist brother, don't be like that. How about I give you 1,000 poison pill, okay? Oh, don't hit me. It's not a difficult task for you anyway. You damn brat, if you want to strengthen the Tang family, then do it yourself. No matter what, you have to survive with me. You're about to die, and you're still thinking about what happens after death. Well, although what you're saying is right, but the Taoist brother is detached from the world, so you wouldn't understand my feelings, right? Even if there will still be others who will live on, right? In this world, There is such a thing, like an attachment that will never disappear. Alright, don't push your problems onto others. Do your own things yourself. However, I will definitely end this war. I'll personally take the head of that demon. So no matter what, you better hang on until that moment. Okay, Taoist brother. Wait for me. Seriously, always saying useless things. But it's been a month. After that, not even a month had passed, and Tang Bu had died in battle. And at this moment, Kun Ming slowly opened his eyes. Only then did he realize that he seemed to have had a very long dream. Looking down, it seemed that he had not died. Thinking about it, it made sense. If he died from this little injury, it would be too absurd. Forget about the last life. Where is this place? Why do they all look like they've collapsed from exhaustion? Seeing this, Kun Ming curled the corners of his mouth. These guys really look like they're used to poverty. They can sleep so soundly even on the ground. They haven't closed their eyes for 3 days. They said they would stay by your side until you woke up. The one speaking was Tang Kunyu, the head of the Tang family. At this point, Kungling understood that after he had fainted, Xiao Ji really wanted to fight him to the death, and Tang Kunyu, knowing he was in the wrong, had sought out his guards. He intended to have Hush and Shenlong sent to the Tang family's medicine hall. At that time, what he said was, "We will spare no expense to save his life. If Hush and Shenlong dies, then the head of the medicine, along with all the elders of the medicine hall, should all prepare to lose their heads, and the young family head as well." But just as the guards were about to take Kingling away, Baichen drew his sword, Lizubai Zhengjian. Calm down, the Tang family's medical skills are renowned. In Sichuan, the best place to properly treat him is the Tang family. I know, but right now, the one I can trust the least is also the Tang family. Hearing this, Tang Kuan-yu stopped the healing of his left hand. After a moment of silence, he finally spoke. In this contest, I lost, and it was a very ugly loss. Because of that, please give me a chance to make amends. Let me redeem my own reputation, to prove that the Tang family is not a family of shameless people. I beg of you, B. Tang family had also lowered his head, which he had never lowered before. Even Beiqian was a bit stunned by these words. He understood what it meant. For someone of his status, to say such words, are you sure he can survive? Don't worry, even if the Tang family has to give up everything, we will save his life. It was obvious that Beiqian already believed Tang Xuanyu. He understood that compared to the anger in his heart, Kunming's safety was the most important, so he personally picked up King Ming. You better keep your word. But for the past 3 days, I wanted them to rest for a bit, but not only did they not listen, they even drew their swords at me. They were already mentally strained, and I was worried that they would collapse if they kept this up. That's why I acupunctured their sleeping points. I intended to put them on the bed, but they would wake up with just a slight movement. I had no other choice. It seems that the relationship between you fellow disciples is very close. How can you envy this? What's there to envy? But although King Ling said that, even he didn't notice, in his heart, while on one hand, he was complaining about these Hothaids being so stupid that they didn't even know to take turns caring for him, on the other hand, a strange emotion hard to describe crossed his heart. Huashan Shenlong? I'm sorry. This time it was all my oversight. I really didn't expect that Tang by the kid would actually do such a despicable thing. I know that no matter what I say, I can't atone for it, but I will do my best to make it up to you. First of all, I will admit that I lost this duel. According to the agreement, Hushan Qingming will be the Tang family's eternal guest and friend. If you want, I can also take the head of Tang by that kid and give it to you. It's because I failed to discipline my son. As long as I can atone and restore the Tang family's reputation that has fallen into the mud, I am willing to do anything. Yu Bai Tang Kuan-yu then took a peek at King Ming. In his opinion, he had already said this much. There's no way the other party wouldn't compromise, right? But he was wrong. Look at King Ming. It's obvious that he doesn't buy into Tang Kuan-yu's act. What's this, just this? Oh my god, heaven. You stabbed someone in the stomach and still call them a friend? Besides, when children make mistakes, the parents should be responsible. How can you just push the responsibility to the child without saying a word? Seeing King Ming getting more and more agitated, he simply opened the window and shouted, "Neighbors, come and see. This is how the Tang family acts. This is the Tang family. Can a place like this really be called a prominent family? That's not right. I should go to Chengdu. Let them all hear what kind of family the Tang family is. I guess if I just pass this message to the beggars, it probably won't take 3 days before this matter is spread all over the world. Hey, wait, that's not right. If that's the case, my own head probably won't be safe either. After all, you all could ambush me during the competition. Would you even care about taking my head? Hearing this, the Tang family head felt numb. But he couldn't do anything to King Ming right now. He absolutely couldn't let the Tang family's reputation be ruined in his hands. Thinking of this, he had no choice but to stop sitting and ask King Ming what he wanted. Seeing this, Kunling seemed even more furious. If an apology was useful, what would be the need for law enforcement? However, since you want to offer some compensation, I'll have to think carefully how to get the Tang family to pay a price. No, that's not right. How can we achieve a win-win deal? How about this, clan leader Tang? You can first give me something very precious to make up for it, like 1,000 poison pill. Hearing this, Tang Kuan-yu felt even more numb. You should know that the entire Tang family only has a few thousand poison pills. Seeing this, Kunming was finally happy. Tao Tangbu, don't worry, I will take good care of the Tang family. If you disagree, then come back to life and try. Just like that, the Tang family lost 1,000 poison pill for nothing. It can be seen that Tang Kuan-yu was very angry at this moment. But fortunately, he was still the head of the family. He quickly collected the little temper he hadn't shown for many years. Tangjin, from now on, the young clan leader will no longer be your brother. If you were the Huashan divine dragon, you probably wouldn't cooperate with a family that ambushed you before, right? Hearing this, Tang Zhan was still a little confused. But Tang Kuan-yu had long seen through all the pros and cons of this. If the place where the Huashan divine dragon is located already had strong power and wealth, then he wouldn't need to form an alliance with us. And because of that, it is only with the current Hoshan that our Tang family has room to maneuver. We use them, and they rely on us. Such a situation is the best outcome for both sides. As for the vacancy of Shou clan leader, get ready. You'll be competing with your brothers. Oh, and there's another task for you. Our Tang family must have someone to befriend the Huashan divine dragon. From my observations, he is very generous to his own people. And if you can become one of his own, then the Tang family can have a relationship with him beyond just an alliance and benefit even more. Hearing this, Tang Zhan no longer had any worries. He also understood that completing such a mission would not be easy, but following the orders of the clan leader, he must become friends with him. Hey, what are you thinking about? Your hand stopped. Hey, the Tang family's people are even good at using fans, as expected of the omnipotent Tang family. Okay, a Tang Zhan seems to have gone off track, but he really couldn't understand how someone who was just stabbed could be so full of energy. And he also felt a little ashamed to eat like that. It didn't seem right, right? Uncle, should we take advantage of his injury and teach him a lesson? Forget it, he'll understand eventually. He got his neck burned. It's obvious. Even they thought what Beishan said was wishful thinking. They also didn't know why they were so worried about this bastard. However, at this moment, clan leader Tang also came here to see if they needed anything else that needed to be added. But what surprised him was that King Ming was not only eating heartily, but also drinking happily. He even praised their family's food for being spicy and delicious. You should know that because the Tang family was good at using poison, most guests were wary of the Tang family's food and wine. But he was so carefree, it could be seen that the Hoshan divine dragon still trusted the Tang family. However, the smile on clan leader Tang's face was something Bei Qin and the others didn't understand. They all thought he was angry at King Ming's lack of manners. Oh, clan leader Tang, do you need anything? Hearing this, Tang Kuan-yu finally snapped out of it, but he hesitated for a long time and still couldn't say it. He just said that he came to take a look, but the person behind him didn't seem to want to let it go so easily. Seeing this, Tang Kuan-yu also felt a rare bit of timidity. Xiaoji was sitting outside and happened to see something strange. What's that? Ahead at this point, Tang Kuan-yu became a little annoyed. When he turned back to look at King Ming, there seemed to be a strange hint of resentment. But even though he was trembling, he still spoke. I want to introduce someone to you. It's a good thing if young people can get closer. It's also a good thing. Then clan leader Tang slumped like a deflated balloon. He turned his head, come in. Soon a rustling sound of the door opening came. Xiaoji was also a little stunned. The beauty in the orange dress made them all feel a little puzzled. The hairpins on her head occasionally made a clinking sound. It was clear that the woman was of noble status. This situation also surprised King Ming. He didn't understand what Tang Kuan-yu was doing. This is my daughter. Say hello. The only daughter of the Tang family, Tang Xiaoxiu greets all of the Huashan heroes. Just like that, King Ming suddenly had a follower like this in the Tang family. What kind of introduction is this? That guy follows me every second. When I eat, she serves the dishes. When I drink, she pours the wine. With that look, I feel like she'd even follow me to the toilet. Hearing this, Bei Qian was also helpless. Then why the hell did you come to my room? Uncle, I'm really scared. Although I've heard of Tang Kunyu's poisonous reputation, I never thought that he would actually use this kind of poison. That clingy person. What is she if not a poison girl? She's obviously a poison girl. And what marriage? Mary asked, am I marry the daughter of clan leader Tang? Don't tell me she fancies me. In my opinion, this must be a trick that old guy is using. However, Kun Ming, thinking of the girl waiting outside, was already feeling a bit impatient. Seriously, it's time to show up. You're here, sister. That's enough. Hearing Tang Jian's words, the young woman became even more impatient. Zanner, don't interfere. But it's strange to say, he has no reason to hide from me. I'm so beautiful. Could it be that because he's a Taoist, he doesn't know how to appreciate beauty? Or is it because he has lived in the boonies for too long and doesn't know how to appreciate a beautiful woman? Don't tell me that there's a man in this world who is not interested in women. Seeing this, Tang Jian also looked strange. The older sister, he knew, would normally avoid marriage like the plague. Why has she become so anxious now? Sister, are you very interested in the Mount Hua divine dragon? Zanner, what nonsense are you talking about? This is the first time I've met him. I have to at least understand him before I can talk about liking him, right? But if I miss this opportunity, where do you think I will be married off to in the future? It's true that father dotes on me, but don't forget that he is also the head of the Tang family. If we wait until it can't be delayed any longer, he will only be able to marry me to a suitable family. In the end, we'll only be sent to Sichuan, to those powerful and influential families. But I'm sure I'll die of boredom there. Even eating, drinking, and walking, I'd have to follow strict rules. Do you think I can live that kind of life? As the daughter of the Tang family, I cannot escape my destiny. But that man is the #1 rising star in the world, recognized by father. Although that title doesn't mean anything to me, but to reach the #1 realm in the world, he must be busy cultivating. In that case, he will have no time to go home. I would become a woman left behind alone, withering like a flower. Hearing this, Tang Jian became more and more confused. But for Tang Xiaoxiu, such an ending was already the best marriage she could hope for, to be able to completely ignore others and live my own life. Once I miss it, I won't have another chance. So, I will grab onto this Mount Hu divine dragon even if I die. Even though father opposes it, he can't live my life for me after all. Right? Hearing this, Tang Jian finally understood his sister's plan. But it's unlikely that the Mount Hua divine dragon can be taken down easily. What nonsense are you talking about again, kid? Of course, I won't force him to submit. As for feelings, when two people live together, supporting each other, naturally, a shared feeling of adversity and hardship will arise. That's enough. Understand and also, take a closer look. His looks are not bad either. Although I am very dissatisfied with the way he looks at me, like I'm a stone on the side of the road, but I think, after a long time, his attitude will eventually change, right? At this point, Tang Jian was a bit impressed. Any other woman, after understanding the destiny of a Tang family daughter, can still be this proactive. It's probably only sister. With such an identity, not only she doesn't get the recognition from the Tang family, but she can't even cultivate the Tang family's secret techniques and martial arts. Sister has not even had a good look at the outside world. She's like a flower grown in a hothouse, always living in the Tang family. When the time comes, she will be married off and left alone. What would happiness have to do with her? However, sister, I must live a happy life. And the first key to that door of happiness is right there now. No matter what, you must help me marry that Taoist. In exchange, I will definitely make you the #1 person in the world. Little brother-in-law, hearing this, Tang Jian smiled slightly. Okay, I believe in sister. And with that, Tang Xiaoxiu became completely obsessed. Young hero Qing Ming, where are you? It's really strange. There's clearly no one in the room. Where did he go? And at this moment, Kun Ming was also really fed up. His wounds still haven't recovered. Although, as Tang Kunyue said, it was his son's fault for the sneak attack. But according to Qingling's personality, a sneak attack was as common as a meal on the battlefield. The root of the problem was still that he was not strong enough right now. He pulled out the lead poison pill and the Hunyuan pill from his pocket. He knew it was risky to do this, but if it was successful, then the disadvantage of insufficient charm could be completely solved. This way, he wouldn't suffer such a severe backlash from forcibly using the 24-style plum blossom sword technique. Just as he was thinking, a call that sounded ancient and out of place suddenly came. Young hero Qing Ming. Let's chat. Why do you always run away? I'll buy you some candy, okay? Stop. Hey, kid. Don't you stop for me. However, no matter how Tang Xiaoxiao called out, Kung Ling only felt his head was about to explode. Seeing the building ahead, he believed Tang Xiaoxiao wouldn't dare to follow him no matter how bold she was, and so he rushed in headfirst. With a bang, he slammed the door shut. Only then did he sense the situation outside. Indeed, Tang Xiaoxiao did not dare to step in here. At this, Kunming finally breathed a sigh of relief. Looking back, since he has come here, he also has something he needs to deal with. Coming to the inner hall, he pushed open the door, just as he had expected. Tang Kuan-yu was sitting upright in the inner hall. "You've arrived. Are you ready?" Just like that, the Tang family head had already brewed a pot of tea waiting for him. It's cold now. But King Ming was too lazy to care. He gulped down a mouthful. Then he asked a bit angrily, "What were you thinking? Who would want to marry their daughter to a Taoist priest? Isn't this beneficial for the Tang family head?" Hearing this, Tang Kun-yu became a bit annoyed. "I'm not blind. Why would I want to marry my daughter to you? If Xiaoxiao hadn't begged me to introduce you to her, I would never have done this. You also understand that while your martial arts are extraordinary, you are not a good man. And as a father, I naturally hope that my daughter can marry a good man, rather than someone skilled in martial arts. Right now, it's only because I, as the Tang family head, cannot interfere too much." Hearing this, Ku Ming seemed to understand a bit. Tang Kunyu's dilemma didn't seem fake. What was interesting was that this uncle seemed to value profit a lot, but also valued reputation a lot. He was calm enough to sacrifice even his family, but also held onto a bit of warmth. He really was a different person from Tang Bu, but this was also normal. After all, he carried a heavy responsibility. It was natural that he couldn't be as carefree as Tang Bu. With Tang Bu's character, if he didn't have extraordinary talent in martial arts, let alone become a supreme elder of the Tang family, it wouldn't be strange if he was kicked out of the family, right? Alright, Huashan Divine Dragon, I believe you and Hashan will become my breakthrough. So are you ready? What do you want from the Tang family? But you have to be clear about one thing. What I'm interested in has never been Huashan. It's that as long as you can be used by my Tang family, the alliance between Haoshan and Tang can be formed. Supporting Huashan is not a difficult matter for us. This is indeed exaggerated, but you are worth it. Hearing this, Kunming finally became frank. In other words, the powerful Sichuan Tang family is willing to support the entire Huashan for me alone. Is that right? But your lies are too practiced. Of course, I'm not saying that the Tang family head's words just now are impure in their intention. It's just that your act of giving favors makes me a bit uncomfortable. It's indeed reasonable for you to think this way, but you should understand that so-called negotiations are not carried out between equals, but between those who have needs. It's not that Hoshin needs the Tang family right now, but that the Tang family itself needs Huashan, right? Kunming glanced to the side, and then stood up. Tang Kunyu looked at him as he walked towards a huge map of the Central Plains. Kungling didn't hesitate either. He tore it down and laid it in front of the Tang family head. You see, this is the Tang family. Right below it is Emi. To the left is Qingqing, to the right is Wudang, and above is Zhongnan. Further down there is Diankang, but let's not consider them. After all, their position doesn't affect the overall situation much. Saying this, Tang Kunyu seemed to finally realize that he was talking to Xiao Qiao's King Ling. "Oh my, I finally see a genuine emotion on your face." Speaking of which, the suppressed nature of the man in front of him might be as rebellious as Tang Bu. It's just that as the Tang family head, he couldn't be that naturally rebellious and changeable person. And now, only tangible benefits could move him, right? Seeing Tang Kun-yu getting a bit anxious, Kungming continued, "Isn't this a coincidence? Surrounded on all sides, and they are all either equal in power to the Tang family, or the 9 great sects that are stronger than the Tang family. In addition to the beggar clan, which is all over the world, the entire Tang family can be said to be surrounded airtightly. Before the defeat of the demonic sect, you didn't have any conflicts indeed, and could even be called allies. But now that common enemy has disappeared, the people who were united before are now breaking apart because of their own interests, right? And under this kind of situation, relatively speaking, the Nanyang family, the Peng family, the Murong family don't have any major impacts. But only your Tang family is in the west, the 5 great families. In the end, only the Tang family is completely surrounded. A situation of pressure from all sides is definitely not what the Tang family wants to see, right? So the current Tang family needs allies, an ally that can help you restrain these famous 9 great sects. And behind Wuding and Zhongnan is a perfect position to restrain those 2 sects. That just so happens to be where my Hashan is located. Actually, you are very clear. If you want to break free from this encirclement, You cannot ask for help internally. In a situation where you are already surrounded, playing chess from within can no longer change the situation. And Huashan, precisely because it is no longer one of the 9 sects, has this kind of value. Tang family head, I'm sure you are also clear on this. You call each other allies, but when it comes to the closeness of the relationship, it's really just so-so. Let's be frank. Your true purpose is to win over Huashan and use this to restrain the 9 great sects that have surrounded the Tang family, right? And once the news of the alliance between Huashan and the Tang family spreads, the 9 great sects will naturally become wary of Huashan and allocate some power to suppress it. In this way, their restraint against the Tang family will also weaken. Is that right? In less than the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, King Ling had already seen through everything. Tang Kunyu now seemed to finally understand something. Perhaps the person who is being manipulated in the palm of my hand possesses this kind of insight and strategy. It seems that I was wrong about you, Hushan Divine Dragon. It seems you are not just a Hothid with martial arts, but a Hothid who is also very skilled in martial arts. Dana Tangbu is gone, and the younger generation are not being taught properly. I admit, I indeed planned as you said. So, does your Huashan sect have no intention of forming an alliance? Is that right? Speaking of this, King Ming didn't feel that there was anything wrong, but the result of this alliance cannot only benefit the Tang family, therefore our Huashan needs a fair price, a real and fair benefit. Only then can it be considered negotiation. And one more thing, I need to clarify first. This alliance is not the Tang family leading Huashan's affairs, but Huashan accepting the Tang family's request. So before I listen to your price, please put away your condescending attitude. Please understand, I am now representing the entire Huashan sect. The Tang clan of Sichuan can be coveted by many sects in the Central Plains, and yet still stand tall. They are in a strategic location and also surrounded by enemies. The fact that they possess the world's #1 metallurgy and their extraordinary medical skills that are comparable is of utmost importance. King Ming has seen this clearly in both of his lives. This is why he chose to dissect the situation in front of this Tang family head, revealing the Tang family's current situation completely. It seems I was wrong. Tang Kunyu, the head of the Tang family, was rude and presumptuous. I hope that Taoist King Ming of Huashan can forgive me. Seeing this, the young man also put away his original momentum. I accept your apology. Now it was Tang Kunyu who was a bit confused. He didn't know what Huashan wanted, to be willing to form an alliance with the Tang family. And this was exactly the moment King Ming was waiting for. As far as he was concerned, as long as the Tang family agreed to his 3 requests, then the alliance with Huashan would naturally not be a problem. The first point is the weapons that Huashan is currently using. But don't worry, Tang family head, what Huashan wants is not hidden weapons. You see, right? Although I used it a bit harshly, the quality of this sword itself is not very good. In the past, Huashan was indeed financially strapped, and there was no way around it. But now that Huashan has money, it is still difficult to obtain a large number of high-quality swords. Those sword casting places have long been divided and occupied by the 9 sects in one gang. But the Tang family is different. This kind of thing for you should be very simple, right? Although you can exert your strength even with a bad sword, it doesn't mean that the quality of the sword makes no difference. So, I hope that the Tang family can forge plum blossom swords for Huashan. The second thing is to pass on a skill to Huashan. Hearing this, Tang Kunyu's face clearly drooped. It was clear that he knew the Tang family's secret techniques were not passed down to anyone outside the Tang bloodline. But at this moment, Kunming suddenly took off half of his Taoist robe. Look, my injury now only has a red scar left. This is definitely not because of my good recovery ability, but because the Tang family's medical skills are superior enough. I recently got a new computer. The display is so fast. What do you all do with your old computers after getting a new one? Like my old laptops, phones, and watches I've replaced, I would call Zhuenzhuan for their free service for door-to-door recycling. The price was great, and I got paid on the spot. I even sold my MacBook Pro for over 5,100. I sold my computer just lying at home. It was super worry-free. If you ask me, while your old device is still worth money, it's best to call Zhuenzhuan for door-to-door recycling. I know that the Tang family's medical skills focus on external and internal injuries and not on common diseases. But it is precisely because of this, as a martial artist of Huashan, it is all the more needed. What he didn't say was, that Tangbu, that guy, told me in a dream the importance of medical skills. If I had known the Tang family's medical skills then, I wouldn't have only been able to infuse internal force. Just relying on that, it is simply impossible to save a life with a sword through their chest, and that kind of powerlessness and sorrow, at watching someone so close die before your eyes is too difficult to bear. Therefore, Tang family, please pass on your medical skills to Hoshan. This way, with mutual interactions, the relationship will naturally become even deeper. Hearing this, Tang Xuanyu also breathed a sigh of relief. Although passing on medical skills is not an easy matter, he will, no matter what, try to persuade that group of old stubborn people in the Elder Council. The price of these two things, for the alliance between the Tang family and Huashan, is indeed worth a try. But the most important thing is the other party's last condition. Seeing this, Ming became even more solemn. This third thing is also the most difficult. It is that I hope to ask the Tang family to regard Huashan as a friend, not as an ally, who will not betray the other at any time because of changing conditions and situations, who will not abandon the other, but friends who will lend a helping hand in difficult times, and this is the relationship I want. Hearing this, even Tang Konyu was somewhat surprised, because this kind of thing is not something that can be guaranteed by an agreement. Why would he make this kind of meaningless request? I don't understand. The requests you made earlier all had their reasons, but this one, it seems that I have overlooked something. Looking at King Ming again, he was quite frank at this moment. Yes, why is that? You brat, don't give me that kind of expression. Just consider me a weirdo with an odd personality. Would you? Haha, a weirdo with an odd personality. Do you know, the number of people who want to cooperate with the Tang family is countless, but no one has ever said that they want to become friends with the Tang family before. What you said is really interesting. It's just that we in the Tang family don't know how to treat friends, so I hope Huashen can personally show us how. Unbeknownst to himself, Tang Kunyu had already been rubbing the teacup in his hand until it felt warm. The word friend, for him, it was indeed a bit embarrassing. But strangely, the words of the child in front of him made him waver for some reason. I have met many people in my life, and he is the most unfathomable one I've ever seen. That's why when such words come from his mouth, it stirs my heart even more. All right, I agree to these three things. Then the negotiation result of this alliance. Now it just depends on whether Huashan can accept it. Don't worry. I will write a letter. Please stamp it with your seal, and then send it to Hushan, and this matter will be settled. Tang Kunyu was a bit surprised. King Ming, this kid, his influence in Huashan is so great, but King Ming didn't know how to respond to this. Rather than saying he has influence, it's more like, because Huashan has been neglected by other sects for so many years, they have accumulated a lot of resentment in their hearts. If they receive the letter, they will probably be crying with joy. At this point, Tang Kunyu also planned to leave and start preparing King Ming's requests, but he never expected that King Ming had just discussed the matter between Huashan and the Tang family, but his own injuries, we haven't discussed how to deal with them yet. Clan leader Tang, you almost caused a death. Do you think you can just give me a spiritual medicine and be done with it? Besides, no matter how precious a spiritual medicine is, you have to have a person to use the spiritual medicine first, right? I just happened to run into you. If it were someone else, they would have died already. Are you really going to just throw me a pill and ignore me? Look, for everyone's convenience, I've already compiled my compensation requests into a booklet. It's a bit much, but please take your time to look at it. And so, with a numb look on Tang Kunyu's face, Kungling shamelessly returned to his guest room. It was obvious that such a big matter made Baichin numb as well. Shishu, have you forgotten? Before the execution, the sect leader granted you the authority of acting sect leader. Didn't he? No way, brat. If we make such a decision with the Tang family on our own, will the sect leader be very happy when he finds out? At this moment, Baichin seemed to have also reacted. He seemed to have, just because of King Ming, during a meal, decided such a big thing. He was completely confused. Fool. Thinking carefully, judging from the result alone, this is indeed infinitely beneficial to Huashan. To be able to get the help of the Tang family, one of the 5 great families, Huashan can also take advantage of the situation to rise, like a pengbird spreading its wings. Thinking of this, Baichin calmed down. King Ming, although I don't know how you negotiated with clan leader Tang, but what you did was indeed very good. You've worked hard, but there is still one thing that's not right about this matter. What about the 9 sects in one gang? How should we deal with them? In the past, Huashan was connected to them, and we have never had a precedent of cooperating with the 5 great families. If one day we return to the 9 sects, the alliance with the Tang family will also create hidden dangers. Right, Shishu? Tell me, returning to the 9 sects, what benefit is there for Huashan? Do you think the reputation of the 9 sects in one gang can be compared to the benefits of an alliance with the Tang family? And also, Shishu, do you have no self-respect? Wasn't it those bastards who drove us out of the 9 sects? Now because we've become stronger, we should act like nothing happened, and let them incorporate us back into the 9 sects again? Ridiculous, we in Huashan aren't fools. Shishu, please don't have any strange fantasies. If they could truly lend a hand when needed, those 9 sects, Huashan wouldn't have fallen to this state in these years. Right, hearing this, Bei Qin became even more confused. He really wanted to know, if that's the case, would the current Tang family be any different from the past 9 sects? As for this point, Kunming also thought it through very clearly. At least for now, the Tang family will become Huashan's helper. At this point, Bei Qin also understood that worrying was useless. Ying Zhang, you immediately write a letter stating the terms of the alliance and send it to Huashan. I will bear all the responsibility. And King Ming, you are to confirm the content from the side. I think the elders in the sect will definitely agree to it as well. After all, this is a decision made by King Ming whom everyone trusts. Then the matter with the Tang family can be considered settled, right? It's time to go to Yunnan now. Zhe, senior brother, is the merchant caravan to Yunnan ready? The interesting thing is, Xiaoji just found out as well, that previously, leader Xiao said that they had dealings with Yunnan. It was just that the old leader wanted them to leave Chengdu as soon as possible, but actually, the trade between the caravan and Yunnan was not something that leader Zhao could control either. And so, Kingling once again knocked on the door of clan leader Tang. I have one more condition. No, it's a request as a friend. Please help us find a merchant caravan, so that we can sneak into Yunnan and head to the location of the Beast Palace deep within Yunnan. We don't have much time left. Please help us quickly. Okay. Kingling doesn't seem to know that in Shaanxi, the meaning of the phrase please is not quite the same as in Sichuan. After a while, the elders of the Tang family's council, at this moment, were quite critical of Tang Kunyu, their clan leader. They didn't understand what the benefit was in forming an alliance with Huashan. It was obvious that this group of stubborn old men had already been blinded by power. If the current Tang family formed an alliance with Wuding or Zongnan, the ending would only be that of being discarded after their usefulness was over. But unfortunately, sometimes even though I am the clan leader, I have to look at their faces as well. Alright, everyone is too excited. Let's calm down first. Let's listen to what the family head has to say. There are still people in the pot. At the stove, this great elder also showed some anger. What? You're not listening to me anymore? Tang Kunyu, looking at the provocative old man, was also having a headache. Tang Wei, the head of the Tang family's elder council, was originally the sole candidate for the previous Tang family head, but in the end, the position of family head fell to Tang Kunyu's father. So now, it is also him who secretly continues to amplify the elder council's desire for power. He is almost everywhere in opposition to the current family head. Family head, you're not senile yet, right? Could it be that while I was unaware, Hoshan has regained its former glory? Or perhaps, family head, you think the current Tang family has fallen so low that we have to associate with Huashan? Forget about Huashan for now. A few days ago, I heard about something more serious. I heard that Tangba's position as young family head has been abolished by you. Is that right? You should know Tangba's strength very well. With his ability, is he not enough to take on the position of young family head? Clearly, Tang Wei is very sensitive about this matter. But Tang Kunyu appears very frank about it. If it was before, I would never have thought Tangbai's ability was insufficient. But now, someone let me witness his problem firsthand, so I had no choice but to make this decision. You're talking about the Huashan Divine Dragon, right? According to your way of thinking, then the family head can also not be the enemy of a Shao family member. As long as someone can beat that Huashan Divine Dragon, then that person can sit in the position of Shao family head. Is that right? Seeing that Tang Kunyu didn't deny it, Tang Wei's mouth became more ferocious. I admire your broad-mindedness. Like this, how about letting the children compete in martial arts with that Huashan Divine Dragon? Whoever beats him will be the Tang family's young family head. Hearing this, Tang Kunyu couldn't help but laugh. Elder, you seem to have some misunderstanding about this matter. The current Tang family does not have a single junior who is a match for the Huashan Divine Dragon. Of course, Tang Wei didn't believe this. No matter what, it was impossible for Kunyu to know all the Tang family juniors. For example, your own grandson Tang He. It seems you can't wait to make Tang He the young family head, huh? How, don't misunderstand. I am only discussing ability with the council head. How about this? Let's make a bet. If Tang He can beat the Huashan Divine Dragon, then the right to appoint the young family head in the future, I will give to the elder council. But if the Huashan Divine Dragon wins, Then please, before I step down as family head, the elder council will never interfere with my decisions again. How about it? Hearing this, the elder council, which had been quite restrained, was now in uproar. This bet was too risky for both sides. But Tang Wei didn't want to miss such a good opportunity. Since Tang Kuan-yu was so bold, he naturally had to accept it. And so, Kung Ming had no idea that he had been sold by Tang Kuan-yu. No wonder he was now finally forced into a dead end by Tang Xiaoxiao. He truly didn't understand how this woman could be dressed like this and still run so fast. Young hero King Ming, Chengdu has a very nice tea house. We can go there together to watch the sunset and evening glow. However, Tang Xiaoxiao's physical strength was, of course, not that exaggerated. She hadn't even finished her sentence yet, before she felt nauseous from exhaustion. After a while, he finally asked his question. Why are you always avoiding me? There aren't many ladies like me. Beautifully born, gentle in nature, and from a wealthy family. Okay, Kung Ming was also convinced. But the root of the problem was that he had no intention of getting married at all. Hearing this reason, Tang Xiaoxiao was first stunned, but then she became serious again. I don't believe you. You must be that girl named Xinyu who is my aunt's replacement. So you want to push me away, right? It's too obvious. She is so beautiful. It's impossible for you to refuse her. Anyway, no matter what you say, I won't give up. I will definitely make you feel my charm. Okay, it was really difficult for him to share a bed with King Ming. This guy was almost 100 years old in his past and present life. There was no way it was possible to get married with a girl of his great-granddaughter's age. Sister, the family head wants young hero King Ming to go over for a moment, saying that there is an urgent matter. Clearly Xiaoxiao was unwilling. She had risked everything to catch this guy. However, she still didn't dare to disobey her father. In the end, she had no choice but to instruct Tang Zhan how to take young hero King Ming away, and how to bring him back later. You've worked hard. What the hell, why is everyone in the Tang family so abnormal? Watching the two leave, a soft voice suddenly came from behind Xiaoxiao. This way won't work. This startled Xiaoxiao, as the hairpin in her hair instantly turned into a sharp weapon. Only after she saw who it was did she calm down a bit. It's you, what's the matter? The Tang family as setting sun tinged the pavilions with a reddish glow. At this time Kung Ming had finally gotten rid of that dangerous girl. Clearly on this matter, Kung Ming was also a little helpless. Okay, you called me here. What for? It was then that he found out that Chengdu's peaceful merchant group was planning to send a trade caravan to Yunnan soon. It was estimated that they would be able to set off the day after tomorrow. Also, after a moment of silence, Tang Kuan-yu told King Ming about his bet with the Great Elder. Although he wanted to use the other party, but since they were going to be friends, then keeping it a secret was even more wrong. So he told him everything. And that was that. King quickly understood the subtle relationship between this Tang family head and the Elder Council. Taoist brother, I've been thinking recently, when the war ends, I'll go help that little guy, the family head. It's just so funny. Why do you two worry about the same thing? Maybe this is the last will you left in my memory before you died, and it seems I can't ignore it. So Tang family head, about the thing you asked me, I don't think I can agree. What you're saying, you have no relationship with him. How can that be, having such a beautiful woman like you by his side, and he's not even moved? Oh my, can there actually be such a person in this world so obsessed with martial arts? It seems that a love story is out of the question. Liu Yixu didn't understand why this Tang family's young miss was so obsessed with a love story that had no feelings. This reason, for Xiaoxiao, was not actually difficult to say. The Tang family's rules are strict, and I as a Tang family woman only have one path to choose, that is to marry into a family that the Tang family is satisfied with. So what I'm doing right now is the only small thing I can do to rebel against this, but the Tang family, I really can't think of any other way. We women of the Tang family cannot cultivate the Tang family's secret arts, nor can we become martial artists of the Tang family. Speaking of which, we can only be considered half Tang family members, right? But it's also thanks to my status as the daughter of the family head that I've been able to live without worries about food and clothing until now. It's just saying. In Tang Xiaoxiao's eyes, whether it was an illusion or something else, the original brightness became a little turbid. Xiaoxiao, there is still a way. Speaking of this, Liu Yixu was also a little surprised that she would say such words to someone she had just met, but Tang Xiaoxiao's experience was so similar to her own in the past. Back then Liu Yixu also could not find any path that she could take, but suddenly one day, that path appeared by itself. Now I have at least found a path. I will no longer be lost. and you are no different from me. There will definitely be other choices. Your path, I will open it for you. Hearing this, Syeoxyo could feel the kindness of the young girl in front of her. Other choices, path I haven't thought about, is it really possible? Does it really exist? And at this time Tang Kunyu was also a little frustrated by Qingming's refusal. But the young man's next words made him a little confused. He didn't agree, but still wanted the martial arts competition to be held as scheduled tomorrow, and even requested that he not interfere with tomorrow's situation. What he didn't know was that Qingming's intention was to give Tang Jia a chance. It was a gift from the former Supreme Elder Tang Bu, crossing the long years, intentionally given to Tang Kunyu through his hand. Just like that, under Qingming's boasting, time came to the next day. Qingming ate and drank strangely, looking like he was possessed by a hungry ghost in the daytime. Isn't this guy having a martial arts competition in the afternoon? Is it really okay to eat so much? Oh, the Kung Pao chicken is here. No, I need to moisten my throat with some wine first. While the wine fragrance is at its peak, pair it with a chopstick of food. I didn't expect this to be a perfect match. It's really too delicious. Okay, seeing him like this, Daytime also couldn't help but pick up his chopsticks. But it was clear that Qingming didn't intend to let him snatch any. Shu, these are the dishes that the Tang family specially prepared for me. You're being too rude. Okay, Daytime was really too embarrassed to lose face to Qingming again. Even his own share was all eaten by Qingming. However, this scene made the waiter who delivered the food feel happy in his heart. He was confident that no one could discover the Tang family's chain poison. Just the mixture of these two spices was not to be trifled with. Time quickly came to noon. The matter of Tang He's son and the Mount Hua Dragon God's martial arts competition had already drawn the attention of many people in the Tang family. As for the rumors that the family head was at a disadvantage in the martial arts competition with Qingming earlier, perhaps it was too shocking. None of the people present were willing to believe it. But it was precisely because of this that the current Tang He was already so nervous that he couldn't control himself. Good grandson, you don't have to be nervous. As long as this matter goes smoothly, the position of young family head will be yours, and the future position of family head will naturally also be yours. However, these things Tang He understood very well. But his opponent was the #1 rising star in the world. Although he had never slackened in his cultivation on weekdays, he understood that his chances of winning were too small. What a disgrace. How can you be afraid of a child 10 years younger than you? Don't worry, I wouldn't put my only grandson in a life-threatening situation. In a little while, the Mount Hua Dragon God will be like a deflated balloon, unable to use his strength. You just need to seize the time and take him down in one fell swoop. And you must not let him live. Otherwise, this martial arts competition will definitely be overturned by the family head. Hearing this, Tang He already understood what his grandfather had done. Don't worry, I will make him shut up forever. That's right, what they had given Qingming was a combination of yin and yang poisons called Thousand-Day Melody. Once both entered the stomach at the same time, the poisoned person would be like drunk. Not only would their consciousness be unclear, they would also be unable to use their inner strength for a while. Even if that kid is powerful, now he can't possibly be a match for Tang He. And although the family head supports the Hoshin Divine Dragon, he is openly sitting next to the Hoshin Sect. Is that acceptable? Just based on that, I absolutely cannot hand over the future of the Tang family to someone like that. Alright, Tang He, we can't lose to him in terms of momentum. Let's go up on stage first. Thus, Tang He warned himself not to be afraid. As long as he got through this day, the position of young family head would be his for the taking. Transform into a divine dragon. Today I will let you know the power of my Tang family's secret arts. Facing the noise on and off the stage, Qingling instead beckoned with his finger. At this time, no one heard what they said. But soon, everyone's eyes focused back on the stage. The Hoshin Divine Dragon is coming up. What, is he the Hoshin Divine Dragon? He really has an extraordinary aura, but is the Hoshin Divine Dragon a woman? Clearly, Tang He had heard something. He was certain that the person before him was definitely not the rumored Hoshin Divine Dragon. I am Liu Yixu of Asha. Hearing this, Tang He's whole body went numb. Hoshin Divine Dragon, according to the agreement, you're the one who's supposed to spar with me. But faced with the man's roar, Yixu seemed very nonchalant. Anyway, that's how it is. You guys fight. I can't help it either. I ate too much this morning. I have a bit of indigestion. Honestly, the food your Tang family made is really too delicious. Hearing this, Tang He grew even more furious. Is the Hoshin Divine Dragon really so shameless? Is it interesting or not? Who exactly is the shameless one? Is it you who wants to spar with me? But who do you think you are? I am the Hoshin Divine Dragon. If you were me, and you were compared to some obscure family, would you accept it so readily? My name isn't something I won from a gamble in a small alley. Why do you think I would spar with an unknown and unimportant junior? Want to use me to gain fame and prestige? At least have the qualifications to challenge me, right? But don't worry, I'm very magnanimous. As long as you can beat my martial aunt, I will permit it. But your disdain is not right either. This is too troublesome. As long as you can beat me, consider my martial aunt defeated by you. How about it? It was obvious that Qingming was self-praising. Tang He's mindset had already cracked. Are you now having me, a Tang family son, fight this woman? Alright, the speaker was not thinking, but Liu Yixu's eyes at this moment were already filled with frost. Even though Tang He's words were still echoing in the air, Liu Shigu's sword had already cut through the distance between them. Have you finished your nonsense? Then let's begin. I want to know, is this a problem of the times? From the moment a woman is born, the unfairness and size of fate make them seem delicate and alluring, while also not allowing them any freedom of will. Even though she was born into the Tang family, one of the 5 great families in the Central Plains, and was the family head's daughter, logically she should have a happy life that most women in this world could never possess. But unfortunately, it is precisely because of Tang Xiaoxiu's identity that one day she will become a sacrifice to consolidate the family's interests. Even though Tang Kunyu, as the family head, loved her dearly, the young woman understood that family prosperity was the most important thing in her father's heart. And it was at this moment that another person appeared. Liu Yixu, who had also been bound by fate, caused this seemingly unremarkable and somewhat indifferent orphan to say to the young woman, whom she had only met a few times, I will help you find the path that should not exist. Time returns to the present. Faced with Tang He's clamoring against Qingming, the person who went on stage to spar was not the Hoshin Divine Dragon they were talking about so excitedly. And what Tang He could not have imagined was that Liu Yixu's was so fast that he could barely see it. As the outstanding young talent of the Tang family, although he wasn't afraid, what was this supposed to be? Family head, do you agree to this? Looking at Tang Kunyu, he also didn't understand what Qingming was up to. But one thing he was clear about, this guy was definitely not someone who would fight a losing battle. It doesn't matter if you win, the position of young family head will still be yours. Hearing this, Tang He felt a surge of anger, a feeling of being scorned. Even, he impatiently turned to look at his grandfather, that fool, in front of so many people. Do you want everyone to know that the person behind me is you? Although only a fool wouldn't guess that, there is still a world of difference between guessing and being certain. I just changed to a new computer. The display screen is so fast. After you guys change your computers, what do you do with the old ones? Like me, every time I replace my old laptops, phones, and watches I call Zhuanjuan. They offer free on-site recycling. The price is satisfactory, and they pay on the spot. I even sold my MacBook Pro for more than 4,700. I sold my computer while lying at home. It's especially worry-free. I'd say while your old devices are still worth something, you should call Zhuanjuan for on-site recycling. That's the way to go. Speaking of which, how could the Hoshin Divine Dragon really have just eaten too much and have a stomach ache? Could it be that he detected the toxicity of the 1000-day melody? No, that's impossible. He should just have instinctively felt that it was good for his body. Maybe sending a woman onto the stage would be the most decent ending for him. It's a pity that this guy can't lose his life here. But if you want his life, there are many ways. Since the family head has already made a promise, it's better to get the benefits first. Thinking of this, Tang Wei couldn't help but move his lips. Seeing his grandfather let him make a move, Tang He finally felt a little. Huoshan woman, be careful, I'll use poison in this competition. So, don't even think about walking off this stage alive. The Tang family disciples below the stage were already boiling, but this did not include Tang Xiaoxiao. Liu Yixu, what exactly does he want to do? No, I have to stop this match. Thinking this, Tang Xiaoxiao's body couldn't help but rush forward. But then Tang Zhan stopped her. Sister, if you interfere in this matter, it will only turn this match into a farce. I believe he is not acting recklessly. You must know that he is a dancer. If he went up there, he would naturally be aware of the dangers involved. So sister, please don't disgrace that girl, okay? From the moment she stepped onto the stage, there is no longer a distinction between men and women. What remains is just a competition between dancers. And as outsiders, we must not interfere. At this moment, Tang Xiaoxiao seemed to finally understand something. What exactly did Liu Yixu mean when he said that to her? However, the girl's thoughts did not affect the battle on the stage. Tang Yi's hidden weapons quickly shot towards Liu Yixu. But what he didn't know was that senior martial aunt Liu was naturally agile. With Tang Yi's current hidden weapons skills, it was difficult to break through her fast sword. Seeing the daggers, she could skillfully change their trajectories, even causing them to attack him in reverse. Tang Yi then realized that the woman in front of him did not seem simple. Her reactions and judgment were very accurate in all aspects. Although he didn't want to admit it, "You are indeed stronger than I expected. If you weren't a woman, maybe you could really beat me." However, Tang Yi did not finish speaking. Liu Yixu suddenly spoke up. "None of that matters. At this moment, what matters is that you are at a disadvantage." With a single sentence, Tang Yi became even more furious. He quickly approached senior martial aunt Liu. But, just as he was about to step into the range of her long sword, Tang Yi's body changed again. From his sleeves, a dense mass of silver light was released at some point. But this scene, most of the family members below the stage could only hear it. Soon Liu Yixu also felt something was strange. It was right at the moment she discovered the problem. Liu Yixu immediately turned her long sword into a protective shield. The sharp force was deflected, and as she secretly lamented, the area below the stage also fell into chaos. Tang Jin quickly reacted. Tang used, and on these needles, it seems looking at Liu Yixu's movements on the stage, they are flawless. This made Tang Yi feel even more suffocated. This woman is too arrogant. So the man moved his mind. Taking advantage of Liu Yixu's defense against the hidden weapons, his inner force was instantly condensed. "Let's see if you can take this as well." As the sound of something piercing the air rang out, senior martial aunt Li's body staggered suddenly. Immediately Tang Zhang, Kung Ming, and Xiao Xiao's hearts all thumped in unison. They all realized that the needle was very dangerous. Sure enough, when Shigu pulled out the thin needle, she discovered that the poison had already entered her body. So many hidden weapons, if you miss even one, this match is over. Once my poison takes effect, your left hand will immediately lose sensation. So when I was being polite to you, you should have understood how terrifying the Tang family is. If you beg for mercy now, maybe I can spare your life. I think you're not stupid enough to not notice your body's condition, right? You're the stupid one. Do you think you can stand here properly before the poison spreads?" The moment the rain ceased, senior martial aunt Li's body moved suddenly. But this scene, how could Tang Yi not have thought of it? The enemy's only way to win was to break through forward. But he had already prepared a plan, soul-shattering kill. Xiao Xiao, although he hadn't practiced the Tang family's secret technique, he was also very clear that it was a kind of sand dust refined from venom. Not only could it block the enemy's vision, the longer it dragged on, the deeper the poison in the enemy's body would become. Looking at senior martial aunt Liu, he was indeed having trouble seeing the path ahead in this sand dust. "But I won't retreat. Father, watch me." Shear's plum blossoms can also bloom. Suddenly, plum blossoms were like they were being pulled by a hurricane. The venomous haze that originally surrounded Liu Yixu, at the moment the petals appeared, unexpectedly enveloped Tang Yi in reverse. In order to not have his vision obscured by his own moves, the man decisively jumped upwards. But when he took out his hidden weapon again, where could he still see Liu Yixu's figure on the stage? In mid-air, the man became anxious, but he couldn't see the other person in any corner. In such a short time, what exactly was she? It was only a short moment that Tang Yi had been stunned. The spot where he had been standing, Liu Yixu had already assumed a stance. At this moment, plum blossoms fell. Becoming denser, the seven swords, along with the cold light in Shiga's eyes, appeared more vibrant than during the day or at a small gathering, even more dazzling. With a swing of the sword, the plum blossoms all rushed towards Tang Yi. And it wasn't over yet. He saw her lift her sword with both hands, along with the flying plum blossom petals. Liu Yixu's bloody figure also rushed towards Tang Yi. In the next second, Tang Yi only felt that the originally thin sword had appeared in his eyes, looking incredibly huge. Seven eyebrow sword plum blossom flow. Whether it was Tang Wei or Tang Kunyu, they saw the scene clearly. Liu Yixu did not deliver a fatal blow, but for the people of Hoshan, this was enough. What beautiful plum blossoms! What King Ming didn't know was that the same thought was being felt even more strongly by Tang Xiaoxiao, and so everyone's gazes and thoughts returned to the ring as Tang He fell to the ground with a thud. It was obvious that Tang He had lost, without a doubt. But he didn't understand. He was confused. Why was it that the poison had clearly spread? Feng Feng, are you crazy? I told you you're too weak. Flowers and plants in a greenhouse, people who have never truly fought, have no right to judge the strength of others. Hearing this, Tang He now just wanted to argue with this arrogant woman. But obviously, Liu Yixu's sword was already pointed at his head. Looking up, Tangy realized that this was not a woman at all, but definitely a demon. Okay, this scene is a small ending. King Ming's specialty caused Beichen to subconsciously hold his head. What an unforgettable memory. And so, Tangy's head became a mess. Looking at Liu Yixu, she glanced at the talkative mess, finally feeling peace and quiet. Master Tang, please give me the antidote. Hearing this, Tang Kuan-yu remembered that the young girl was still poisoned. After obtaining the antidote, Qingming then jumped out. Shigo, come over here. It was obvious that Qingming was also talkative, but it was different for Liu Yixu. Since you're poisoned, it's best to get treated quickly. If you deal with it casually, you will suffer. Xiaoji Shikshu, please protect Shigu. By the way, Shishu, lend me your sword for a moment. Okay. Beishan always subconsciously forgot Qingming's temper, but of course, lending this sword was for giving them a present. And here, to be precise, it was using Qingming's hand to pass it on. And so, Qingming slowly walked to the ring. He pulled out the bedding that was padding his stomach. At this moment, no one could see the young man's expression. Are you all ready? The ancestors' cane always stings a bit when it hits people, and so the mess on the stage was carried away by the Tang family disciples as best they could, but his appearance was truly lamentable. It was obvious that Xiao Xiao was also shocked beyond words. Not only had Tang He lost, but his opponent wasn't even the Huashan divine dragon. It was merely a female disciple who had come along. After a moment of silence, he also noticed something strange. They had clearly won the martial arts contest, but why was that guy still on the stage? And this scene was also noticed by a group of Tang family disciples. Gradually, on the large martial arts arena, it seemed as if something had grabbed it by the throat. The originally noisy sounds completely disappeared. At this point, Qingling finally let out a sigh of relief. Honestly, I don't understand what the Tang family is doing. Before, I had high expectations for the well-known Tang family, but now it's truly disappointing. The Tang family disciples beneath the arena were all dumbfounded. Under normal circumstances, shouldn't the victor show his magnanimity? Even Tang Wei's eyes held a hint of anger at this moment. Only Tan Yu couldn't have his thoughts read at this moment, but soon the entire martial arts arena was ignited by Qingling's words. Are you trying to humiliate us? Just because you won once? You're getting arrogant, is that it? Hold on, don't get angry yet. If you were me, I think you would also have the same thoughts as me, right? You see, before the martial arts contest, he didn't even try to understand his opponent's strength first. That's the most basic thing. The Tang family shouldn't be unaware of that, right? You have to know that he lost to someone else in my group, which is to say, from the start, he had no chance of winning against me. Despite all of that, the experts still pushed forward with this martial arts contest. It's as if they were deliberately trying to come here and make a fool of themselves. Underestimating your opponent, overestimating yourself, this is something that a leader of a sect would never do. So I want to ask, who exactly requested such an absurd martial arts contest? Because of Tang's earlier implication, all eyes focused on Elder Tang Wei. Damn it, the situation has become tricky. I knew all along that my grandson wouldn't be a match for the Huashan divine dragon. That's why I chose to poison him. But I didn't expect things to develop this way. And it's all happening in front of everyone. That guy must have wanted me to take the blame publicly. That's why he chose to say it now, right? It was obvious that the Tang family's gazes had already exposed Tang Wei. Even if he was unwilling to speak, Qingling wouldn't show him any mercy. So was Elder Ning, huh? But it's strange. I heard that the Tang family's Elder Council is a department that exists to advise the Tang family's head, but the head, who is clearly aware of both parties' strengths, is sitting on our side. So in that case, doesn't that mean that the Elder Council is going against their own family's head? Qingling's words caused the Great Elder to finally lose his composure. But he had not finished speaking. The Elder Council sounds really impressive, but it's just a place for those who pass through time. Elders who have accumulated experience, help the family head, and predict things they haven't seen. But look, the current Elder Council, it's like it exists to hold back the Tang family. Hearing this, Tang Wei was already furious, but this scene made Qingling feel very innocent. Everyone saw it, right? I said this person is short-sighted. I don't know who is being presumptuous, making such stupid and dictatorial decisions. Isn't it because they're too weak? With this little strength, they still want to give advice to the family head. If it weren't for today's situation, the Elder Council holding back the Tang family, then the Tang family head's alliance plan, presumably it could have progressed even faster, and the current humiliation has instead become the price of trusting these old things in the Elder Council. The price they paid. Seeing Tang Wei almost die of anger on the spot, the Tang family head slowly spoke. Hushan Divine Dragon, be careful with your words. That person is our Tang family's grand elder. Oh, family head, my lord. You are truly kind-hearted. Dragging such a heavy burden, yet you still have to consider this elder etiquette. Enough, do you think I will keep tolerating you? Touch, you really have no discernment. I want you not to tolerate it now. Can't you see that? And you call yourself an elder? Please prove to me that you are truly worthy of the title of elder. Hearing this, Tang Wei finally realized that something was wrong. It seemed that everything was under this kid's control. But before he could think it through, Kim Ming continued, you just said that you were tolerating my presumptuousness. That's something the strong say to the weak, right? Then now please prove to me that you are indeed a strong person. As long as you elder can defeat me, then you are correct. Otherwise that pair of eyes of yours is truly blind. Hearing this, Beiqian was dumbfounded. King Ming, what are you going to do that's so frightening this time? But these words, when they reached the Grand Elder's ears, he truly saw what it meant to be so angry that he started laughing. You kid, do you want to challenge me, the Supreme Elder of the Tang family? Yes, although I know you're old and can't hear clearly, it's still very tiring to make me repeat the same thing. This proposal was perfect for Tang Wei. If he could defeat this arrogant kid in the Tang family, then his current predicament would be easily solved. Family head, if I take this kid's life, you will accept it, right? At this point, Tang Kunyu, although he also had no confidence, but because King Ming had repeatedly emphasized that he was not to interfere with his decision today, he had no choice but to announce, Haoshan Divine Dragon is my Tang family's friend, and what a friend wants to do, as the head of the Tang family, I naturally won't stop it. Alright, since it has come to this, whether it's King Ming or Tang Wei, it can be considered that they got their wish. And then Tang Wei's figure, in the blink of an eye, arrived at the sparring stage. You brat, I'll let you know, not knowing when to stop is such a sad thing. But Tang Wei didn't finish his sentence. Kunming let out a light chuckle. Be careful with your words. Otherwise, everyone will have another joke to laugh at, right? Hearing this, Tang Wei did indeed shut his mouth. At this moment, he just wanted to use all of his means to let King Ming experience the taste of wishing for death. Oh, wait a moment. Grand Elder, why don't we add another condition? No, rather than a condition, it's more like a bet. If you win, I will fulfill everything you originally wanted. After Washan leaves the Tang family, we will no longer interfere with things here. And also, that idiot who wanted to become the young family head, right? I will also have the family head agree to it. But the conditions on my side also need to change a bit. Don't interrupt me. Don't worry, everything will be as you wish. Then disband the Elder Council. Because as the Tang family head's advisors, you are useless. Clearly at this moment, Kunming, no one would doubt any more that he wasn't a madman. He was the complete definition of a madman. Beiqian was also extremely worried. He wanted to know if this unreasonable provocation was something King Ming had consulted the family head on in advance. But looking at Tang Kunyu's twitching mouth and eyelids, it was clear that even he had just learned about this matter. Why do I always have to encounter these kinds of things? The so-called 5 relationships, affection between father and son, distinction between husband and wife, order between elders and juniors, loyalty between ruler and minister, and trust between friends. And Tang family head, Tang Kuan-yu, couldn't believe it. Could the youth on stage really be as he said? That because of his strange temper, he could bet with his life. The books say, those who give everything they have without regard for the cost are friends. Then Kunming, don't worry, I also won't watch you die. Even if it means going to war with the entire Elder Council. At the same time, Baiqian and Yin Zhongxi could no longer remain calm. Could it be that he ate too much Sichuan food, and his mind was ruined by the spiciness, challenging the Tang Sect's Supreme Elder? No matter how you look at it, is madness. Tang family head, why won't you stop this match? It was clear that Tang Kunyu was also in a bit of a bind, but he had promised before that he would not interfere with King Ming's decisions today. But child, I have fought with Wushan Divine Dragon before. Although his swordsmanship and movement techniques are amazing, the true strength of the Tang family lies in the combination of hidden weapons and poison. If they were to fight, it would be a one-sided situation of suppression. You have to know that the head of the Elder Council is skilled in poison techniques. If there is no way to counter the unique poison, within 10 moves, you will become a charred corpse. Of course, I have also heard that Kingling once fought against the Wuding Elder Xu Sanzi and ultimately withdrew unscathed. But how can Xu be compared to Tang Wei, the head of the council. If Wuding were to fight against the head of the council, they would at least need to bring out their retired supreme elder. Hearing these two people, my mind is buzzing. I understand now. This is a martial arts competition that puts the reputation of 5 people on the line. If we were to interfere, the reputation that guy has painstakingly built up would probably be destroyed. Moreover, Kungling is not someone who would listen to advice. Hearing this, the Tang family head carefully looked at this group of Hushin juniors. In this situation, their eyes actually still showed trust. Perhaps this is what friendship is. On the martial arts stage, looking at the constantly barking Tang Wei, Kungming also felt a little annoyed. I recently changed to a new computer. The monitor is really fast. After everyone switches to new ones, what do you do with the old ones? Like me, every time I replace old laptops, phones, watches, I will call Zhuan for a free door-to-door pickup. If the price is satisfactory, they pay on the spot. I even sold my MacBook Pro for more than 5,000. I sold the computer while lying at home. It's especially worry-free. I'd say while the old machine is still worth money, you should call Zhuan for a door-to-door pickup right away. I know that you have an agreement with the Tang family head. If Tangy loses, you will never interfere with the family head's decisions again. But all of this was based on you being a person who knows shame. However, your previous actions of poisoning me seem to indicate that you don't know what shame is. I don't even have to think about it. After this, you will still find various excuses to try to interfere in Tang family affairs again. After all, in your eyes, all that's left are these petty, ignoble things, right? Actually, the current King Ming, compared to the past, understands some things even more. Not all people will become respected elders as they grow older, and these people who, in order to establish their own authority, easily suppress the younger generation and compete for power, absolutely do not qualify to be called elders, because true elders would not do such things. The current me can understand how much they love and cherish Hoshan. Therefore, Tangbu, whether it's you or me, the things we leave behind are just useless empty names. I am very lucky that I still have a chance to make amends now. Make your move, or you can just say directly that you're afraid of losing to me, and that's why you can't agree to my conditions. Okay, Kung Ming's poisonous tongue doesn't seem to have an age limit. Since that's the case, then I will do as you wish. I will make you suffer the most extreme pain in this world, and then die. Yubai saw that Tang Wei's whole body was emitting a black aura visible to the naked eye. At this moment, even the people in the shadows outside the arena felt a burning pain on their faces. My skin hurts so much. What is this? Seeing this, Tang Kunyu shouted. Tang Wei is using his internal energy to activate the poison powder protecting his body. Although not fatal, with this move alone, if you are not prepared, it can easily cause others to lose their strength. At the same time, Tang Wei's poison palm had already been unleashed. But it was obvious that this kind of attack would not directly hit. Not bad, Qiming. If you were to be hit so easily, it wouldn't be fun. Fine needles were already flying from Tang Wei's sleeves. However, with just that, King Ming still seemed to be handling it with ease. But it was strange. Tang Wei seemed to be telling him, I've already made my move. Come attack quickly. Sure enough, the moment King Ming rapidly approached, the old man grinned and immediately jumped backwards while spreading his hands. The surrounding area had already been filled with red poison beads. But such an attack, Kung Ming didn't even look at it. His illusionary sword technique was already masterful. What was unexpected was that the poison beads that were split open by the sword exploded into poisonous smoke in an instant. Seeing this color, Tang Kunyu immediately recognized that this was a forbidden technique of the Tang family. Everyone, cover your mouths and noses immediately. Is the head of the council crazy? He actually broke the taboo in front of everyone and used this move, but now it seems that no one can stop him anymore. Even the Tang family members, if they were to be hit by this move, they would die. Oh my, why are you making such a fuss? I should have done this long ago. Now that I can't legitimately seize power, I'm afraid I can't do it. Since that's the case, I can only resort to a clean sweep. It's really my fault for valuing reputation and appearances too much back then. If I had used force to intimidate these people earlier, I suppose there wouldn't be these troublesome things now. Child, you are too arrogant. The Tang family is the sect of poison. You only see the hidden weapon technique. That would be underestimating the Tang family too much. Come, the Ghost King token plus this 7-step soul-chasing kill. These are all highly poisonous substances without antidotes. Even if you are a martial arts master, in this kind of dust, it's impossible to avoid all the poisons. You righteous martial artists always look down on my Tang family. But I've only been showing you mercy, thanks to our Tang family's code. After all, only our Tang family still adheres to principles. As fellow righteous individuals, we don't use incurable poison when fighting. If we were to unleash our poison techniques, then the martial arts supreme would only be our Tang family. Do you understand? Let me give you one last gift. Joyful smoke death poison, also an incurable poison. It drives you mad with pain. I really want to see that twisted, crazed look of feigned joy. In the last moment before you die, experience the pain of hell. And just like that, Xinling was completely enveloped in a domain of poison. Seeing this, Tang Kunyu's heart was already in his throat. It's too late. Even if I rush up now the Hoshin Shenlong, I'm afraid it's too late to save him. Tang Wei, you are not qualified to be the head of the Elder's Court. As a righteous person, you can betray even your own bottom line. You will drag our Tang family into the abyss. Do you understand? Hearing this, Tang Wei just found it amusing. Patriarch, wake up. It's because of you that the Tang family cannot seize power over the world. Look, as long as we are determined, we can dominate the martial arts world with the Tang family's poisons and hidden weapons. And yet the current Tang family hides away in Sichuan, thinking they are a regional overlord. What, the Qingqing and Yimei? Don't make me laugh. I wouldn't even need a day to massacre them all with the Tang family's power. But because of you, the Tang family are surrounded by these second-rate sects. Like fools, we live by enduring hardship. Is this what you want? For the Tang family to be like this? So what if we become public enemies? We just need to rule the entire martial arts world. Wouldn't that be good enough? What's laughable is that you even want to ally with the likes of Huashan. How much do you underestimate the Tang family to be like this? And also, Patriarch, you need to clearly understand one thing. The reason why we elders stay behind the scenes is not because our strength is weak. At this point, Tang Kunyu's heart was becoming even more chaotic. I know that Tang Wei's words are simply absurd, but if I make a move against him now, is the result something I can really bear? Regardless, he is an elder of the Tang family. Within the entire Tang sect, there are still quite a few people who listen to him. In this situation, if I make a move against him in front of everyone, is it really feasible? Maybe this will become an excuse for the other side to attack. Damn it, I should have stopped them from the beginning. It's all my fault for giving him the opportunity to say so much in front of everyone. It's also my fault for not noticing his ambition. He actually hid it so deeply. It's all my fault. Tang Kunyu thought, his thoughts becoming even deeper. He knew that at this moment, the only way was to take action. But Tang Wei didn't seem to care about his intentions. The centipede in his hand was like an obedient sheep. It came when he called, and left when he had no use for it. Patriarch, you should take a good look at how the Huashan Shenlong you believe in is heading towards destruction. The end and the flaws, the poisonous domain that had been covering the stage, disappeared in an instant. But the stands that were originally sighing were now in an uproar. Even Tang Kunyu's was a bit taken aback. What on earth is going on? However, the most shocked was Tang Wei. With the forbidden technique that he personally fed, the opponent did not turn into a pool of blood, and his body didn't even show any defects. He just seemed to be in a lot of discomfort. The youth suddenly vomited. But strangely, the poison that had been wrapped around his body was visibly receding. Not only that, he actually stood up. Damn, to be able to turn me into this state. It really lives up to its reputation as a Sichuan dish. Alright, so this is the true daytime. In the shadow there is also Xiao Jai. Where is there any trace of his earlier panic? Actually, it's no wonder. Not just them, but it seemed everyone was looking at him like they had seen a monster. And also Tang Kunyu, at this moment, seemed to have another understanding of Sichuan cuisine. How is this possible? How can you not be poisoned? Even a top expert with profound inner strength can only suppress the toxicity and hold on for a while. How can this kid possibly have such skill? Oh dear, it's a bit sticky. But what you said earlier was really audacious. But there are a few points that I need to clarify. The reason why the Tang family couldn't dominate the martial arts world is not because it's useless, but because using poison itself cannot dominate the martial arts world. Secondly, it's not that the Tang family agreed to ally with Huoshan, but that Huoshan accepted the Tang family's request for an alliance. This is very important. Please be clear about this. As for the third, which is also the last point, the Tang patriarch already saw through the Tang family's situation long ago, and wanted to join hands with Huoshan, and you are the one who has been unable to see clearly from the start. I don't know if you've understood anything with that look on your face. Anyway, no matter how much I say, you probably won't understand, so just assume that my physique is special, and that I'm immune to poison. Alright, let's continue. What kind of poisons do you have? Just bring them all out and try them. It turned out that hundreds of years ago, the The Tang family is a prestigious clan, as famous as the Nanyang and Peng families. However, the other two families' members have often produced some of the top experts in the world. Only the Tang family has never had one. Tang Bu actually sees this very clearly. It's a case of success and failure both due to Xiao He. It seems that the Tang family only needs to throw out a few poisons, and everyone will fall down. But the root of the problem lies here too. Below a certain level, poison is indeed invincible. But because it is too easy, imagine who would still be willing to work hard on their hidden weapon techniques. In this way, it will only make people become arrogant and complacent. Their strength will naturally stagnate. But if they encounter an expert like you, Taoist brother, like yourself, the final outcome can only be a decapitated head. But even if I explain it until my mouth is dry to those idiots, they will not understand. If one could dominate the world with poison alone, then the Tang family wouldn't have to flee to avoid the heavenly demon and run all over the place, would they? The so-called incurable poison only means there is no antidote. It doesn't mean it can't be neutralized. In this world, methods to counteract poison that I know of, there are two. One of them is to use inner force to isolate the body from the outside world, not inhaling the poisonous gas, and not allowing the poisonous gas to come into contact with the skin. Naturally, you will not be poisoned. But this method cannot avoid the poison on hidden weapons. At this time, you can use another method, trying to use inner force to neutralize the poison that has entered the body. And this kind of thing requires an expert with a peak control of their Kuai to be able to do it, so the so-called antidote is only for people with average martial arts, used to neutralize the poison in the body. But for those who can fight the poison itself, antidotes have no meaning at all. This is why it is harder for the Tang family, who possesses a unique skill, to produce the #1 expert in the world. Tang Bu had understood this point long ago. He traveled all over the world, experienced countless life and death duels, and only then did he choose to pour all of his energy into hidden weapons. That was how the hidden weapon venerable who dominated the world was born. As for the poison you gave me earlier, do you think I wouldn't be able to guess it? Someone like you, without even thinking, I knew you would make such a move. If you don't believe it, you can choose to do it again. Hearing this, Pang Wei, although he didn't understand the reason, but with his nature, he absolutely could not believe that the current situation was real. However, the poison he threw out again really forced him to believe it. The Mount Hua divine dragon seemed to be treating the poison as a dish, sucking it up. He chewed it a few times. It seems that this time the taste wasn't very good, and he spat it out. I told you it's useless. Can't you understand? It was clear that Tang Wei could not understand how, although King Ming was still a long way from the peak, he possessed the purest Kai of the Taoist lineage in his body, and it was because of his previous life, when he saw the limits of ordinary inner force, that he chose to condense the purest Kai in the world after practicing Ki again. Actually, he was thinking that if he couldn't endure it, he would just eat the other chaos pill, but the evolution power of his Ki even seemed to be a bit unexpected to himself. Thinking about it, that's right. In order to gather this Kai, I have suffered quite a lot. At least it should have this kind of effect, right? Alright, so what are you going to do now? Hearing this, Tang Wei actually saw hope. It seems he hasn't figured out his situation yet. Take a look at your hands first. What special constitution? That's hilarious. Once you get to the underworld, but Tang Wei's words weren't finished. A flame had already appeared on Qingling's hand. Have to say, as the supreme elder of the Tang family, Tang Wei still had some knowledge. This move by Qingling was clearly the legendary Samadhi True Fire. That was the flame that only a top master who perfectly controls their inner force could use. How did you? At this point, Qingling was already a bit tired. Tang, a frog in a well, even in his life, wanted to break the Tang family's stagnation, immersed in his own martial arts, intoxicated with the title of Sichuan's overlord. How could he become the overlord of the world? I didn't expect that even after 100 years, you would still be so astonished to see me use Samadhi True Fire. The Tang family's higher-ups really do have a lot of old stubborn guys. Don't worry, I will help you change all of this, even if the price is smashing their heads. Seeing the young man coming with his sword, Tang Wei completely panicked. While yelling, "Don't come over," he scattered all the poisons he had on him. At this moment, his mind was set only on blasting Qingling to pieces. Nothing else. But it was obvious that if he were to use this move, whether it would hurt Qingling was unknown, but everyone around the arena would definitely be completely caught up in it. Luckily, Qingling also saw this. He couldn't help but admit that the absolute expert with illusion swords, who had an absolute control over every poison, that nobody else could come close to, in just the blink of an eye. In a blink of an eye, the poisons that Tang Wei had scattered, were all gathered into a single mass by King Ming. In the end, he forcibly used his inner force to control the explosion range within the palm of his hand. In this way, although the arena was destroyed, the poison that had almost engulfed the entire arena was also controlled by King Ming. Seeing this, Tang Wei's heart was already completely shattered. Actually, he didn't believe that he was someone who could never lose, but the Tang family's poison had always been his spiritual pillar, the poison skill he had spent his whole life cultivating, and the position of Supreme Elder he obtained through his own cunning. At this moment, it all seemed to be crushed to pieces by the young man before him. So even now, even his least skilled weapon, any means that could be used to attack, he would not let go of. But at this moment, it was actually all too late. His heart could feel it clearly. Tang Wei's flying knives were far from having the mysterious power of Tang Konyu. Clearly he was already old, but he didn't act like an elder at all. Even the unique hidden weapons symbolizing the Supreme Elder looked brand new to the Tang family. Just like new. I remember that the Tang Bu guy's hidden weapon always looked old and worn. It shows that after he obtained this hidden weapon, he never practiced the art of hidden weapons again. Clearly, they both held supreme status in the Tang family, but how could they be so different? If Tang Bu were standing across from me, I'd imagine my mediocre skills wouldn't last even 3 moves. Laughable. With this level of skill, you still dare call yourself an elder? You really make my anger burn. The reason why Tang Bu entrusted the Tang family to me when he was wary was that he didn't want to see this scene today. Angry? If your brain can't understand, then I'll beat you until your body remembers it, knowing that the dead do not speak, and the deceased cannot be brought back to life. I also that everything you say is just my own fantasy. It's just that I, who should have died long ago, my obsession with being alone in this world prevents me from not looking back. So you tell me, you grudge bearer, which part of your body you want me to start beating first? Seeing King Ming like an invulnerable demon, Tang Wei was completely terrified. No one knew where he pulled out so many poisons from again. But what was strange was, this time his target of attack didn't seem to be King Ming. Immediately after, Tang Wei's hidden weapons were like an inexhaustible source. They all accurately pierced the various poison sacs in mid-air. Instantly, the poison-hidden weapons and poison filled the sky, enveloping a small part of the Tang family. Seeing this, the Tang family disciples understood that this was the Tang family's ultimate technique, sky full of flowers. Run the elders crazy. This move can't be defended against, even under the eaves. At this moment, the chaos in the arena formed a sharp contrast with the young man standing on the stage. Looking at the hidden weapons and poison spreading across the entire area, Kun Ming fell silent. You call this a sky full of flowers? I know that today's Tang family calls sky full of flowers and invisible poison, the two great secrets of the Tang family. But with Tang Wei's level, it is simply impossible to perform such a move. And I remember that in the past, Tang Bu, in front of me, had shown me the unfinished version of Sky Full of Flowers. That move was beautiful like a dream, true to its name. It was an ultimate technique that was like a floral rain covering the sky. Tang family members, look carefully, although I am just imitating, but in today's world, the person who can imitate this move, I'm afraid is only me. This is the understanding and gift that your ancestor, Tang Bu, left to his descendants crossing 100 years. Just like that, King Ming used plum blossom petals to replace the sky full of flowers, some falling lightly, some falling sharply, and some even stopping mid-air, dancing gracefully. Such an exciting show. Definitely needs a good device to watch it on. Recently, I found out that the second-hand phones on Juan are quite affordable. This iPhone 14 Pro Max of mine only costs $4,400, which is $2,000 cheaper than a new one. And I've researched for you guys. The phones officially verified by Juan have undergone multiple rounds of quality inspection and are like new, supporting a 1-year warranty. Even the Apple Watch is only $900 plus. I truly recommend it. To buy reliable second-hand goods, go to Juan. The scattered plum blossom petals, clearly an ultimate technique of a generation, at this moment had the meaning of freely circling. And this kind of charm from nature is definitely not something you, who do not understand its true meaning, can comprehend. Kingling's figure also followed the sky full of flowers, forming afterimages in the air. At this point, Tang Wei's already agitated and collapsing heart was once again stunned by this scene. Although the element was changed at the center of the sword technique, he suddenly discovered that Kingling was actually using sky full of flowers. How could this be possible? However, before Tang Wei could react, Kingling's voice behind him once again sounded like a ghost. 24 verses of the Plum Blossom swordplay. Plum blossoms fill the sky. Instantly, the plum blossom rain seemed to have found a concrete form. With Tang Wei as the center, it fell madly towards him. Although the form changed, all that King Ming could do was to use the 24 verses of the plum blossom swordplay to imitate it. Clearly, this point, Tang Wei would probably never understand in his life, and King Ming had left an indelible mark in his eyes. That was fear. No matter how Tang Wei resisted, he would eventually discover in horror that those were just plum blossoms. He lost his sense of direction, and in this sky full of plum blossoms, it was impossible to find the real King Ming anymore, until this person showed an opening or was completely desperate. Clearly, Tang Wei had already exhausted his strength, so he was there. Then what was I just doing? And what on earth was that cheap trick? I understand. This must be a dream. How could such a technique exist? Just like that, the plum blossom petals, under everyone's shocked or fearful gazes, gradually dissipated. Now that things have come to this, no matter who it is, in fact everyone understood in their hearts that the Mount Hua divine dragon had completely won this match, and the ferocious yet mysterious sword marks on the arena were the last gift King Ming left for the Tang family. Tell me, what exactly was that move? In fact, Tang Wei was very clear that he had lost all his power today. The Mount Hua swordsmanship had shattered his previous arrogance. As for whether he or others could see the essence of the Tang family's scattered flowers reign, contained in the swordsmanship he had demonstrated, was unknown. After all Kingling could do was just that. So next, it was the Tang family head's turn to handle things. How the Tang family would move forward would completely depend on his will. Seeing King Ming looking at him, Tang Kunyu seemed to have regained his senses. This martial arts competition was won by the Mount Hua Sect's divine dragon, young hero King Ming. Tang Kunyu's announcement was not loud. After all, under this clear sky, the Tang family members would feel a bit embarrassed, but at the same time they all understood that this moment also heralded that the Tang family would usher in a new change. Is that all right? Tang Bu, I know you can't hear me at all. The dead do not speak, and the departed cannot be brought back to life. Just as he was thinking, a call from Xiao Ji pulled King Ming back. That's right, there's still a lot I need to do. Tang Bu, you don't need to worry. I'll still take care of the Tang family, though I won't be a free Taoist. Big brother, thank you. The fate of the previous life is over, Tang Bu. Tang Bu, I fulfilled the promise I couldn't keep in my previous life, so go in peace. Farewell, my only dearest friend. Pretending to be silly and getting his mood in order, Kung Ming planned to return to the group. But before he could even get close, he felt a burning pain on his skin. Strange, wasn't the poison already dispersed? Wait, hold on. Kung Ming, stand still. You brat, you're covered in poison from head to toe. Are you trying to kill us by coming over now? Hearing this, Kingling seemed to have reacted. It seems like that's actually the case. It wasn't until Tang Kunyu poured an entire bucket of antidote all over Kingling's body that the people present could breathe a sigh of relief. Geez, aren't you the Tang family head? Why are you afraid of this stuff? You said to isolate me for a week. Why not just burn the poison away? It really made me waste so much internal energy. You deal with the rest yourself. Hearing this, Tang Kunyu turned his gaze back to the stage. Tang family elder council head, Tang Wei, listen up. Everyone listen up as well. Sinner Tang Wei, do you know the mistakes you have committed? It was clear that Tang Wei had lost the martial arts competition, but he never expected that the family head would equate it with a crime. Moreover, hadn't the family head also lost to this kid before? Seeing this, Tang Kunyu's eyes gradually grew cold. Drag him up here. Judging from the crowd's reaction, it seemed everyone knew the person well. In order to make him explain everything clearly, Yuan Xiao, the family head, deliberately supported his neck with internal force. Tang, speak. As long as you confess all your crimes, I'll spare your dog life. Seeing this, Tang Wei was truly scared. He wanted to quickly shut his mouth, but Tang Shi chose to compromise first. Elder head, everything is over. No one will listen to you anymore. In this current situation, who else can you protect? Tang family head, someone instructed me to put 1000-day Ben poison in the Mount Hua divine dragon's food and drinks, and that person was Tang Wei. That person was Tang Wei. Elder head, in order to fulfill the promise of the previous life, Kung Ming had prepared a generous gift for the Tang family head. That is, after completing the bet with the Elder Council, He wanted to completely remove that deep-rooted tumor from the Tang family, knowing that there was poison in his food. But look at the young man, not leaving even a single piece of vegetable, gobbling it all down clean. And this action became the last straw that broke the Elder Council. After Tang Shi was captured, he confessed the Great Elder's crimes. So Dan, do you have anything to say? Hearing this, the Tang family's Supreme Elder understood that it was all over. Because of the exposure of this matter, the entire Elder Council would disappear, and Tang Xuanyu would definitely not miss this opportunity. Family head, everything I did was truly for the Tang family. Speaking to this point, where was the former Supreme Elder's Supreme Majesty? But the thing he was confused about was the Tang family being one of the four great families, a righteous force in the martial world. If they only used poison on the martial arts stage, they would at most be criticized. But using such a potent poison like Thousand Day Bend before the martial arts competition was completely different in nature. That dirtied my ears. Clansmen, listen. Tang Wei has committed a serious crime. From this day forward, he will be stripped of his position as the head of the Elder Council. Until the investigation is concluded, the Elder Council will be closed. All elders are not allowed to leave their residences. It was clear that Tang Kuan-yu, the family head, had reached an unprecedented level of prestige within the Tang family at this moment. Mount Hua Divine Dragon, young hero King Ming, thanks to you, we had the opportunity to understand and correct the conspiracies hidden within the Tang family. Therefore, as the head of the Tang family, I formally express my heartfelt gratitude to you and your fellow disciples, as well as the Mount Hua sect. You should know that if it weren't for their arrival, how terrible the hidden dangers for the Tang family would have been. These Tang sect disciples were still aware. To say who was the most excited, it would be Baichen. From being expelled by the 9 sects in one gang and suffering bullying, to the Tang family's recognition of King Ming today, it only took a few years. Seeing that Baichen was still in a daze, shouldn't you be the one responding to this kind of scene? Only then did Baichen come back to his senses. The generous gift they gave would become a bond between the Tang family and Mount Hua for a long time in the future. Such a wonderful plot definitely needs a good device to watch. Recently, I found that second-hand mobile phones on Juanjuan are quite cost-effective. This Apple 14 Pro Max I have was bought on Juanjuan. It's only 4,400, which is 2,000 cheaper than a new one. And I've done some research for you guys. The phones officially inspected by Juanjuan have undergone multiple rounds of quality inspection. Just like new phones, they support a 1-year warranty. The Canon 70 days on there is only a little over 1,800. I sincerely recommend it. For reliable second-hand goods, go to Juanjuan. You little brat, you may not be afraid of poison, but we really thought you were going to die. Although I can't beat King Ling, I'm not like Xiao Jie and Ying Zhong. When it's time to discipline, this martial uncle is not lenient at all. Seeing Beichen's expression, Kun Ming was rare to feel a little guilty. I know, I'll pay attention in the future. It's hard to imagine that I once picked on someone like that. It's really lucky that his head didn't get separated from his body. Tang Zheng sighed, but suddenly noticed that his elder sister's state seemed a little strange. And in Tang Xiaoxiao's eyes at this moment, there was only left Liu Yixi's beautiful figure. Zhonner, I've decided. I will definitely. Just like that, the Tang family's turmoil was completely resolved in a short time. It was obvious that Tang Kuan-yu was truly much more relaxed. As for the original young patriarch Tang Ba, King Ming's attitude was quite generous. The fact that this kid can do such a thing actually shows that he is a coward at heart. And people grow from their mistakes. Patriarch Tang, do you know why Tang Wei has become like this? He has never left the Tang family and has not experienced adversity. Naturally, he doesn't know the vastness of this world. So, he is still resentful about having his position as young patriarch taken away a long time ago. He is still fixated on it. In other words, if you were to take away everything from Tang Bai, just because of one mistake, no one would grow. Thinking back to how much hardship my sect leader brother suffered because of me, but if it was only because of my bad temper, and my sect leader brother disliked me, don't even mention the Plum Blossom Sword Master, I might not even have achieved what I have now. The most crucial point is, this King Ba already owes me a big one. If he becomes the family head, it would actually be a good thing for me. Because of this, Tang Kuan-yu decided to give Tang Bei another chance to fairly compete for the position of young patriarch. Besides, King Ming, there is one more important matter I need to tell you. That Xiaoxiao, he said he wants to join Mount Hua. With Mount Hua and the Tang sect forming an alliance, Patriarch Tang also successfully regained all rights from the Elder Council. But sadly, even though he can now do as he pleases, there are still too many traditions that cannot be changed overnight. But he is also a father at the same time. He understands that within a year or two, Xiao Xiao will be forced by clan rules to marry into a powerful family. He is helpless, yet wants to struggle. Therefore, this usually calm and shrewd patriarch of the Tang family reluctantly entrusted his daughter to Mount Hua. But that sticky little pest, how could King Ming dare to take her? And even if the elders heard about this, they would probably be worried. Xiao's status is so noble, how could they accommodate this big Buddha? Hearing this, Tang Kunyu, whose heart was already reluctant, still acted as a lobbyist. Did you know several inner cultivation methods for purifying the body, as well as some hidden weapon techniques and light body techniques, and most of the medical skills passed down through the family? Xiaoxia has learned all of these, and her medical skills achievements, even the head of the medicine hall, hopes to pass the medicine hall to her. Okay, these words really went straight into King Ming's heart. That was Tang family medical skills. Patriarch Tang, do you know? All along, my wish has been to have a junior sister like Xiao Xiao, so please rest assured, I will take good care of her. Tang Kunyu was also impressed. How can King Ming make such a sincere yet suspicious expression? How did he do it? Just like that, Tang Kunyu arranged a merchant caravan to go to Yunnan for the Mount Hua people tomorrow. As for he would personally send her to Mount Hua to meet the sect leader. It must be said that Tang Kunyu was also clear-headed. The Mount Ho Shenlong seemed so greedy on the surface, but from the results, he helped the Tang family too much. Perhaps a chivalrous heart and righteous deeds describes him. Bullshit. Obviously, Kunming didn't agree. Tang Kunyu was just saying lip service, but he had already gained a lot of benefits. What else does he want now? No, you know that the Tang family's poison cannot be leaked, but he couldn't resist King Ming's constant begging, and this request, without the Elder Council's constraints now, it didn't seem impossible to fulfill. I have a condition. I want to see again that sword technique you used on the martial arts stage back then. Indeed, Tang Kunyu had also seen the clues. Maybe this is what they mean by legacy. Such a wonderful plot. Definitely needs a good device to watch it. Recently, I found that the used mobile phones on Juanjuan are quite a bargain. This Apple 14 Pro Max of mine was bought on Juanjuan. It only cost 4,400. It was 2,000 cheaper than a new one. And I've researched it for you guys. The phones officially inspected by Juanjuan have undergone multiple rounds of quality checks. They come with a 1-year warranty just like new phones. The Savior 27,000 listed above only costs 2,400. I sincerely recommend it. For reliable used goods, go to Juanjuan. Even if a person is gone, your will be understood by future generations. Yes, that's what a sect is. Actually, if you let me have my fill of Sichuan cuisine, I wouldn't mind agreeing to this kind of physically demanding task. I also wouldn't disagree. Hearing this, Tang Kunyu finally breathed a sigh of relief. Soon Xiaoji returned to the Four Seas Trading Company. The news he brought back was still a bit difficult for Head Zhao to digest. The Tang family is a family that cares a lot about its reputation. Therefore, they would definitely compensate for the losses caused to the trading company. The Tang family will definitely compensate. But the idea of the family head personally coming to apologize was still too incredible in Sichuan. However, using this opportunity, Xiaoji finally voiced his thoughts. I like Manhwa. That's where the path I want to walk is. So, Father, I'm sorry. Since people only live once, I really want to live as a disciple of Mount Hua. It was clear that Hedzo also saw the resoluteness in his son. He understood. His dream was passed down to him by his ancestors, that the Four Seas Trading Company could be passed down to his 2 sons as well. But this dream wasn't Xiao Ji's dream after all. When Taoist Kingling said the decision was in your hands, I really thought his words were arrogant. But now, I think I understand why he said that. As a father, I cannot decide your life. So my child, cheer up. So the matters of the sect, the affairs of the family, and even the past marriage, they're all resolved. Although it took a long time, they still found a comfortable way to enter Yunnan, and King Ming also hadn't expected that this trip could actually get them so many good things. The will of companions to walk side by side will not disappear. From parents to children, from sect to disciples, those who know the path, and those who are searching for the path, do not hesitate, do not linger, move forward toward the next goal. This is the Season 2 final of Sword Master. In order to ensure King Ming could enter Yunnan smoothly, the Tang family arranged for the Peace Trading Company to travel with the Mount Hua sect, and Tang Xiaoxiao and Tang Kunyu also planned to personally escort him to Mount Hua. King Ling was a bit troubled. but Xiaoxiao was very happy. Don't be like that. We're about to be fellow disciples who share the same meals. Please give me a lot of guidance in the future. Seeing this, Tang Kunyu then reminded her, Xiaoxiao, this time you are apprenticing to Mount Hua. You'll be the youngest of the old monsters. So, those in front of you right now are all elders. If you really want to become a disciple of Mount Hua, remember to not forget your identity as a daughter of the Tang family. Think carefully. You're going there to become a Mount Hua disciple. Isn't that right? After a long pause, Xiaoxiao suddenly realized, Dear uncles and older brothers, please travel safely. Xiaoxiao will study discipline at Mount Hua and quietly await your return. Okay, Kunming understood clearly. Tang Kunyu was deliberately scolding the girl in public so that in the future, it wouldn't affect her position in Mount Hua. He really is an old fox. He's also a doting father. Alright, thank you for your hospitality. Head Tang, I wish you good health. So, at this moment, Xiaoxiao looked at the departing Liu Shigu, her eyes full of stars. She had shown herself a different path. I really hope I can become as cool as she is. But what Xiaoxiao didn't know was that there was finally a girl among the third-generation disciples of Xingjin. During the day, she was still worried about whether the Tang family's daughter would be given special treatment. But Liu Yixu was clearly mixed up with King Ming for too long. Don't worry, as long as you are a disciple of Mount Hua, everyone is equal. If you become arrogant due to your identity, before King Ming makes a move, I will crack your head. I will crack your head first. It was clear that Xiaoxiao and her group couldn't hear these words. Let's go, father. Let's go see what the others at Mount Hua are like. At this moment, King Ming and the others had already gone far away. This head Tang also rarely showed a sincere smile. Safe travels, friends. In order for them to enter Yunnan smoothly, the Peace Trading Company had specially prepared plain clothes for them. Along the way, Kyung Ling was already impatient, but with the help of the trading company, they also learned more and more about the situation in Yunnan. I recently got a new computer. The display is so fast. How do you guys handle your old ones when you buy a new one? I had Juan come pick up my old MacBook Pro. The price was fair at 4,600. The payment was quick and straightforward. I only just found out that Juan doesn't just buy phones now. They also support recycling of hundreds of categories. My brother's host and graphics card were all sold on there. While the old stuff is still worth money, you should just go to Juan for recycling. That place is almost completely controlled by the Beast Sect. Even the government only has nominal jurisdiction. And because the land of Yunnan is very barren in this era, in the end the unlucky ones were still these merchants who do tea business. If there are accidents on this trip, I'm afraid the Peace Trading Company will never be able to enter Yunnan again, and the only path left for them would be death. It seems that feeling has more power in Yunnan than the Tang family has in Sichuan. But after thinking about it, it makes sense. There are still some sects in Sichuan that can restrain the Tang family, but Yunnan is different. The merchant group is clearly traveling within the official road's bounds. Yet, the government isn't resting. As you can imagine, the 10 days it would normally take the carriages to travel would be multiplied. If it wasn't profitable, I imagine no merchant group would be willing to make such a deal. What's more, the border between Sichuan and Yunnan is a lawless area for bandits. Hearing this, Kunming felt like his head was about to split open. This journey cannot be completed in 3 months at all. Is the elder of the Long Gate still alive? Just like that, Kingling's group has already arrived at the Sichuan border. Although the merchant group brought enough guards, they also became more cautious. Before the sun had set, they decided to set up camp on the spot. Obviously, Kunming couldn't stand this kind of slowness, whether it was luck or misfortune. Just as they reached the border, a group of people appeared around the merchant group. Hey, I have to say you really know how to pick a spot. Don't you know this is the territory of my Zanhu mountain stronghold? I recognize you. Sima guy of the lightning-fast sword is a somewhat famous guy. But in the eyes of our Zanhu mountain stronghold, you're still just ants. The man spoke to himself, but was interrupted by a not-so-old exclamation. Great, I finally see bandits. No, maybe they are horse bandits. Forget it, it doesn't matter. You guys are the robbers, right? I've been waiting for you for a long time. To send us to Yunnan quickly, you specifically brought so many fine horses. We're really lucky.